In the parallel world of 2013, at a certain office building in Chaoyang, Beijing, the peak hour of the workday had arrived. As the clock struck 5, a throng of young men and women poured out of the building. At this hour, boarding a bus would mean waiting an hour or more. The normally impeccably dressed office elites, momentarily unmindful of their appearances, scrambled desperately to squeeze onto the buses. Those with better circumstances resided near the subway stations, while others faced the prospect of enduring crowded buses, perhaps needing to transfer multiple times. For Lin Zhe, the most exasperating aspect of his daily routine was waiting in line for the bus. However, having worked here for nearly 3 months, he had discerned a pattern. He would first seek out a place to satiate his hunger, allowing the peak hour to pass, thus avoiding the queue. Dressed in a cheap suit, he resembled a mere insurance salesman. Such was the company's mandate, despite being an office building. It was filled with shell companies primarily engaged in online investments and telemarketing. The hiring requirements were relatively lenient. One only needed to possess basic computer skills and speak Mandarin. Otherwise, how could someone with Lin Zhe's middle school education secure a position in such an office? He entered a ramen shop and settled into a corner. "Boss, I'll have a serving of egg-fried noodles." The proprietress, with a scarf wrapped around her head, called out to the kitchen, "Point 1 egg-fried noodle." As Lin Zhe scanned the restaurant, he was surprised to find many others like him. They too were dining here, waiting for the peak hour to pass before heading home. When the noodles arrived, Lin Zhe dug in enthusiastically. Coincidentally, his department manager, Yang Shui, also entered the shop. "Boss, I'll have a serving of ramen and a bottle of Baiziwan." After placing her order, Yang Shui noticed there were no available seats and, upon spotting Lin Zhe, decided to share a table with him. "Hey, fancy seeing you here." At such moments, Lin Zhe dreaded encountering acquaintances. He was already halfway through his meal, and she had just ordered. Would he be expected to pay for her bill? Reluctantly, he acknowledged her presence, knowing she was his superior. Despite his meager monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, he feigned a smile. "Manager Yang, what a coincidence. What brings you to this humble establishment?" "I was craving noodle soup. This erratic weather has me feeling under the weather." As they spoke, Yang Shui redirected the conversation to work. "You've been with the company for nearly 3 months. If you don't start closing deals soon, I can't promise your position will be secure. Everyone here is expected to create value for the company, and going 3 months without a single deal is rather concerning." In truth, this was hardly Lin Zhe's fault. The building was filled with individuals engaged in the same line of work, and all information was commonly shared. To put it bluntly, there were simply too many con men and not enough gullible clients. When a quality client finally surfaced, dozens of investment consultants would be vying for their attention. Despite the company's insistence that employees portray themselves as affluent second-generation heirs on social media, their narratives were strikingly similar. Essentially, it was as if the entire company was using the same vehicle. The same dishes shared at a table were posted by employees on social media. Once a client connected with 2 sales consultants, the ruse would be swiftly exposed. Faced with Yang Shui's interrogation, Lin Zhe remained silent. In her eyes, without performance, any excuse was merely a pretext. Yang Shui, the type who always sought to stand out, even in a noodle shop, couldn't resist belittling Lin Zhe, eager that those around her recognized her managerial status. In truth, they all understood the unspoken truth. The nature of their work was dubious, and higher positions often meant greater deception. Given Yang Shui's appearance, one could only speculate how many times she had compromised herself to attain her current standing. With 2 shoulders and 1 head, how is it that you can't close a deal? Even a pig's brain should manage at least 1 deal in 3 months, don't you think? The more Lin Zhe refrained from retorting, the more emboldened she became. After a relentless barrage of insults, Lin Zhe finally reached his breaking point. Since his job was already in jeopardy, he decided to unleash the pent-up frustrations of the past 3 months. Smack! He slammed his hand on the table, an action that drew the attention of everyone around. Even Yang Shui was momentarily taken aback. What had gotten into Lin Zhe today? He typically remained silent in the face of her insults. Why was he suddenly so defiant? "What do you think you're doing? I feel like confronting you. Every day you speak as if you're the arbiter of life and death in this shell company, believing yourself to be a person of significance. Were it not for your loose morals, one might think you worked in the CBD. I may not be as brazen as you, but there are cues for your type, likely stretching a mile long. Yang Shui was utterly flabbergasted by the harshness of Lin Zhe's words. Especially in front of so many onlookers, it left her feeling humiliated. She was accustomed to being domineering at the office. Such disgrace was foreign to her. In retaliation, she too banged her hand on the table and stood up. Say that again. Lin Zhe exhaled deeply and glanced at Yang Shui disdainfully. Listen closely, you are nothing but a bus. Once I have money, I might just pay you a visit. What makes you think you're special? Yang Shui, now infuriated, grabbed the bottle of Baiziwan from the table and hurled it at Lin Zhe. You little rascal. Fortunately, Lin Zhe had anticipated this and dodged just in time. With the mask of civility torn away, he decided not to indulge her any further. With one hand, he pinned Yang Shui's head down and poured the remaining soda over her. This act immediately garnered applause from the onlookers. It seemed many had shared Lin Zhe's plight, and witnessing this moment of rebellion resonated with them. As he accomplished what they had longed to do but lacked the courage to attempt as a woman, Yang Shui was no match for Lin Zhe. Seeing that her tantrum was ineffective, she resorted to threats of legal action for protection. You dare to leave? I'll call the police. Rather than feeling intimidated, Lin Zhe welcomed the idea. Go ahead, I won't call. Do you even know the police number? Or should I dial it for you? Once they arrive, I'll expose you and your company's shady dealings. At this, Yang Shui lost all her bravado. She was acutely aware that her actions were illegal. On the surface, she was guiding clients to invest in commodities, but in reality, it was fraud. If the situation escalated, the commission she had earned could land her behind bars for years, and her position would surely label her as a core member of a fraud ring. Conversely, Lin Zhe, who had yet to close a single deal in 3 months, would likely face only a brief detention for education. Noticing Yang Shui's loss of composure, Lin Zhe pulled out his phone to what's wrong? Feeling scared? Should I make the call for you? With that, he began to dial. Chapter 2. The persona of a wealthy heir. At this moment, Yang Shui was in a state of panic, urgently stopping Lin Zhe. Wait, please wait. Lin Zhe thought to himself, if I can't treat you, then so be it. Barefoot people have never feared those in shoes. Noticing Yang Shui's lowered demeanor, Lin Zhe tucked his phone away. I certainly can't stay at the company after being scolded like a dog in the morning meeting. You must offer me some compensation, right? In such a situation, Yang Shui found it inappropriate to negotiate terms in front of so many people, so she settled the bill and pulled Lin Zhe outside. Finding a secluded spot, she quietly inquired, what kind of compensation do you want? What compensation? Lin Zhe had been in the capital for 3 months, indulging in a life of excess, with one hand for a wife and the other for a mistress, and he was starving for attention. Now, with such a splendid opportunity before him, he could not let it slip away. Not only would it satiate his emptiness, but it would also allow him to vent some inner resentment. Manager Yang, you are a wise person. Although I am but a lowly man with little money, I can still afford 3 meals a day. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desires. I, too, wish to savor the taste of Manager Yang. Lin Zhe's cheeky expression made Yang Shui believe that all men were the same. With her experience, she had long since learned that as long as one was human, it sufficed. When the lights go out and the legs bend, it is all the same with anyone. As long as the mind can conjure an image, one can easily immerse oneself in it. It mattered not if it were Lin Zhe or an old man. Yang Shui could imagine him as a handsome figure. However, Yang Shui had to set some ground rules with Lin Zhe. This was to be a one-time affair, without exceptions. With someone like Yang Shui, Lin Zhe was merely seeking a fleeting experience. There was no question of marriage. Rest assured, I, Lin Zhe, also adhere to a code of conduct. After tonight, we shall no longer know each other. Lin Zhe resided in the self-built houses of Shibaliudian in the southeast 4th ring of the city, where villagers constructed their own homes. A makeshift dwelling could easily be rented as an apartment for over 900 yuan a month. The environment was rudimentary, consisting of just a bed and a bathroom. And due to the windows facing the corridor and a lack of ventilation, a musty odor permeated the room upon entry. In contrast, Yang Shui had better living conditions, able to rent a secondary room in the city center. Upon entering Lin Zhe's abode, Yang Shui covered her mouth and nose in disgust. Is this really a place for living? How can we manage this? Perhaps I should stand while you come behind me? The dismissiveness was palpable. Lin Zhe had already envisioned their encounter in his mind. Standing around seemed pointless. Did I invite you here for a vacation? Toughen up. Make do with the environment. As it was a self-built apartment, soundproofing was severely lacking. One could hear not only the noise from the neighboring rooms, but also from further away. Soon, sounds from Lin Zhe's room echoed down the corridor, resembling a quarrel. "You worthless scoundrel. Keep insulting me, manager, is it? You think I want to finish you off?" Such harsh words could only arise from deep-seated animosity. After being berated 3 times, Lin Zhe was utterly exhausted. Yang Shui had no desire to remain in this place a moment longer. As she departed, she pulled out 200 yuan from her bag and tossed it to Lin Zhe. Seeing this, Lin Zhe questioned her intentions. Yang Shui offered a simple explanation. "Lacking in substance, lest you wander out claiming I have toyed with you. I shall not bear this blame. If there is any play to be had, it shall be I who plays you. Thus, let this be our final farewell." Is it truly possible? Lin Zhe felt the pangs of youth still gripping him. After enduring such suppression for so long, he finally found release today. Yet, ironically, slumber eluded him. He decided to peruse his previous work materials on his phone. Gazing at images of luxury cars and opulent residences, Lin Zhe pondered when he might possess his own vehicle and abode. Perhaps driven by sentiment or perhaps by vanity. He shared a picture of a lavish car on his social media, accompanied by a caption, "Beijing, you heartless city, tomorrow I shall return to Yanbei to revel in comfort. Dedicated to my youthful days of drifting in the north." After posting, Lin Zhe slipped into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, he found that it was already midday the next day. Instinctively, he reached for his phone and was taken aback by the plethora of friend requests from nearby individuals. It is noteworthy that Lin Zhe had previously engaged with nearby people, and not once had a woman taken the initiative to add him. Even when he attempted to add others, none had accepted. Was the sun rising in the west today? Selecting a few appealing profiles, he accepted their requests. Soon enough, messages flooded in. "Hello, nice to meet you. I see from your social media that your situation is quite favorable. What brings you to Beijing?" Such women are straightforward. Their intentions clear from the outset. Lin Zhe, having worked in online sales for 3 months, understood how to identify quality clients. Thus, he chose not to engage further. The world is filled with men and women. To insist on scrutinizing a single individual is rather foolish. At present, Lin Zhe held but one objective: to select one from among these newfound friends and indulge, compensating for the losses of the past 3 months. Ultimately, he responded to a message from a woman in her mid-30s. Through their conversation, he discovered that she hailed from Northeast China, owned a beauty salon, and was currently single. They exchanged introductions, and she extended an invitation for him to visit her salon for tea. At 35 and still unmarried, and not lacking in looks, she must have overlooked potential suitors. Based on Lin Zhe's experience, such women tend to possess high standards but also harbor a desperate desire to marry. In moments of urgency, one is prone to misjudgment. Thus, an opportunity presented itself for Lin Zhe, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities. He glanced at his ancestral shrine and murmured to himself, "It appears you shall bear the burden once more tonight. I had intended for you to rest. Yet who knows when the next meal will come? Perhaps I shall indulge today." After she sent the address, he noted that it was not far. In preparation for their meeting, Lin Zhe resolved to present himself well. A cheap suit would not suffice. However, upon opening his wardrobe, he found no decent attire to wear. Only discounted garments from Shidong Shopping Mall. The adage rings true: the impoverished don fur, the affluent wear cotton, and the wealthy sport casual wear. Lin Zhe settled on a smart casual outfit and prepared to meet her. Lin Zhe had prepared himself mentally and even crafted an identity as the son of a coal magnate. Should his ruse be unveiled, he would simply gather his belongings and return to Yanbei, for the loss of face was inconsequential. After all, he would never revisit the capital. However, if his deception remained intact, tonight promised to be an enjoyable evening. To further solidify his persona, Lin Zhe made a deliberate phone call, saying, "Hello, I received the location you sent. I'm not very familiar with that area, and my car is restricted today. Which subway line would be most convenient?" The adage holds that repetition of a falsehood can render it truth. Those who have engaged in sales can lie without so much as a blush. Chapter 3. The fortuitous assistance of a pig team member centers on an air of calm and composure. The other party, without a hint of doubt in Lin Zhe, responded enthusiastically, "I can't believe you actually came. I thought you were joking. That's quite flattering. Take line 10 to Jinsong Station, exit A, and walk about 600 meters. The subway is indeed convenient. Parking is rather difficult here." Lin Zhe was well acquainted with the subway system, having learned little else during his time in the capital aside from navigating public transit. Nonetheless, to maintain a semblance of gentlemanly charm, he decided to employ a strategy of feigned indifference. What? Were you joking with me? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the other party immediately panicked. No. I just didn't expect to meet so soon. I can't quite articulate the feeling. It's like opening a blind box. Perhaps it's my lack of confidence. When the girl expressed such sentiments, she undoubtedly hoped Lin Zhe would compliment her beauty. However, Lin Zhe believed that to stand tall in her presence, he must turn the tables and draw out her insecurities. He aimed to make her feel unworthy of him, thereby leaving her no room to doubt his identity. This tactic is often employed in sales. When others discuss quality, one converses about price, and when price is mentioned, the discussion shifts to value. The girl's recent admission of insecurity provided Lin Zhe with an opportunity. To be candid, you aren't particularly beautiful. However, your sincerity is a commendable trait. Among the girls I know, you may not stand out in appearance, but that authenticity is rare. If I were to marry, I would choose someone like you. Beautiful wives attract undue attention. While he deftly highlighted her insecurities, Lin Zhe did not forget to instill a glimmer of hope. He needed her to understand that in their union, he would be the one at a disadvantage. The girl, Malicia, perceived Lin Zhe's messages as indicative of someone spoiled and lacking emotional intelligence, muttering to herself, "Am I really that lacking?" If it weren't for her parents' recent pressure, she wouldn't have ventured to meet someone nearby. Yet, she thought, perhaps Lin Zhe might indeed appreciate her type. Ma Lixia's modest shop employed only 2 beauticians. In essence, it was merely a neighborhood establishment serving local residents. Perhaps due to her prolonged solitude, the sudden entrance of a distinguished man into her life caused Ma Lixia to smile unconsciously. This action was precisely witnessed by the beautician in the salon. "Sister Ma, what brings you such joy? Have you found love?" Ma Lixia wished it were so, but alas, there was not even a hint of romance yet. However, eager to share her happiness, Ma Lixia showed the beautician a photograph of Lin Zhe. "He's just a newly acquainted friend. His family holds some shares in the Yanbei coal mine, and he's come to see how my sister is doing." Upon realizing there might be something juicy to gossip about, the young girl naturally leaned in. Observing Lin Zhe's social media filled with images of opulence, luxurious cars, and grand estates was a sight the girl had never encountered before. Of course, Lin Zhe had deleted all posts related to investment solicitations from his timeline. What remained were merely the curated glimpses of his life. Wow, a mansion and luxury cars. "Sister Ma, are you about to marry into wealth? This man looks quite decent. How did you meet him?" Had Ma Lixia mentioned meeting him online, the beautician would have cautioned her against potential scams. It was all due to that wretched vanity. Ma Lixia claimed he was introduced by a friend, which completely assuaged the beautician's doubts about Lin Zhe. Goodness, such a wonderful man. "Sister Ma, you must seize this opportunity. Who knows how many women are vying for him? Rest assured, once he steps through that door, we will assist you in winning him over. By the way, how old is he? He looks quite young." There was no issue, save for the potential problems others might create. During their conversation, Lin Zhe had introduced himself as 28, which was significantly younger than Ma Lixia. A concern for her. "Only 28? That's far too young for me. It just doesn't seem appropriate." In truth, Lin Zhe was merely 26. He had exaggerated his age to spare Ma Lixia's feelings. Little did he know, the beautician provided an unexpected boost. "Sister Ma, you are overthinking it nowadays. Young men are drawn to women like you, mature and composed. The most crucial aspect is that they know how to care for others. Once he starts dating you, he will undoubtedly become a clingy little puppy. There is no fear of formidable opponents, only the dread of incompetent allies." Surprisingly, Ma Lixia took the beautician's words to heart. "Is that so? I feel as though I've lost touch with the world. How do you young ones know so much?" While it appeared the beautician was merely flattering Ma Lixia, she inadvertently solidified Lin Zhe's persona in her mind, leading Ma Lixia to believe he was a wealthy heir. At that moment, she had no time to question Lin Zhe's identity. Instead, she began pondering whether his family would accept her being considerably older than him. Just as Ma Lixia hesitated, Lin Zhe sent a voice message. "Hello, I found a beauty salon called Shui Linglong. Is this the place?" Since the speaker was on loud, the beautician immediately dashed out. She greeted Lin Zhe at the door. "Hey, handsome, over here." Seeing a young girl greeting him, Lin Zhe almost questioned his existence. He thought to himself, is the beauty filter truly that powerful? How can they appear as 2 entirely different individuals? I've never seen a photo that ages someone. Noticing Lin Zhe standing there motionless, the beautician quickly stepped in to explain. "Do not misunderstand. It is not I who is conversing with you. but rather our boss. She feels too shy to greet you in person and is waiting for you inside. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe finally exhaled in relief, pondering the possibility of encountering a scam or a deceptive individual. As Lin Zhe entered the establishment, Ma Lixia's cheeks flushed with shyness, making her hesitant to greet him. It was Lin Zhe's first time meeting an online acquaintance, which inevitably led to a degree of awkwardness. Yet, Lin Zhe, unperturbed, boldly took a seat beside Ma Lixia. "Hello. You are even more beautiful in person than in your photos. It is rare to find someone whose real appearance surpasses their pictures." This compliment made Ma Lixia's heart blossom with joy, yet she could not resist addressing an earlier remark. "Did you not just say that among the girls you know, I am rather ordinary? That was before you saw me in person. You are truly a visual delight. My heart cannot take it. I must compose myself." Perhaps Lin Zhe possessed an innate charm that made him a potential heartbreaker, as his few words managed to delight Ma Lixia immensely. Unfortunately, two friends were present, otherwise Lin Zhe might have taken things further. To ensure a cozy evening, Lin Zhe suggested a stroll outside, to which Ma Lixia readily agreed. Chapter 4. Dining and taking to the south lies Panjiayuan, while to the north is Shuangjing. The surroundings are filled with high-end establishments, and given Lin Zhe's limited finances, he felt hesitant to venture into those areas. Moreover, he merely sought a simple outing. Investing too heavily would be futile. Thus, he considered seeking a nearby KFC or McDonald's for a drink. Lin Zhe had already devised a flawless script to address any inquiries Ma Lixia might pose. They had walked less than 100 meters when they spotted a McDonald's, and Lin Zhe suggested they could rest and enjoy a beverage inside. They ordered 2 cups of coffee, and Ma Lixia, driven by curiosity, inquired, "Your family appears to be well off. What prompted you to come to the capital and endure this struggle? By the way, where do you reside in the capital?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhe fabricated a tale of his mother's passing and a strained relationship with his father, claiming to have come to the capital in a fit of anger, currently residing in a modest inn. Upon hearing this, Ma Lixia could understand why Lin Zhe was drawn to someone like her. It seemed he lacked maternal affection. While secretly pleased, she found a connection with Lin Zhe. "Every family has its own difficulties. Our parents only wish the best for us. I completely understand what you're saying. For my parents also nag me incessantly. We simply let it go in one ear and out the other." Lin Zhe, however, disagreed with Ma Lixia's perspective. "We are not the same. At least you have your own career and do not have to rely on others for your livelihood. I, on the other hand, am viewed as a failure in others' eyes. Once I left home, I became nothing. If my father is displeased, he restricts my finances. What am I then?" From Lin Zhe's words, it was clear that he had been facing considerable hardships. To Ma Lixia, however, these challenges were inconsequential. As long as one has something, it will eventually belong to their offspring. "In fact, I admire you. While you could be enjoying a comfortable life, you have chosen to venture out on your own. Few possess such courage, and I believe you will undoubtedly succeed in the future." The prowess of Lin Zhe is not the primary factor. Rather, it is the persona he has crafted that aligns perfectly with Ma Lixia's standards. Similarly, Ma Lixia is in pursuit of a target. Albeit she did not anticipate encountering Lin Zhe. Their objectives diverge. Lin Zhe merely seeks companionship for fleeting joy, while Ma Lixia aspires to secure a well-off partner for marriage. Unfortunately, Ma Lixia has misjudged the situation, for not only is Lin Zhe financially challenged, but his father is also lacking in wealth. Lin Zhe hails from 3 generations of impoverished farmers. The online realm is not teeming with affluent individuals seeking partners. True wealth often dwells amidst the familiar faces surrounding them. Yet, humans are prone to delusions. Ma Lixia, in her present state, is ensnared in such a predicament. Their conversation meanders from national affairs to issues of public welfare, with Lin Zhe adeptly navigating the discourse. When he nostalgically mentions his longing for home-cooked meals, Ma Lixia's eyes light up with eagerness. She insists on inviting Lin Zhe to her home, promising to prepare several traditional dishes. This arrangement aligns with Lin Zhe's intentions, allowing him to save on both dining and lodging expenses for the evening. Throughout their journey, Ma Lixia emphasizes her tendency to become infatuated impulsively. Yet she refrains from acknowledging her penchant for wealth. Her previous partners have been deemed unsuitable, primarily because affluent individuals have overlooked her, while her contemporaries remain unmarried due to insufficient circumstances. Though the issue could be succinctly encapsulated in 4 words, Ma Lixia insists on attributing the blame solely to men. Lin Zhe intends to seize this opportunity to impart a lesson to Ma Lixia, planning to lay everything bare after their departure the following morning. Perhaps this experience will dissuade her from harboring unrealistic dreams. Contemplating this, Lin Zhe feels no burden. Rather, he perceives himself as grooming a future spouse for Ma Lixia's eventual husband. If not for his guidance, her mindset might remain unchanged, hindering her prospects of finding a suitable partner. Should he ever encounter Ma Lixia's future husband, Lin Zhe would insist on treating him to a meal. That said, it must be acknowledged that Ma Lixia's culinary skills are quite impressive. She swiftly prepares 4 dishes: braised sea cucumber, scrambled eggs with chives, spicy kidney, and sautéed okra. 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes serve to nourish Lin Zhe. Certain matters need not be stated overtly. Simply observing the array of dishes, Lin Zhe understands that the evening is promising. He lightheartedly quips about the similar effects of the dishes, teasing whether she fears he might be inadequate or if her expectations are excessively high. Upon Lin Zhe's candid remark, Ma Lixia shyly covers her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how embarrassing. What are you saying?" With the atmosphere charged, Lin Zhe finds little appetite left for dining. He insists they retreat indoors first. "Shall we go inside and eat later?" Faced with Lin Zhe's overt invitation, Ma Lixia hurriedly shakes her head in refusal. "If we go in now, the food will cool. I prefer to enjoy it while it's hot. Reheating alters the taste." Lin Zhe's intentions are clear. He is not drawn by the meal, but by her. Without awaiting her consent, he lifts her into the room. Rest assured, it won't cool down. As moments tick by, they emerge from the room, and the dishes remain pleasantly warm. Lin Zhe proudly boasted, "How about that? I told you it wouldn't cool down. In ancient times, one would warm wine to slay Chaoyang, and now we have me, Lin Zhe, warming dishes." Ma Lixia was amused by Lin Zhe's words. Who would have thought such a trivial matter could be related to the 3 kingdoms? Dear readers, do not misunderstand. The two merely entered the room to change the bed sheets, and nothing else transpired. Ma Lixia continually placed sea cucumbers into Lin Zhe's bowl. "Eat more. Sea cucumbers are beneficial for both men and women," she insisted, urging Lin Zhe to indulge. Yet, no matter how nourishing they were, the effects could not be felt immediately. Fortunately, Ma Lixia's presence gave Lin Zhe a sense of home. During his time in the capital, this was the first time he felt such warmth. When someone treats him well, Lin Zhe found it hard to deceive her feelings. He initially intended to reveal the truth, but he understood a fundamental truth. Women might tolerate the pretense of poverty, but they cannot accept genuine destitution. As they were halfway through their meal, Ma Lixia suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly entered the room. Moments later, she emerged, holding a stack of cash. "Here, take this 2,000 yuan. I know you've been under pressure lately and have many expenses. You can cancel the hotel. Tomorrow, I'll help you move your things over. It will be more convenient for you to stay here, and I can prepare some home-cooked meals for you, which is cleaner than eating out." This unexpected kindness completely disrupted Lin Zhe's plans. He had intended to disappear the following day, but now it was serious. She was genuinely concerned. Deceiving her emotions was already disgraceful. Accepting money would be indefensible. Lin Zhe refused to accept it, even speaking harshly to reject Ma Lixia. "What do you mean? Do you take me for a young master from a bar? I don't need your little trifles. Just take it back." Lin Zhe's tone was firm, and at first glance, he seemed to be a man of considerable means. To his surprise, Ma Lixia misunderstood his intentions and quickly transferred an additional 5,000 yuan to him. "Why are you so sensitive? I know you aren't short of money, but right now, you are. You can return it when you have it in the future. It's uncomfortable for me to see you struggling financially. Why should we speak as if we were strangers?" In that moment, Lin Zhe felt as if he had discovered a new world. Was it truly this easy to earn money? He worked tirelessly for an entire month just to earn 500 yuan, and without performance, he could not even secure that meager salary. Here he was, impersonating a wealthy heir, and a young lady casually handed him 7,000 yuan. At this rate, he could face serious consequences. However, one must consider that fortune favors the bold, and these were all gifts freely given by Ma Lixia. Lin Zhe had not asked for a single penny. It was truly a generous offer. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, contemplating the path ahead. Once he indulged in this lifestyle, it would be difficult to relinquish it. He could easily find himself on a path to crime. After all, if posing as affluent could bring in money, who would still want to work? At that moment, Ma Lixia spoke again. "Why won't you accept it? Do you not view me as your woman?" This statement left Lin Zhe utterly speechless. She hesitated to accept it, feeling a certain distance between her and Lin Zhe, which undoubtedly left a bitter taste in her heart. In consideration of Ma Lixia's feelings, Lin Zhe reluctantly accepted it, feigning a look of helplessness. Alas, who would have thought that one day I would be supported by a woman? I once believed that apart from inheriting a fraction of my father's shares, I was nothing but a fool. Now, it seems I must reevaluate my life. In all my years, no woman has ever spent money on me. As he spoke, 2 tears slipped down Lin Zhe's cheeks. Do not underestimate these tears. In Ma Lixia's eyes, she had already moved him. Everything may be a facade, yet tears cannot lie. Those 2 drops alone were worth the 7,000 yuan. Seizing the moment, Ma Lixia embraced Lin Zhe, offering him comfort. Who says that in a relationship, it must always be the man who spends? True love involves mutual struggle. Do not dwell on your troubles. Take some time to adjust your mood. My little shop can support us both without issue. Often, a single phrase can stir deep emotions, yet Lin Zhe remained acutely aware. Ma Lixia's actions presupposed that Lin Zhe had built a favorable persona. Had he been honest from the outset, he might not have even had the chance to meet her. As the saying goes, those with wealth contribute money, while those with strength contribute effort. Ma Lixia provided the former, while Lin Zhe was expected to provide the latter. The following morning, Lin Zhe was awakened by the clattering sounds from the kitchen. As he turned over, he discovered a neatly arranged set of new underwear and socks by his bedside. It is indeed the charm of a May-December romance. Ma Lixia took care of him with remarkable attentiveness, down to the smallest detail. When had Lin Zhe ever experienced such treatment? Yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Upon exiting the living room, he found Ma Lixia preparing breakfast. Noticing Lin Zhe had awakened, she put down her tasks and stepped out of the kitchen. Did I wake you with all the noise? Go brush your teeth. I've already squeezed the toothpaste for you. Early this morning, I went out and bought you some underwear and towels. After breakfast, I'll accompany you to purchase a few sets of clothes. Your current ones reek of smoke, so let us discard those. All of this made Lin Zhe feel as though he were in a dream. Just yesterday, he was a neglected loser. And overnight he had been pampered like a cherished son. The sudden arrival of happiness left him somewhat disoriented. He had heard of the concept of living off a woman's generosity, yet never imagined it would happen to him. Lin Zhe found it somewhat amusing. He had aspired to forge his path through hard work, believing that opportunities in the capital were abundant, thus opting to venture north. However, reality had reshaped his understanding. They say you become what you consume. It seems merely enduring hardship is insufficient. One must also be nurtured by others. If the right path is chosen, the capital indeed sparkles with gold. Since happiness has arrived, one must relish it fully. Overthinking diminishes the perception of joy. Lin Zhe glanced at his phone, discovering it was already 8 in the morning. Ma Lixia handed him mouthwash, gently guiding him into the bathroom, and deftly took his phone from his hands. Upon discovering that Lin Zhe had not locked his phone, curiosity prompted Ma Lixia to take a look. The most striking feature was the plethora of friend requests, over 20. To be precise, Ma Lixia was taken aback by Lin Zhe's popularity and decided to delve deeper. However, she soon realized that, aside from her, he had not added anyone else. This revelation brought her immense joy. So many beautiful women have added you, yet you only accepted me? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe felt a pang of anxiety. Reflecting on their conversations, he reassured himself that it was merely between him and Ma Lixia. Women have a penchant for their phones. What harm could come from her browsing it? Similarly, Ma Lixia was intrigued as to why Lin Zhe was unfazed by her snooping. Aren't you upset that I looked at your phone? Whether he was upset or not, Lin Zhe had little choice but to respond to her query. I have nothing to hide, so why should I be concerned? Besides, you are my woman, and your interest in my phone signifies that you care. Why don't you check others' phones? Every individual has their own paths. If Lin Zhe could grasp this concept in his work, his performance would undoubtedly soar. A simple response could brighten Ma Lixia's day. The more women who added Lin Zhe, the more he appeared to her as a catch. Exceptional men possess a unique allure, attracting attention wherever they go. With so many nearby expressing interest, Ma Lixia felt a sense of danger, often experiencing a sense of crisis. At that moment, Lin Zhe emerged from his routine, wrapping Ma Lixia in his embrace. He softly whispered into her ear, "Such matters require mutual understanding. One cannot always keep watch. I am not the type to engage in deceitful behavior. Even with so many adding me, have you seen me agreeing to it? Then why did you accept me?" This question, if left unresolved, would forever linger in Ma Lixia's mind. Perhaps the answer was inconsequential. What truly mattered was Lin Zhe's attitude. In the face of a woman whose intelligence seemed to wane during their romance, Lin Zhe knew precisely how to respond. It was not merely about words. Actions had to accompany them. At that moment, Lin Zhe held Ma Lixia tightly and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Chapter 6. The Jealousy of Women. Who knows what possessed me when I first saw your profile? It felt so familiar. Is there really such a thing as fate? With this remark, Lin Zhe not only addressed Ma Lixia's inquiry, but also steered the conversation toward destiny. Although he was not particularly fond of her topic, viewing her as a client made everything seem perfectly normal. Engaging in conversation was akin to discussing a client's preferences. After a few exchanges, Ma Lixia was delighted and even performed some morning exercises. They had planned to go shopping for clothes after their morning routine, yet Lin Zhe, utterly fatigued, decided to retreat to his room for a brief nap. The most delightful of rests is that of a mid-morning slumber, akin to the bliss of a second wife. Upon awakening, Lin Zhe found that Ma Lixia had already gone to the store and left him a message on his phone. Darling, I've arrived at the store. Remember to come find me once you wake up. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from physical activity, Lin Zhe experienced an unusual weakness in his legs. As he attempted to rise, he found his legs lacked the strength to support him. Struggling to rise from the bedside table, Lin Zhe found himself grappling with an unfamiliar sensation. Although such occurrences are commonplace, he had never experienced them before and was alarmed, thinking he had already become feeble at such a tender age. How could he possibly venture out for a shopping spree when he could barely lift his legs? It felt akin to a monkey's mother indeed. Inside the beauty salon, Ma Lixia radiated with vitality, seated on a sofa on the first floor, engrossed in her phone. Ever since she stepped through the door that day, her smile had not waned. Just then, a customer entered, also a woman, who immediately noticed the change in Ma Lixia. Hello, may I inquire what products you've been using? It hasn't been long since we last met, yet your skin appears rejuvenated, and your complexion has improved. You seem to have turned back the clock. The customer, clad in professional attire, exuded elegance. Her well-maintained figure complemented by a chic bob haircut that marked her as a formidable woman, appearing to be of similar age to Ma Lixia. Tianwen, the second daughter in her family, had partnered with her sister, Tianyun, to establish a chain of rustic grain restaurants, boasting 6 branches in the empire, the largest of which had been rebranded as Tianyuan Family Banquet. With a location conveniently near Jinsong, Tianwen frequently patronized Ma Lixia's establishment. Upon seeing Tianwen, Ma Lixia hurried to greet her. Oh, dear sister, why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have had the beautician prepare in advance. I merely stopped by to take a look. If you're not too busy, perhaps a hydrating treatment? Tianwen replied, though she soon realized that the beautician was nowhere to be found. It seemed unlikely that the hydrating treatment would materialize. Instead, she opted for a bit of gossip. It is often said that 3 women form a play, and even with just 2, there was no shortage of chatter. Curious about the reason behind Ma Lixia's newfound glow, Tianwen inquired, while Ma Lixia hesitated to divulge the truth. After all, one cannot simply reveal that she had found a boyfriend the previous day, and that a man can serve as a woman's finest beauty treatment. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, Lin Zhe entered the salon. I'm parched, please pour me a glass of water. Hearing this, Ma Lixia promptly prepared a cup of fruit tea and thoughtfully brought it to Lin Zhe's lips. Be careful, it's hot. Why haven't you been drinking at home? Lin Zhe shrugged, claiming he was too lazy to boil water and couldn't locate the kettle or cups. Without missing a beat, Ma Lixia took the blame upon herself. I was too careless. I should have left a cup of water by the bedside before I left. Such attentive service, who could resist? Even Tianwen, witnessing this, was taken aback. Having known Ma Lixia for 2 years, she had never seen her exhibit such humility. Could this be the power of love? But wait, Tianwen pondered. She too had experienced marriage before, yet she had never been like this. She even began to suspect whether Lin Zhe had cast some sort of spell on Ma Lixia. Noticing Tianwen's astonished expression, Ma Lixia remembered to introduce the two. This is my sister, a longtime customer of mine, and my boyfriend, Lin Zhe. Upon entering, Lin Zhe had barely noticed, but soon realized there was another woman in the salon. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but admire Tianwen's impressive figure. Her shirt buttons seemingly on the verge of bursting. If I could spend a delightful evening with such a woman, Lin Zhe would willingly sacrifice 2 hours of his life. Similarly, Tianwen observed Lin Zhe and, based on her understanding of Ma Lixia, concluded that it was improbable for someone like her to be interested in a man of Lin Zhe's caliber. While he may not be entirely unremarkable, he certainly would not capture Ma Lixia's attention. It is often said that curiosity can be perilous, and at that moment, Tianwen's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. "Hello, my name is Tianwen. May I inquire where Mr. Lin is currently employed?" With just a glance at Tianwen's demeanor, Lin Zhe recognized that she was a woman of worldly experience. To avoid revealing his facade, he refrained from boasting, as his identity as a wealthy heir was fabricated. Being exposed would be quite awkward. Thus, he resorted to the persona of a carefree gentleman. Not quite a prestigious position. At present, I am a stay-at-home husband. A stay-at-home husband? Isn't that akin to living off a woman? Tianwen cast a peculiar look at Ma Lixia, thinking to herself, when did you become so short-sighted? Surely, if one were to live off someone, they should at least be a strikingly handsome man. What could Ma Lixia possibly see in Lin Zhe? Was it simply a matter of superficial exposure? While Lin Zhe might not be concerned about his reputation, Ma Lixia certainly was, especially in front of Tianwen. Sister, don't pay attention to his jesting. He hails from a family that runs a coal business in Yanbei, and after a disagreement with his family, he is staying with me for a few days. With those few words, Ma Lixia created an illusion for Tianwen, suggesting that the two had known each other for quite some time. Coupled with Lin Zhe's lack of fashion sense, Tianwen found the entire situation plausible. In China, those who dress poorly can generally be categorized into two groups, the landlords from Guangdong province or the coal barons from the Shaanxi region. Yet, the two types of uncouth styles differ significantly. Landlords exhibit a cheap sort of rusticity, typically seen in flip-flops and oversized shorts, while coal barons prefer extravagance over modesty, often showcasing their wealth with lavish weddings and purchasing entire buildings, all of which are particularly characteristic of Yanbei's coal tycoons. Though she had only heard of them before, she never imagined she would encounter one in person today. Mr. Lin, you certainly possess a sense of humor. Well done, Ma Lixia. When did you secretly find such a golden turtle? You are quite adept at hiding. Are you concerned we might compete for him? Or are you merely afraid of exposing your wealth? How did such an exceptional man come to be yours? Your methods are impressive. Whenever others complimented Lin Zhe, Ma Lixia felt a surge of joy within, as praising Lin Zhe was, in essence, a reflection of her own worth. Previously, when their relationship was still in its infancy, it was not appropriate to introduce him to others. Ma Lixia's remarks further convinced Tianwen that Lin Zhe was indeed the son of a coal magnate, and that their acquaintance had spanned quite a considerable time. In the realm of female friendships, one must always be wary of jealousy. Observing Ma Lixia's blissful smile, Tianwen felt an undeniable pang of envy. What makes you so deserving of a wealthy heir? Initially, Tianwen believed Ma Lixia had lost her discernment, but now she felt Lin Zhe was equally blind. Such is the nature of women. While jealousy may simmer beneath the surface, one must maintain a facade of composure. Tianwen adopted the role of a concerned family member, beginning to reprimand Ma Lixia for her choices. What on earth were you thinking? When my boyfriend arrived, shouldn't we take him out for a delightful stroll? Instead, you let him languish at home. Listen to me. I shall treat you all to lunch at my restaurant. Mr. Lin hails from Yanbei and is sure to relish the buckwheat noodles. I can assure you that my buckwheat noodles are the finest in the entire capital. Ma Lixia, being rather naive, fails to grasp Tianwen's intentions. She mistakenly believes that Tianwen's invitation to Lin Zhe for a meal is a gesture to enhance her own popularity. In the realm of dining, one encounters all manner of difficult customers. When it comes to cunning, Ma Lixia's could not rival Tianwen. As a man, Lin Zhe is rather attuned to the subtleties of women and quickly discerns that Tianwen is not of good character. Yet, there is one undeniable truth. Lin Zhe genuinely wishes to embrace this woman. A woman of such caliber is one he would never dare to hold in his dreams. But now, being able to share a meal at the same table marks a significant first step. However, he must maintain a facade. How could he allow the second sister to bear the costs? Out of courtesy and reason, it is my turn to treat. I have heard Ma Lixia mention the second sister before. Who would have thought I would encounter her today? As long as the second sister is pleased, she may choose any restaurant in the capital. Regardless of Lin Zhe's wealth, his words carry a commanding presence. Should Tianwen select a restaurant, it would ultimately be Ma Lixia who settles the bill. If Lin Zhe were to embarrass himself, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on Ma Lixia. Such is the nature of women, and Lin Zhe has a firm grip on it. Thankfully, Tianwen possesses a sense of decorum, believing that Lin Zhe, having traveled far, should not be expected to pay. Moreover, how much could a meal truly cost? The trio arrived at the rustic grain restaurant. Though modest in size, it can accommodate up to 300 diners at once, as it is Tianwen's domain. She promptly arranged for Lin Zhe to be seated in the VIP room on the second floor and presented the menu to him, encouraging him to order whatever he fancied. One should not underestimate the act of ordering. A poor choice can easily reveal one's inexperience. Frankly, Lin Zhe has only dined in grand establishments for weddings and similar occasions, and the task of ordering is somewhat daunting for him. Fortunately, with the recent trend towards lighter fare, he could simply opt for more vegetarian dishes. While previous generations fretted over what to eat, the contemporary individual grapples with indecision. My greatest fear is the act of ordering. Upon opening the menu, I often find little that appeals. Let us go with stir-fried shredded chicken with bean sprouts, and the rest you may choose, he declared, handing the menu back to Tianwen. Although the dishes were not extravagant, Tianwen found Lin Zhe to have quite an appetite and decided to order a few signature dishes. When in the capital, one must indulge in Peking duck. And I assure you our crispy, non-greasy roast duck is simply exquisite, cooked in a closed oven. This is a must-try. Afterward, a bottle of red wine was also ordered. During the ordering process, Tianwen only sought Lin Zhe's opinion, never once inquiring about Ma Lixia's preferences. In contrast, Lin Zhe would check in with Ma Lixia, asking if she was agreeable. If she nodded, he would affirm the choice. This small detail warmed Ma Lixia's heart immensely. As for Peking duck, Lin Zhe had only ever experienced it from a roadside stall for a mere few dozen yuan and knew it was to be eaten wrapped in lotus leaf pancakes. However, when it was served, he was surprised to see it accompanied by cotton candy. It seems that even a wealthy heir must tread carefully, lest he inadvertently reveal his true self. In the future, one must certainly engage in more learning. Even if one has never witnessed a pig run, one should at least be aware of its existence. Fortunately, with the presence of Ma Lixia, Lin Zhe need not take any action himself. Ma Lixia dipped a piece of duck skin in fine sugar and placed it within a lotus leaf pancake, crafting a small pouch that she set into Lin Zhe's bowl. The fine sugar is typically a delicacy for women, though it remains uncertain whether you enjoy it. Best to indulge while you can. Before Lin Zhe could even begin his meal, Tianwen skillfully rolled another piece and added it to Lin Zhe's bowl. Men prefer spicy sauces, while women enjoy fine sugar. It seems Lin Zhe might favor dipping his food in sauce. Ordinarily, Lin Zhe, as Ma Lixia's boyfriend, should not have had his dishes served by Tianwen. Her actions were nothing less than a blatant provocation towards Ma Lixia. Although Ma Lixia felt displeasure, she could not express it. Mindful of Tianwen's status as a valued customer, she had hoped that by taking a step back, the situation would improve, but it seemed to only invite further encroachment. Once the red wine had been decanted, Tianwen took the opportunity to pour for Lin Zhe, audaciously seating herself beside him. The three of them sat closely at the round table, creating an awkward atmosphere. Tianwen raised her glass, playfully inviting Lin Zhe to clink it with hers. Although Ma Lixia remained silent, inwardly she cursed. What a flirt. Haven't you ever met a man before? If you have the capability, go seek your own. Yet, she could not bear to watch Lin Zhe and Tianwen drink together, feeling discontented. Why should Tianwen enjoy herself at her expense? Come, count me in. Let us three drink together. At this moment, Lin Zhe recognized the silent rivalry unfolding between the two women. He found it amusing that as a mere pretender of wealth, he was suddenly so sought after. This brings to light the social climate of the capital, where the surplus of single women makes men like Lin Zhe, an exemplary bachelor, extremely desirable. Both Ma Lixia and Tianwen, at their age, could be considered as part of the considerable surplus. Having stumbled upon a quality man, it is only natural they would test the waters, for who knows what success might lie ahead. Previously, Lin Zhe believed that the affluent merely enjoyed better food, housing, and clothing. Now, he realized he had underestimated the breadth of their experiences. The satisfaction derived from such social interactions could elevate Lin Zhe to new heights of joy. The happiness of the wealthy is indeed beyond the imagination of those less fortunate. As the three continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Women are often more sensitive. And recognizing her own aggressive demeanor, Tianwen sought an excuse to step out. You all continue eating. I will fetch some fruit from the kitchen. No sooner had she exited than Ma Lixia leaned closer to Lin Zhe, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Why are you so familiar with her? You two are practically inseparable. It was evident that she was feeling jealous. Lin Zhe feigned innocence, replying, Isn't she your friend? Besides, how was I to know she would be so forward? If you are unhappy, We can settle the bill and leave. It's as if I have done something wrong. Molly Xia did not intend to blame Lin Zhe. She simply felt a twinge of discomfort. However, Lin Zhe's demeanor at least ensured that Molly Xia did not feel neglected. Even if she harbored resentment, she could not direct it towards Lin Zhe and instead placed all the blame on Tianwen. I cannot comprehend her demeanor. So cheap and willing to let men take advantage of her. If I weren't here, she would likely have stripped and thrown herself at you. In Chapter 8, with shoes worth over 10,000, did she really wear them? At this moment, Lin Zhe should have joined Ma Lixia in berating Tianwen. That is the duty of a boyfriend. Yet, Lin Zhe chose to contradict Ma Lixia. Nonsense. Does someone like Tianwen truly possess such desperation? I refuse to believe it. It is not that Lin Zhe does not support Ma Lixia. Who knows if Tianwen has been eavesdropping at the door. However, Ma Lixia was too furious to consider such things, stamping her feet in anger. What? You don't believe me? Are you perhaps eager to test it? Just then, Tianwen returned. Test what? At this moment, Ma Lixia regretted coming to dinner with Tianwen. She wondered if her previous remarks had been overheard. All she wanted was to leave with Lin Zhe quickly. Remaining any longer could jeopardize her relationship. Oh, it's nothing. I planned to take Lin Zhe shopping for a few outfits for him to try on. Little did she know, she had fallen right into Tianwen's trap. Perfect. Let us go together. I have cards for several clothing stores in Sanlitun. Ma Lixia initially intended to refuse, but at that moment, the store's beautician called. Ma Jia, where are you? Sister Tian has arrived. You must return quickly. Every time Tianwen visits, it is Ma Lixia who personally attends to her. It's possible that Tianwen went out just to call Tianwen. Meanwhile, Tianwen feigned ignorance, asking, what is going on? Ma Lixia thought to herself, you must know very well. If it weren't for your sister being a major client at my shop, I would have retorted. The customer is always right. And Ma Lixia had to humble herself. However, before leaving, she needed to take Lin Zhe with her. Sister is at the store, I must attend to her. It seems today as shopping will have to wait until another day. Lin Zhe understood Ma Lixia's implication and rose to agree. Let us postpone it. Work is important. So we should withdraw. Everything seemed to flow naturally. Yet, if Lin Zhe were to leave, wouldn't Tianwen's efforts have been in vain? In Ma Lixia's eyes, she had already lost her dignity, so she might as well disregard it completely. What is the big deal? I can accompany Lin Zhe. Can I? I am familiar with that area in Sanlitun as well. You should attend to your matters. Tianwen's maneuver genuinely surprised Ma Lixia. She was rather bold. With just a few words, she rendered Ma Lixia unable to refuse, forcing her gaze back to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's response nearly infuriated Ma Lixia. Is that all right? Ma Lixia wanted to assert that it was not, but could she? She wondered why Lin Zhe could not discern the situation. A simple refusal would have sufficed, leaving Ma Lixia pleased without offending Tianwen. Yet, Lin Zhe placed the decision back on Ma Lixia. If she insisted on taking Lin Zhe with her, she would appear petty. Upon reflection, they could hardly engage in any outrageous behavior during daylight. Perhaps it was best to let them go. It is a rare occasion that my elder sister has some free time, so you should accompany her. Here is my credit card. The password is 125,521. Purchase whatever you desire. In the presence of Tianwen, Lin Zhe certainly cannot accept it. However, with the meager amount of money in his pocket, he would find it insufficient for any purchases in Sanlitun. If he were to take the money, it should be done with conviction. What are you doing? I never spend a woman's money. You are putting me in a rather uncomfortable position. Do you realize that? Ma Lixia was aware of her oversight. Yet she knew Lin Zhe was financially constrained. However, she neglected to consider Tianwen's presence, disregarding Lin Zhe's dignity. That is not my intention. You cannot just rely on your father for money, can you? What difference does it make between us? Aren't we in the same situation? Saying this, she shoved the card into Lin Zhe's hand and then turned to leave the VIP room. One must always avoid being overly clever. Tianwen, with her background in the service industry, believed she had observed the nuances. It was evident from Ma Lixia's tone that Lin Zhe had come to the capital in a fit of rebellion against his family, thus his financial situation was likely precarious. It was precisely this that allowed Ma Lixia to seize the opportunity to rise in status. At such times, men require care and concern more than ever. Tianwen thought herself superior to Ma Lixia in every regard. She believed that by showing Lin Zhe a little kindness, it would be obvious to him whom to choose. Yet, Tianwen overlooked one crucial point. Only children make choices. Lin Zhe was an adult, and as an adult, he desired everything. Upon exiting the restaurant, Tianwen led Lin Zhe to an Audi Q5, thoughtfully opening the car door for him. There is no traffic at this hour, so let us drive. The car may not be a luxury, but at least it serves its purpose, and I apologize for the inconvenience. For Lin Zhe, the Audi Q5 represented luxury. He had never been in one before and was eager to experience it. Once inside, Tianwen instinctively inquired, "What car do you usually drive?" This sudden question caught Lin Zhe off guard, prompting him to reply without thinking. "Mostly a Santana." "Really?" Tianwen mused. How can a coal magnate drive a mere car worth a few thousand? However, Lin Zhe was speaking the truth. The Santana belonged to someone else, and he did not even possess one himself. Before he could clarify, Tianwen began to draw her own conclusions. "Oh, I see. You often go to the mines. So you drive a Santana, right?" Her self-answered question amused Lin Zhe. It seemed wise to remain silent and let things unfold. Indeed, driving that car to the mines would certainly cause you distress. The coal would leave dents all over it. What had begun as a casual inquiry was soon forgotten, and Tianwen accelerated towards Sanlitun. Judging by her familiarity, it was clear she was a regular patron of the area. She led Lin Zhe directly into a shoe store. Each pair was priced above 10,000, while Lin Zhe recalled that Nike shoes typically cost around 1,000. How could they be so exorbitant in the capital? Unbeknownst to him, this was what they referred to as a reverse hook, where the mere design could drastically alter the price. Even with Ma Lixia's credit card, Lin Zhe could not afford to spend so extravagantly. Let us explore other establishments, for during these exceptional times, one must be treated with particular consideration. At present, I find myself under another's roof, and thus, I lack the standing to don such expensive footwear. Upon hearing this, Tianwen promptly requested the attendant to bring a pair forth. Do not rush away, try them on first. Whether you purchase them is inconsequential. It is a rare occasion for you to visit the capital, and I wish to extend my hospitality. When I visit Yanbei, I shall undoubtedly impose upon you as well. The implication was clear. If you fancy them, wear them, and do not fret over the cost. If it were merely a few hundred or thousand, Lin Zhe might have acquiesced. However, this pair exceeded 10,000. Lin Zhe would need to forego sustenance for 3 months to afford them. Under the enthusiastic persuasion of the sales associate and Tianwen, Lin Zhe reluctantly complied. Once he slipped them on, he found them rather uncomfortable. Yet, Tianwen, having merely glanced at him, deemed them perfectly fitting. "This pair will do. Let us proceed with payment," she declared. Chapter 9. Awakening to the path of success. Lin Zhe could scarcely recall how he exited the store. From the moment Tianwen swiped her card, his mind became a void. The total cost of the ensemble could easily buy half of Lin Zhe's life. Noticing Lin Zhe's discomfort, Tianwen assumed he was apprehensive about Ma Lixia's inquiries. "Do not overthink it. A man should carry himself with grace. If someone treats my boyfriend with such kindness, I would only perceive it as a testament to his charm. If Ma Lixia were to be upset over this trivial matter, she is unworthy of you." She then led Lin Zhe into a Jack Jones boutique, where she outfitted him from head to toe, with each item priced above 2,000. The bill totaled over 10,000 once again. Lin Zhe quickly discerned her intention, to thrust him into the realm of the affluent. He thought to himself, "You may indulge, but I am not your progeny." Upon emerging from the clothing store, Lin Zhe had undergone a remarkable transformation. His entire demeanor was altered. They say a person is defined by their attire, and a horse by its saddle. This adage holds a kernel of truth. Suddenly, Tianwen received a phone call and gestured for Lin Zhe to wait a moment before stepping away to converse. In that instant, Lin Zhe regained his composure. With this new ensemble acquired without spending a dime, he would surely face challenges in explaining it to Ma Lixia. He needed to devise a way to justify the expenditure on her card. Just then, he noticed a watch shop nearby, filled with luxury timepieces. Since he was not spending his own money, Lin Zhe felt no remorse. He silently mused, "I shall use Ma Lixia's funds to gift her a watch. That must count as having a conscience, right?" It was somewhat conscientious, albeit minimally. In Lin Zhe's estimation, he had no knowledge of which watches were desirable or otherwise. He typically relied on his phone to tell time, so he was quite out of his depth. However, he had heard of the Chanel brand. Thus, he pointed to a timepiece in the display case priced at 26,888. "Hello, could you please bring that watch out for me to examine?" To Lin Zhe, a watch costing over 26,000 was exorbitant, yet to the sales associate, those who wore such timepieces were deemed impoverished. Consequently, the customer service was somewhat lacking. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? If so, I will retrieve it for you." In former times, Lin Zhe would have remained silent and simply turned away. Yet now, deeply immersed in his role, He truly believed himself to be the son of a coal magnate, and his temper flared instantly. How would I know whether to look if I didn't? You watch sellers are all so arrogant. One might even think you own this store. Don't look down on others. If I dig a few more shovels of coal, I could buy several stores just like this one. At that moment, Tianwen returned from a phone call and, witnessing Lin Zhe's outburst, hurried over. Oh dear, why get angry with a mere salesperson? Don't so readily unleash your coal magnate temper. It's hardly worth it. Lin Zhe's earlier words, coupled with Tianwen's supportive tone, made the salesperson suddenly realize his mistake in underestimating Lin Zhe. Hastily, he apologized. I'm sorry, sir, it was my fault earlier. You wanted to see this Chanel ceramic watch, correct? I'll bring it to you right away. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe had already become addicted to impersonating a wealthy heir, feeling that those few words had truly satisfied his anger. This is Beijing, after all. If this were Yanbei, the shop would have been shut down by now. Are watch salespeople really this arrogant nowadays? The aura of a nouveau riche that radiated from Lin Zhe also impressed Tianwen. Wealth indeed commands respect. Yet she was curious why Lin Zhe was looking at ladies' watches. Upon closer inspection, she noticed he wasn't even wearing a watch himself. Why are you looking at women's watches? Lin Zhe spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. My watch was pawned long ago, otherwise I'd be living in poverty here in Beijing. You've already given me shoes and clothes, so I have to reciprocate somehow. I can't afford much else, but I can at least afford this watch. When Tianwen learned that the watch was a gift for himself, she laughed heartily. I don't wear watches like this. You should give it to Ma Lixiao instead. Your thoughtfulness is enough. Originally, Lin Zhe intended the watch for Ma Lixiao, but Tianwen's question prompted him to speak casually. Buying a watch with Ma Lixiao's money and giving it to Tianwen would undoubtedly provoke Ma Lixiao to confront Lin Zhe fiercely. Right? How could I forget Ma Lixiao? I should give her a gift too. I've only been thinking about you. Sometimes, what a man does matters less than how he phrases it. Hearing Lin Zhe speak thus, Tianwen felt she was on the brink of success. She naturally linked her arm through his, her expression sweet and tender. You're quite the smooth talker. Aren't you worried about Ma Lixiao getting jealous of me? Their intimate gestures made them resemble a couple, yet their words were perplexing. The salesperson, holding the watch, looked at the pair with astonishment, thinking, their relationship is certainly complicated. Soon, he formed a theory. Surely, the coal magnate has brought his mistress shopping. Indeed, anyone overhearing Lin Zhe and Tianwen's exchange would draw the same conclusion. At that moment, Lin Zhe had no time to examine the watch. Instead, he was engrossed in animated conversation with Tianwen. I'm a smooth talker? How would you know if you've never kissed me? No sooner had he spoken than Tianwen pressed her lips to his. The motion was so swift that Lin Zhe scarcely had time to react. Secretly, he marveled inwardly. Are women in the imperial capital all so forward? Lin Zhe was still devising ways to win over Tianwen, eager to savor the thrill of pursuing a strong, independent woman. Yet, from his current vantage, it seemed he was the one ensnared. This confirmed the adage that the most sophisticated hunters often appear as prey. All of this stemmed from Lin Zhe's inadvertent blunders. Licking his lips, Lin Zhe found it hard to believe what was happening. Could it be that his own ancestral tomb had been struck by lightning and caught fire? Not merely smoking, but truly aflame. Seeing Lin Zhe frozen in stupefaction, Tianwen gently shook his arm. Was it really necessary? It was just a kiss. Why look so dazed? Only then did Lin Zhe regain his composure, murmuring that he felt as if shocked by electricity, and that their closeness made him uneasy, placing him in a difficult position. At that moment, Lin Zhe resolved never to let Tianwen claim him so easily. Only by making Tianwen ardently pursue him could he maximize his own interests. A man must possess the steadfastness to remain unmoved amidst temptation. If it were any woman, that would be far too degrading. To truly present oneself well, it is not merely a matter of status or appearance, but an embodiment from within and without. From today onward, he must learn and grow, as if discovering a pathway to success. What was the point of coveting petty gains? If one were to covet, it should be grand. Chapter 10. Even thieves have their code. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Yet Lin Zhe could not outright reject Tianwen. If she realized she stood no chance, what use would seduction be? I'm sorry, I need a moment to collect myself. I am a man of great fidelity, and my mind is somewhat unsettled. This statement was nearly flawless, implying to Tianwen that while his body yearned to be with her, his conscience forbade it. And he was currently engaged in a moral struggle. Their mutual affection tormented the waiter, who stood holding a watch, waiting for Lin Zhe's choice. Reflecting on Lin Zhe's earlier outburst, the waiter could only quietly inquire, "Sir, do you still want the watch?" Lin Zhe feigned panic, stammering, "Why yes, this one. Charge it." Once the payment was processed, Lin Zhe suddenly smacked his forehead. "Oh no, I swiped the wrong card. Can I change it?" The waiter, already holding the receipt awaiting his signature, replied apologetically, "Sorry, sir, it has already been processed." Lin Zhe sighed, "Very well, then please wrap it up for me." This was all part of Lin Zhe's performance before Tian won, a subtle message that he had mistakenly charged the card because of her. "Don't think I'm using Ma Lixia's card to buy gifts for Ma Lixia." One must admit, Lin Zhe's attention to such details was impeccable. Meanwhile, at the beauty salon, Ma Lixia was distracted, her mind elsewhere. After all, entrusting her man to another's care would unsettle anyone. Lying on the beauty bed, Tianyun sensed that Ma Lixia was somewhat troubled today. "Xiaoma, what's wrong? You seem preoccupied." Marixia harbored resentment, blaming Tianyun for her untimely arrival. Never before had she come at such a moment. She inwardly wished she could scour Tianyun's face with acid. Though unable to voice her grievances openly, the sting of injustice demanded expression. "My boyfriend came all the way from Yinbei to see me. We were dining with my second sister at your family's shop when your call abruptly dragged me away. You even promised to accompany my boyfriend shopping this afternoon, which never happened. Fortunately, my second sister, being warm-hearted, took him out instead," she recounted, succinctly clarifying the entire situation. At that moment, Tianyun realized it was all orchestrated by Tianwen, her sister's reckless scheming, dragging her into the fray over a man. Curiosity piqued. She yearned to see what kind of man could provoke such brazen behavior from Tianwen. To soothe Marixia, Tianyun urged her not to overthink and claimed she had merely stopped by for a facial treatment. Had Lin Zhe been present, she would never have entered. Seeking to make amends, Tianyun generously offered to recharge Marixia's card with an additional 50,000 yuan. Money, the universal balm, quelled half of Marixia's ire. Previously, Marixia's earnings sufficed for her needs, even allowing her to save tens of thousands annually. Yet now, with Lin Zhe in the picture, her expenses had multiplied. After all, Lin Zhe was a man born with a silver spoon, and Marixia feared he might suffer injustices. With this 50,000 yuan infusion, a significant problem was resolved. "Thank you, elder sister. I've been waiting for some money lately. You don't know, my boyfriend comes from a wealthy family and usually spends extravagantly. He is upset with his family and has come to me for refuge. I can't afford to shortchange him, can I?" Once she started, Marixia couldn't stop praising Lin Zhe. He is quite principled. Whether living a life of luxury or modest simplicity, he manages well. I even offered him a few thousand yuan as pocket money, but he refused outright. Hearing Marixia's glowing portrayal, Tianyun found herself increasingly intrigued. "I must meet this man. Such gentlemen are increasingly rare nowadays. You must cherish him." At present, Marixia was eager to hear any praise of Lin Zhe, almost obsessively so. Though they had only known each other a day, it felt as if they had been acquainted for years. Were Lin Zhe a con artist? Marixia's modest fortune would have long since vanished. Yet Lin Zhe had no intention of swindling money. At most, he might deceive for affection. Unexpectedly, both women vied to lavish him with gifts, and Lin Zhe found himself unable to resist. In a single day, tens of thousands were spent, leaving Lin Zhe uneasy. Fortunately, the purchases were all clothing, considered gifts. Had it been cash, such a substantial amount would have warranted criminal charges. As Lin Zhe journeyed homeward, he recognized an opportunity. Since these women were so willing to spend on him, surely they would support his entrepreneurial ventures. If his business succeeded, he would no longer engage in illicit activities. With such abundant resources at his disposal, Lin Zhe resolved to seize this chance wholeheartedly. However, all of this requires a flawless plan. Previously, having only seen it on television, Lin Zhe pondered how a man could deceive several women out of millions. He wondered why one wouldn't take that money to start a business instead of squandering it. Now, Lin Zhe comprehends the exhaustion of entrepreneurship. Pretending to be a wealthy heir not only satisfies his vanity, but also brings in considerable wealth. Who in their right mind would choose the arduous path of entrepreneurship? To avoid incarceration, Lin Zhe established a rule for himself. He must never solicit money from them. Even if they willingly offer, he must not squander it. It is either a path to success or an irreversible downfall. Before long, the car halted in front of a beauty salon. Tianwen's eyes brimmed with reluctance. "Can you give me a hug?" she implored. Lin Zhe felt an overwhelming urge to take drastic measures. But he reminded himself that good things take time. The meat is already in the pot. So why rush to take off the lid? No, it wouldn't be appropriate for Ma Lixia to see. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner another day. With that, Lin Zhe reached for the car door to exit. Unexpectedly, Tianwen quickly locked the door. When is another day? Specify a date. This unexpected maneuver left Lin Zhe feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter, unable to exit the vehicle. All right, I will heed your suggestion, he conceded. Really? Tianwen's face lit up with excitement as she leaned in closer, coyly suggesting, I want you to have dinner with me tonight. Lin Zhe inhaled deeply, feigning distress. You know that's impossible. I suspect Ma Lixia is already upset this afternoon. How about tomorrow? Tianwen was fully aware that tonight was unfeasible. Her suggestion was a deliberate ploy to pin down a specific date. Without it, the timing could be uncertain. All right, it's settled then. Let us make a pact. If it changes, we shall drink horse urine. This behavior was entirely juvenile. Perhaps Tianwen's stern demeanor at the shop was merely a facet of her professional persona. After all, who wouldn't desire to be pampered? Chapter 11. The visit from the spirited young woman Lin Zhe had now discerned Tianwen's temperament. He decided to indulge her as one would a daughter, and with Lin Zhe's impeccable persona, Tianwen could not escape his grasp. All right, let us seal this pact. If it changes, we shall drink horse urine. Upon seeing Lin Zhe's understanding, Tianwen finally unlocked the car door. Lin Zhe initially assumed she would not exit, but to his surprise, Tianwen followed him out, instinctively linking her arm with his. Had Lin Zhe not reacted swiftly, the beautician would have certainly taken notice. What are you doing? Be mindful of appearances. Tianwen recognized her growing dependency on this closeness. I apologize, I've become a bit addicted to it. My sister is upstairs, I will head up first. With few people downstairs, Lin Zhe found a place to sit and prepared to absorb knowledge about the affluent. Continuous learning is essential for progress, after all, as it pertains to a man's endeavors. Laughter echoed from the three women upstairs, and Lin Zhe found women to be rather peculiar creatures. One moment, they seemed adversarial, and the next, they transformed into sisters. He surmised they were likely gossiping about something. At that moment, a spirited young woman entered the shop, a cigarette held between her fingers. Upon her arrival, she immediately inquired about Mary Xia. Where's Sister Ma? She's busy upstairs. Please wait here for a moment. Lin Zhe initially assumed she was merely a customer and gave it little thought. However, the spirited young woman quickly fixated on the Chanel watch resting on the coffee table. Observing Lin Zhe's attire, she quickly concluded that he must be a wealthy individual. Hey there, handsome, what do you do? Perhaps due to Lin Zhe's indifference towards her, he chose not to respond. Nevertheless, the young woman, undeterred, continued to chatter incessantly. After about 10 minutes of her prattling, she claimed to be hungry and, lacking any change, asked Lin Zhe to lend her 5 yuan to buy a cup of instant noodles. This was her polite way of asking. She had no change at all, not even a full bill. The makeup she wore seemed to have lingered for several days without being washed off. Just then, Mary Xia descended from the upper floor. Upon spotting the young woman, her expression soured dramatically. What are you doing here? It turned out that this spirited girl had previously worked as a beautician for Mary Xia, taking 30 days off in a month. After a mere 2 days of work, she had already advanced 7 days' wages. After much effort to send her away, she had returned. A headache for any employer. The young woman had even given herself a Western name, Alice. Seeing Mary Xia was akin to finding a savior, she hastily explained her intentions. Sister Ma, I want to come back to work. I truly have nowhere to stay, and I think I might be pregnant. You know I have many friends with connections, but I genuinely don't know who the father of the child is. Please let me earn some money for an abortion. Not only Mary Xia, but even Lin Zhe was taken aback by this revelation. Having many friends and connections, could it be used in such a manner? Mary Xia, however, was utterly unsympathetic. The adage help those in need, not those who are poor resonated with her. People like this would only become dependent on you if you help them too much. You have many connections and friends, yet you resort to seeking help from me for something so trivial? Sister Tian is still upstairs. If you have any sense, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, Tian will surely have her way with you. Previously, Tian Yun had nearly had a bracelet stolen by Alice during a beauty treatment. But Mary Xia had intervened just in time to avert trouble for the shop. Yet Alice was undeterred. She saw an opportunity. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was worried she wouldn't come. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost my job, and if I hadn't lost my job, I wouldn't be pregnant. She should be the one to pay for this. Where is she? I'm going to find her. Such shamelessness was something Lin Zhe had only witnessed on television. This was the first time he encountered such behavior in reality. It was indeed an eye-opener. Earlier, Lin Zhe had expressed concern about being dragged into this mess. Alice's reckless antics would surely not be condoned by Mary Xia. How could business be conducted in such a manner? Mary Xia seized Alice and began to drag her outside the shop. In the process, Alice fell to the ground. Ouch, my stomach hurts. If I'm not lying in a hospital until the new year, I swear I'm not human. Alice's commotion quickly attracted attention from upstairs. Before long, Tianyun descended, accompanied by Tianyun. Upon the moment Lin Zhe laid eyes on Tianyun, he was utterly captivated. Clad in a set of training attire, her hair elegantly styled in a manner reminiscent of a Taoist priestess, she appeared ageless at nearly 40, akin to a celestial being stepped out from a painting. It is noteworthy that Tianyun had just undergone a beauty treatment and was presenting her natural visage, an aspect that eclipsed many women. To share a night with her would be tantamount to embracing a goddess. Moreover, her physique was strikingly different from Tianyun's. While Tianyun possessed a slender waist and fuller hips, Tianyun's form was remarkably proportionate, her flesh pleasantly plump. She bore a slightly rounded appearance, yet it conveyed a sense of dignified beauty, embodying the lifelong aspiration of every man. What was the reason for her presence? Ma Lixia, struggling with Alice, decided to pass the responsibility to Tianyun. The situation was that this young lady was pregnant and held Lin Zhe accountable, seeking an explanation. Tianyun merely smiled softly and dialed a number. Chaoyang, bring a few people to the beauty salon. Upon hearing this, Alice feared that Tianyun might not take action against her. Who else could she possibly intimidate? You truly shouldn't frighten me. I could lie here all day, and if anyone dares to touch me, I will make sure to extract your undergarments. Chaoyang, Tianyun's brother, was quite adept in his dealings in the Jinsong district, engaging in beauty loans and taking a cut from gambling establishments. Such a person would hardly be intimidated by Alice. Shortly thereafter, Chaoyang arrived at the beauty salon with 4 or 5 burly men covered in tattoos. Sister? What is going on? The sight of this intimidating entourage startled Alice, prompting her to hastily rise from the floor. What do you intend to do? I am pregnant, and should anything happen to me, you will bear the responsibility. Tianyun, uninterested in further conversation, simply gestured to Chaoyang to escort Alice out. He seized Alice by her hair and dragged her away. Perfect timing. I just filmed a movie and need a pregnant woman for the lead role. Typically, we feature Western actresses, but it's time to showcase the profound legacy of Chinese culture that spans 5,000 years. From his demeanor and speech, it was evident that Chaoyang was not to be trifled with. Just moments ago, Lin Zhe had entertained thoughts of Tianyun, but in that instant, all notions dissipated. Even Tianyun was no match for these two. Engaging with them was akin to playing with fire, a perilous gamble with one's life. Had it not been for Alice's incident, Lin Zhe might have remained unaware of Tianyun's family's formidable presence. Chapter 12. Is the house not purchased by whole floors? While Lin Zhe was still lost in his fantasies, Tianyun had already approached him, appraising him with a measured gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Lin Zhe felt a peculiar discomfort under her scrutiny, as the exchange of glances often rendered the insecure party uneasy, easily subdued by the other's imposing presence. In an attempt to mask his own awkwardness, Lin Zhe impulsively remarked, "This sister is truly beautiful. If I am not mistaken, she must be a D-cup, correct?" Upon utterance of this remark, both Ma Lixia and Tianyun were left speechless. I have yet to encounter a man daring enough to jest with Tianyun in such a manner. Initially, Tianyun's commanding presence had already subdued Lin Zhe, yet unexpectedly, Lin Zhe retaliated with a single remark. He mused that he must be a frivolous scion, unlikely to achieve greatness. In Tianyun's eyes, those who dared to jest with her could be categorized into 2 types, one being those wealthier than her, and the other, those more capable. Clearly, Lin Zhe belonged to the former. Lin Zhe discerned that engaging with different women necessitated varying approaches and personas. As a song aptly articulates, in truth, you love me like anyone else. I shall play whatever role is required. Observing that Tianyun was losing her edge, Lin Zhe seized the opportunity to press on. Such a beautiful sister ought to indulge in beauty treatments. It would be a travesty otherwise. Tianyun, perplexed by his words, gazed at him in bewilderment. What did you say? I said, dear sister, you need not undergo any beauty treatments. With such stunning looks, securing a good man surpasses all else. Are you not aware that men are a woman's finest beauty parlor? Lin Zhe's increasingly absurd statements prompted Tianyun to intervene, pulling Tianyun onto the sofa. Sister, this fellow behaves like this. You mustn't engage with him. He is quite the impoverished one. Malisha gently tugged at Lin Zhe's sleeve. Do refrain from speaking too much. After all, Lin Zhe held no significant standing, casually pouring a glass of water for Tianyun with a paper cup. Sister, I was merely jesting with you. You cannot be upset, can you? Lin Zhe's ability to adapt and yield earned even Tianyun's admiration. Those of higher status tend to trust their instincts more readily. Tianyun surmised that Lin Zhe's skill in reading the room was undoubtedly a product of his upbringing. Such habits are hard to break. Moreover, the sense of superiority that Lin Zhe exuded must stem from an exceptionally affluent background, coupled with Tianyun's observation of the lady's watch on the coffee table. She further concluded that Lin Zhe was indeed a nouveau riche. His boldness in the capital was something most could hardly achieve. Intrigued, Tianyun pondered the extent of Lin Zhe's wealth and decided to inquire indirectly. No worries, I've heard you hail from Yanbei. What are the current housing prices there? Fortunately, Lin Zhe had prepared for this inquiry, or he might have found himself at a loss. If he were to study rental knowledge in isolation, it would not be a matter easily grasped. Housing prices are contingent upon factors such as floor level, decorations, and layout. Without the expertise of a professional realtor, one cannot respond fluidly. Even if Lin Zhe had memorized all this information, an overly polished answer could seem disingenuous. Thus, he simply replied, I don't know. As he spoke, Lin Zhe wore an air of indifference, as if to say, what concern is the housing price to me? Tianyun continued her inquiries. So, how much would it cost to purchase a house in your area? Lin Zhe feigned surprise, then, with a puzzled expression, countered. ISNT house purchased one floor at a time? Brilliant. Tianyun found herself at a loss for how to proceed, and those two words alone seemed fitting for the current atmosphere. Of course, Lin Zhe had merely sought to lighten the mood. To address such inquiries, one must adopt a light-hearted approach. I was merely jesting earlier. In our locality, properties hold little value. For instance, the 3-story villa belonging to my family is priced at less than 5 million, which pales in comparison to your capital city. In fact, a mere grave plot in your area would surpass the worth of our home. Otherwise, one wouldn't contemplate purchasing a residence merely to house ashes. Lin Zhe casually remarked this, unaware that it sparked an evident excitement in Tianyun's expression. I have only heard whispers about the possibility of interring ashes. If it is indeed feasible, could you kindly inquire about securing a unit for me? The high-speed train from the capital to Yanbei takes less than 2 hours. If what Lin Zhe claims holds true, that would indeed be a remarkable deal. The ownership of a burial plot lasts merely 20 years, whereas a property's ownership extends to 70 years. Presently, real estate ownership has even shed its time constraints. By all metrics, it is a prudent investment. Securing a unit for ashes is not overly complicated. However, Lin Zhe perceived a business opportunity in this. Should this venture materialize, he could certainly reap substantial benefits. Lin Zhe calculated that individuals like Tianyun, with ample friends and relatives, could potentially facilitate multiple purchases, leading to significant profits. Hence, he feigned a look of concern. This endeavor truly requires the purchase of an entire floor. Individual units can be rather cumbersome, as they are typically acquired in groups. If you were in my position, you would not wish to have a niche for ashes in your hallway, would you? Tianyun concurred with this reasoning, yet for her, it was hardly an obstacle. That is not an issue. My friends are currently deliberating this matter. As long as negotiations proceed favorably, the rest is easily manageable. They further discussed specific details, agreeing that once Tianyun paid the deposit, Lin Zhe would assist in searching for properties in Yanbei. Conventionally, one would pay a deposit after finding a property. But this situation is exceptional. Should Lin Zhe make the effort only to have someone back out, it would render his efforts futile. Thus, he emphasized that each individual must pay a deposit of 20,000. Should a suitable property not be found, he would refund the amount in full. With Tianyun acting as a guarantor, they were not overly concerned about Lin Zhe absconding. Moreover, Lin Zhe's background as a second-generation coal magnate lent him credibility. Tianyun also assured that once the transaction was completed, Lin Zhe would not suffer loss. Lin Zhe, in response, expressed that he was not concerned with trifling amounts, framing it as a mutual assistance between friends. After the two sisters departed, Malisha curiously inquired, "You've been short on funds lately. Why not take advantage of this? They spend hundreds of thousands on beauty treatments annually. Extracting a few tens of thousands should be trivial." In truth, Lin Zhe had already devised a plan. By inflating the price of each unit by 100,000, he would offset any expenses. In the capital, Lin Zhe's persona as a second-generation Heir necessitated maintaining a facade, even in Ma Lixia's presence. He also adopted a demeanor of affluence, asserting that requesting 3,000 to 5,000 was inconsequential. By ingratiating himself with her, he could cultivate a sense of obligation, for monetary debts are easily settled, while favors can be far more burdensome. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zhe's earnest fabrications were taken at face value by Ma Lixia. Chapter 13. Borrowing the sister's vehicle. It is indeed your expansive vision that eludes my own. I find myself unable to perceive such depths. Perhaps it is a matter of differing life circumstances, where one's origins shape their worldview. I believe that even if your family lacks wealth, your perspective alone is destined to lead you to success. Lin Zhe preferred not to dwell on this topic, wary of complicating matters further. He deftly redirected the conversation towards watches. I purchased a watch for you. Do take a look and see if it pleases you. I used your card to buy clothing, which feels somewhat presumptuous, for my own funds only suffice for this watch. Rest assured, I shall replace it with something finer in the future. Though Ma Lixia may not possess great wealth, she recognized the value of Lin Zhe's attire. His gift of a watch felt like a fair exchange between them, oblivious to the fact that all his clothing was actually bought by Tian. Nevertheless, Ma Lixia felt a sense of happiness. Anything you give me, I cherish. To be candid, I am quite moved. Your willingness to offer me gifts signifies your recognition of my worth, transcending mere monetary value. Despite her words, Lin Zhe remained acutely aware of their differing statuses. Were he to divulge his true identity, even the most generous gift would likely be met with disdain. It was best to heed a woman's words with caution. Ma Lixia then shared her afternoon accomplishments with Lin Zhe, whimsically planning their shared future. With aspirations in her heart, a radiant smile adorned her face, prompting Lin Zhe to silently pray for divine forgiveness. Lord, forgive me. I have not solicited their generosity. It is they who willingly indulge me. Having known Ma Lixia for merely 2 days, Lin Zhe felt as though he had been spoiled, basking in a life of ease. Each day was filled with sumptuous delicacies of sea cucumber and fine wines, leaving him almost lethargic. Perhaps out of concern for Lin Zhe, Ma Lixia prepared breakfast the next morning without waking him, leaving a note that food was in the pot before heading to work. Had it not been for Tianwen's phone call, Lin Zhe might have slept until noon. Hey, my sister responded. We need a total of 13 sets. What is your situation? Upon hearing this figure, Lin Zhe was instantly alert. This was no trivial matter. Securing it would significantly alter his fortunes. Let us meet to discuss. If all is well, I shall return to Yanbei today to proceed. They agreed to meet at noon at Tianwen's restaurant. After a strenuous night, Lin Zhe felt a pang of hunger as he read Ma Lixia's message and made his way to the kitchen. Upon lifting the lid of the pot, he discovered millet stew with sea cucumber, alongside freshly made potato cakes, and 2 small cold dishes. The breakfast was simple yet satisfying. By midday, Tianwen was already seated in the dining hall, awaiting Lin Zhe's arrival. The moment he stepped through the door, she approached and linked her arm with his. Don't even think of protesting. Ma Lixia is not here, so what do you fear? This unexpected closeness made Lin Zhe somewhat uneasy. What if Tianwen saw them? His carefully cultivated image would be shattered. While Ma Lixia was absent, his sister was present, and should she witness this, she might assume him to be a rogue. Did he not care for his reputation? In truth, Tianwen's intentions are as clear to Tianwen as the day is to night. From a young age, she has always been drawn to the possessions of others, perhaps deriving a sense of accomplishment from seizing them. Lin Zhe gently removed Tianwen's hand from his arm, a moment that Tianwen, who was upstairs, happened to witness. In her frustration, Tianwen could only strike Lin Zhe's shoulder a couple of times. You're such a pain. It wouldn't kill you to be a little more accommodating. Lin Zhe, puzzled, mused on how 2 sisters, born of the same mother, could possess such starkly contrasting personalities. Why can't you be more like your sister? Look at her, so composed. And then look at you, like a child who never grows up. Tianwen scoffed, her face a mask of disdain, vehemently rejecting Lin Zhe's remarks. If I didn't like you, I'd be more mature than your mother. And comparing me to my sister? I'm someone who loves fiercely and hates passionately, while my sister is more reserved and enigmatic. Just wait and see. Even without her words, Lin Zhe could envision what Tianwen implied. A woman like Tianwen is akin to a spirited steed. Once tamed, her true nature would be revealed. Aren't you afraid your sister will hear what you said? You shouldn't speak about her like that. As they conversed, they reached the private room on the second floor. Tianyun had already prepared tea, pouring 3 cups into a fairness cup, placing one in front of Lin Zhe. I appreciate your help with this matter. If it goes well, it will be a tremendous assistance to us. Lin Zhe raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Lacking knowledge about tea, he humbly approached Tianyun with a question. Sister, I don't drink tea often, but I have a query. Is it true that Longjing has a pre-rain variety? Tianyun was discussing matters related to the house when Lin Zhe's seemingly random question caught her off guard, leaving her unsure of how to respond. For she too was not well versed in tea. I only drink tea occasionally. I've never really studied it. Why do you suddenly ask this? Each question Lin Zhe posed was deliberate. He asked about tea to preempt any inquiries Tianyun might have, preferring to appear inquisitive rather than risk showing ignorance later, thus leaving a favorable impression on her. As for how Lin Zhe would respond next, he was prepared for any outcome. I was merely curious. Every year, my father insists on purchasing pre-rain Longjing, specifically avoiding last year's. Given the leaders in our small locality, I doubt they could discern the subtleties of tea. I'm just genuinely intrigued. Unbeknownst to him, this also served to enhance his facade. Sometimes, maintaining an air of sophistication is an art. If done too clumsily, it appears forced. However, Lin Zhe managed to strike the perfect balance. After this display, he shifted the conversation to matters of substance. I'll be returning to Yanbei after dinner, but I'm currently at odds with my father, making it inconvenient to go home. It would be much easier if I could borrow your vehicle. Tianyun, who had long harbored feelings for Lin Zhe, seized upon his words as a golden opportunity. Chapter 14. Good day, sir. Are you looking to purchase a house? It's hardly a big deal. I can accompany you, and that will resolve it. It is said that Yanbei is also a tourist destination, and I happen to be visiting the Yungang Grottos and Mount Hong. Upon hearing Tianyun's words, Lin Zhe felt he could not possibly agree. Yanbei was his own territory. If Tianyun accompanied him, wouldn't the persona of a wealthy heir shatter? However, at that moment, Lin Zhe had accepted his current facade, having made a mistake. He would embrace it fully. As the saying goes, if one lies to the point of believing it oneself, others will inevitably be convinced even more. Lin Zhe slammed his hand on the table in frustration and shouted at Tianyun, "Can we focus on the matter at hand? Do you not know the proper decorum? Do you think I'm here for leisure?" His sudden outburst startled Tianyun, who thought to herself that this heir had quite a temper. Tianyun shared this sentiment. Just yesterday, he was a gentle giant, and now, what had transpired? After momentarily stunning both of them, Lin Zhe wiped his face with his hands to regain his composure. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I tend to be serious during important discussions and do not appreciate frivolity. My frustration is directed at the situation, not at you. It was only at this moment that Tianyun regained her composure and stammered, "And no, it's fine." As she spoke, she pushed her Q5 key towards Lin Zhe. "Here is the car you requested." However, Lin Zhe did not reach for the key. Instead, he looked towards the Q7 beside Tianyun. Tianyun understood Lin Zhe's implication. If the car is unsuitable, you may have to make do. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. With the objective achieved, Lin Zhe took the car key and exited the restaurant, leaving only the 2 sisters behind in the private room. It was only after Lin Zhe's departure that Tianyun dared to express her grievances. Why was he so fierce? He nearly scared me to death. Although Tianyun had also been startled, as the elder sister, she remained notably calmer and began to analyze Lin Zhe's behavior. Do not be fooled by his seemingly carefree demeanor. It is merely a facade he presents to us. A child raised in such a family is inherently destined for greater things. It is in their nature. Wherever they go, they command the stage. The poorer one is, the more they speculate about the character of the wealthy. In their eyes, the affluent ought to conform to their preconceived notions. Tianyun wholeheartedly agreed with Tianyun's observation. Sister, you hit the nail on the head. Having a quarrel at home and then coming to the capital for a few days is already considered hardship in their eyes. I reckon the only struggle he has ever faced is probably with iced Americanos. He simply cannot handle wealth. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed with idleness. After all the hard work we sisters have put in over the years, we are still not even close to his little toe. Tianyun merely shook her head with a smile upon hearing this. At the very least, she believed she had earned her success through her own efforts, while Lin Zhe was merely a fortunate tadpole. In her view, had she been born into a family like Lin Zhe's, she would undoubtedly surpass him. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Among billions of tadpoles, only one is fortunate. After leaving, Lin Zhe did not even greet Ma Lixia, driving straight towards Yanbei. As Lin Zhe journeyed along, he relished the leisurely sensation that enveloped him, almost envisioning the life that awaited him in the future. Upon arriving in Yanbei, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He sought out the finest hotel in the area to check in. After settling in, he initially intended to rest briefly before heading to a restaurant for a meal. However, reflecting on the rarity of returning to his hometown, he decided it would be more enjoyable to explore the surroundings first. After all, who would know he had returned in a Q7? Since he was already planning to purchase a home, Lin Zhe resolved to visit the newly opened property nearby. In Yanbei, it was common to see coal tycoons, and luxury cars were a standard accessory for them. While the Q7 was not considered a luxury vehicle in this region, its Beijing license plate added a touch of prestige. Near Wanying Lake, a new development had just launched, situated in a prime location within the city's newly developed Golden Zone. Curiously, while several nearby properties were selling well, this particular development struggled to attract interest. There was even a lack of reception staff at the entrance. The primary issue lay in the fact that the first phase had been purchased by residents from Beijing for storing ashes, leading to a significant decline in sales for the second phase. Even on the opening day, the developer had resorted to hiring extras with a daily wage of 500 yuan to stand in line, all to no avail. Upon entering the sales office, Lin Zhe found only 2 or 3 sales agents engaged in idle chatter. Noticing a potential customer, they reluctantly inquired, "Are you looking to buy a house?" Having never purchased property before, Lin Zhe, while inexperienced, was not naive. He understood the opportunistic nature of salespeople. Casually, he spun the car key around his finger and retorted, "Isn't that a redundant question? Am I here to solicit services other than real estate?" His words carried a double entendre, reflecting the profound depth of Chinese culture. This remark caught the attention of the sales manager, who had seen her fair share of clientele. Observing Lin Zhe's attire and the car key in his hand, she quickly recognized the need for diligence. She promptly instructed her team to attend to him, offering a cup of coffee and inquiring about his preference for sugar. With a practiced smile, she addressed Lin Zhe, "Sir, you do have a sense of humor. We only sell houses here, not companionship." Lin Zhe feigned a roguish demeanor, casting a glance toward the manager's figure. Unperturbed by his antics, the manager understood that those in sales must possess a thick skin. If one were to take offense at every slight, they would not last long in the field. The reason she held her position was her mastery of sales techniques, which entailed treating every customer with the utmost care, even amidst adversity. "Sir, what type of property are you interested in? I can assist you in exploring the options. Please take a look at the floors and community amenities, and I will later guide you to the model units. Feel free to express any requirements you may have. I assure you, your satisfaction is my priority." She proceeded to introduce Lin Zhe to the various layouts and average prices, all exceeding 200 square meters. With an average price around 8,000 per square meter, boasting that the community was home to a distinguished clientele characterized by high standards and tranquility each evening. The discussion shifted to the realm of sales. This community is not only tranquil at night, but likely remains so during the day as well. The manager earnestly elaborated for an extended period, only to discover that Lin Zhe showed no interest whatsoever. Throughout the conversation, Lin Zhe remained silent, not uttering a single word. "Sir, do you find the several layouts I just introduced to your liking? If so, I can take you to view the model unit." Chapter 15. Human Nature, How Amusing. "Do you have any smaller units?" Lin Zhe's inquiry immediately dampened the manager's enthusiasm. Having anticipated a significant client, the manager's hopes for this month's performance dwindled. The manager's expression fell in an instant. "Xiaoli, come over and introduce this gentleman to our smaller units. I need to use the restroom." The manager's maneuver was a perfect demonstration of being a chameleon. Observing Xiao Li in his inexpensive suit, Lin Zhe was reminded of his own past. Men in the real estate industry inherently possess no significant advantage, hence they tend to be rather enthusiastic towards clients. "Sir, we only have a 58 square meter one-bedroom unit, located in this building with 4 elevators serving 12 households." Throughout the conversation, a bright smile revealing 8 teeth accompanied his words. However, Lin Zhe's next statement immediately attracted the attention of all staff present. "It doesn't matter, as long as the whole floor is available." In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Xiaoli stood there, dumbfounded, convinced he had misheard. Even the manager, who had walked away, returned, with the enthusiasm she had previously lost now rekindled. "We have entire floors. Which level would you prefer?" Lin Zhe, typically irritated by such sycophants, found them comparable to Yang Shui. Weren't you heading to the restroom? Please attend to your business. Let Xiaoli handle my inquiry. Xiaoli finally grasped the situation and hurriedly replied, yes, sir. However, before he could finish, the manager pulled Xiaoli behind her. This is no longer your concern. Tidy up and prepare to clock out. Encountering a potential major client, Xiaoli was eager to secure the deal. If successful, the credit would be entirely his. Should the manager intercept the deal, the success would benefit the entire department. Xiaoli wished to discuss the matter further with the manager, but a single remark quelled his irritation. If this deal goes through, I'll credit you with 2 units. You can do as you please. Do you really think you can handle this client? If the client says they need to think it over, do you believe you'll earn a single cent of commission? Despite the manager's low voice, Lin Zhe could discern her implications. If Lin Zhe were purchasing a home for himself, he could decide immediately. However, as he was assisting someone else, his interests were at stake. It was imperative to maximize his benefits, and Xiaoli presented an excellent opportunity. Thus, Lin Zhe approached the manager and mockingly remarked, you used to perform Sichuan opera, didn't you? The manager, oblivious to the underlying tone, responded with confusion, no, I didn't. Lin Zhe, unperturbed by her response, turned back to Xiaoli. I still feel that you are genuine. How about this? After your shift, I will treat you to dinner, and you can give me a proper introduction. If all goes well, I might purchase from you. My car is outside, and I will wait for you in it. After Lin Zhe exited, several salespeople gathered around. Manager, why don't you let the bullets fly for a while? Can you really assign such a significant client to Xiaoli? This client is truly peculiar. Why would he ignore a stunning manager like you and insist on engaging with Xiaoli? Surely, he doesn't have an aversion to women, does he? I've heard that some wealthy individuals have a preference for men. Xiaoli, you ought to be cautious. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Zhe also hailed from a sales background. However, differing industries meant he had not achieved any notable results previously, as he refused to deceive others. After all, risking imprisonment was not an option. Otherwise, his performance would have been remarkable. Lin Zhe understood the intricacies of the situation better than anyone. To dismantle a team, one must first undermine it from within. This would allow Lin Zhe to ascertain their bottom line. Each individual harbors selfish motives, and Lin Zhe adeptly manipulated human nature, which is why he deliberately sought out Xiaoli. Xiaoli, a recent graduate, was experiencing his first job and believed, naively, that encountering a major client like Lin Zhe signified an opportunity. During dinner that evening, Lin Zhe began to exhibit the typical demeanor of a coal tycoon. Xiaoli, upon first seeing you, I sensed your remarkable honesty, akin to my younger brother. A character like yours is ill-suited for sales. Join me instead. I lack someone with your integrity on my team. Given your honest nature, I shall offer you a monthly salary of 30,000. As a few drinks were consumed, Lin Zhe, in a brotherly manner, further endeared himself to Xiaoli. Unaware of the underlying dynamics, Xiaoli genuinely regarded Lin Zhe as a brother. Brother, since I entered society, you are the only one who treats me as a person. While I cannot regard you as a cousin, the modest apartment cannot be purchased. After all, I've decided to leave this line of work, so I might as well confide in you. That small unit was originally an apartment, but is now viewed by the residents of the capital as a columbarium. They claim the average price is 8,000. Yet such units barely sell for 6,000 now. With just one meal, Lin Zhe obtained the bottom line price. At 6,000 per square meter. A unit under 60 square meters amounts to 360,000. If Lin Zhe were to quote 460,000 for a unit, the residents of the capital would not perceive it as exorbitant. After 70 years of being a resting place, the property remains a property, still an asset. Spending hundreds of thousands on a burial plot only to lose it upon expiration is unwise. Having discerned what he desired, Lin Zhe settled the bill and handed Xiaoli 100 yuan for a taxi ride home. The following evening, Lin Zhe drove to the sales office. Upon seeing the manager emerge, he honked the horn. The manager, upon recognizing Lin Zhe, immediately understood his intentions and promptly opened the car door to sit in the passenger seat. This scene did not escape the notice of the sales office staff, leaving Xiaoli particularly puzzled. He had already divulged the insider information to Lin Zhe. Why was Lin Zhe seeking out the manager? Did he not trust him? As Xiaoli pondered this, the other salespeople wore equally bewildered expressions. Xiaoli, did you not mention that the client treated you well? He promised to pay you tens of thousands a month and wanted you to collaborate with him. How did the manager end up in the picture? Surely the client did not approach Xiao Li, and the manager took it upon himself to intervene. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li found himself convinced, believing that Lin Zhe had come to discuss work with him, while the manager had shamelessly inserted himself into the situation. Fueled by indignation, Xiao Li stormed over to Lin Zhe's vehicle, only to discover that the manager was nowhere to be seen. How odd. Hadn't he just seen the manager in the passenger seat? At that moment, Xiao Li noticed the satisfied expression on Lin Zhe's face, realizing that the manager was actually reclining in the passenger seat. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Xiao Li approached, ready to confront both men. How dare they mistreat him? Yesterday, they had acted like brothers, yet now they disregarded him completely. Xiao Li muttered under his breath, preparing to knock on Lin Zhe's window. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Questioning them now would certainly lead to the manager turning the tables on him. Chapter 16. Why is the cremation niche so sought after? After all, it was Xiao Li who had first transgressed the industry's unwritten rules. If he were to confront them, the manager could easily claim to be rectifying Xiao Li's mistake, suggesting he had no choice but to sacrifice himself for the benefit of others. As the manager wiped his mouth and casually tossed the napkin out of the window, he turned to Lin Zhe and inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with my service? Should we not discuss the matter of the property?" Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and replied, "I will certainly purchase the property. But we must negotiate the price. For now, I only require 1 unit, though I might need additional units in the future. Whether the property houses the deceased or the living is irrelevant. What matters is that the price is fair." At this juncture, the manager was assured of Lin Zhe's intent to buy, yet his authority regarding pricing was limited and required approval from higher-ups. Lin Zhe left his contact number with the manager and drove away. On the way, Lin Zhe called Tianyun. "Sister, I've inquired about the property. It's priced at 460,000 per unit, but there are only 12 units available. Please advise your contacts on how to approach this. I've leveraged quite a few connections, as properties that house ashes tend to be off-putting to many." In reality, there were plenty of properties available, but Lin Zhe was employing a strategy of scarcity marketing, making them aware that the properties were not easily obtainable. The dilemma of whom to favor among relatives and friends became a significant issue. In the capital, for 160,000 won, even buy a restroom. This price was exceptionally attractive, far more economical than purchasing a burial plot. Lin Zhe had devised an elaborate plan, as this endeavor was crucial for his resurgence and required meticulous strategizing. After much hesitation, Tianyun felt unable to refuse outright. "Perhaps you could think of another approach. I know you have influence in Yanbei. This should not pose a challenge for you." On the other end of the line, Lin Zhe's grievances were audible. "Sister, I am no deity. I nearly faltered in this endeavor, having relied on numerous connections and offered many gifts. Yet, having made a promise to you, I can only swallow my grievances. You must understand my predicaments. Our bond is strong, and I am willing to contribute what I can, but I am unfamiliar with your friends and relatives. Please consider this. If you agree, come to view the property and finalize the paperwork." Once Tianyun shared this matter with her relatives and friends, their true natures began to surface. They all arrived bearing gifts. "Tianyun, our relationship is beyond question. You must reserve a unit for me, or I shall harbor resentment towards you." Just as one group departed, another soon followed. In one single evening, 5 or 6 groups arrived. Tianyun felt numb, observing the avarice on her relatives' faces. And she even began to sympathize with Lin Zhe. In extending favors to these people, we cannot allow Lin Zhe's efforts to be in vain. I propose we charge 500,000 for each unit. The surplus will serve as Lin Zhe's compensation for his labor. Those unwilling to pay extra may forego the purchase. If this were a business transaction, Tianyun would wholeheartedly endorse the idea. However, given that these are friends and family, such an approach would certainly lead to discord. The debts owed to Lin Zhe must be repaid later from other sources. For now, we can only inconvenience him. Later, you can offer him a store card as a token of our goodwill, with a limit of 50,000. Tianyun stood, stretching languidly, and ambled towards the door. "You are the elder sister. Your word is final." As she opened the door, she was taken aback to find a distant cousin standing outside. "Cousin Aunt?" Initially, upon hearing that Tianyun intended to purchase a property for the ashes, many had chosen to observe. After all, even in the capital, there are those who are financially constrained, and the risk of being deceived loomed large. However, upon learning that only 12 units were available, even the onlookers could no longer remain passive. eager to secure one for themselves through Tianyun's connections. I hear you know a coal magnate from Yinbei who possesses a unit for ashes. My cousin and I are of an age where we must consider our final arrangements. Could you reserve one for us? The little citizens of the capital are astute in their calculations. A single property can accommodate the ashes of several generations. And for less than 500,000, this need can be met, a temptation irresistible to anyone. No matter how Tianyun tried to explain, her cousin Anne insisted. Have your coal baron friend find a solution. This relentless pressure nearly drove the sisters to madness. The cousin aunt even invoked their ancestors, stating, now that the Tian family is prosperous, you no longer regard us poor relatives. But do not forget, we all share the same ancestry. We cannot allow our forebears to be left without a resting place. Tianyun continued to speak kindly, while Tianyun counted generations on her fingers. Sister, can a cousin claim the same ancestry as us? This remark nearly sent the cousin aunt into a fit of rage. Ah, Tianyun, is that how you wish to speak? Do not forget that I once held you as a child. If you do not assist me with this matter, I shall take up residence in your home indefinitely. Ultimately, Tianyun had no choice but to consent, steeling herself for the challenge ahead. After finally seeing off her aunt, Tianyun began to blame Tianyun. You've taken on the role of the good person. Let's see how you handle this. The house was already insufficient, and now you're giving away another. I fear this will offend many. Can't you refrain from being such a pushover? Throughout the night, Tianyun received numerous calls, all inquiring about the property, leaving her sleepless. Just as dawn broke and she intended to catch a brief respite, Lin Zhe's call came through once more. Sister, we must finalize this matter swiftly. Whoever wants the house should pay a deposit. I will arrange the necessary paperwork later. Otherwise, we risk losing the property. Hearing Lin Zhe's words made Tianyun's head spin. To be honest, many sought me out yesterday for the property. I am overwhelmed and on the verge of being driven mad by relatives. Can you devise a way to secure another level? What a jest. I've already invested quite a bit. To add another level would incur even more costs. This is also for Tianyun's sake. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to be involved at all. Although Lin Zhe declined, Tianyun sensed he had a solution. Is it a matter of finances? If we can secure the level, just state a price. If they agree, we will purchase. If not, I will have done my utmost. I certainly won't let you bear any costs. I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. You leave me with no choice. Let me think of something. However, inform your relatives and friends that if the developer inquires, they should say they are staff from my family's branch in the capital. If anyone slips up, they mustn't complain about the lack of housing later. First, send over the deposits for these 12 units. Upon hearing this, Tianyun thought Lin Zhe was going to leverage his family connections. I understand. If you say they are your family's employees, the developer will certainly accommodate you. Rest assured, it will work out. I will transfer the deposit to you now, and when the paperwork is ready, I will have them bring the full amount. Chapter 17. The joy of the affluent. Shortly after ending the call, Lin Zhe received Tianyun's transfer within 15 minutes. Establishing a reputation in the capital necessitated a similar standing in Yinbei. He promptly contacted the real estate manager. When can I come by to pay the deposit? The manager replied that he was available at any time, and they settled on 10 o'clock in the morning. Upon Lin Zhe's arrival at the sales office, the manager had organized a welcoming ceremony for him. The sale of columbarium niches was notoriously challenging, and a significant client was a rare occurrence, warranting a proper display of respect. Typically, purchases were made by the unit. It was uncommon to see someone buy multiple levels. Out of curiosity, the manager couldn't resist asking, Mr. Lin, what do you intend to do with so many small units? Even for ashes, that's quite excessive, isn't it? Lin Zhe had anticipated this question. Had she not asked, it would have been difficult for him to maintain his facade. Yet, he chose to keep her in suspense. Curious, are we? Just mere curiosity. Lin Zhe excelled at piquing others' curiosity, and the manager was now exceedingly eager to know. With a slight smile, Lin Zhe proceeded to pay the deposit. Only after completing the payment did he satisfy the manager's curiosity. In truth, it is rather straightforward. As the proprietor, I cannot help but consider the needs of my employees at our branch in the capital. To be frank, a single floor is far from sufficient. It is merely due to the subpar quality of your services that I opted to purchase just one. The notion of being attentive to one's tone implies that Lin Zhe's transaction is merely the beginning of a fruitful relationship. At this moment, the manager's face radiated joy. Ever since the first phase's small units were occupied by ashes, the second phase has seen no sales. The manager was nearly at his wit's end, and Lin Zhe's arrival was nothing short of a savior. Even his tone grew soft, wary of offending Lin Zhe with any semblance of rudeness. If I may be so bold, what business does our establishment engage in within the capital? Oh, merely a modest venture in coal. Coal, coupled with our branch's operations and Lin Zhe's actions, paints a clear picture of a coal magnate. My goodness, I had only heard tales of such individuals. But today I have witnessed the grandeur of a coal tycoon firsthand. You are exceedingly discreet. I have encountered coal barons before, who, upon purchasing a property, make their presence known, eager for others to recognize their status. It appears there is a distinction even among coal magnates. The manager soon began to ponder Lin Zhe's next acquisition. Which floor will you choose next? Feel free to select any, and I shall offer you a generous 18% discount on the base price of all properties. Lin Zhe merely smiled, offering no words, and turned to exit. Observing this, the manager hastily followed. Once in the vehicle, he attempted to loosen Lin Zhe's belt, only to be stopped by Lin Zhe. What are you doing? I have a peculiar habit. I tend to indulge in my desires intensely. I noticed your team of female sales representatives. They appear quite admirable. I have only seen such sights in films and have yet to experience them personally. If you could summon them all, the rest would be inconsequential. The path was now clear, and the manager instantly comprehended Lin Zhe's intention. Rest assured, I will ensure this happens. Tonight, I shall escort them to your residence, guaranteeing your satisfaction. Lin Zhe himself had not anticipated that this encounter would lead to a bountiful reward of both wealth and pleasure. The prospect of joy in the evening left him feeling a flutter of excitement. It is settled then. Should this transaction succeed, I will continue to purchase from you, requiring approximately 5 floors in total. However, I prefer to proceed 1 floor at a time, with the payment handled by me. At that time, you need only assist my employees with the necessary formalities. If they inquire about the price of the properties, you may feign ignorance, stating that you are only aware of a rough estimate of over 8,000 per square meter, attributing the final price to personal connections. Some individuals relish playing the clever one, particularly managers like you. I understand. It is to prevent them from discerning the true value of the properties. If I were to encounter a boss like you, I would pledge my lifelong loyalty, irrespective of the property's worth. After bidding farewell to Lin Zhe, the manager summoned his female sales representatives. That was no ordinary client. He is a significant player, gifting entire floors to his employees, with plans to acquire 5 more. I have secured this business for you. Tonight, ensure you all look your finest. If any of you manage to cater to his comfort, you may well find yourselves stepping into a world of affluence. The sales representatives understood precisely what the manager intended. In a 5-story building, each person could potentially receive a layer, with the enticing prospect of entering a world of affluence. Which salesperson could possibly resist such temptation? That evening, the manager, accompanied by his team of salespeople, arrived at Lin Zhe's hotel. To prevent disturbances and complaints, Lin Zhe had summoned a server. My friends and I are discussing a few matters here. If our volume disturbs others, please bear with us, he said, generously tipping the server with 200 yuan. Had it not been for the fear of disrupting Lin Zhe's enjoyment, the server would have eagerly stood guard outside the room. Lin Zhe resided in a modest suite, featuring a living room adjacent to the bedroom. As soon as he sank into the sofa, the manager exchanged a knowing glance with the salespeople, prompting them to commence their performance. In an instant, they presented a dazzling array of outfits, each embodying a different persona, showcasing a variety of physiques and experiences. Lin Zhe truly savored the joy that wealth could bring. An hour later, one of the salespeople expressed a desire to leave early. Manager, my boyfriend is calling me. Perhaps I should head back. The manager, exuding a mix of frustration and disappointment, pointed at her and said, Foolish girl, your boyfriend cannot provide what Mr. Lin can. Can he offer you what Mr. Lin does? I understand that, but he keeps calling, and I cannot ignore him. He will surely think the worst. Lin Zhe, wishing to rescue the unfortunate boyfriend, interjected, It's fine, you can answer. I am curious about the feeling of your call. Unexpectedly, the boyfriend's call opened a new avenue of amusement for Lin Zhe. However, the salesperson felt overwhelmed, sensing the precariousness of the situation. If her boyfriend detected anything amiss, a breakup could ensue, not to mention the risk of a physical confrontation. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to Lin Zhe's whims. On the other end of the line, her boyfriend curiously inquired, What are you doing? Why do you sound out of breath? Oh, I'm just jogging with my colleagues. Do you miss me? I'll be home shortly. Her speech was punctuated, as if stuck on a loop. What on earth are you doing? You sound like you're about to collapse. Why are you saying such things, darling? Don't you trust me? Trust you? Who jogs like they're gasping for air? You're obviously hiding something. As their conversation escalated toward an argument, Lin Zhe decided to intervene mischievously, amplifying the noise to prompt the salesperson to hastily end the call. Recognizing the salesperson's lack of experience and timid nature, Lin Zhe requested the manager to call her boyfriend instead. After all, an experienced individual would be adept at handling such situations. True to his reputation, the manager skillfully bewildered the boyfriend with his eloquence. To become a manager requires not only exceptional sales skills, but also the ability to wield persuasive language, which Lin Zhe recognized as the reason behind his purchasing numerous properties. Indeed, Lin Zhe was uncertain about how many houses would be needed in the future. However, he understood the necessity of painting a grand vision for these individuals. This group of real estate agents, who spent their days weaving dreams, could hardly have anticipated that one day they would savor the fruits of the customer's aspirations. The following morning, Chaoyang called, informing Lin Zhe that another floor was nearly ready, with the hope that the price would remain reasonable. With the manager's discount, Lin Zhe felt he had already garnered a substantial profit. Each house could yield over 100,000, and 2 floors would amount to over 2.5 million. What more could he desire? Once the transactions were finalized, he would no longer need to masquerade as a wealthy heir. Dear sister, you have truly posed a challenge for me. Let's stick to the previous price. I am doing this entirely for you. For anyone else, I would have disregarded this troublesome matter. Let them handle the paperwork in Yanbei, but I must make it clear that the payment must come from me. I will tell the developer it is a benefit for the employees. Otherwise, the price would not be feasible. Initially troubled, Chaoyang's furrowed brow quickly relaxed upon hearing this. Just before the call, she had felt a pang of anxiety, fearful that Lin Zhe would inform her there were no houses available, leaving her unable to account for it to her relatives and friends. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I understand, and there are no issues. I thank you in advance. Once I return to the capital, I will express my gratitude properly. After hanging up, Chaoyang hurriedly disseminated the news and praised Lin Zhe profusely in front of Tianwen. I previously couldn't comprehend why you held such affection for this second-generation heir. But today I have witnessed firsthand his capability. He truly gets things done, and without expecting anything in return. Remarkably, the price for this house is the same as last time. I have already informed my relatives, and if we were to search again, the price might increase. Not only has it not risen, but the process has also been remarkably smooth. In front of our relatives, we have gained both face and substance. Tianwen, a woman with strong possessiveness, perceived Lin Zhe as hers alone. Even when he assisted others, she felt it was akin to sharing him with those individuals. Therefore, she strongly disapproved of Tianyun's actions. You truly have no sense. You possess such valuable connections yet choose to aid impoverished relatives, while house prices are on the rise. Those dilapidated houses in Yanbei, each increasing by several thousand. Does Lin Zhe truly need that little? Expending such effort for trifles is not the manner of a cold boss. How will you repay this favor in the future? Tianyun's perspective on Lin Zhe had shifted entirely. She now viewed him as someone worthy of friendship. Friendships develop gradually. In long-term relationships, one should not fixate on immediate gains or losses. Your mindset pales in comparison to Lin Zhe's. If you do not change, you will never find a resolution with him in this lifetime. These words struck Tianwen like a dagger, deeply piercing her heart. Still somewhat unconvinced, she retorted, "What makes Ma Lixia superior to me? Lin Zhe even likes someone like her. Am I not as worthy?" Upon hearing Tianwen's remarks, Tianyun felt that Tianwen lacked insight. Where do you see Lin Zhe's affection for Ma Lixia? Tianwen was bewildered. If he doesn't like her, why is he with her and even giving her gifts? What else could it be if not affection? In Tianyun's view, the nature of attraction between men and women was distinctly different. Men may remain together even without affection. Ma Lixia is quite presentable, and for Lin Zhe, having a woman by his side while out in the world is certainly preferable to solitude. Given Lin Zhe's wealth, gifting her a watch is merely a trifling expense. This is the sentiment that Tianwen yearns to hear, her emotions evidently heightened. Does this imply that the two cannot come together? Tianyun expresses merely a sense of doubt, acknowledging that the specifics remain uncertain. Nothing is absolute. At present, Tianyun is preoccupied with arranging paperwork for a property in Yanbei. Upon learning of the trip to Yanbei, Tianwen eagerly volunteers to lead the expedition. seizing the opportunity to win Lin Zhe's favor while Ma Lixia is absent. The journey to Yanbei presents a fortuitous chance. During their stay at the hotel, Lin Zhe's generous demeanor has made him well known among the staff. Furthermore, real estate agents frequently visit the hotel, inadvertently gathering insights about Lin Zhe. It is common knowledge that he is a coal magnate who has gifted 2 floors to his employees. Rumors circulate that a coal tycoon resides in room 815 on the 8th floor, often tipping the housekeeping staff with sums as large as 200. How can such a significant figure reside in a mere standard suite? The front desk staff engage in gossip, unaware that Lin Zhe is already standing before them. Lin Zhe produces 20,000 yuan, instructing the front desk, book me 10 standard rooms. Additionally, arrange meals for 20 people daily at a rate of 800 per table. Keep this money on hand. Should it run low, call me. Although these arrangements are at the most basic level, the staff are now convinced of Lin Zhe's status as a second-generation coal magnate. After finalizing the arrangements, Lin Zhe contacts Tian. I've booked all the rooms in my name. You can check in under that. Each room accommodates 2, and if that isn't sufficient, I will reserve more. Meals are arranged. Just head to the dining area at the designated times. It's a rare occasion for you to bring relatives to Yanbei, so consider the food and lodging as my treat. The group arrives via high-speed train, and upon reaching the hotel, they are greeted by the staff. Good day. Do you have a reservation? Before Tian can respond, a relative expresses dissatisfaction. What? Didn't Mr. Lin reserve rooms for us? This group, with their residence in the capital, has never experienced such extravagance. Having the opportunity to associate with a coal magnate naturally invites a degree of pride. In a hotel bustling with clientele, predominantly business owners, it is imperative to confirm. Are you referring to Lin, the coal businessman? The staff inquire. Who else could it be? Are there other Lin bosses? Once confirmation is given, the staff hastily clarify. Yes, we have a reservation. We can only check you in under Mr. Lin's name. Simply saying Mr. Lin is insufficient, as we have several guests with the surname Lin and cannot determine which one you mean. At this moment, Tian finds herself intrigued. Given the number of Lin bosses, how does the staff know that Lin Zhe is involved in coal? You all seem quite knowledgeable. How do you discern what customers do for a living? The staff, assuming the customers are uncomfortable with their inquiries into personal matters, quickly devise a polite excuse to explain. We never pry into our guests' privacy. After all, those who frequent the hotel are mostly regulars. Over time, as friends converse, one inevitably becomes acquainted with certain details. Among them, Mr. Lin left a particularly profound impression. He is a man of modest demeanor, appearing unremarkable on the surface, yet when he acts, it is with a grand and earth-shattering flair. This grand gesture, of course, refers to his property acquisitions. Unbeknownst to many, the very person purchasing these homes stood right before them. Some of Tian's relatives, however, were rather nosy. What grand gestures? Why not show us and broaden our horizons? At this, the waiter, realizing he had spoken too much, offered a perfunctory reply. The scale was beyond belief. The amount Mr. Lin spends in a single day surpasses what I could earn in a lifetime. That much I can attest to. Hearing this, these individuals each curled their lips in smug satisfaction. Then you must be right. Have you seen our group? We came all the way from the imperial capital to visit, with Mr. Lin covering all our meals and accommodations. Little did they know that the costs were ultimately borne by Mr. Lin himself. Once inside their rooms, some of them truly began to take themselves seriously. Glancing at the twin-bed standard room, dissatisfaction was voiced. We thought we'd be staying in a presidential suite, but instead, we get a standard room? Surely not 2 to a room. I'm a light sleeper. How can 2 people share a room? Such remarks infuriated Tian utterly. She had never encountered such shamelessness. Free meals and lodging, yet they dared to complain. Tian, not one to tolerate such behavior, launched a scathing retort, pointing directly at the offender. Oh dear, a beggar complaining the steamed bun is cold? If you dislike it, why not book a presidential suite yourself? Why sulk here? Your family of 5 crams into a tiny room in a dilapidated courtyard, probably smaller than this very room. Does Lin Zhe even know who you are? This treatment you're receiving is solely out of my goodwill. Publicly admonished by Tian, the person's face reddened with embarrassment, and a quarrel erupted on the spot. Looks like your face is worth little, just a standard room. When it comes to business, it's Tian who holds sway. She has acquired so many properties without raising prices. What have you accomplished? This person, acknowledging their inferiority, resorted to disparaging Tian, yet Tian was left speechless. It was not that she lacked wit. On the contrary, she was quite astute and understood that reasoning with a fool only diminishes oneself. Such individuals, relying on their seniority, shamelessly impose themselves wherever they go. Attempting to reason with them only results in evasion or being overpowered by appeals to age and rank. Fortunately, someone intervened, proposing they first go to dinner. Yet upon arriving at the dining hall and seeing the dishes, they found cause to blame Lin Zhe for not providing alcohol. Waiter, bring 2 bottles of orchid fingio. After ordering the wine, they did not forget to boast. When in the land of Shaanxi, one must drink fingio. This orchid fingio is the most representative. Everyone must try it. At that moment, Tianwen was so enraged she nearly burst a vessel. Hastily, she took out her phone and called Tianyun. Sister, what sort of people are these? They come here to feast on the generosity of a magnate. Lin Zhe arranged star-rated accommodations and meals, yet they still find fault. Just now, they ordered 2 bottles of fingio, each costing several hundred yuan. Who knows how much more they demand after the event. After listening to Tianwen's report, Tianyun felt that these individuals were somewhat excessive and contemplated making a phone call to remind them. However, their rationale was rather absurd. They believed that since Lin Zhe was of such high status, he wouldn't mind a little indulgence. Moreover, even if they ordered the most expensive items, Lin Zhe might remain oblivious. They brazenly laughed, saying, Tianyun, you simply do not understand the wealthy. Individuals like Boss Lin value face above all. By accepting his hospitality, we are doing him a favor. Others would be fortunate to have the opportunity to treat me. Tianyun was left bewildered by this twisted logic. The matter of personal relationships is one that should be respected, and she certainly could not allow them to act recklessly, especially since Lin Zhe had already extended considerable assistance to them. This was indeed crossing the line. Concerned about Lin Zhe's feelings, Tianyun decided to call him. Hello. I truly apologize for the trouble. Those individuals are just common folk who have not seen much of the world, and I regret that you had to witness their behavior. Lin Zhe was completely unaware of the situation until he heard Tianyun's account, which sparked an idea in his mind. He still held the property funds, and for this group of commoners to have any leverage over him was nothing short of a joke. Nevertheless, he needed to maintain a facade of propriety in front of Tianyun. Oh, it's no big deal. Dear sister, please do not take it to heart. It is my oversight for not arranging things properly, and I hope you won't hold it against me. Upon hearing this, Tianyun felt even more embarrassed. How could I hold it against you? It is we who should be embarrassed. Regardless of the pleasantries exchanged, Lin Zhe would not suffer any loss. Thus, he decided to let Tianyun owe him a favor. Sister, to be honest, it's only because of you that I haven't reprimanded them. Anyone else would have already been taught a lesson. It's all for your sake. With this statement, Tianyun realized that she had incurred quite a significant debt of gratitude. In the future, repaying it might prove troublesome. Therefore, she made a promise to Lin Zhe. I understand. Once we return to the capital, I will express my gratitude to you in whatever manner you desire. This was precisely the affirmation Lin Zhe sought. You said it. Just make sure you honor your word when the time comes. After settling matters on Tianyun's end, Lin Zhe was ready to address these commoners. Each of them had cost him around 100,000, and this kind of extravagance would significantly reduce his earnings. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lin Zhe noticed that Tianyun was pouting as if she could hang 2 pounds of pork from her lips. What's wrong? Why the sulky demeanor? Like a child of 35, Tianyun recounted the entire incident to Lin Zhe. Only then did everyone realize that Lin Zhe was the one in question. Even the individual who had requested fingio stepped forward to explain himself. Look at Tianyun. She's just a child who isn't grown up. Boss Lin hasn't said anything, yet she has taken it so hard. If it comes to it, I can pay for the wine myself. A few hundred is hardly beyond my means. Lin Zhe smiled and exchanged pleasantries with everyone before pulling Tianyun aside. Do you want to teach them a lesson? On our turf, how can we allow them to have the upper hand? I can help you with that. It was indeed appealing. But Tianyun was apprehensive about Lin Zhe taking it too far and the potential repercussions. She had previously seen news stories about a coal tycoon who had killed someone in a similar situation. Although wealthy, all are equal before the law. Do not act too harshly. What action? Lin Zhe, aware that Tianyun had misunderstood, adopted the tone of a resident of the capital. Rest assured, dealing with these few old ladies requires no force. Chapter 20. I am not a rich second-generation. Lin Zhe instructed Tianyun to simply cooperate. He approached the crowd, feigning an expression of great difficulty. Everyone, feel free to order what you wish. I sincerely apologize for not having arranged things properly. I am uncertain how to address you all, so I shall let Tianwen convey the message. I have urgent matters to attend to, and all expenses will be on me. Suddenly, Lin Zhe's unexpected declaration startled everyone. Even Tianwen was perplexed, having no idea what to convey. It then dawned on her that Lin Zhe had just instructed her. The only matter that could relate to these people was, after all, the property. Consequently, everyone immediately assumed there was an issue with the house and hurriedly stopped Lin Zhe. Boss Lin, what exactly is going on? We traveled such a long distance. Please do not tell us there is a problem with the property. Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Lin Zhe secretly rejoiced. However, he could not reveal his delight, instead choosing to maintain a solemn demeanor and repeatedly apologize. I apologize, this is also my fault. When calculating the properties initially, I miscounted by 2 units. It's not a significant issue. You may discuss among yourselves to see who is willing to forego their claim on the property. I will refund the purchase price. Of course, do not feel you've come in vain. Yanbei is a wonderful place. Consider it a trip, and I will cover all expenses. Currently, the national real estate market is thriving. No one would yield. In just a few sentences, Lin Zhe incited discord among the group. My family's burial plot is nearing expiration, and I cannot relinquish this property. Boss Lin is quite benevolent. Those who are not in a hurry can treat this as a vacation. From the 20 or so individuals, 2 were soon found to relinquish their claims. It must be said that Lin Zhe's strategy was indeed ruthless. Initially, they had arrived from the capital in high spirits, but it quickly devolved into a chaotic dispute. What does your burial plot's expiration have to do with us? You were the one who ordered the Lanhua Fund. You greedy person, you criticize me? Who was it that claimed the accommodation was inadequate and desired the presidential suite? The crowd became embroiled in heated exchanges. Lin Zhe, uninterested in their squabbling, tossed out a final remark before departing. Everyone, please do not argue. Discuss matters calmly. When you have reached an agreement, come find me. I am in room 815. I will finalize the procedures tomorrow morning. For those who do not secure a purchase, I can only extend my apologies. After a lengthy and fruitless debate, the group ultimately turned to Tianwen for resolution. Tianwen, do you not agree that we are the closest? My mother and your father are cousins. Surely this relationship should afford me some consideration. Tianwen, now understanding Lin Zhe's intentions, had no time to waste on these individuals. She could only once again shift the responsibility back to Lin Zhe. Why do you ask me? The house is not in my possession. Instead of squabbling, it would be more prudent to curry favor with Mr. Lin and familiarize myself with him. That would certainly prove more advantageous than my current connections. As if enlightened by divine guidance, the crowd surged towards Lin Zhe's room. At such moments, securing the house takes precedence over any familial ties. All acquaintances become trivial. Lin Zhe welcomed each visitor, employing the same rehearsed rhetoric. This situation is indeed challenging. As you know, the local authorities hold less sway than immediate contacts. While I have leveraged my connections, the manager also expects benefits. Without commissions, the salespeople are disinclined to assist, resulting in only 2 units being sold. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, each individual began to formulate their own schemes. It seemed simple enough. We could offer him some incentives. Thus, they promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Lin Zhe, considering it their commission. They requested that he relay the message on their behalf. Once the money was in Lin Zhe's hands, the visitors felt a sense of relief, knowing that his acceptance of the funds indicated the house was secure. Yet, Lin Zhe continued to feign difficulty. What are you doing? This puts me in a precarious position. These are all relatives of Tianyun. I cannot be seen as the villain here. Please, refrain from discussing this openly. Let us keep it discreet. Shortly, I will have the property manager handle the paperwork quietly, and you may return to the capital without uttering a word. The more enigmatic Lin Zhe became, the more elated the crowd appeared. They had indeed spent more money, but felt as if they had gained a significant advantage. Rest assured, I understand perfectly. Lin Zhe replicated this method with subsequent visitors, swiftly amassing over 200,000 yuan. Only then did he contact the property manager. Send your people to the hotel for the paperwork. Let us not overexert anyone. I will host a dinner tonight in appreciation of your hard work. Remember, do not disclose any details of my prior arrangements with you. If this transaction proceeds smoothly, I will distribute an additional 1,000 yuan to each participant, and I expect several more properties of this nature in the future. The boss, in high spirits, agreed immediately. Under Lin Zhe's meticulous planning, the sales contracts were finalized within the afternoon. As for the property viewing, It was merely the blueprints on the salespeople's computers. Some individuals, wary of being taken advantage of, discreetly inquired about the prices with the salespeople. "Madam, are the prices in Yanbei high? How much is this house worth that my boss is gifting me?" Since Lin Zhe had previously instructed them to present themselves as employees, they all inquired in a similar manner. Concerned that the salespeople might not be forthright, they discreetly slipped an extra 200 yuan into their hands. Although the salespeople accepted their money, they continued to speak favorably of Lin Zhe. "I am not entirely sure. Our average price is 8,000. Such small units are indeed costly. If you intend to use it for ashes, our boss would not approve. It was only through Mr. Lin's connections that we secured it. Normally, this house would be upwards of 500,000. Upon hearing the salesperson's words, the individual felt reassured. After signing the contract, they promptly purchased a ticket back to the capital to share the joyous news with their family. It is indeed a pity for Tianwan, who traveled a great distance, hoping to share a story with Lin Zhe, only to find that everything was resolved in less than a day. Though her lips remained sealed, her heart felt a discontent. As Lin Zhe prepared to return to the capital, he took special care to instruct the property manager to ensure that Shaoli received some credit for his efforts. This act could be considered Lin Zhe's sole act of conscience. The adage holds true: the impoverished resort to cunning, while the affluent nurture their integrity. Previously, Lin Zhe was compelled by his lack of funds, but now, with nearly 3 million at his disposal, he felt the urge to embrace a sense of morality. With newfound wealth, Lin Zhe aspired to venture into business in the capital. After all, he had established connections that he ought to put to good use. Otherwise, the kindness of the Tian sisters would be squandered. Now that he had money, Lin Zhe was determined to shed the label of a faux-rich second generation. During his journey back to the capital, Lin Zhe summoned the courage to reveal his true identity to Tianwan. To his dismay, she was utterly incredulous. Chapter 21. One can pretend to be poor, but cannot truly be poor. Lin Zhe stammered, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. He feared that if Tianwan discovered the truth, she might unceremoniously eject him from the vehicle, for a woman scorned could indeed take drastic actions. Life was precious. After all, after much contemplation, Lin Zhe decided to test the waters with a probing question. "If I were to say that I am not a Cole second generation, could we still remain friends?" At that moment, Tianwan was relishing her time alone with Lin Zhe, happily humming a tune. Suddenly, she was taken aback by his unexpected remark. After a brief pause, she playfully nudged him and laughed. "Do all wealthy individuals suffer from paranoia? Instead of enjoying a good life, you choose to fantasize about the lives of the poor? One should not indulge too much. It is quite amusing to encounter a wealthy person wishing to experience poverty." Alas, Lin Zhe's attempts to clarify were futile. The impression of him as a Cole second generation was firmly ingrained in Tianwan's mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhe earnestly asserted, "I am speaking seriously. I am not a Cole second generation at all. I am merely a destitute individual. Why won't you believe me? What must I say for you to accept it?" Growing impatient, Tianwan thought, why is he still playing this role? "Fine. If you wish to act, then I shall indulge you. You are merely curious if we could remain friends when you have no money. Let me tell you, regardless of your circumstances, I like you just the same," she declared, her expression playful, leaving Lin Zhe at a loss for words. Rather than quarreling over this matter, it would be wiser to redirect their thoughts elsewhere. Lin Zhe had already confessed, yet she obstinately refused to believe him, leaving him powerless. It was truly exasperating. He could continue to be seen as a Cole second generation, but he warned her not to propagate this false identity, as it could lead to complications down the line. The trouble Lin Zhe referred to was the potential exposure of this fabricated persona, which could result in accusations of fraud. Conversely, Tianwan assumed the trouble stemmed from Lin Zhe's reluctance to assist others. "Understood. I realize that this situation has caused you considerable inconvenience, and I should not have involved you," she said, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she excitedly shook Lin Zhe's arm. "Oh, can you imagine how Mary Xiao would react if she heard those words just now?" Lin Zhe, while driving, was startled by Tianwan's sudden exclamation, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. "Please, could you refrain from touching my arm? It's quite perilous." Regardless of Lin Zhe's consent, Tianwan had already connected the call to Mary Xia. "Hello, little ma. I must share a secret with you, and you must brace yourself. That Lin Zhe is not a wealthy heir at all, but rather a destitute individual. Had I not come to Yanbei, I would still be oblivious. I sense you have been deceived. Receiving an unexpected call from Tian Wen left Mary Xia initially uncertain. However, reflecting on Tian Wen's relationship with Lin Zhe, she concluded that there was no reason for Tian Wen to deceive her. Coupled with Lin Zhe's previous attire, Mary Xia's faith crumbled in that moment. After over 30 years of perseverance, she believed she had finally reached the end of her struggles, even having selected a name for her child. To now learn that everything was a facade felt like a cruel twist of fate. That she had not lost her sanity was a stroke of luck. Sister, is what you say true? Why would I lie to you? This fellow is so impoverished he doesn't even possess a coin for guasha. Fortunately, I discovered this in time. Otherwise, you would have faced significant losses. At that instant, Mary Xia could no longer contain her emotions. She burst into tears before everyone in the shop. Her tears were not merely for having been deceived by Lin Zhe, but rather for her overwhelming uncertainty about the future. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had entrusted all her hopes to Lin Zhe, reflecting both her focus and her unwillingness to accept defeat. After a bout of crying, Mary Xia dialed Lin Zhe's number and unleashed a torrent of furious invectives, employing language that was as harsh as it was colorful, showcasing the fierce spirit of a woman from northeast China. After venting her frustrations, she felt a slight alleviation in her heart. Lin, let me tell you, may you suffer a dreadful fate. I have spent a total of 7,000 on you, considering the prior expenses on my credit card and the watch. If you return the 7,000, we can call it even. Otherwise, I will report you to the authorities. This moment crystallized a realization for Lin Zhe. Women may tolerate wealthy men masquerading as poor, but they cannot abide poor men pretending to be affluent. Given Lin Zhe's prior missteps, it was understandable for Mary Xia to react in such a manner. The 4 stages of courting, approach, pursue, engage, and dismiss, are perceived differently by each individual based on their unique experiences. Yet, Lin Zhe found the final stage, dismissal, to be the most challenging. With his current persona, dismissing anyone would undoubtedly cause heartache. In plain terms, Lin Zhe still possessed a sliver of humanity. Otherwise, he would not have to contemplate the ramifications of his actions. Devoid of conscience, he would feel no remorse. Once Mary Xia concluded her tirade, Lin Zhe replied calmly, I will give you 30,000. Consider that watch a parting gift. A memento of our brief encounter. I shall transfer the funds shortly. Lin Zhe's tranquil response immediately set off alarm bells for Mary Xia. If Lin Zhe were truly a fraud, how could he be so generous? Mary Xia was utterly flabbergasted, realizing she had fallen into Tian Wen's cunning trap. Despite knowing Tian Wen harbored feelings for Lin Zhe, she had foolishly placed her trust in her words. In order to ascertain her thoughts, Ma Lixia softly inquired, Is Tian Wen by your side? Lin Zhe turned to glance at Tian Wen and handed the phone over. It's for you. After we hang up, please transfer 30,000 yuan to her. Upon receiving the call, Tian Wen gleefully remarked, Xiao Ma, I was merely teasing you. Why such a strong reaction? You were rather fierce just now. You nearly frightened Lin Zhe. I thought you were quite fond of him, but it seems that is not the case. The money has been transferred. Do remember to check. Feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment, Ma Lixia regretted her earlier outburst. Before she could clarify things with Lin Zhe, Tian Wen abruptly ended the call. Lin Zhe felt a sense of relief that the matter seemed to have reached a conclusion, as he was unsure how to explain it to Ma Lixia. The outcome was, in fact, quite satisfactory for him. You've taken this joke too far. When I return to the capital, I'll have to stay in a hotel again. You even said I ate too much. I think you're in a similar situation. With the events unfolding in such a manner, Tian Wen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. How could she allow Lin Zhe to stay in a hotel? Sigh, I am single too. Why don't you stay at my place? Ultimately, it mattered little where Lin Zhe resided, but the treatment would undoubtedly differ. He found himself reminiscing about the blissful days spent at Ma Lixia's home. Perhaps it is best if I remain on my own. I genuinely fear I might not be able to handle your vivacious nature. Chapter 22. The second-generation coal tycoon opens a store, causing a stir in the market. Lin Zhe was not being pretentious. The 2 sisters of the Tian family were indeed quite attractive. As an adult, he naturally desired both. However, there was a prerequisite to consider. The sisters possessed contrasting personalities, and thus the order of pursuit must also differ. Should he yield to Tian Wen first, given Tian Yun's character, Lin Zhe would forfeit any future opportunity with her. After all, Tian Yun was more composed than her sister and would have difficulty accepting a relationship with her sibling's boyfriend. Tian Wen, on the other hand, was bold and passionate. If she liked someone, she cared little for their existing relationships. Therefore, Lin Zhe needed to secure Tian Yun's affections first. During this return to the capital, Lin Zhe planned to engage in the luxury goods business, primarily focusing on the resale of high-end items. During his free time, he had been researching the lifestyles of affluent second-generation heirs. He discovered that many young women gravitated toward them primarily for material gain. Ultimately, they ended up acquiring luxury items that were difficult to liquidate. By combining both resale and recovery, Lin Zhe believed his business would thrive. Additionally, considering his previous persona and the social circle of the Tian sisters, attracting customers should not pose a significant challenge. However, his lack of familiarity with the capital and limited knowledge of luxury goods necessitated Tian Wen's assistance. "Oh, by the way, I am considering opening a luxury goods store. Could you help me inquire which brand would be best? A smaller storefront would suffice. I simply wish to have my own venture." Lin Zhe was fortunate to have asked the right person, as Tian Wen had a particular fondness for luxury items. Familiarity breeds expertise. While she might not be well-versed in the most exclusive brands, she was well acquainted with more mainstream offerings. "That sounds wonderful. My sisters and I will be able to shop at your place. Do remember to give me a discount." As she spoke, it seemed Tian Wen recalled something significant. "It seems that there is a Chanel store on the 4th floor of the Double Bridges Fortune Square up for transfer. Should I inquire about it for you?" It is indeed curious how thoughts can manifest. However, upon hearing about such a transfer, Lin Zhe felt a sense of uncertainty. Is the business faltering? Otherwise, why would it be up for transfer? On the other hand, Tian Wen believed that success depends on individual capability. What might not work for others could flourish under Lin Zhe's stewardship. Furthermore, ceasing operations does not necessarily imply a loss. It is quite possible that the previous owner is pursuing a more promising opportunity. Lin Zhe, however, had his sights set on the Sanlitun area, dreaming of finding a shop there, which would indeed be splendid. Upon learning that Lin Zhe possessed only a starting capital of over 2 million, Tian Wen concluded that he could only consider options in Double Bridges, while Sanlitun would be out of reach. The primary advantage of Double Bridges was its proximity to Jinsong, allowing Tian Wen to visit Lin Zhe with ease. With Tian Wen's assistance, the shop was swiftly acquired for a mere 800,000, as there was hardly any inventory left, and the monthly rent was over 30,000, with approximately 2 months' rent remaining. Tian Wen advised Lin Zhe to test the waters first. If the business could sustain itself, he could then proceed to purchase inventory in bulk. One must acknowledge that Tian Wen genuinely cared for Lin Zhe. To express her gratitude for Lin Zhe's previous assistance in purchasing a columbarium, Tian Yin sent 2 tokens via Tian Wen, a card valued at 50,000 that could be used at any branch of Tianyuan family feast, and a key to an apartment in the Yug complex of Double Bridges. This apartment was an investment property owned by Tian Yun, typically rented out, but upon learning of Lin Zhe's venture in Double Bridges, she graciously vacated it for his use. Although the space was modest, just under 40 square meters, it was well equipped with a private bathroom and kitchen, far superior to residing in a hotel. On the opening day, Lin Zhe intended to keep things simple. However, upon his arrival at the store, he was greeted by an abundance of floral arrangements adorning both sides of the entrance, along with a considerable number of well-wishers. Lin Zhe thought to himself, "I certainly do not have this many friends in the capital." These individuals were mostly the children of those who had previously purchased columbarium spaces from him. Although their relationships were not particularly close, it was essential to become familiar with them. Relationships are cultivated over time, and having heard of Lin Zhe's generosity and amiable nature, who would not wish to become acquainted? As Lin Zhe approached, the crowd eagerly congratulated him. "Boss Lin, congratulations. To think such a significant figure would engage in such a modest business. It seems you seize every opportunity for profit." With a bit of spare cash on hand, they reasoned it was worthwhile to dabble in small ventures. As the interest from bank savings was hardly substantial, and money left untouched would eventually lose its value, Lin Zhe exchanged a few casual pleasantries, only to find the crowd's flattery becoming excessive. They seemed eager to fawn over him, praising his wisdom and insight, as if every word he uttered was a profound truth. One could only wonder which fortunate woman would be honored to call such a paragon as Lin Zhe her partner. It would indeed be a stroke of immense fortune. The behavior of these individuals imparted a lesson to Lin Zhe. The wealthy are often regarded as sages, while those without wealth find their reasonings dismissed as trivial. In summary, wealth is the ultimate truth. With money, one can act as one pleases. The affluent have no need for friendships, as they effortlessly attract companions. As everyone gathered, Lin Zhe solemnly declared, "Henceforth, do not refer to me as Boss Lin. I am no longer the second-generation Cole heir. I am merely a small business owner. I hope you will refrain from promoting my identity as a Cole heir." Lin Zhe had previously wiped the slate clean by publicly declaring his disassociation from the Cole heir status. Anyone who seeks to associate with him must not complain when he is accused of leveraging his heritage for personal gain. Yet, these individuals remain indifferent to Lin Zhe's current identity. They have heard tales of his exploits from their parents, embellishing their connections to him, mistakenly believing he shuns his family's fame in pursuit of an independent venture. The title of Boss Lin persists. Even as a small business owner, he is still a boss. Furthermore, is a luxury goods store truly a small business? We all comprehend that Lin Zhe, being so young and accomplished, could thrive in business without relying on familial connections. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it appears that Lin Zhe bears the weight of his identity as a Cole heir. In truth, he need not feel burdened, for others covet such a status. Observing the self-satisfied individuals around him, Lin Zhe found himself both amused and exasperated. He had said all that needed to be said. The rest was up to them. Their voices, eager to be heard, grew louder with each passing moment. Now, it seems everyone in the vicinity is aware of Lin Zhe's background as a Cole heir. This floor is filled with high-end merchandise. To Lin Zhe's left is a Pierre Cardin store, and to his right, a custom shoe boutique. The sudden emergence of a Cole heir opening a shop nearby was akin to a nuclear explosion, quickly startling the entire fourth floor. Chapter 23. Tianyun, I beg you, cease your flirtations. I wondered why there was such a commotion next door. It turns out a Cole heir has come to seek amusement. In a vast forest, one finds all types of birds, including those eager to endure hardship. If I were in his shoes, I would have already embraced a small celebrity by now. Why say so much? A simple greeting suffices. After all, we will inevitably cross paths again. Such individuals often have extensive connections and numerous friends. Perhaps they could even introduce us to potential customers. Many approached to greet Lin Zhe, yet he struggled to remember each face. Even the two sales associates in his store remained nameless to him, as Tianyun had handled the hiring process. Observing Tianyun, one could see she exuded the demeanor of a proprietress, warmly welcoming every visitor. Tianyun, witnessing this, recognized that Tianyun had become deeply enamored with the role. She had never exhibited such enthusiasm for her own family business. Unable to contain herself, Tianyun turned to Lin Zhe and voiced her complaints. What kind of enchantment have you cast on Tianyun? I've never seen her care so deeply for anyone. You seem more jubilant about your opening than she does about her own store. It's truly a case of one object subduing another. Lin Zhe deliberately leaned closer to Tianyun and whispered in her ear, I wish to have a potion of enchantment, and it shall be bestowed upon you first. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt utterly captivated. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Tianyun trembled as if struck by an electric shock. She herself could not comprehend why such a sensation enveloped her. In her beliefs, she would never consider a man more than 10 years her junior, regardless of his merits. She harbored disdain for Tianyun's actions, asserting that she and Lin Zhe could only ever be friends. Now, with Lin Zhe articulating such sentiments, her heart resembled a vessel turned upside down, filled with an array of conflicting emotions. She wished to decline, yet found herself bereft of a valid reason to do so. Torn between compliance and the fear that Lin Zhe might merely be toying with her, she was further concerned about societal perceptions. After a considerable pause, she managed to muster a faint smile. You've become quite the rascal, jesting with your elder sister. Such behavior is not to be repeated. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Lin Zhe swiftly kissed Tianyun. In that instant, she felt as though she had been intoxicated. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to the nape of her neck, and she experienced a delightful lightness throughout her being. The thought of being seen by others filled her with embarrassment. Most astonishing was Tianyun's realization that Lin Zhe possessed such audacity, daring to act so brazenly in broad daylight, under the gaze of many. Your boldness is astonishing. Should others witness this, it would be quite the scandal. Though she spoke these words, a thrill coursed through her heart. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Tianyun, she would have been at a loss for how to proceed next. Sister, why is your face so flushed? Tianyun, already feeling guilty, was further unsettled by Tianyun's probing question. All eyes were now upon her, amplifying her embarrassment to an unbearable degree. She wished desperately to vanish into the ground. There are simply too many people. Perhaps you're feeling a bit warm, Lin Zhe interjected, skillfully defusing the situation, allowing Tianyun to navigate this awkward moment. Indeed, it is rather stifling. Let us conclude our congratulations and leave, so as not to hinder Lin Zhe's business. Should you require anything in the future, do remember to visit. Moments ago, the room had been bustling with people, yet in the blink of an eye, it was deserted. Once the crowd departed, Tianyun muttered in frustration. These people are truly insufferable, arriving merely to chatter without considering the business. Despite the throng this morning, not a single item was sold. Relying on such customers, Lin Zhe would surely starve. Lin Zhe had never anticipated their patronage. This group was solely interested in reaping benefits from him, making it exceedingly difficult to elicit any financial contribution. Business is a gradual process. I find myself a bit peckish. Shall we go for a meal? I am craving your delightful pastries. Upon hearing this, Tianyun instructed Lin Zhe and Tianyun to go eat, as she needed to remain and oversee the shop. She merely requested that he bring her something back to enjoy. This arrangement suited Lin Zhe well. With Tianyun absent, he found it considerably easier to act. Sister, shall we take our leave? In the private dining room of the Tian family's banquet, as the waiter served all the dishes, Lin Zhe made a deliberate request. I am discussing matters with my elder sister. Please do not enter. Upon witnessing Lin Zhe's actions, Tianyun's immediate thought was that something serious was afoot. Could it be that Lin Zhe intended to? Tianyun dared not think further. Her mind felt utterly chaotic. It was only when Lin Zhe took a seat beside her that she realized the proximity between them was too intimate, prompting her to hastily pull her chair away and shift aside. Lin Zhe, however, observed this without much concern. Why are you sitting so far away from me, sister? I remember you once mentioned that you wanted to express your gratitude to me, and that you were open to any form of thanks. Why the sudden reluctance to acknowledge that now? At this moment, Tianyun found herself lost in reminiscence, realizing that Lin Zhe had been harboring feelings for her back then. As he leaned closer again, she instinctively closed her eyes, overwhelmed by anxiety. She simply lacked the courage to meet his gaze, unsure of his next move. Lin Zhe understood that one must not rush with a woman like Tianyun. It was akin to simmering soup, requiring gentle, patient heat. Sister, why is your face flushed again, and your breathing seems labored? Are you feeling unwell? Should we visit the hospital? Damn it. It dawned on Tianyun that Lin Zhe was merely teasing her. She had even braced herself for a kiss, only to be met with this unexpected banter. You rascal. How can you behave like this at my age? It's utterly vexing. Perhaps it was disappointment in Lin Zhe for not taking action. Or perhaps she had regained her composure and felt ashamed of her earlier behavior. Regardless, her heart was unsettled. Lin Zhe adeptly maintained a delicate balance, pushing boundaries just enough to be noticeable without overstepping. Sister, don't be angry. I was just trying to amuse you. You are the woman I respect the most. Even if I have certain thoughts, I remind myself not to entertain them, constantly affirming to myself that you are my sister. He played both the good and the bad roles, stirring feelings within Tianyun while refraining from any overt actions, which only deepened her frustration. Though she knew a relationship with Lin Zhe was unlikely, a part of her still yearned to explore the possibility, if only to have an experience. His erratic behavior left her perplexed about his intentions. To alleviate her embarrassment, she deftly changed the subject. I believe you are in dire need of a girlfriend to keep you in check. Otherwise, you might continue making such inappropriate jokes with me. Lin Zhe maintained a cheerful demeanor, agreeing with her sentiment. Why not take on the role of my caretaker? I truly have no interest in other women. Besides, finding a girlfriend is exhausting. If I want milk, I don't need to keep a cow at home, do I? You have quite the peculiar logic. Where did you learn such reasoning? You genuinely possess a certain masculine charm when you are serious, but when you are not, it becomes rather off-putting. I suggest you maintain a more serious demeanor in the future. On the surface, Tianyun appeared calm and unruffled, yet her heartbeat raced faster than usual. Under Lin Zhe's keen observation, the rapid rise and fall of her chest suggested her heart was akin to two rabbits eager to leap forth. Sister, I've always said you must be at least a D cup. After a few days apart, it seems to have grown even more. Perhaps my estimation was off. It would be better to measure it by hand. Let me tell you, my hands are more precise than a ruler. Having learned from the recent experience, Tianyun dismissed Lin Zhe's words, believing that he was merely indulging in idle banter. You jest again. Even if I let you measure, would you dare? No sooner had she spoken than Lin Zhe fulfilled her wish, leaving Tianyun bewildered, caught in a haze of uncertainty regarding his intentions. She struggled to decipher Lin Zhe's intricate patterns and could hardly keep pace with his thought process. Yet, his next utterance completely dismantled her defenses. Sister, am I being a bit excessive? Even I find it hard to bear. Taking a deep breath, Tianyun pondered what sort of enigma he was. Remaining any longer would surely drive her to madness, prompting her to rise and splash some cold water on her face to regain composure. However, Lin Zhe unexpectedly enveloped her in his embrace, akin to cradling a small pet. Gazing at her with tender eyes, he gently inquired, Sister, how long has it been since you last kissed? Since entering the private room, Tianyun's heart had been in disarray. Who could withstand such teasing? In response to Lin Zhe's question, she found herself forgetting how long it had actually been. What began as a private thought slipped out unbidden. I forgot. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Zhe's mouth was upon hers. Instinctively, she tried to evade, yet her body seemed to act independently of her mind. It felt as though her brain were at odds with her physical self. Brain, quick, get away. Body, no, you do not wish to escape. Thus, the body proved to be the most truthful, and Lin Zhe was well aware of this truth. One should not trust what a woman professes verbally, but observe her actions instead. In that moment, Tianyun ceased to care about others' opinions. To hell with them. Let the mundane world go to the devil. Ultimately, she remained a woman. And no matter how aloof or dignified she appeared before the crowd, she now simply wished to embrace her femininity. You little rascal, how could you be so mischievous? Uncertain of what the future held, she decided to leave that for another day. For now, joy was of the utmost importance. On the fourth floor of Fuqing, Tianyun's stomach grumbled with hunger. Both sales assistants had gone to lunch, leaving her alone to tend the shop. Recalling Lin Zhe's inconsiderate behavior, she felt a pang of grievance. It was as if the store had been opened solely for her. How could he take so long for a meal? Even a cow would have finished by now. Growing impatient, she dialed Lin Zhe's number multiple times, but to no avail. Frustrated, she then called Tianyun, only to be met with silence again. What on earth was going on? Unwilling to relent, she continued to call Tianyun's number until, after many attempts, the line finally connected. All she heard was Tianyun breathing heavily, as if she had just run a marathon. Hello, what is going on? As soon as the call connected, Tianyun launched into a tirade. Finally, you answer. I thought I'd starve to death. What are you two doing? Why aren't you back yet? On the other end, Tianyun sounded somewhat flustered. Oh, we weren't doing anything. The shop was busy. My phone was charging at the bar. What would you like to eat? I can bring it to you. I'm too full of anger to eat now. Tianyun merely wished to vent her frustrations, yet Tianyun, feeling guilty, failed to perceive the underlying implications in her words. All right, I shall end the call now. After hanging up, Tianyun anxiously patted her chest. That scared me. I hope I didn't give myself away. At that moment, Lin Zhe was leisurely enjoying a post-coital cigarette. Exhaling the second-hand smoke towards the ceiling, and mused with a dazed expression, in youth, one is oblivious to the allure of mature women, mistakenly cherishing young girls instead. Who came up with such profound insights? It's remarkably accurate. Witnessing Lin Zhe's demeanor nearly drove Tianyun to exasperation. You're to blame for this. I was terrified. My sister kept calling incessantly. Lin Zhe extinguished his cigarette and pulled Tianyun closer once more. How can you blame me? You were holding me so tightly just now, as if fearing I might escape. Now, you're acting indifferent. Faced with Lin Zhe's cheeky grin, Tianyun felt utterly helpless. At the very least, this exhilarating sensation was something her peers could never provide. The education she received had never prepared her for such encounters in a private room at a restaurant. The thrill of the moment was an experience she had never known, a blend of anxiety akin to a thief's and a sense of anticipation. If it weren't for Tian when waiting at the establishment, Tianyun would have relished staying in that room all afternoon, enjoying the comfort of being nestled in Lin Zhe's embrace. It was only when Tianyun called again that Lin Zhe realized there were others waiting for them. Are you coming back? This establishment is mine, you know. I'm nearly starving. We'll be there shortly, he replied. Joyful moments always seem to slip away too quickly, and Lin Zhe reluctantly released Tianyun. Your sister is upset. Hurry and arrange for the kitchen to prepare a couple of dishes for her. I'll take them back. Tianyun thought Lin Zhe had hardly eaten and suggested he simply take the leftover dishes. Otherwise, it would be a waste. She even inquired if there was anything else he wished to eat, asking the kitchen to prepare more. At that moment, Lin Zhe's standing in Tianyun's heart surpassed that of Tianyun, for Tian one was only deserving of leftovers. Lin Zhe felt this was unfair to her. After all, she's your sister. Is it right to let her eat what's left? Tian Yun innocently replied, what does it matter if it's not someone else's leftovers? Perhaps Tian Yun felt guilty, knowing full well that Tian Wen harbored feelings for Lin Zhe, and now faced with the prospect of confronting her sister. She felt at a loss. I won't go back. I just want to head home for a shower. Lin Zhe nodded in agreement. That is fine. It's better not to provoke her when she is in a foul mood. Upon Lin Zhe's return to the establishment, Tian Wen's gaze was filled with fury, as if she were ready to kill. No matter where Lin Zhe went, her eyes were fixed upon him, glaring fiercely. Feeling unnerved under her intense stare, Lin Zhe hurriedly offered her the meal. You must be famished. Hurry and eat before you faint from hunger. With a smile, he handed her the chopsticks. And only then did Tian Wen relent. However, as she took a bite of the food, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Why is it cold? Well, it's been a while. It would be strange if it weren't cold, he replied. Chapter 25. When a girl meets Lin Zhe, it calls for some discipline. Lin Zhe inadvertently let slip a revealing remark. Tian Wen gazed at Lin Zhe with an expression of utter disbelief. It was hardly a short distance from the restaurant, and surely, the cold dish couldn't have cooled down so quickly. If given the chance to argue, Lin Zhe could effortlessly justify himself. I had the kitchen prepared in advance. The crowd in the restaurant has caused a delay. I ordered it for you even before placing my own order. How could it be cold? Had I known, I would have waited until I finished my meal before ordering for you. As they engaged in their conversation, a couple entered the establishment. They were the first customers of the day, prompting Tian Wen to set down her chopsticks and greet them. Hello, please feel free to browse. Today marks our grand opening, and all items in the affordable section are available at a 20% discount. Lin Zhe scrutinized the customers. The male was dressed in attire that bore no hint of luxury, while the female was adorned in designer labels. The couple seemed an unlikely match. The man wandered into the affordable section and pointed to a handbag priced at 6,000, inquiring if the girl liked it. Without so much as a glance, she dismissed it, opting instead for a handbag worth 32,000. Darling, I think this one is quite acceptable. Upon seeing the handbag in her hands, the boy's heart raced momentarily. Is this one a bit too expensive? He inquired. The girl's mood shifted instantly. Is this expensive? My ex-boyfriend used to gift me items far pricier than this. Have I ever asked you for anything since we started dating? Perhaps we should keep looking. Over 30,000 is not a trivial amount. We still need to save for our wedding. At this rate, when will we have enough saved up? It was evident from the boy's words that he was contemplating marriage, while the girl began to uplift him with motivational platitudes. Darling, you must broaden your perspective. Money is meant to be spent, not hoarded. Successful individuals all say that if you can spend tens of thousands, earning millions in the future will be a mere trifle. Tian Wen initially intended to provide attentive service to the couple, but their conversation dulled her enthusiasm. She turned back to her seat to continue her meal and discreetly educated Lin Zhe. Just watch. With someone like her, discounts are unnecessary. Why? Lin Zhe queried, intrigued. Even if her boyfriend is spending, he should save where possible. After all, money doesn't grow on trees. I've seen too many like her. By tomorrow evening at the latest, she'll undoubtedly return the bag. If you don't believe me, let us make a wager. Knowing this, we still have to sell it to her, just to gamble on that slim chance she won't return it. Lin Zhe grasped the situation. Essentially, the man was being treated as an ATM, and she was here to cash in on Lin Zhe. Damn, I can't interfere with her making money, but if I get caught in her scheme, she'd better not blame me. If she thinks she can take advantage of me here, she is clearly mistaken. With that thought, Lin Zhe approached the couple. Hello. There's really no need to hesitate. If you like it, just buy it. Luxury items are merely that, items. If you ever tire of it. We also accept second-hand items for resale, and within a week, as long as the tags remain intact, we offer free returns and exchanges. Lin Zhe's words undoubtedly provided the girl with a sense of reassurance. It has come to my attention that returns and exchanges are complimentary, and I am almost eager to leave with the bag in hand. The proprietor has made such a proclamation. What is there to hesitate about? It appears you do not harbor affection for me. If that is the case, let it be so. Though I utter words of resignation, my grip on the bag remains tenacious. For the sake of love, the young man must swallow his pride and accept the circumstances. Resolutely, he clenches his teeth, stomps his foot, and produces his credit card. Sir, please process the transaction. After the purchase is completed, in an effort to deter returns, Tianwen presents the girl with a bottle of perfume. This area does not allow discounts, so here is a bottle of perfume. Do remember to promote our establishment in return. The girl, accustomed to such dealings, is well aware that the perfume cannot be opened. To return the item, she must also bring back the gift. Thus, the bottle of perfume becomes a burden rather than a bonus for her. Reluctantly, she accepts it and places it into her bag. After their departure, Tianwen shakes her head with a wry smile. The young man does not appear to be wealthy. The price of a fleeting romance costing over 30,000 is indeed steep, and one wonders how long he has been ensnared by this girl. Lin Zhe has never felt sympathy for such matters, rather perceiving the man as the architect of his own misfortune. He brought this upon himself. In a world filled with both men and women, why choose to invest in a woman of questionable virtue? It is a mutual agreement. One is willing to engage, the other willing to comply. As the afternoon progressed, the number of customers steadily increased until closing time. The revenue was nearing 80,000. Aside from the young couple seeking a return, the remainder consisted of affordable goods, resulting in a minimal return rate. Luxury goods typically cost around 30% of their retail price, and selling them at 80% still yields a decent profit margin. If every day were to unfold as today has, Lin Zhe's business would surely thrive. Through a full day's operation, Lin Zhe discerned the peak hours for clientele, primarily around 4 in the afternoon. Consequently, he arranged for 2 sales associates to alternate shifts, ensuring each would benefit from a balanced commission over the month. The following morning, Tianwen arrived early, waiting at the entrance of the mall for it to open. Lin Zhe believed he had arrived promptly, only to find she had beaten him there. I find it curious how you are even more enthusiastic than I am. Let me clarify, there is no salary for your efforts here. Tianwen shot him a glance. If I were to work for mere wages, I might as well sleep at home. The store has just opened, and I fear the sales associates may be inexperienced. I wish to assist you for a few days, and besides, you know my interest lies in you. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered the store. Just as Lin Zhe began to boil water, Tianwen urged him to look outside. Do you see that woman at the elevator? Is she not the one who purchased the bag yesterday? She has come alone, surely to return it. Lin Zhe had anticipated her arrival. Do not speak. Observe how I handle her. Among my circle of men, I will not allow her to succeed without offering me something in return. Tianwen had complete faith in this assertion. Although Lin Zhe had never engaged in the luxury goods business, his discernment was more than sufficient to deal with a woman seeking to exploit the situation. Very well, I shall await the spectacle. If she is denied a return, I hope she does not resort to theatrics. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe merely offered a disdainful smile. In the blink of an eye, the woman entered the store. Excuse me, boss, I spotted a bag I prefer much more at Sanlitun yesterday, so I'd like to return this one. Lin Zhe first instructed someone to pour the lady a glass of water, then invited her to sit on the sofa. Have you grown tired of it so swiftly? Chapter 26. A lesson for the woman of the night. A win-win situation. The woman could discern that Lin Zhe was being courteous, evidently not wishing for her to return the item. However, it was over 30,000 yuan, hard-earned from a night's labor. If it remained unconverted, hadn't her efforts from the previous night been in vain? Initially, she thought it was acceptable, but after wandering around Sanlitun, she realized that the goods here were simply not on the same level as those there. While returning it was one thing. She felt compelled to belittle Lin Zhe's merchandise. Had it not been for Lin Zhe's prior instructions, Tianwen would have confronted her long ago. In the face of the woman's unpleasant demeanor, Lin Zhe maintained his cheerful demeanor. Let us speak of business, but please refrain from disparaging my items. After all, this is still a luxury product. Then just process the returns swiftly. Why all this nonsense? The woman was clearly growing impatient, eager to have the money in her hands for a sense of security. In her haste to obtain her money, her attitude was decidedly unpleasant. We agreed before our purchase yesterday that returns within a week without removing tags would be free. Take a good look. I haven't touched the bag at all. And even the gift you provided yesterday is still here. If you refuse to refund me, I shall lodge a complaint at the mall. The woman believed her eloquence to be impressive, unaware that Lin Zhe had already prepared a trap for her, waiting for her to leap into it. Lin Zhe examined the bag thoroughly, confirming its condition before speaking. Very well, we can offer a buyback at 30% of the original price. If you agree, I can transfer you some money immediately. The woman was taken aback, nearly leaping off the sofa in outrage. What do you mean 30%? I demand a full refund. Are you incapable of understanding plain language? Oh, so you wish to return it. Lin Zhe approached the counter, confirming once more with the woman. Is it indeed a return? By this time, the woman had completely lost her patience, responding with irritation. Yes, for heaven's sake, stop with the trivialities and process the return. Lin Zhe ceased further conversation, completing the necessary procedures, and informed her that the return had been processed. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in shock. Where's my money? It has been returned to the original payment method, Lin Zhe replied. It was at this moment that Tianwen comprehended how Lin Zhe intended to handle the woman. The woman was nearly apoplectic with anger. Why return it to the original method? Just give me the money. What do you mean by this? Lin Zhe's smile vanished, replaced by a more menacing expression. We return the money to whoever spent it. Complaining will avail you nothing. If you had agreed to the 30% buyback earlier, I would have certainly provided you with the funds. It is your skill to exploit a man, but dragging us into this is unacceptable. I've incurred significant costs in terms of labor and resources, only for you to benefit. Do you think this is a charity? The woman was left speechless by Lin Zhe's retort. This essentially meant that her efforts last night were in vain, ultimately allowing that man to benefit without any cost. As the number of onlookers at the entrance increased, the dilemma arose. Should the woman leave, rendering her efforts futile, or stay, unable to find fault with Lin Zhe? Ultimately, it was Tianwen who stepped forward. Everyone, please disperse. Do not disrupt our business. Some latecomers, unaware of the situation, inquired, what is happening? Witnesses to the entire incident began to narrate the events. This woman had her boyfriend buy her a bag, only to secretly return it for a refund, which the owner refused. The crowd found Lin Zhe's actions quite satisfying. Well done. It should be this way, otherwise, these women would run rampant. It seemed they would have to return to this store in the future in case their girlfriends attempted to return items secretly, allowing them to reclaim their money while enjoying the products for free. Seeing the public opinion turn against her, the woman attempted to leave, but Lin Zhe called her back. Wait, don't rush off. Come here and let us have a chat. Human nature is human nature, and business is business. Since Lin Zhe engaged in this trade, he undoubtedly prioritized his own interests. From now on, you can bring people here to shop, and I will refund you 20 on all products. I do not oppose your endeavors, but you must allow me some benefits as well. Do you not agree? Additionally, I can assist you, creating a win-win situation for both of us. Lin Zhe's words were akin to a bombshell. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Although Lin Zhe would take a 20 cut, his willingness to collaborate would eliminate such risks in the future. They would no longer fear refunds being processed back to the original account. With Lin Zhe's cooperation, what initially cost 32,000 could potentially be increased to 40,000. All right, it's settled then. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. After finalizing their agreement, he introduced himself. I'm Chen Yanan. May I ask your name? Lin Zhe. After their introductions, Lin Zhe requested Chen Yanan to open her payment code. She, bewildered, wondered what Lin Zhe intended to do with the payment code. Lin Zhe pointed to the bag on the counter and said, this is our first business transaction. I need to transfer the money to you. Wasn't it supposed to be refunded? At that moment, Chen Yanan realized that Lin Zhe had never intended to process a refund. Everything that had transpired was merely a performance orchestrated by him. Even Tianwen, who had been observing, was taken aback. It dawned on her that Lin Zhe had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Initially, she thought he aimed to teach Chen Yanan a lesson, but it turned out he was a master of foresight. In this regard, even Tianwen felt inferior. She was instantly in awe of Lin Zhe's tactics, not only educating Chen Yanan, but also generating revenue for the shop. Moreover, he had successfully integrated a woman from that circle into their business. Although Tianwen was not part of that world, she understood that women like Chen Yanan had their own networks. Today's events meant that Chen Yanan had effectively advertised Lin Zhe within her circle. After bidding farewell to Chen Yanan, Tianwen promptly transformed into Lin Zhe's devoted admirer. Gently touching Lin Zhe's head, she scrutinized him closely. This action left Lin Zhe in a state of bewilderment. What are you looking for? Tianwen adjusted Lin Zhe's head, signaling him to remain still. It's peculiar. Although we all share the same two shoulders and one head, why does it feel like your mind harbors thoughts so different from ours? You are akin to Zhuge Liang in the flesh. At times, I genuinely wish I could exchange our brains, just to see what occupies your thoughts all day. These words were not mere flattery. They reflected Tianwen's genuine admiration for Lin Zhe. Had she not witnessed it firsthand today, she would have never imagined that the luxury goods business could operate in such a manner. Lin Zhe had no time for banter. He picked up his phone and began searching for various social groups. Stop joking around. I need to get down to business. To expand his enterprise, Lin Zhe could not solely rely on these women. Chapter 27. The broader the mindset, the wider the financial path. Where there are women seeking support, there are certainly men willing to indulge. These individuals represented Lin Zhe's potential clients. As times progress, business practices must adapt accordingly. Given that Lin Zhe was not particularly virtuous, conventional methods might elude him, yet he possessed an abundance of unconventional ideas. After chatting in the group for an entire morning, customers soon arrived at the store during lunchtime. Two patrons walked in, just as Lin Zhe had discussed in the group. The man entered with a beautiful woman, exuding generosity. Darling, feel free to choose any style. Today, our focus is on consumption. Tian, somewhat puzzled, initially believed they were major clients and hurried to attend to them. Miss, we have the latest bags. Take your time to browse. Although Tian was unaware of the preceding events, she could clearly discern from whom the money would flow. She did not hesitate to compliment the man. You are truly fortunate, miss, to have such a boyfriend who is willing to spend lavishly on you. He is not only generous, but also quite handsome. Upon hearing this, the woman appeared momentarily flustered, her face lighting up with a blissful smile, as if she had genuinely found a boyfriend willing to splurge on her. In a rare occurrence, the woman finally selected a bag priced over 50,000. Honey, is this one all right? Any other man would have been intimidated by the price, yet this man remained exceedingly generous. Nonsense. That bag does not match your elegance. My woman deserves the finest. Get me the most expensive one. He turned to Tian and commanded, show my girlfriend your most luxurious bag. Tian carefully assessed the man's attire. The only valuable item he had was the watch on his wrist, which was a Fia brand. He hardly appeared to be someone who could afford such an extravagant purchase. Were it not for the sake of business, Tian might have thought them both rather eccentric. Sir, our most expensive bag is priced at 120,000. Shall I fetch it for you? The man waved his hand dismissively, asserting with arrogance, hurry up. Once Tian retrieved the bag, she proceeded to explain its material and care instructions. The girl listened attentively, while the man seemed distracted. I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us finalize the payment quickly. With the conversation reaching this point, Tian ceased her chatter and approached the cash register to process the transaction. Upon witnessing the situation, the man clearly became flustered. Had Lin Zhe not intervened in a timely manner, it is likely the man would have succumbed to his anxiety. Tian, that bag has been reserved by a customer who will be coming to collect it shortly. It took considerable effort to secure such a significant sale, Lin Zhe remarked, causing Tian to be utterly bewildered. When was it reserved? I was unaware of this. Aside from that lady earlier, no other customers have visited the store today. How could it have been reserved without my knowledge? Lin Zhe rose and approached Tian, taking the bag from her hands and returning it to the counter. It was during your visit to the restroom. Tian, upon hearing this, became even more perplexed. She had been in the store all morning and had not left for a moment. Fortunately, she was astute enough to recognize that Lin Zhe's actions were purposeful, so she refrained from further questioning and quietly stepped aside. Even the previously anxious man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Lin Zhe then presented another, more affordable bag, saying, perhaps we should consider this one instead. The other model is out of stock. If you desire it, you will have to wait until tomorrow as I must procure it from another store. Tian grew increasingly confused. When had Lin Zhe established connections with other stores? Was he employing some sort of tactic? The girl examined the bag Lin Zhe offered and noted the price was significantly lower. It was clear which option was preferable, but feeling shy, she turned to the man and playfully pleaded, Darling, what should we do? The man resumed his previous demeanor of affluence, declaring, Then let us arrange for the other stock. It's no trouble at all. This was the pivotal moment, as Lin Zhe confirmed with the man, Sir, are you certain? If so, a deposit of 1,000 is required, and you may return tomorrow to collect the bag. Without hesitation, the man rushed to the register and paid the sum, then left blissfully with his girlfriend. At that moment, Tian remained perplexed by Lin Zhe's maneuvering. Are you engaging in hunger marketing? I don't see the necessity. We could have simply let him take the bag without such effort. Lin Zhe smiled knowingly and explained, he would never have actually bought it. We merely orchestrated a performance. He came here to show off, while enjoying a pleasant evening with his online companion. Do you think the 1,000 yuan was well spent? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Tian suddenly understood. Goodness, you seem to derive profit from every situation. The reason it was a deposit is that it serves as your commission. Even if that man wishes to return it, You can refuse a refund on the basis of the deposit. Lin Zhe also took the initiative to inform the store's sales associates, instructing them to collaborate in the future. For every successful transaction of this nature, Lin Zhe would reward the sales associate with 100 yuan immediately, eliminating the need to wait for payday. This approach delighted Lin Zhe, the customers, and the sales staff alike. Such a small sum could bring joy to so many, truly a worthwhile endeavor. Whereas Tian had previously admired Lin Zhe, her feelings had now blossomed into genuine admiration. My goodness, your mind is as expansive as your avenues for wealth. I am utterly enamored with you. Nevertheless, Tian remained curious. What if that woman comes looking for the bag tomorrow? Lin Zhe responded nonchalantly, what of it? One must either make up the price difference to purchase the package or cannot expect me to assist in locating that man, can they? Lin Zhe has not even shared a bed with her, so why should he fear her pursuit? At this moment, Lin Zhe can only silently offer his prayers for the brother from earlier, hoping he can escape by dawn. Otherwise, Lin Zhe would have to accompany him in the charade. As another day passed, Lin Zhe prepared to tidy up and return to his apartment for some rest. To his surprise, Tian arrived with an elderly woman seeking Lin Zhe. Upon seeing the elder, Tian sprang to her feet to greet her. Mother, what brings you here? Tian explained their purpose, revealing that the elderly lady had recently been investigating a project and had met a commodities trader with an investment of 300,000. The trader assured the lady she could earn tens of thousands daily. Naturally, Tian was skeptical of such an improbable windfall. If such fortune existed, how could it possibly fall into their laps? However, regardless of her attempts to dissuade the elder, the old woman remained resolute, prompting Tian to bring her over in hopes that Lin Zhe might persuade her otherwise. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe realized it mirrored his previous line of work. Madam, does that trader advise you to invest in gold or crude oil? Initially reluctant to visit, the elderly lady was ultimately compelled by Tian's insistence. Upon learning that Lin Zhe was knowledgeable about commodities, her eyes sparkled with interest. You are involved in this too? If Lin Zhe were to directly inform her that commodities trading was a scam, she would likely dismiss his words. Thus, he opted to employ the techniques he had learned in training, gradually probing her understanding. Chapter 28, The Fraudster versus. The faux-rich second-generation Lin Zhe adopted an air of sophistication and declared, I have a goddaughter who is a trader, earning quite a bit daily. The elderly lady, feeling a kinship, eagerly sat beside him, grasping his hand as they conversed. What a coincidence! The trader I know has also recognized me as her godmother. However, it wasn't long before the lady sensed something amiss. Her face contorted with confusion as she scrutinized Lin Zhe. Wait a moment, how old are you? How could you possibly be her godfather? Oh, with such individuals, as long as you are willing to invest, they would call you grandparent, Lin Zhe replied. The elderly lady, upon hearing this, began to doubt the credibility of Lin Zhe's trader and insisted he consider investing with her trader instead. Let me tell you, my goddaughter lives in a mansion and drives luxury cars, earning tens of millions annually. Perhaps I should introduce you to her. It's a favor on my part, as she would not typically entertain just anyone. Tian had intended for Lin Zhe to assist in dissuading the elder, but was taken aback to find them engrossed in conversation. She worried that the elderly lady might inadvertently ensnare Lin Zhe in her scheme. If that were to happen, Tian would bear significant guilt. Thus, she quickly interjected, Mother, those are all deceptions. Why can't you see the truth? If it were so easy to earn, she would have already taken her relatives and friends along to profit. How could it possibly come to you? Regardless of Tian's protests, the elderly lady remained steadfast in her desire to invest. I don't need your money. Why are you so anxious? Even if I lose, it's my own loss. Besides, how am I not a relative? If they call me godmother, it means we are family. I find it curious that your own daughter seems to hold less significance than my goddaughter, as they all think of me when opportunities arise. After a few exchanges, Tian was left utterly speechless, devoid of any retort. Despite her relentless attempts to dissuade, Tian found herself in a state of distress. Tian, reveling in the chaos, aligned herself with the elderly lady. Whatever the old woman intended, Tian thought it best to let her be. How much could she possibly contribute? If she wished to deceive, let her do so, for it could merely serve as a lesson learned. Instead of engaging in fruitless debates with the elderly woman, Tian ought to focus on how to enhance their business. The restaurant was under Tian's management, while Tian had taken a back seat, merely waiting for her share of the profits, oblivious to the arduous journey of making money. With such a mother, Tianyun was understandably exasperated, and now she had to contend with a sister like Tianyun. Surely, if Tianyun had not committed some misdeed in her past life, she would not be burdened with both the talents of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong under her roof. Very well, let them have their way. She had no desire to intervene any longer. Why was it always her fault in the end? Every family has its unique struggles, and even a successful woman like Tianyun could find herself troubled by domestic trivialities. Since Tianyun had relinquished her oversight, Lin Zhe felt even less inclined to involve himself. After all, she was not his mother. Whatever transpired was of no concern to him. As fate would have it, at that very moment, the elderly lady's goddaughter called. Her greeting was remarkably warm. "Hello, godmother, have you missed me?" With the speaker on speakerphone, Lin Zhe found the voice oddly familiar. How reminiscent it was of Yang Shue's tone. While the elderly lady continued to cozy up to her goddaughter, Lin Zhe had already pieced it together, marveling at the smallness of the world that had led to this encounter. Eager to profit alongside her goddaughter, the elderly lady immediately offered to gift her a handbag. Upon hearing of the benefit, Yang Shui promptly claimed she would arrive shortly. This revelation infuriated Tianyun. She had called the elderly lady mother for nearly 40 years and had never received even a single handbag from her. It seemed she was worth less than a goddaughter. From now on, you may rely on your goddaughter for everything. Let her take care of you in your old age. Often, the elderly can be this way, dismissing their own kin's words while placing unwavering trust in outsiders. Their conversations with Tianyun grew increasingly harsh, leaving her to sob on the sofa, feeling unjustly treated. Although it was not Lin Zhe's affair, it began to trouble him as well. One might think he was part of the family. Why are you crying? If the elderly lady wishes to be deceived, no amount of pleading will change her mind. Tears won't resolve anything. Why invite further distress upon yourself? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's comment about being deceived, the elderly lady immediately bristled, her initial fondness for him evaporating. What do you mean, deceived? Do you not know how to speak? She is my goddaughter. How could she deceive me? If she were capable of deceit, why would she greet me each day and inquire about my meals? You are merely envious of my wonderful goddaughter. At this, Lin Zhe nearly burst into laughter. I ask you, dear lady, if she were not cunning, would you have been fooled? Do you have any idea how many others like you she has in her life? If you are willing to be deceived by me, I would gladly call you mother and greet you each morning. In your old age, why not enjoy a life of leisure? Wouldn't dancing in the square be more delightful? If you truly possess the ability to generate wealth, the Tian sisters would not be toiling so diligently. Although Lin Zhe's words may have lacked tact, every statement he made resonated with truth. The elderly lady, realizing she could not outwit Lin Zhe in discourse, resolved to confront him with undeniable evidence. What do you understand? Do you know the purpose of my goddaughter's endeavors? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, she produced her phone and began scrolling through Yang Shue's social media. Come, widen your eyes and behold. She can maneuver the markets effortlessly, consistently earning substantial sums. Such wealth would surely exhaust you. Yet, the images of profits she showcased were merely screenshots from a simulated trading platform, with figures fabricated at will. Lin Zhe dismissed these trivial displays with disdain. You may keep such images for your own amusement. I have no interest. If your goddaughter were truly filial, she would buy you a watch when she arrives. Words are meaningless. We must observe tangible actions. Frustrated by her inability to counter Lin Zhe's arguments, the elderly lady retorted, even if she were to buy something, it would not be from you. Spare me your sarcastic remarks. I have lived a long life, and while I may not boast of many skills, I possess a keen eye for discerning character. This time, however, you've misjudged, she continued. Do you even know your goddaughter's name? If not, allow me to enlighten you. She is indeed called Yang Shui. Upon hearing Lin Zhe articulate Yang Shui's name, the three women regarded him with astonishment. The elderly lady was curious about how Lin Zhe acquired this knowledge, as neither she nor the Tian sisters had divulged any information. Meanwhile, the Tian sisters were intrigued by their mother's astonished expression and puzzled over why Lin Zhe could elicit such a reaction from someone so seemingly unyielding. Lin Zhe, do you know her? Know her? More than that, I would never have imagined she would still be involved in this line of work. To put it bluntly, if she were caught without returning the illicit gains, she would likely remain incarcerated for life. Lin Zhe did not exaggerate. Had it not been for her unlawful activities, he might have already risen to the position of a manager. However, he was now a business owner, which was certainly more advantageous than being merely a manager. The journey from Baiziwan to Chaoyang was relatively brief, and before long, Yang Shui arrived, accompanied by her company's director, Jin Fanfan. It was rumored that Jin Fanfan hailed from royal lineage, often claiming to be the 19th descendant of Nurhasai. The Qing dynasty had been dissolved for many years. It was perplexing why individuals felt compelled to make such claims. Did they believe it conferred some extraordinary advantage? Yang Shui had summoned Jin Fanfan for a specific purpose. Director Jin, I have been in discussions with this elderly lady for quite some time, and we are on the verge of an investment. However, her daughter adamantly opposes it. Clearly, the rapport has been established. When we meet her, please assist in sealing the deal. Jin Fanfan, equally motivated by self-interest, was keenly aware that the elderly lady intended to present Yang Shui with a handbag. She subtly hinted to Yang Shui, this lady is exceedingly generous. The investment amount is likely to be substantial. Your commission on customer losses could reach 12%. With both the losses and the handbag, you stand to benefit immensely. The term customer losses referred to the money lost by clients. Every time a client incurs a loss of 10,000 yuan, the non-ferrous metal trading company retains 50%, while the remaining 50% belongs to the company. The sales personnel receive a meager commission, with the team manager taking 12% and the director 5%, leaving the rest for the company. In essence, this represents a novel form of gambling. As the director, Jin Fanfan's earnings are based on the overall performance of the company. Thus, her single commission is undoubtedly inferior to that of Yang Shui. Furthermore, she must collaborate closely with Yang Shui, naturally desiring to secure greater benefits. Those who ascend to leadership positions in a deceitful company are undoubtedly shrewd. Yang Shui could certainly discern the ulterior motive behind Jin Fanfan's words, and she promptly thumped her chest, declaring, "Rest assured, we shall orchestrate something significant later. If she invests 1 million, I will present you with this bag as a gift once we step outside. When we select the bag, I will consult you. Simply express your preference." As they spoke, the two arrived at Lin Zhe's store. Exchanging a knowing glance, they entered. Despite their prior plans, they were taken aback by the crowd present in the shop. Most critically, Yang Shui spotted the last person she wished to encounter. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe greeted her with a beaming smile, saying nothing. Had it not been for the elderly lady's proactive approach to greet Yang Shui, the atmosphere would have been exceedingly awkward. "Oh my goddaughter has arrived. Come, sit down. Let me formally introduce you. This is my goddaughter Yang Shui, and these two are my ungrateful daughters." After the introductions, the elderly lady noticed an additional person and pointed to Jin Fanfan, inquiring, "And who might this be?" "Oh, she is our company's director, and also my direct superior. We happened to be shopping nearby, and decided to come over together," Yang Shui replied. Due to Jin Fanfan's elevated position, she did not recognize Lin Zhe, but felt that he appeared somewhat familiar. Moreover, Yang Shui had no opportunity to discreetly inform Jin Fanfan of the circumstances, resulting in Jin Fanfan remaining oblivious to the situation and planning to deliver her lesson to the elderly lady as initially intended. "Ah, you must be Yang Shui's godmother. She has mentioned you numerous times, praising your kindness towards her. I even hesitated to open an account for you. As our company specializes in trading and does not entertain clients with small amounts." Jin Fanfan began her performance without any indication from Yang Shui. In a hurry, Yang Shui pretended to cough a few times. Ahem. This served as a subtle reminder for Jin Fanfan. Seeing that the individuals had approached, Tian Yun, who had just endured a great deal of frustration, could hardly contain her anger and confronted them. "Why do you keep staring at my mother? She is of considerable age. Don't you feel any remorse?" When Lin Zhe first entered the industry, the training script began with, "Leave your conscience at home. Abandon your pride. In 3 years, drive luxury cars. In 5 years, reside in mansions." When it comes to this line of work, can one truly discuss conscience with them? Jin Fanfan's shamelessness opened Lin Zhe's eyes today. "I must express my disagreement with your statement. We did not coerce the elderly lady into joining us. If you were to review your mother's chat history, you would see that it was she who proactively sought our company. Initially, we were reluctant, but out of compassion for her lamentations regarding her ungrateful children, we decided to offer her some companionship. Since you have raised this issue, let us consider our involvement as non-existent." This is a common tactic employed by fraudsters, followed by mere chit-chat to foster a sense of familiarity over the course of a week. Only after this period do they subtly begin to reveal details about their work, essentially piquing the curiosity of their clients. Elderly women, being naturally inclined to gossip, are often intrigued by young girls flaunting luxury cars and opulent residences, leading them to explore their social media profiles. Although the barrage of red and green lines may baffle them, the profit figures are discernible. Through conversation, they discover how effortlessly these women seem to amass wealth, prompting them to seek guidance from their newfound acquaintances. Unbeknownst to them, this is merely a ruse orchestrated by the deceivers. From the moment anyone is added to the group, they must adhere to this meticulously crafted process, regardless of status. Even if it were the Jade Emperor himself. Every step serves a purpose, effectively silencing Tianyun. Observing Tianyun's affront to the supervisor, the elderly lady nearly resorted to physical confrontation. You intend to infuriate me, don't you? Let us pretend I have never borne you as my daughter. Henceforth, refrain from meddling in my affairs. It was at this juncture that Lin Zhe intervened. Manager Yang, what a quick reunion we have. Recently, the two had shared jovial moments at Lin Zhe's residence, and upon seeing him again, Yang Shui wore an expression of confusion. Suspecting that Lin Zhe had shifted to another company to compete for performance metrics, she quickly pulled Lin Zhe aside. What brings you here? Never mind your intentions. Just ensure you do not jeopardize my opportunity. You can see I am on the verge of closing this deal. You have no chance here. Do you understand customer relations? My rapport with them is already well established. Throughout this exchange, Yang Shui dominated the conversation, leaving no room for Lin Zhe to respond. Manager Yang. Lin Zhe attempted to interject, but Yang Shui displayed clear impatience. All right, enough. I understand your intent. You are here for the money as well. Just do not disrupt my efforts. And when we step outside, I shall compensate you with 2,000 yuan, which should suffice for your trouble. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Zhe was not in need of such a sum. Is this a joke? You amass such significant wealth and offer me a mere 2,000 yuan. Do you truly consider me a beggar? Little did she know that the moment Lin Zhe stood up, he activated a voice recording on his phone. Chapter 30. A request for your business acumen. You seem to have made significant progress in just a few days. In Yang Shui's perception, Lin Zhe was merely a destitute individual. Failing to engage in civil discourse, she resorted to harsh words. You, who cannot even afford to order a meal. Consider 2,000 yuan a substantial amount? It is at least sufficient for 2 months' rent. I am well aware of your capabilities. Even if I were to hand this deal over to you, it would be a futile endeavor. You should be grateful for the opportunity one am extending. Yet you dare to overstep. Had this been in the past, Lin Zhe would undoubtedly have felt a pang of insecurity upon being reprimanded in such a manner. Indeed, he resembled the description offered by Yang Shui. However, that was a different era. Lin Zhe has since transformed. He has meticulously internalized Yang Shui's tactics. The words she just uttered were merely an attempt to undermine Lin Zhe's self-esteem. He had already encountered this maneuver with Ma Lixia. Next, Yang Shui would surely appeal to his emotions and reason. A quintessential example of offering a slap followed by a piece of candy. Forget it. I understand your plight. Let's consider this a stroke of bad luck for me. I shall add another 1,000. If you refuse, I will simply walk away. For me, the success of this transaction is merely a matter of time. I am indifferent. A delay of a few days matters little. But you, on the other hand, will your landlord wait for you? Will your hunger wait for you? No, you cannot bear to leave. Your godmother has yet to deliver the bag she promised you. With your insatiable greed, can you truly depart without obtaining what you desire? Lin Zhe's words struck a chord. At that moment, Yang Shui recognized that Lin Zhe was indeed different. There was no trace of insecurity or timidity on his face, only a demeanor of composure and confidence. She found it hard to believe that one could progress so rapidly within a matter of months. Even professional training could not instill such self-assurance. Lin Zhe's confidence stemmed from his own accomplishments. The shop behind him was a testament to his self-reliance. It was irrefutable, utterly impossible. Shaking her head, Yang Shui took a few steps back, convinced that Lin Zhe was merely posturing. Just then, Jean Fanfan emerged from the shadows. Having noticed the prolonged absence of the two, she felt a sense of unease and decided to investigate. What is the holdup? Jean Fanfan, clad in a silver-gray business attire, particularly a skirt that piqued Lin Zhe's curiosity, stepped forward. Is that not Director Jean? Is this trivial matter worthy of your personal attendance? It seems Manager Yang must have made quite a promise to you. Upon hearing Lin Zhe call her name, Jean Fanfan looked bewilderedly at Yang Shui, seeking an explanation. Lin Zhe, previously a salesperson for our company. Upon learning Lin Zhe's identity, Jean Fanfan shared the same thoughts as Yang Shui. It was not uncommon for salespeople from different companies to encounter the same clients. She assumed Lin Zhe was there to meet with the elderly lady. Observing Yang Shui's expression, Jean Fanfan realized that Yang Shui had failed to persuade Lin Zhe. Please, share your demands. As long as they are not excessive, I am willing to accommodate. After saying this, Jean Fanfan discreetly glanced at Yang Shui, eager to learn what conditions had been proposed. Yang Shui raised 3 fingers, and Jean Fanfan immediately understood. She thought to herself, how miserly. 3,000 to dismiss a beggar? In such situations, it was difficult to discern what was light and what was heavy. Deciding to take the matter into her own hands, she pronounced, let us do this. I will offer you 6,000, and you will leave immediately. At this point, Lin Zhe dropped the pretense. He was the owner of the establishment and laid his cards on the table. Put away your 6,000 yuan. This store belongs to me. Where do you expect me to go? Unexpectedly, this statement elicited laughter from Yang Shui. This store is yours. Just you? In our line of work, a facade is necessary to deceive clients, but there's no need for pretense in front of us. If this store were truly yours, I might as well claim that the entire mall is mine. It's utterly laughable. Beside her, Jean Fanfan stifled her laughter, inwardly concluding that Lin Zhe had lost his senses. Typically, impoverished individuals often fantasize about being wealthy, and Lin Zhe was evidently lost in his own delusions. You still have such talent under your wing? Why have I never heard you mention it before? They laughed, yet Lin Zhe's laughter rang out even louder, as if mocking their lack of worldly experience. Upon hearing his boisterous laughter, the two exchanged glances, convinced that Lin Zhe had gone mad. Jean Fanfan gently nudged Yang Shui and whispered, I think this guy is a bit unhinged. We should find a way to send him on his way before he jeopardizes our plans. At that moment, the owner of the adjacent store strolled by and greeted Lin Zhe. Boss Lin, business seems good. Your store is quite crowded. Lin Zhe politely responded, it's going well. Are you heading out? In that instant, the two could scarcely believe their ears. Looking at Lin Zhe, they noticed that the smile on his face had vanished, replaced by the sight of a phone recording. Still laughing? Why the sudden silence? The undeniable evidence was firmly in Lin Zhe's grasp, and Yang Shui felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had learned a painful lesson last time, yet failed to remember it. She had thought that spending a night with Lin Zhe would absolve her of any repercussions, but today, he was even more ruthless, recording her without hesitation. If this recording were combined with the store's surveillance footage, Yang Shui would be in deep trouble. Her face reflected a blend of helplessness and despair. Oh dear, is it not over yet? Jean Fanfan recognized the gravity of the situation and prodded Yang Shui in the lower back. What is going on? Didn't you say he was your former employee? How did he become the owner? Yang Shui was already preoccupied with thoughts of what awaited her that evening and had no inclination to explain to Jean Fanfan. You ask me, who should I ask? Let us inquire about his intentions first. At that moment, Jean Fanfan felt an overwhelming urge to kick Yang Shui. Not only had they missed out on the benefits, but now they were also at the mercy of someone else's leverage. Had they known better, they would have consulted an almanac before stepping out. Given the current predicament, Jean Fanfan understood that Lin Zhe could not be easily dismissed with just a few thousand yuan. All right, it seems we are unfortunate. What do you intend to do? Before Lin Zhe could speak, Yang Shui interjected, You don't expect us to accompany you, do you? I can't do that. It would be too awkward. As Yang Shui began to entertain hopeful thoughts again, Lin Zhe quickly interrupted her. What a naive notion. If it were that simple, why would I complicate matters? Then what do you want? Having worked in the company for so long, these two must have accumulated a fair amount of wealth. Today, Lin Zhe intended to make them relinquish a portion of it. Simply put, I wish for you both to patronize my establishment and help me clear out the inventory that has long been gathering dust. It has been languishing on the display shelves without sales, and considering your financial capacity, is my request too much to ask? It's not a large amount. I estimate around 200,000 worth of goods. How would you like to divide it? Chapter 31. A coal tycoon as your salesperson? What? 200,000? Jean Fanfan nearly collapsed upon hearing that figure. She had come along under the impression of potential benefits, and now she was expected to spend her own money. Jean Fanfan was left speechless, yet the leverage lay firmly in Lin Zhe's hands. There was no escaping this expenditure. After all, she occasionally indulged in luxury items, so she could consider this a personal shopping spree. However, when Jean Fanfan beheld the goods Lin Zhe presented, she nearly choked on her own blood. Was there a mistake? That bag was from 3 years ago. Who would still carry such a thing now? Jean Fanfan initially intended to negotiate the price, reasoning that even if the items were outdated, they still bore a brand name. Yet she aimed to maximize her own interests and hoped for a better deal. What? Do you think this is a market stall? Even if I'm not inflating the prices, you should be grateful. Enough chatter. Take this entire pile for a mere token, and divide it among yourselves at your leisure. This batch of outdated merchandise had originally been gifted by the owner when the shop was opened, and Lin Zhe had now turned it into cash. Meanwhile, Tianwen watched in astonishment. She was bewildered by the unfolding events. She had merely seen the three conversing outside for a moment before this scene erupted before her eyes. Was this sorcery? Tianwen had never witnessed anyone with Lin Zhe's formidable sales prowess, capable of coaxing even a scammer into spending. The elderly lady, looking perplexed, approached Yang Shui with concern. My dear goddaughter, why are you buying so many bags? At that moment, Yang Shui felt a surge of anger upon seeing the elderly woman. If it weren't for her phone call, Yang Shui wouldn't be spending so extravagantly. The order had already fallen through, and so she decided to drop the pretense. Who the hell are you calling your goddaughter? If it weren't for your call urging me to come, would I need to spend so much? Regardless of the elderly woman's attempts at explanation, Yang Shui could not swallow her indignation. Were it not a public setting, she would have been tempted to slap the elderly woman. Meanwhile, the elderly woman remained preoccupied with thoughts of investment. So, are we still moving forward with the investment? Wasn't it said that your director would help me open an account? Encountering someone like the elderly lady, Yang Shui had reason to suspect a conspiracy between her and Lin Zhe, leading to this trap being laid. Open your eyes. I suspect you might have deliberately set me up. After a lifetime of being the hunter, today I find myself the prey. Such cruelty seems rather excessive, don't you think? At that moment, Lin Zhe was busy calculating the bills for both women and, noticing the elderly lady's incessant chatter, he kindly guided her to a sofa. Oh dear lady, I am quite occupied at the moment. Could you please sit quietly for a while? Lin Zhe approached his work with utmost seriousness, meticulously packaging all the items for the two women and kindly reminding them, if you find that you no longer fancy these items in the future, you can bring them back to sell. I also engage in second-hand buybacks, and I assure you I will offer a satisfactory price. Upon witnessing Lin Zhe's smug demeanor, Yang Shui was so infuriated that her lips nearly resembled a night pot. After swiftly settling the bill, they hurriedly exited the scene of contention. Once outside the store, Jean Fanfan's anger intensified, attributing all blame to Yang Shui. Damn it. I've never endured such humiliation. Today's expenditures are all on you. Transfer the money to me once we return, or it will be deducted from your salary. Logically, the expenses should be attributed to Yang Shui, and the items ought to belong to her. Yet, Jean Fanfan claimed the possessions for herself, justifying it as a form of self-compensation. Naturally, a person of her disposition would not let such an affront go unchallenged. As the descendant of Nuarachi's 19th generation, she was certainly one to settle scores. However, lacking insight into Lin Zhe's background, she resolved to inquire at a few nearby shops. The sales associates, seeing Jean Fanfan and her companion laden with packages, assumed they were high-profile clients. They offered refreshments, provided seating, and even the owner personally attended to them. Ladies, what might you desire? I can have them bring it over for your perusal. Jean Fanfan had no intention of purchasing anything. She merely wished to uncover Lin Zhe's origins. What was that luxury goods seller's previous occupation? You mean Boss Lin? On the opening day, I heard guests mention that he seems to be a coal baron from Yinbei, a family with genuine clout. This little shop is likely just a pastime for him. The transformation from a nobody to a luxury goods proprietor is already astonishing enough. But now he has allegedly become a coal tycoon as well. Such a leap is indeed staggering. Yang Shui's reaction was even more exaggerated. A coal baron? What nonsense. Just a few months ago, he was merely a small salesman in our company. How could he possibly be a coal baron? Given that Lin Zhe's identification clearly indicated his rural origins, Yang Shui found it incomprehensible. If he were truly a coal mogul, how could he possess a rural household registration? This was the crux of Yang Shui's bewilderment. The store owner had only heard rumors. And while one person's claim could be dismissed as gossip, the sheer number of attendees on the opening day suggested there was some truth to it. He worked as a salesman for you? Regardless of whether he is a coal baron or not, with his current setup, it seems unlikely he would take on such a role. Yang Shui, sensing the store owner's skepticism, attempted to elaborate, but was swiftly interrupted by Jean Fanfan. Enough. Today has already been humiliating enough. Let us leave. After all the enthusiastic hospitality from the store owner, the two left without spending a single dime. As they stepped outside, the owner spat on the ground in disdain. Humph, coming here to put on airs. I thought they were significant clients. but they are nothing but a farce. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was preparing to close up shop. After tallying the day's earnings, he realized it had been an exceedingly profitable day. The items sold were all pure profit, while the previous batch had been given away. Tian Wan, intrigued by how Lin Zhe had managed to outsmart those two frauds, incessantly questioned him. Come on, tell me. How did you convince those two con artists to buy your pile of junk? Lin Zhe glanced back at the elderly woman who sat on the couch, her eyes devoid of light, as if her dreams had been shattered. Tian Yun persistently offered words of comfort from the side. Mother, do not be disheartened. In times like these, one ought to find joy. At the very least, we have discovered this early, and there is no loss to speak of. We must extend our gratitude to Lin Zhe for that. Yet, the elderly lady held a different perspective. She believed that Lin Zhe possessed too much power, and that the two individuals were apprehensive of his capabilities, which is why they refrained from involving her in the investment. With this realization, a spark ignited in her eyes. She swiftly approached Lin Zhe. How could I have been so blind? I was foolishly guarding the king of hell while chasing after mere spirits. Perhaps I should adopt you as my godson. Before she could finish, Lin Zhe quickly interjected. Oh dear, you truly flatter me. I am unworthy of such an honor. It would be best for you to seek another godson. Tian Wan, standing nearby, chimed in playfully. Mother, he may not wish to be your godson. He could very well aspire to be your son-in-law. Very well. Which of you has caught your eye? In chapter 32, I merely stepped away to fetch a glass of water. The first to blush was Tian Yun, her eyes brimming with anticipation, waiting for Lin Zhe to utter her name. Tian Wan's gaze mirrored her excitement. However, Lin Zhe had no intention of envisioning a future with either of them, considering the significant age disparity. Such a mature woman was merely suitable for fleeting amusement. Marriage was out of the question. Nonetheless, Lin Zhe had to be mindful of their feelings. If he spoke too bluntly, it would surely wound them. As a competent rogue, the primary rule was to avoid inciting hatred from women, lest he find himself in trouble later on. Why choose? I find both of them quite appealing. Why not have both? What started as a serious conversation was turned into a jest by Lin Zhe. Today, Tian Yun was in low spirits, and Lin Zhe felt compelled to soothe her wounded heart. As he departed, he quietly whispered in her ear, I will await your return at home. Despite Tian Yun's calm demeanor, her heart raced with excitement. Ever since that incident in the restaurant's private room, she had opened the door to joy. Her mind filled with memories of that evening. Upon exiting the shopping mall, Tian Yun instructed Tian Wan to take the elderly lady home, claiming she had business to attend to in Tong County. However, Tian Wan believed that though Tong County was not far, Tian Yun would undoubtedly not return that night. This presented a prime opportunity for her. She must seize the moment to solidify her relationship with Lin Zhe, as Tian Yun was an undeniable obstacle. Do not worry. I will ensure mother returns home safely. Remember to call if anything arises. After Tian Yun departed, Tian Wan promptly hailed a taxi. Mother, you should head back first. I just remembered I need to go to Zisenki for some matters. The elderly lady pondered how swiftly Tian Wan had changed her mind, having just promised Tian Yun to escort her home, only to reverse her decision. But your sister said for you to take me home. Surely, I can manage on my own. I am no child to be lost. With that, Tian Wan made her way to Lin Zhe's apartment, leaving the elderly lady alone in a whirlwind of confusion. The two arrived at the apartment in succession, only to unexpectedly encounter each other at the elevator. Tian Wan's sudden appearance utterly caught Tian Yun off guard. For a moment, neither knew how to explain the situation. You're indeed the elder sister. Immediately bringing up the old lady. Weren't you supposed to send mom home? What brings you here instead? Tian Wan was still pondering what excuse to use. Thirsty, just passing by Lin Zhe's place for a drink of water? But then she thought, why should I need to explain? Shouldn't it be Tian Yun who needs to clarify? With this in mind, Tian Wan swiftly retorted, aren't you supposed to be heading to Tong County? How come you're here? Tian Yun stammered, unsure of how to respond, and decided to adopt the excuse that Tian Wan had prepared. I was thirsty and happened to pass by, so I thought I'd grab a drink. What about you? What a coincidence, I am too. Ding. As the elevator arrived, both stepped inside. Inside the elevator, neither dared to glance at the other, each harboring their own thoughts. Tian Yun pondered how she would explain things to Lin Zhe, while Tian Wan contemplated, you'd better just be here for a drink. If you don't head to Tong County today, my plans will be utterly thwarted. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, already having consumed half a bottle of red wine, intended to create a slightly tipsy atmosphere for his encounter with Tian Yun. He thought to showcase a wild side. Thus he donned a tie while going shirtless, wearing only a pair of shorts below. After all, everything would eventually come off. So the simpler the attire, the better. He even took out his shirt, specifically prepared for Tianyun, eager to see how she would look wearing only that. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Lin Zhe turned on the music, and with the rhythm, he danced his way to the door. His flamboyant moves were so captivating that he opened the door with his eyes closed, swaying his body. As the saying goes, when a man becomes enchanting, women become irrelevant. Lin Zhe moved like a water snake, his dance rivaling that of a pole dancer in a nightclub. Outside, the Tian sisters stood in stunned silence, questioning what was happening. Tianwen soon realized that Lin Zhe was likely waiting for Tianyun. After all this time, it seemed that Tianyun's trip to Tong County was merely a ruse. The true intention was to sneak away for a rendezvous with Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe's flamboyant dancing led Tianwen to suspect that this was not their first encounter. At that moment, Tianwen looked at Tianyun with a different expression. If looks could kill, Tianyun would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Tianyun herself was taken aback, not expecting such a grand surprise from Lin Zhe. If it weren't for Tianwen's presence, she would have rushed to embrace him. Stealing a glance at Tianwen, she sensed the unspoken words in her gaze. "You sly one, you certainly know how to have fun." Lin Zhe, sensing something amiss, wondered why there was no reaction from them after dancing for so long. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find two people standing before him. "What the hell? What is going on with you two?" Feeling guilty, Tianyun was the first to explain. "We bumped into each other downstairs and came up for a drink." Despite her fervent attempts at clarification, Tianwen remained unconvinced. "It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting your enjoyment. Should I take my leave?" This situation was something Lin Zhe had never anticipated. As fate would have it, both individuals approached together, and most critically, Tianyun had not sent a single message. Given Lin Zhe's attire and his previous demeanor, it was indeed impossible to provide an explanation. Since they had crossed paths, Lin Zhe decided to be forthright, thus averting potential complications in the future. Now that they were here, why not embrace it together? Together? The two exchanged incredulous glances at Lin Zhe, pondering how he could be so audacious, truly believing himself to be a nobleman from ancient times. Ignoring their reactions, Lin Zhe turned and walked into the room, pouring 2 glasses of wine and presenting them before the others. "Today, we shall discuss nothing but drink. Any matters can wait until after this day." Only then did they realize their misunderstanding of Lin Zhe's intentions. However, since Tianwen had stumbled upon this, she was determined to seek clarity. After all the effort to send Ma Lixiao away, now another complication had arisen with Tianyun, whose rapid progression was alarming. At the rate Lin Zhe was advancing, even if Tianwen were a sweeping machine, she could hardly clear the obstacles in their path. "We can drink, but first, answer me this. When did you two become an item?" Lin Zhe directed his gaze towards Tianyun, silently urging her to respond. This rather awkward inquiry left Tianyun momentarily speechless. After downing her drink, she hesitantly replied, "It was on the day Lin Zhe's shop opened." Upon hearing this, Tianwen nearly leaped from her seat. "Ah, no wonder. I was wondering why dinner took so long. It turns out you two were getting cozy." Chapter 33. You leave first. I'll calm Tianwen's anger intensified. She had selflessly assisted in managing the shop, only to find this happening. Images began to form in her mind. You two truly are something, managing to return for that amidst everything else. No wonder the food you brought back was cold. Realizing Tianwen had misunderstood, Tianyun hurriedly clarified, "We didn't go home. We merely discussed matters in the private room at the shop. And the food being cold wasn't due to that." Tianyun found herself at a loss for words again and poured herself another drink. Bolstered by the alcohol, she became decidedly more assertive. "Well, we are together now. He is single, and I am single. Regardless of moral implications or anything else. I don't believe we owe you an explanation." Such a nonchalant tone was truly unbearable for Tianwen. Deep down, she wasn't quite sure what she wanted. Even if Tianyun spoke gently, she would still feel anger. Such is a woman's nature. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe maintained an indifferent demeanor, continually refilling their glasses. "I think Tianyun is right. We are both single, and the police have no jurisdiction here. Is it appropriate to interrogate us as if we were criminals?" Tianwen understood the logic, but could not swallow her indignation. She had devoted herself to Lin Zhe, only to see Tianyun seize the opportunity. Her heart was filled not only with resentment, but also with a sense of futility regarding her efforts. "You know full well that I like Lin Zhe. Why would you do this?" As she spoke, Tears began to stream down Tian Wen's cheeks. Aware of her own shortcomings, Tian Yun dared not respond to her. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have approached at all. Lin Zhe felt exasperated. If things continued this way, he might not even get to sleep that night. It would be wiser to send Tian Yun away first. It's all right. You may leave now, he said to her. To Tian Yun, Lin Zhe's action felt like a rescue. All right, you two have a good chat, but please, do not quarrel. After Tian Yun departed, Lin Zhe poured another glass of wine for Tian Wen. Still drinking? If you're feeling down, just drink. Too much will numb the pain. Regardless of the circumstances. Tian Wen could not swallow the bitterness in her heart. She had hoped for Lin Zhe to comfort her, but much to her dismay, he merely urged her to drink. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she raised her fist to strike Lin Zhe. Yet, as a woman, the moment her hand was lifted, Lin Zhe seized her wrist. Wow, you really intend to hit me? Just for being heartless? Tian Wen attempted to free herself from Lin Zhe's grasp, but was pinned against the wall instead. If you continue like this, I shall not hold back. I am eager to see how you won't hold back, she retorted. Just as the words left her lips, Lin Zhe leaned in to kiss her. His sudden move left Tian Wen somewhat bewildered. Instead of resisting, she wrapped her arms around his neck. This was a moment she had long awaited. Although it came a bit late, it had finally arrived for her. The only regret was that Lin Zhe had sent Tian Yun away. Even Lin Zhe himself could hardly fathom how, just a few months prior, he had nothing to eat, and now he could indulge freely. Life truly unfolds one delightful surprise after another. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, Lin Zhe's gaze grew somewhat hazy. Tian Wen nestled against his chest, sweetly saying, I am thirsty. Could you fetch me a glass of water? Lin Zhe merely glanced at her and resumed smoking. This won't do. When I was with Ma Lixiao, at this time, she would have already brought me fruit. I wouldn't even need to get it myself. She would feed me directly. I merely had to extend my hand for clothing and mouth for food. You want me to fetch water? What are you thinking? Your sister wouldn't dare ask me to do that. With this casual excuse, Lin Zhe highlighted the disparity between Tian Wen and other women. Why bring them up when everything is fine? She retorted, but deep down, she acknowledged the truth in his words. As a woman, when other advantages were comparable, it was the details that mattered. As long as she achieved what others could not, particularly Tian Yun, it was a mark of progress. A wise person need not speak excessively. Tian Wen was the type to recognize her mistakes and correct them without denying them. Even though she felt weary, she obediently fetched the water and even washed the fruit for Lin Zhe, personally feeding it to him. You truly know how to indulge. Next time, you need not lift a finger. Wouldn't it be better to leave everything to me? You don't seem too pleased, she observed. Who enjoys working? It's merely a matter of one fearing the loss of the other, hence feeling that giving a little more is inconsequential. Moreover, such efforts are purposeful. Just like Ma Lixiao, the moment she learned Lin Zhe was not a wealthy heir, she turned her back. Tian Wen seemed to be in a relatively better position. Yet she harbored concerns that the number of individuals washing fruits for Lin Zhe would only increase in the future. You, the notorious flirt, not even sparing my sister. How can I possibly feel at ease with you? To clarify Tian Wen's standing, Lin Zhe emphasized, please do not impose excessive expectations upon me. Nor should you apply the standards of a spouse to our relationship. From the very beginning, I have never contemplated marrying anyone. I believe maintaining our current dynamic is quite agreeable. It allows for a carefree interaction, and should the affection wane, there is no cumbersome divorce to contend with. They say marriage is the grave of love. There is no need to willingly entomb oneself. In that moment, Tian Wen comprehended the truth. Lin Zhe regarded her and her sister merely as embellishments in his life, adding a touch of amusement without any intention of marriage. Wasn't he that akin to being a rogue? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe merely scoffed. In this regard, you are not as astute as your sister. At least she understands that some dreams should remain unpursued. Chapter 34. This is truly a stroke of fortune. Lin Zhe, reflecting on the plight of remaining single in one's later years, discerned two primary reasons: a childishness when faced with responsibility and a maturity when confronted with self-interest. The standards for choosing a partner often oscillated between an admiration for the strength of a lion while desiring it to behave like a dog. Although Tian Wen possessed commendable qualities, who wouldn't he aspire for a better life? She too longed to be the heroine of a domineering CEO story, oblivious to the fact that films are mere fiction and life is decidedly different. Lin Zhe was also discerning enough to differentiate between women meant for diversion and those suitable for marriage. At the very least, A marriageable candidate was not one like Tianwen. Perhaps if Tianyun were 15 years younger, she might have had a chance. At that moment, Tianyun sent Lin Zhe a message inquiring about her sister. Lin Zhe thought women to be troublesome, incessantly inquiring about trivial matters. That night, Tianwen stayed in the apartment, while Tianyun spent the night outside the door, listening intently to the happenings within and silently vowing that she and Lin Zhe would no longer harbor any semblance of ambiguity. The next morning, as Lin Zhe rose, he discovered Tianwen still asleep. He mused that she fell short compared to Malicia. Although Malicia might be somewhat materialistic, at least she could serve as a free housekeeper. Feeling famished, Lin Zhe contemplated going out for breakfast. Yet his legs led him unwittingly to the foot of Malicia's building. Having arrived, he decided to pay a visit. After all, he was already aware of Malicia's character and felt no trepidation about becoming entangled. In matters of the heart, those who take it seriously are destined to lose. As Lin Zhe knocked on Malicia's door, she was equally astonished by his arrival. "What brings you here?" she asked, appearing in a nightgown, still looking half asleep. Typically, by this hour, Malicia would have been up preparing breakfast. What could be the reason for her unusual delay? Before Lin Zhe could ponder further, a man's voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged, exuding an air of cunning intelligence, adorned with a gold chain around his neck that must have weighed at least 2 pounds. At this moment, Lin Zhe could hardly suppress a smile. It was not that Malicia was particularly remarkable, but rather that Lin Zhe recognized his own youthful naivety. Clearly aware of who she truly was, he should have anticipated such tactics long ago. They were all of the same ilk, never fixated on a single individual, but casting wide nets and cultivating multiple prospects simultaneously. The moment the older gentleman laid eyes on Lin Zhe, he immediately discerned his identity. "So, you are the coal magnate's heir. I must admit, your discernment is impressive. Malicia is quite capable. It seems fate has brought us together today. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Yiqi, chairman of the Heishan Group." From Wu Yiqi's tone, it seemed he considered himself a brother-in-law to Lin Zhe. Yet Lin Zhe harbored no interest in acquainting himself with this man. Merely by his name alone, Lin Zhe dared not engage further. Nevertheless, even as a scion of the coal industry, Lin Zhe felt compelled to embody the stature befitting his lineage. "Heishan Group? Never heard of it. Don't presume to cozy up to me here. Who on earth do you think I am?" The more Lin Zhe acted thus, the more Wu Yiqi was convinced of his noble heritage. Few would dare such reckless behavior otherwise. Apparently, Wu Yiqi had matters to discuss with Lin Zhe, for despite Lin Zhe's brusque demeanor, Wu Yiqi maintained a genial smile. "Brother, there is no need for formality between us. After all, we once shared the same bed, fought side by side in the trenches. Surely comrades ought to look out for each other," he said, extending a business card before gracefully donning his coat and preparing to depart. "I won't keep you any longer. I have pressing matters. Enjoy yourselves." From Wu Yiqi's words, it was evident their relationship was purely transactional. Lin Zhe bore no interest in the bald-headed man's conquests. "Play your games elsewhere. I merely stopped by to grab some breakfast. Don't imagine I'm some fool who scrub pots for the likes of you," Lin Zhe retorted, turning to leave. Malicia stepped forward, grasping Lin Zhe's wrist. "You still care for me, don't you? Would you believe me if I said he only came for a glass of water?" "Of course I believe you," Lin Zhe replied. Hearing this, Malicia mistook his words for jealousy and sought to make amends. "What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you." Lin Zhe demurred, saying he only came to check in and had no appetite. Yet inwardly, a bold notion took root, that someone like Malicia could be wielded to his advantage. "I have to leave now. I'll call you later," he said. After Lin Zhe's departure, Wu Yiqi cast a disdainful glance at Malicia. "You really take people for fools, with the way you're dressed. Even a fool would know I spent the night here last night." Malicia, however, naively believed Lin Zhe's visit was proof of his lingering affection for her and regretted having allowed Wu Yiqi to stay overnight. "I'm with you for money. But with him, it's about love. That's entirely different, you know?" Wu Yiqi was a true scoundrel, unlike Lin Zhe, who at least feigned romance at the outset. Regarding someone like Malicia, Wu Yiqi held a cynical view. "Love? How much does love cost per pound? If you truly held love in such high regard, I would not find myself here today. We are all adults. Some words may deceive oneself, but the individual from earlier is clearly one who plays games. If he genuinely cared for you, how could he not feel anger?" Originally, Wu Yiqi intended to leave, but now he has chosen to remain, closing the door behind him and guiding Malicia further into the room. To be honest, I could use this fellow. Perhaps you could introduce us, and I assure you, it would not be to your detriment. Wu Yiqi's company primarily operates within the transportation sector. A few years ago, business was thriving, but with the recent surge in the express delivery and logistics industries, Wu Yiqi's fortunes have steadily declined. Since Lin Zhe is in coal, he undoubtedly requires transportation, which aligns perfectly with Wu Yiqi's needs. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Lixia deemed it a possibility. After all, Lin Zhe is currently at odds with his family, and his need for cash is considerable. Moreover, she could potentially reap some benefits from the arrangement, should it come to fruition. It could indeed be a win-win situation for all involved. I can inquire on your behalf, but he may not be interested. To him, your trifling resources are but a mere drop in the ocean. Wu Yiqi, upon hearing this, disagreed with Ma Lixia's assertion. In this world, who would ever turn their nose up at money? As long as the funds are sufficient, nothing is impossible to accomplish. You simply make the introduction, and I shall handle the rest. Such a connection is one I must forge. The resources he possesses could sustain me for a lifetime. He is practically a god of wealth. Chapter 35. Are all gold diggers this wealthy? Through some inquiries, it was revealed that Lin Zhe has opened a store in Fuqing. Ma Lixia was filled with regret, blaming Tian for sowing discord. Otherwise, she believed she might have become the proprietress. The past is unchangeable. Blaming anyone is futile. Now, she could only trade Lin Zhe's information for some advantage with Wu Yiqi. I just learned that Lin Zhe has opened a luxury goods store on the 4th floor of Fuqing. Why not take your friends to patronize it? With time, you will surely become familiar. Indeed, Wu Yiqi thought this was a splendid idea. What could be more advantageous? Not only would it support Lin Zhe's business, but it would also delight the girls. Truly a double blessing. Wu Yiqi had long harbored feelings for a particular girl, yet she had never acknowledged him. This presented a perfect opportunity. He resolved to indulge her shopping desires. Hey Su Xian, what are you up to? You never call me. Do you have time to go shopping? I have a friend who opened a luxury goods store. Let us check it out. Whatever you fancy. I'll buy it for you. Ma Lixia, listening nearby, felt a sense of disdain at Wu Yiqi's obsequious demeanor. He had never taken her shopping, and while she provided him with useful information, the benefits would be enjoyed by another. Such is the way of the world. Wu Yiqi paid little mind to Ma Lixia's sarcastic remarks, remaining focused on his phone conversation. Don't decline. If you like something, we'll buy it. If not, it's just a pleasant outing. From Wu Yiqi's tone, it seemed the other party was showing him little regard. In the end, he reluctantly revealed Lin Zhe's identity as a second-generation coal magnate. I have the intention to introduce you to a circle of successful individuals. It is you who fails to seize the opportunity. Allow me to inform you that the owner of this establishment is a second-generation coal magnate from Yanbei. Would you not wish to make his acquaintance? Upon hearing that Lin Zhe was involved in the coal industry, Su Xian agreed to visit. On the 4th floor of the Fortune building, Lin Zhe's shop is generally quiet in the mornings. Aside from the sales staff tidying up, Lin Zhe is left to brew tea. Since the inception of this shop, Lin Zhe has led a remarkably fulfilling life, constantly pondering how to enhance the store's performance. He has once again begun advertising on various social networking platforms. Consequently, Lin Zhe's shop has become a gathering place for ambitious women. In such an establishment, it would be challenging for Lin Zhe not to turn a profit. On any given day, he could easily earn several thousand, and during weekends, this could multiply several times over. Just as Lin Zhe finished brewing a pot of tea, he noticed Wu Yiqi entering with Su Xian. Ah, Lin boss, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Although Lin Zhe did not harbor fond feelings for Wu Yiqi, he adhered to the principles of hospitality and invited him to sit. Are you here to support my business? It is truly an honor. Feel free to browse, and let me know if you fancy anything. I shall offer you a discount. At that moment, Lin Zhe's attention was drawn to Su Xian, who accompanied Wu Yiqi. Su Xian possessed a sweet appearance and a curvaceous figure, seemingly around the age of 25 or 26. Despite her youth, she was adorned in luxury items. Even the small hairpin behind her ear caught Lin Zhe's eye, an item from a renowned brand, valued at over 20,000. The aura she exuded was not something an ordinary ambitious woman could rival. Given her presence with Wu Yiqi, there were only two possibilities. She was either his daughter or his mistress. Su Xian, please feel free to choose whatever you like. Later, have them settle the bill with me while I enjoy some tea and conversation with Lin boss, Wu Yiqi remarked. This statement ruled out the first possibility. With a name like Su Xian, she could not be Wu Yiqi's daughter. Thus, the second possibility remained. At this juncture, Lin Zhe felt compelled to provide personal service. Not only could he potentially profit handsomely from Wu Yiqi, but he might also attract a significant client. Miss Su, is there anything that catches your eye? Please, allow me to assist you in examining it. However, it appeared that none of the merchandise in Lin Zhe's shop met Su Xian's discerning taste. After perusing the offerings, she found nothing to her liking. The items are commendable, but nothing resonates with me. No worries, I shall browse at my own leisure. As Lin Zhe had anticipated, such a distinguished woman would hardly be impressed by his stock. Ultimately, Su Xian paused in front of a sign and instinctively read the words inscribed upon it. Luxury goods recycling? Lin Zhe immediately recognized a business opportunity and hastened to respond. Indeed, we not only engage in recycling, but also. He exchanged a glance with Su Xian, indicating that this was not the appropriate moment to elaborate. Yet, he was confident that she, being an ambitious woman, would certainly understand. However, Su Xian exhibited no interest whatsoever in the words Lin Zhe had not spoken. She merely mentioned that she had a collection of old items for sale and invited Lin Zhe to accompany her to take a look. If anything seemed suitable, he could pack it up and take it away. Given that he was already there to assist her, it appeared she had quite a bit to offer. All right, when would you be available? How about now? The two departed without hesitation, leaving Wu Yi in a state of agitation. He had brought Lin Zhe along with the intention of presenting a gift to Su Xian, only to find that she not only declined to purchase anything, but also expected to offload numerous items. This left Wu Yi feeling somewhat insulted. Su Xian, is there truly nothing you desire? Price should not be a concern. How did it come to selling items? If you are facing difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. One does not receive rewards without effort. We are not that familiar. How could I accept your things? If I truly desired something, I would purchase it myself. Furthermore, Mr. Wu would not simply gift me items without reason. If I were to take something from you today, it might cost me dearly in the future. Su Xian saw through his thoughts and articulated them succinctly. Lin Zhe, listening intently, realized that there was no connection between the two. For a moment, Wu Yi found himself at a loss for words. This was a classic case of unrequited affection, particularly when the other party showed no appreciation. Even Lin Zhe was curious. Did a woman in pursuit of wealth have to consider her counterpart's appearance? He found Su Xian increasingly enigmatic. After leaving the store, they abandoned Wu Yi there. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot of Fucheng, Su Xian stopped beside a Bugatti, opened the door, and gestured for Lin Zhe to enter. It was his first time in a convertible sports car, and he thought to himself how affluent the women in the capital truly were to be able to afford such vehicles. In this world, men posing as wealthy heirs spending tens of thousands on women were labeled as frauds, while women pursuing wealthy men for millions faced no such scrutiny. In Lin Zhe's eyes, Su Xian's achievements must have been beyond the reach of someone like Wu Yi. Miss Su, where are we headed? To my home to check out the items. Are you, a grown man, afraid? Do you fear that I might sell or kidnap you? Su Xian's demeanor towards Lin Zhe was evidently much warmer than that towards Wu Yi. Seeing her willingness to joke, Lin Zhe felt less constrained than before. If you do manage to sell me, do remember to give me a cut. A 90-10 split would suffice. I am not greedy. That might prove difficult. Since getting into the car, Su Xian's attitude had indeed shifted. In the store, she had exuded an air of aloofness, while now she radiated a much more approachable vibe. This transformation left Lin Zhe feeling somewhat inadequate. At that moment, he felt a sense of inferiority. The confidence he had previously possessed as a rich heir seemed to have vanished entirely. Even when he had met Tian Yun, he had managed to project an aura befitting his supposed status, but now he felt utterly overshadowed by Su Xian. Fortunately, her friendly demeanor allowed for a pleasant conversation throughout the journey, which eased Lin Zhe's discomfort considerably. Upon returning to the capital, Lin Zhe felt as though he were the center of attention, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. In the presence of Su Xian, Lin Zhe found it utterly impossible to feign pretense. Lin Zhe was initially perplexed. Previously, he had always been the one to expose a girl's insecurities. Yet now his own vulnerabilities were laid bare. This reversal was utterly bewildering. It was only when the car halted before a villa in Wangjing that Lin Zhe comprehended the reason. Clearly, she possessed genuine prowess. No wonder her aura overwhelmed his so completely. And it was understandable why she dismissed the wares in his shop with disdain. Though Lin Zhe was inwardly astonished, his expression remained composed. It seemed he had gained much today, though whether he could truly accept it remained uncertain. Hearing this, Su Xian cast a surprised glance at Lin Zhe. A formidable coal magnate speaking with such modesty? Even if it were merely a few second-hand items, surely claiming her house would be no challenge at all. Lin Zhe had never revealed his identity as the heir to a coal dynasty. Upon reflection, it was likely Wu Yiqi who had divulged it. The coal heir persona was a facade Lin Zhe wished to shed to avoid trouble. Rumors were best taken lightly. How could he not know if he himself was a coal magnate? Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, but did not dwell on the matter. Instead, she led Lin Zhe to her walk-in wardrobe, which alone dwarfed the size of Lin Zhe's own residence. Pointing to a shelf, she said, "These you don't need. Take whatever you find useful." Over time, Lin Zhe had acquired considerable knowledge and could recognize high-end goods. Although the items Su Xian discarded were of little value, other shelves displayed bags that were unmistakably priceless. Approaching a particular bag, Lin Zhe examined it carefully. It was a limited edition Louis Vuitton, one of only 2,000 worldwide, each valued at 820,000 yuan, and not even readily purchasable with money alone. Several such bags were visible, all limited editions. What kind of woman could amass such treasures? Lin Zhe surmised that even Wu Yiqi was unaware of Su Xian's true stature. Otherwise, he would not have brought her to Lin Zhe's shop. At that moment, Lin Zhe realized his error. Deep down, he had believed Su Xian to be either a kept woman, the daughter of a magnate, or a mistress. "Miss Su, may I be so bold as to ask how you came to know someone like Wu Yiqi?" Lin Zhe inquired. Su Xian immediately understood the misconception. "Do you think I am his kept woman?" Lin Zhe candidly admitted that he had initially thought so, but no longer held that belief. Su Xian was not offended, acknowledging that Lin Zhe was not the first to make such an assumption. Her beauty and commanding presence naturally invited speculation. Even if not Wu Yiqi's kept woman, she was believed to be someone else's kept woman. Su Xian refrained from elaborating on her own profession, merely recounting how she had come to know Wu Yiqi. Recently, a friend hosted a ball, and by coincidence, Wu Yiqi was also present. The event was rather modest, and my friend invited me merely to enhance the atmosphere. Wu Yiqi mistook me for a socialite, and even boasted about gifting me an apartment near the subway station. An apartment? Lin Zhe chuckled at the thought of a small villa spanning 3 stories. Surely, that property could not be valued at more than 2 suns. Yet, Lin Zhe's curiosity prevailed. Why not inform him? Or simply disregard him altogether? The thrill of ostentation and humiliation had long lost its charm for Su Xian. Having been subjected to such experiences since childhood, she felt no novelty in it. Instead, Wu Yiqi's ignorance and arrogance amused her. If I were to expose him, where else could I find such an entertaining individual? Each time I witnessed his pretentious display, I refrained from revealing the truth. Can you comprehend the joy in that? It is akin to allowing him to perform while I quietly observe from the sidelines. Yes, precisely that. It is rather delightful. In the presence of such a woman, it is no wonder Lin Zhe found it difficult to maintain his facade. Fortunately, he did not attempt to, for that would have rendered him a fool. It is akin to performing tricks before the Monkey King or wielding a sword in front of Guangong. At present, Lin Zhe was discussing business. After organizing the items, he presented his offer. "Miss Su, I will purchase these items at 2/5 of their invoiced value. If you have no objections, I can transfer the funds to you immediately." 11 bags, total 35,000. Each bag was worth only a few thousand, and the total would not even suffice for Su Xian to buy another. Although the buyback price was somewhat low, it was preferable to discarding them. "Whatever you say is fine. I have another favor to ask of you. If you agree to assist me, I will waive the payment for these items." It was heard that Lin Zhe's family was involved in the coal business, and recently, Su Xian had developed a fondness for handicrafts. She wished for Lin Zhe to procure some coal gang, intending to carve it into art pieces for an exhibition. This was why she was willing to visit the affluent city upon learning of Lin Zhe's coal connections. However, given their fleeting acquaintance, she felt hesitant to request assistance. Now, with this business transaction as a bridge, everything seemed more natural. Coal gang was of little value, abundant in the Yanbei coal mine, with as much as one desired readily available. Yet, sometimes, despite the low cost of items, buyers and sellers could not find each other. Although Lin Zhe was not a coal magnate, obtaining such materials was not a daunting task. "Oh, what do I care? You should accept the payment you are owed. Just tell me how much you need, and I will have someone deliver it to you." Chapter 37. This is our chairman's daughter. If the requirements are not too demanding, it would be manageable. Since Su Xian sought Lin Zhe, she must have specific needs. She required one piece, but the dimensions had to be precisely 500 centimeters in length, 200 centimeters in width, and 300 centimeters in height. Coal is extracted through blasting. Where could one find such specifications for Chaoyang? With one blast, it would be shattered into countless fragments. Although Lin Zhe's family did not own a mine, he understood how coal was obtained. Ah, your demands are indeed rather lofty. I shall keep an eye out for you. The polite words spoken merely serve as a veiled rejection of Su Xian. Nevertheless, one must ponder, why resort to Chaoyang? Surely, one could simply procure a stone for a sculpture. Lin Zhe sighed at the peculiar hobbies of the wealthy. However, this excursion was not in vain. He had garnered some rewards. Once he sold these bags, he could pocket a tidy sum. He lamented his lack of a vehicle, as he would have to call Tian when to pick him up. Given his recent earnings, Lin Zhe felt it was time to purchase a car for convenience during future pickups. Coupled with the profits from selling the columbarium, he had a couple of 100,000 at his disposal. Upon Tian Wen's arrival, Lin Zhe did not return directly to the shop. Instead, he instructed her to head to the 4S dealership. Having just experienced the exhilarating pushback of a Bugatti, Lin Zhe resolved to acquire a Porsche, preferring something more grand. With the Panamera at the top of his list, in a city like the capital, there must be cars readily available. Tian Wen thought Lin Zhe had lost his senses. Why suddenly consider buying a car? With no license plate, what was the point? Having an out-of-province plate would be no different from not having a car at all. The chances of winning a personal license plate lottery could take ages. However, if it were a company plate, the process would be considerably simpler. Does your sister have any friends in business? They could assist in obtaining a plate, and he would pay whatever was necessary. Tian Wen felt it might be challenging. If it were that easy, she wouldn't have to toil away at the lottery. I truly lack connections in that regard. Otherwise, you might as well settle for a Yinbei plate. After all, Lin Zhe was a notable second-generation coal tycoon. How could a mere license plate pose a challenge? Thus, Lin Zhe posted on social media, seeking to purchase a license plate in the capital for a price. Coincidentally, Su Xian had just added Lin Zhe's contact details and had her own request. Upon seeing Lin Zhe's post, she promptly reached out. I have a license plate and can transfer it at any time, she stated, though she did not mention a price. Given Su Xian's stature, she wouldn't be interested in a mere 200,000 or 300,000. To be frank, she merely sought Lin Zhe's assistance in acquiring a piece of Chaoyang. When Lin Zhe inquired about the price, Su Xian suggested they discuss it in person. Since Lin Zhe was already headed to buy a car, they agreed to meet at the 4S dealership. Ah, my undeniable charm. Is the license plate not forthcoming? So swiftly? Tian Wen mused, indeed. The son of a coal magnate has the advantages of wealth. Years of effort by the capital's residents could be undone in mere moments by him. Some have been trying for over a decade without success. Upon arriving at the dealership, Lin Zhe immediately took a liking to the 40T model. However, the price exceeded his expectations. With a guide price of 1.83 million, it would surely cost over 2 million on the road. This revelation truly drained Lin Zhe's finances. Noticing Lin Zhe's hesitation, Tian Wen understood he was lacking in funds. If you like it, just buy it. If you're tight on cash, take whatever you need from me. A man should drive such a car, or he is unworthy of his identity as a second-generation coal tycoon. As two individuals engaged in conversation, Su Xian stood quietly behind them, oblivious to their thoughts, which were entirely consumed by the car. I have repeatedly stated, I am not a coal second generation. Could you refrain from labeling me as such? I am merely a small business owner, one of them declared with a hint of frustration. There is no shame in being a coal second generation. I would aspire to be one if fate allowed. You, however, are young and, after a quarrel with your family, wish to sever ties completely. Let me tell you, that is impossible. As long as your family holds shares in a coal mine, you will forever be a coal second generation. Their dialogue did not escape Su Xian's ears. She found Lin Zhe rather intriguing, sharing a similar sentiment. Neither wished to live under the shadow of their family's identity. Despite their potential to thrive independently, they often found themselves introduced as the daughter of so-and-so during social gatherings. Su Xian concurred with Lin Zhe's assertion that familial matters should remain separate from personal identity. Upon hearing someone chime in, Tian Wen instinctively glanced back, only to discover that the speaker was a beautiful woman, one who was acquainted with Lin Zhe. Assuming Lin Zhe had enticed her from somewhere, her tone became less than cordial. Who are you? Lin Zhe immediately sensed her misunderstanding and hastily clarified. This is about the license plate. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly amended. My apologies, I misspoke. Su Xin is the one assisting me with the license plate. Su Xin, disregarding Tian 1, circled the car before leaning against the front, inquiring of Lin Zhe. Do you like this car? Would you like me to arrange a discount for you? What? Lin Zhe was somewhat bewildered. Could this possibly be a business venture of Su Xin's family? If it were not too much trouble, a discount would indeed be delightful. However, if there were any strings attached, he would prefer to avoid accruing such debts. It's no trouble, just a phone call, Su Xin replied, promptly dialing a number. Hello, President Chung, I am with a friend looking at a car. What is the lowest price for a Panamera 40? After hanging up, Su Xin relayed the bottom line to Lin Zhe. 5 million. My influence is quite considerable, wouldn't you say? This single phone call had saved Lin Zhe over 300,000. It was simply astounding. With connections like hers, anything could be accomplished smoothly. Having received such a substantial discount, Lin Zhe felt there was no reason to hesitate and decided on the spot. Thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal later. Su Xin summoned the sales representative and instructed, I've already spoken with Chung Kai. Please assist my friend with the paperwork, and while you're at it, arrange for his license plate. I will coordinate with someone later for the transfer of the ownership. This arrangement alleviated a considerable burden from Lin Zhe's shoulders, even covering the first year's insurance. While processing the paperwork, Lin Zhe's curiosity about Su Xin's identity prompted him to discreetly inquire with the sales representative. What is the connection between my friend and your President Chung? How did she manage to secure such a discount? Initially, the sales representative found nothing unusual about the question. But upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, they regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial. You mean you don't know her? Is she quite renowned? Lin Zhe inquired, equally intrigued. My goodness, I had assumed you were quite familiar with each other. That young lady is the daughter of our chairman, from the Su family of the Su Group. You did not know about Su Group or Su Fufa. Chapter 38, The Grandfather Who Carried a Gun. Su Group? But aren't they based in the South? Lin Zhe had certainly heard of Su Group before, always believing they dealt solely in building materials and real estate, never imagining they were involved in the automobile industry as well. So it turns out Su Xin is the true second-generation heir of wealth. Now Lin Zhe comprehended everything. Having an association with someone like Su Xin, he must seize the opportunity to his advantage. Fortunately, Lin Zhe had intended to purchase a car today. Otherwise, he would have remained in the dark. The most unfortunate must be Wu Yiqi. If he knew Su Xin's background, why would he still fawn over Lin Zhe? Of course, Lin Zhe must feign ignorance of this matter. After completing the formalities, Lin Zhe pretended to be curious. Su Xin, what kind of strategy is this? One phone call, and I saved over 300,000. How am I to thank you for that? We're friends. No need for such formality. Remember to help me inquire about Chaoyang matters. I have other business to attend to, so I must leave. Watching Su Xin's departing figure, Lin Zhe mused that her fortune was truly remarkable. Finally, the salesperson approached Lin Zhe to inform him that the temporary license plate had been processed, allowing him to drive the car away immediately. The official plate would be transferred within about a week. Lin Zhe drove his new car, circling the third ring road. This was a car he had never dared to dream of driving in his lifetime, yet now he was behind the wheel. It seemed that only the truly audacious could live a life of luxury. His next goal was to purchase a residence in the capital, a place to call home. Lin Zhe thought Su Xin's residence was quite splendid, high-end, grand, and elegant. To advance, Lin Zhe knew he must reinvent his persona. The identity of a coal second generation only impressed the lower strata of society. To genuine elites like Su Xin, such a label would only diminish his standing. Lin Zhe parked his car in a suburban area, pondering what the wealthy truly desired. Only by understanding their needs could he profit from them. At that moment, several supercars roared past, their engines thunderous and making them the most conspicuous presence in the outskirts. Passers-by halted, their gazes fixed on the spectacle. Damn! Some of these spoiled rich don't even know what they believe in. Look at them showing off, reckless as if they don't fear accidents. If they crash, they can just pay damages. I heard their ancestors all carried guns. A mere accident is nothing to them, someone remarked. This comment sparked an idea in Lin Zhe's mind. Precisely, there is the identity he needs. In the capital, the most esteemed are the children born in the grand compounds. He must find a way to connect with them. Every social circle has its own gathering places. The children of the grand compounds used to frequent old MOS decades ago, but that was long past. Fortunately, Tian Yun and her friends are locals of the capital, so gathering intelligence should not be difficult. Moreover, One cannot self-promote such an identity. It must be spread by these people's own words. Often, the whispers of rumor are more trustworthy than anything else. With a thought in mind, Lin Zhe hastened to put it into action. He made a point of calling everyone, proclaiming his intention to treat them to dinner. Particularly regarding Ma Lixia, Lin Zhe emphasized the necessity of including Alice and Wu Yiqi. He even took the time to call Yang Shui, insisting that she must bring Jin Fanfan along. The venue was set at Donglishan, renowned for its hot pot, a place that had been in existence since the late Qing dynasty. Hosting a gathering, there was hardly a cause for embarrassment, as everyone arrived as promised. They were left pondering Lin Zhe's true intentions, particularly Ma Lixia, who could not comprehend why Lin Zhe would invite someone like Alice. In Lin Zhe's view, each individual held their own significance. It was often those like Alice who could truly generate momentum for him. After days of hunger, indulging in a meal at Donglishan, coupled with dining alongside someone of Lin Zhe's stature, would surely be a tale worth sharing for a year. Moreover, that spirited socialite would soon elevate Lin Zhe's status, making him a household name in no time. Within the private room of Donglishan, guests began to gather. These individuals held mutual disdain for one another beneath their cordial facades. They were engaged in a silent contest of rivalry. Upon encountering Jin Fanfan and Yang Shui, Tian Yun entered with a scowl. Ma Lixia, upon seeing Tian Wan, felt a deep-seated aversion. Now that everyone was assembled, they were invited to commence their meal. There was little more to say. Lin Zhe had convened them to inquire about certain matters. When the guests learned that Lin Zhe sought their assistance regarding such trivial concerns, they remarked on his excessive courtesy. Wu Yiqi, in particular, was notably eager. "Boss Lin, what is this? You are too kind. If you have something to discuss, just give me a call. Why go to such lengths? We are all in this together. Your affairs are my affairs. Whatever you wish to know, I am at your service." Others leaned in, curious to discover what warranted Lin Zhe's personal hosting of a banquet. Without further ado, Lin Zhe commenced his presentation. "It's quite a simple matter, really. An old comrade of my grandfather reached out, expressing concerns over his strained relationship with his son, who has been associating with a group of reckless street racers. He requested my assistance in finding out where they frequently gather. As you all know, I grew up in Yanbei and am not well versed in the happenings of the capital. Hence, I would greatly appreciate your insights." Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, astonishment swept over the group. They realized how adept Lin Zhe was at concealing his background. From his tone, it was evident that Lin Zhe's grandfather must have been a man of considerable stature, likely having seen combat. After all, how else could Lin Zhe's father own a coal mine? Out of curiosity, Wu Yiqi could not resist asking, "So, who is our grandfather?" In truth, everyone was inquisitive, but Wu Yiqi voiced what they all wished to know. All eyes turned to Lin Zhe, anticipating his response. "That is not of great importance. What I hope for is your assistance regarding this matter. I would be most grateful," Lin Zhe teased, deliberately piquing their curiosity. He raised his glass and toasted each individual in turn, making a special note of Alice as he passed by her. "I am aware of your excellent social connections and vast network. I must trouble you with this matter. Do not let the seemingly modest demeanor of the spirited young woman deceive you. She adheres to the ways of the world." Rising, she performed a signature gesture of her persona and addressed Lin Zhe. "Arrange it." Wu Yiqi found himself perplexed by Alice's peculiar stance, as she appeared to be bouncing on springs, continuously swaying. What baffled him further was her tendency to strike herself across the face while speaking. What kind of behavior is this among the youth today? He mimicked Alice's actions, gently slapping his own cheeks, and inquired. Only Tian Yun posed the most pertinent question. "Your grandfather isn't from the prestigious courtyard in the capital, is he?" "Previously, yes, but he has since retired." Lin Zhe replied with a hint of ambiguity, as he believed that the more enigmatic he appeared, the more intrigued they would become. Jin Fanfan, who had remained silent until now, began to whisper to Yang Shui, "Are you certain this is someone from our department? This is extraordinary. Not only is he wealthy, but he also wields power. We must grasp this connection. It could prove beneficial in the future." Jin Fanfan's notion of grasping was, of course, a euphemism for seduction, and Yang Shui understood her implication all too well. "Mr. Jin, I confess, I did not seize the opportunity. When did this happen?" Jin Fanfan assumed that after leaving the affluent city, Yang Shui had discreetly contacted him. "Well done, you acted swiftly." "No, it was during our time at the company. I had no inkling of his status then." Jin Fanfan's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Yang Shui's admission. It was said that office politics could be quite subtle, Yet it had unexpectedly unfolded in Yang Shue's case. Since Yang Shue could not capitalize on the opportunity, Jean Fanfan resolved to take charge herself. With her silver tongue, she believed she could win over Lin Zhe. Leave this matter to me. With that, she raised her glass and approached Lin Zhe. Boss Lin, I never anticipated we would meet again. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Allow me to toast to you. With a flirtatious tone, Jean Fanfan embodied a modern-day Daji, her eyes brimming with an insatiable desire that overshadowed all the other women present. Tianwen, unable to bear such blatant advances, muttered under her breath, wretched woman. Although her voice was barely audible, the others present could discern her disdain from her lips. As a saleswoman and the director of a fraudulent company, Jean Fanfan was unfazed by the opinions of others. To her, the jealousy of others only affirmed the efficacy of her methods. To foster a closer relationship with Lin Zhe, she began to recount tales of her ancestry. Here we are now, but if we were to turn back a century, some among us would barely be worthy of this table, perhaps reduced to mere servants. One would do well to refrain from careless chatter. These words were evidently directed at Tianwen. The two women were now locked in a verbal duel of sorts. Wu Yiqi, reveling in the unfolding drama and perhaps harboring a crush on Jean Fanfan, seized the opportunity to flatter. If I may be so bold, does this young lady's lineage trace back to the Banners? Is she from the plain Yellow or Aizenjoro? Whenever anyone inquired, Jean Fanfan would feel a sense of honor. Moreover, she relished these moments of being the center of attention. In that instant, she believed herself to be akin to a princess of the Qing dynasty. Coupled with the adulation from Wu Yiqi, a devoted admirer, Jean Fanfan felt herself to be the most esteemed individual within this private room. Oh, royal blood runs through my veins. Today, I am fortunate enough to dine at the same table as a princess. I must raise a toast to you. Let us exchange contact information, and in the future, we shall have the prestige of boasting that a princess of the Qing dynasty counts us as friends. Who would dare to disregard us? Such flattery was music to her ears, and she eagerly agreed to drink with him. Hearing their exchange, Lin Zhe was perplexed. What era do these people inhabit? Do they aspire to revive the Qing? Yet, this was something Lin Zhe needed to learn from Jean Fanfan. She could boast with the confidence of a legacy from over a century ago, while he felt a twinge of insecurity despite having a lineage of soldiers. This innate confidence was something Lin Zhe found unattainable. As the evening progressed, the wine flowed, and the dishes were savored. Although the group harbored mutual disdain for one another, the atmosphere remained relatively harmonious. With everyone having imbibed, they all called for a designated driver. Observing Jean Fanfan slightly inebriated, Wu Yiqi thought his opportunity had arrived. Everyone, take it slow on the way. I'll ensure Princess Jean gets home safely. We'll each return to our own abodes, he declared. Unbeknownst to him, Jean Fanfan had not truly overindulged. Her capacity for alcohol had been honed in the workplace. She was far from tipsy. Her pretense of drunkenness was merely an opportunity for Lin Zhe. As Wu Yiqi approached to assist her, Jean Fanfan leaned into Lin Zhe. I refuse to ride with the balding one. I prefer to ride with Boss Lin, as it conveniently aligns with my route. Although Wu Yiqi was somewhat thinning on top, referring to him as bald was rather impolite. His expression became as long as a donkey's face. After an entire evening devoted to pandering to Jean Fanfan, it seemed his efforts were in vain. Among so many lovely ladies, he had to arrange for at least one companion, or else he would be left to his own devices that night. Since Jean Fanfan was out of the question, Wu Yiqi shifted his attention to Yang Shui. How about I see Miss Yang home? However, Yang Shui declined. No need, I'll ride with General Jean, we can share Boss Lin's car. After being rejected repeatedly, Wu Yiqi appeared somewhat dejected. At that moment, Alice chimed in. Boss Wu, why don't you give me a ride? Observing Alice's demeanor, Wu Yiqi was not entirely pleased, but fortunately, Alice was young and not too difficult to tolerate. With a resigned sigh, he replied, all right. As Wu Yiqi's vehicle disappeared from view, Lin Zhe silently wished him well. He hoped that Alice had already terminated the pregnancy. Otherwise, Wu Yiqi would become a father later in life. Once everyone had departed, Lin Zhe prepared to leave as well. Jean Fanfan promptly settled into the back seat, and Yang Shui, wishing to look after her, also intended to join her in the rear. However, the moment Yang Shui opened the car door, Jean Fanfan curtly commanded, move to the front. Had it not been for Yang Shui's desire to occupy the front passenger seat, Jean Fanfan might not have granted her any opportunity to be in the car at all. With only the back seats remaining, Lin Zhe, without a moment's hesitation, took his place. This, much to Jean Fan's delight, allowed her to lean against Lin Zhe's shoulder. Observing Lin Zhe's lack of resistance, her hands soon began to wander inappropriately. Were it not for the presence of the driver and Yang Shui in the front, one might speculate that a more fervent encounter would have ensued. Lin Zhe was experiencing this passive sensation for the first time in a vehicle. The driver, an experienced individual, frequently glanced into the rearview mirror, thinking to himself that this ride could be lucrative, offering both monetary gain and an entertaining spectacle. As they approached their destination, the two merely repeated their earlier actions, showing no inclination to escalate the situation. Upon the arrival of their employer, a reminder to leave a 5-star review was issued. After the driver departed, Yang Shui turned to glance at Jean Fan, who, brazenly, had her hand resting on Lin Zhe's thigh, caught in Yang Shui's unwavering gaze. Jean Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. What are you staring at? Do you have something to say? If not, why don't you move along? I still need to rest for a bit. Having stated her piece, Yang Shui felt it inappropriate to say more. Just as they stepped away from the car, a noticeable commotion emanated from behind, accompanied by Lin Zhe's audible exclamations. Chapter 40. Why do we never learn from our misfortunes? I'll make you pay for this. Yuqing Dynasty Princess. Aizenjoro, is it? Yang Shui heard every word clearly, realizing that all of this was merely an excuse. Jean Fan had laid the groundwork for this moment throughout the night. Even from a distance, she could still hear Jean Fan's voice. Could you be gentler? It's as if you have a vendetta against me. Such an opportunity could not be monopolized by Jean Fan alone. Reflecting on the past, Yang Shui considered that she was not entirely devoid of chances herself. Thus, she turned back. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Shui rapped on the car window, nearly startling Jean Fan to death. Upon recognizing Yang Shui, Jean Fan's temper flared instantly. What do you want? Yang Shui ignored Jean Fan and sweetly addressed Lin Zhe. Boss Lin, would you mind if I joined? For Lin Zhe, such matters were akin to Han Xian's army deployment. The more, the merrier. He opened the car door and ushered Yang Shui inside. Once they emerged, both exchanged glances filled with mutual disdain. Jean Fan had initially believed herself to be on the threshold of the elite class, but Yang Shui's presence had undeniably diminished her perceived royal lineage. Why drag me down to your level? You could have waited until I left to act disgracefully. Now, look at me. I'm worse off than the girls at nightclubs, having worked hard all night without reaping any rewards. Yang Shui, too, felt that her actions had been counterproductive. It seemed they had allowed Lin Zhe to enjoy their efforts for free. After much contemplation, she felt a sense of loss. All this was merely a result of momentary rivalry, which had inadvertently benefited Lin Zhe. A plan began to form in her mind. Since he owned a shop, they would visit it the next day to select items without paying, curious to see how he would respond. Had he dared to turn hostile, he would have already exposed today's incident. I refuse to believe he wouldn't find it humiliating. Originally, Jean Fan intended to secure Lin Zhe and then, under the pretense of courtship, be with him. Now, thanks to Yang Shui's interference, romance is utterly impossible. Who embarks on two relationships simultaneously? It's blatantly a free ride on joy. The loss must be recuperated. Very well, agreed. Tomorrow, I shall select the most expensive items at the store. The next morning, to be safe, Jean Fan called Lin Zhe. Darling, did you enjoy last night? I want to visit your store to pick a handbag. Will you be there? Jean Fan's posture immediately revealed her intentions. If everyone were like her, would Lin Zhe's business even survive? It was always the girls who lavished him with favors, never spending a dime themselves. Expecting freebies? Not a chance. I want TB at the store. Choose whatever you desire, and I'll instruct the staff to grant you a 10% discount, Lin Zhe replied. Hearing this, Jean Fan nearly exploded. What? I have to pay? Lin Zhe feigned astonishment, retorting, what? Do you think shopping comes free? If that were the case, do tell me. I'd love to freeload too. This man, far from a privileged heir, was nothing short of a scoundrel. Jean Fan was no pushover. Every sacrifice demanded a reward. She could not tolerate being exploited. Lin, don't overstep. Consuming everything, then denying payment is out of the question. If you don't satisfy me, I'll make a scene at your store. Let us see who ends up embarrassed. Lin Zhe claimed he was drunk and remembered nothing, feigning ignorance of her accusations. Knowing he wished to shirk responsibility, Jean Fan pressed further. That night in your car, both Yang Shui and I can testify. Don't think you can deny it. Exactly what Lin Zhe wanted to hear. What did you two do to me last night? His tone suggested he was ready to twist the narrative. What do you mean, what did we do to you? The two of us served you. You're beautiful, but are you pretending to be clueless now? It won't work. Lin Zhe's phone recorded the entire conversation. Jean Fanfan, having been wronged before, should have learned her lesson. Did the two of you assault me? If so, I'll report it to the police. As expected, Lin Zhe turned the tables. Jean Fanfan was instantly flustered. What? You're the one who took advantage of us. Yet Lin Zhe held all the cards. Are you joking? You expect me to have assaulted two people alone? Do you think the police would believe that? And in public, inside my car? Jean Fanfan was rendered speechless, wondering what on earth she was dealing with. After a long silence, Lin Zhe attempted to soothe her. I want to pursue legal action against you. But if this damages my reputation, I will sue you to bankruptcy. With that, he ended the call. On Jean Fanfan's side, Yang Shui listened attentively throughout the entire conversation. She expressed her astonishment at Lin Zhe's behavior, remarking on its peculiarity. Is he some sort of monster? What kind of normal person would act in such a manner? Why is it that the wealthier individuals tend to be the stingiest? Surely, this modest fortune cannot have been amassed through such miserly ways. Even if one were to consider a working-class individual, Yang Shui could certainly glean something from him. At present, it seems she is entirely being taken advantage of, with no recourse against it. When Lin Zhe arrived at the store, he did not find Jean Fanfan or Yang Shui, but instead encountered Wu Yiqi and Alice. The two appeared to be quite enamored with one another, engaging in flirtatious banter as they selected items from the store. Ah, is it the esteemed boss Lin? Observing their behavior, Lin Zhe discerned what had transpired the previous day. Alice had not only changed her attire completely, but was also adorned in designer labels. Truly, one must admire the transformation of someone who once struggled to make ends meet into a figure of high fashion. Feel free to browse at your leisure. If you fancy anything, just ask the attendants to bring it down for you, Lin Zhe suggested, assuming Wu Yiqi was merely there to support his business. To his surprise, Wu Yiqi brought tidings of good news. Boss Lin, regarding the matter you asked us to investigate yesterday, we have made progress. There's a group of young men that closely resembles what you described. Not only do their ancestors bear arms, but their parents are also prominent figures in military and political spheres. These youngsters spend their time at an auto repair shop in the old palace of South City. Lin Zhe found the accuracy of this information somewhat dubious. How did you come by this knowledge? He inquired. Wu Yiqi explained, we owe this revelation to Alice. This woman, who typically struggles to borrow a mere 100 yuan from her friends, can produce numerous versions of any gossip she desires. My ex-boyfriend was an apprentice at that very repair shop, which operates solely for private modifications and never opens to the public. He even sent me the address, and I shall forward it to you now. It is astonishing that the collective efforts of so many were surpassed in efficiency by a whimsical girl. Chapter 41. Racing in the third ring with the address in hand, Lin Zhe decided to pay a visit. He drove to the old palace and quickly located the site described by the whimsical girl. Rather than a mere repair shop, it resembled a grand garage. Inside, a plethora of luxury vehicles awaited. In this establishment, even a Mercedes GTR or a Porsche pales in comparison, relegated to the outside. Within the warehouse, one would find an array of Lamborghinis and Ferraris, all limited editions. In such a place as the capital, it seems to have gathered the creme de la creme of luxury cars from across the nation. The owners of these vehicles hailed from various parts of the country. Yet they shared a commonality. Their ancestors had all once wielded arms, and their forebears had grown up in privileged environments. Subsequently, they ventured into the workforce in distant lands. While these younger generations now luxuriate in the fruits of 2 generations of labor, aside from indulging in the pleasures of the capital, they appear to have little else to occupy their time. Outside the warehouse, a mechanic wielding a wrench was inspecting a vehicle. Upon noticing Lin Zhe's arrival, he promptly waved him off. Hey, you can't park here. Hurry and move your car. Don't waste our time. Lin Zhe rolled down his car window and responded with utmost courtesy. Brother, I heard you specialize in car modifications. A friend recommended you. Could you kindly take a look at my car? Unexpectedly, the mechanic barely glanced up, showing no interest. Brother, modifying your car here won't make much difference. As you can see, this place is for supercars. I advise you to seek help elsewhere. Otherwise, you might end up losing face. Before Lin Zhe could comprehend the implication, 2 supercars suddenly blocked his vehicle, leaving him trapped. 2 young men, roughly in their 20s, alighted from the cars, each accompanied by a stunning woman in the front passenger seat, all dressed provocatively and boasting impeccable figures. One young man, chewing gum and wearing sunglasses, approached Lin Zhe disdainfully. Casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Zhe's car, he sneered. What a piece of junk dares to drive in here. Do you think this is some junkyard? Our rides stay parked here for a month. Come back then to pick yours up. If you don't, well, maybe next year. We have plenty of cars at home. One more or less doesn't matter. His brazen provocation seemed to inflate his pride. Even the women nearby covered their mouths, laughing scornfully, their eyes brimming with disdain. The other young man pulled out a pack of foreign cigarettes, lit one, and wore a look of pity. Brother, you're lucky. Last time, some poor soul's car was stuck here for 2 years. There are places you can't just go because you want to. This world has its hierarchy, not just among cars, but among people. Ordinarily arrogant, Lin Zhe now realized in comparison to these tough characters, he barely ranked among the respectable. Seeing no escape, he reluctantly softened his tone. Brother, I don't understand the situation. Can you clear a path so I can drive out? The smoker, brimming with arrogance, approached Lin Zhe and blew a cloud of secondhand smoke directly in his face. You can't get out easily. If you want to leave, crash your way through. But let me warn you, if you scratch my car's paint, the entire vehicle will need repainting. There's no such paint domestically. I have to import it. If you hit my car hard, I'll have to replace it entirely. He concluded with a smug smile directed at his companions. By then, more spectators had gathered. Emerging from the factory building, likely the owners of these luxury cars. Eager for entertainment, they wanted to see which unfortunate soul was trapped. Damn, haven't seen such a fool in a while. Driving a Panamera and thinking he has hot stuff. Today, he's in for a rude awakening, someone remarked. Judging by his demeanor, the trapped driver wasn't here to cause trouble. He was simply unlucky. Some even took out their phones, ready to post on social media. Whose poor kid is this, stuck with no way out? Anyone want to bet how long this car will be parked here? Since Lin Zhe had come into a modest fortune, he had never suffered such a profound humiliation, especially not in front of such a crowd. He was resolute in reclaiming his lost honor. Emulating the brazen demeanor of the 2 young men before him, Lin Zhe arrogantly retorted, Damn, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were piloting a rocket. Dare to race me around the track? I'll have you so far behind you won't even see my taillights. Hearing this, the 2 youths were momentarily stunned, convinced they must have misheard. Perhaps Lin Zhe had taken something that clouded his judgment. How else could he utter such audacity? How much counterfeit liquor have you swallowed? You still dare to race? Do you even know who holds the fastest record on the 3rd ring road? Lin Zhe, eager to leave this godforsaken place, had no patience for their idle chatter. Enough nonsense. Just tell me if you dare or not. The challenger sneered. You're playing dangerously reckless. Fine, we'll race, but let us raise the stakes. Whoever loses has to park their car here for 3 years. Dare to accept? The coward is a damn grandson. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe climbed into his car, started the engine, and followed the convoy toward the 3rd ring bridge. The onlookers, sensing a spectacle, eagerly trailed behind to witness the unfolding drama. Guess this guy might be a master driver. Otherwise, why would he dare? One mused. Another scoffed. Probably just a braggart putting on airs. If he wins, I'll take his family name. Some anticipated Lin Zhe might flee midway and prepared accordingly. Keep your cars close. Watch every exit. Don't let that bastard slip away, they instructed. Their strategy was impeccable, sealing off all of Lin Zhe's potential escape routes. Lin Zhe's chances of victory were slim at best. Their cars were heavily modified, no comparison to his vehicle. Even without modifications, their supercars held a decisive advantage. As they ascended the 3rd ring bridge, a few cars surged ahead to scout and block the off-ramps, preventing any escape. The 2 challengers even ceded the lead car to Lin Zhe. You scoundrel, you get a 4-minute head start. If I don't catch you within 10 minutes, you win. They jeered. Lin Zhe smiled faintly, pressed the accelerator, and surged forward. Though these men were accustomed to indulgent lifestyles, they were no fools. They immediately recognized Lin Zhe as a novice, his car and skills fresh and unseasoned. One of the girls shook her head as Lin Zhe's vehicle disappeared into the distance. Not much of a driver, huh? She scoffed. Damn, if I'd known he was this level, I would given him 10 minutes from the start. Even if he wins now, it won't be glorious. Chapter 42. Find me that Panamera. The time was nearly upon them. 2 supercars launched with a burst, vanishing from sight. When Lin Zhe reached the first intersection, he noticed the cars ahead had slowed. As his vehicle approached, they swiftly forced him to the right lane, blocking any chance of leaving the 3rd ring road. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Zhe had no intention of exiting. Given his car and skill, even if he did, he would be caught swiftly. To triumph in this race, he had to employ some cunning. Lin Zhe activated a voice dial on his phone. Hello, Yao Yaoling. On the San Juan Bridge, a reckless display of speed unfolded. As numerous high-performance vehicles exceeded the speed limit, nearly colliding with me moments ago. After receiving an urgent report from Lin Zhe, the dispatch center assured prompt action and inquired about the specific location of the incident. Once the call was concluded, Lin Zhe swiftly deleted the call history. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 cars approached, and through the window, they gestured with a thumbs down towards Lin Zhe, then accelerated away, leaving him far behind. After another 10 minutes, Lin Zhe noticed police conducting a roadside inspection ahead, stopping the 2 supercars that had just passed. Given the one-way nature of the bridge, the presence of law enforcement left Lin Zhe with no option but to accept his fate, as he could not turn around to escape. Since Lin Zhe was not driving a supercar, the officers merely waved him through. However, the vehicles that had been monitoring Lin Zhe were all detained. The drivers, perplexed, questioned the sudden inspection. "Comrade, we weren't racing, we were merely speeding. We can accept the penalty, can't we?" The police, relying on evidence, informed them that reviewing the surveillance footage would clarify whether they had indeed been racing. Their speed, exceeding 50% over the limit, constituted reckless driving. Technical officers would soon arrive to inspect the vehicles, and should any illegal modifications be discovered, they could face prosecution. Each driver knew their own culpability all too well. If they were indeed penalized, the shame would be minor compared to the possibility of detention. Even connections at home would be of little use in such a situation. If detained, they might consider implicating Lin Zhe, thus turning him into a scapegoat for their own transgressions. Lin Zhe circled the San Juan, and those waiting at the starting point sensed something was amiss. Given their usual speed, he should have returned by now. What is going on? Even a humble vehicle should have arrived by now. Could he have truly been outpaced by a Panamera? Just then, someone spotted Lin Zhe's vehicle returning. Albeit it appeared to be the Panamera. Lin Zhe drove steadily, leisurely bringing the car to a stop. He lowered the window and poked his head out. Did I win? For a moment, the crowd was bewildered. Apart from Lin Zhe's car, no other vehicles had returned, not even those that had been tailing him. How could this be? A young man hurriedly approached Lin Zhe's vehicle and asked, "What happened? Where are the others?" Lin Zhe shrugged in response. They were stopped by the police. "But I wasn't. Isn't that frustrating? Please inform them to remember to park their cars at that location for the next 3 years. Otherwise, word will spread that they cannot handle defeat." With that, Lin Zhe pressed the accelerator and departed with flair, leaving the crowd at the bridge in confusion. Where did the police come from? They wondered. Following a thorough inspection, it was revealed that all the supercars were implicated in illegal modifications, leading to their confiscation. In an attempt to atone for their misdeeds, those drivers even implicated Lin Zhe, claiming they had been racing against him. Since the vehicle registrations had not yet been transferred, the call was directly routed to Su Xian. Upon learning of Lin Zhe's alleged reckless driving, Su Xian found it hard to believe. How could that be? The car was brand new, still in its break-in period. What could it possibly have to race with? However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, it became evident that Lin Zhe's speed remained within the legal limits. Multiple camera angles revealed no violations on his part. Since there were no infractions, the notion of reckless driving was rendered moot. A few individuals had attempted to drag Lin Zhe into their schemes, hoping to gain merit through his misfortune. Yet, the outcome was far beyond their expectations. The police presented a stack of documents before them, stating, "The vehicle you reported has committed no traffic violations throughout. Your accusations amount to slander. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? How is that possible? We were all on the elevated road together. You can check the footage." At that moment, the young man realized he had been played. He slumped into his chair, cursing under his breath. Are we playing the 36 stratagems here? It was clear that Lin Zhe had alerted the authorities. Otherwise, how could he have maintained a spotless record? Regret washed over him as he slapped his forehead. Damn it. I was careless. If these individuals were willing to let it go, they wouldn't be who they were. Having suffered such a significant loss in their territory, they could not afford to lose face. They needed to devise a plan to restore their dignity. The modifications on your vehicles aren't severe. Reach out to your connections, and you'll be out in no time. Once you're free, inform Wei Xiao so he can help us regain our standing. Wei Xiao, the leader of their group, was none other than Wei Dixing. The auto repair shop in Jiugong was owned by him. With a formidable background, his parents were high-ranking officials, and his ancestors were retired bureaucrats. He commanded respect wherever he went. Rumor had it that even the local thugs in Jiugong did not dare to challenge him. News of Lin Zhe's victory in the race spread rapidly through the grapevine, thanks to a spirited young woman. Lin Zhe was the first to triumph over the notorious group from Jiogong. Although the police had interfered during the race, such external factors were of little concern to the public. Those who had suffered under the oppression of that gang felt vindicated by Lin Zhe's success. Regardless of circumstances, Lin Zhe had emerged victorious. The next time they encountered the Jiogong crew, they could leverage Lin Zhe's achievement to intimidate them. For a supercar to lose to a Panamera, even with justifiable reasons, would appear as nothing but an excuse to outsiders. Wei Dixing, having learned of the incident, deemed it a significant embarrassment. He promptly expelled the two participants from the racing team. What absolute fools! To race against a Panamera was foolish enough. Winning would bring no glory, while losing tarnishes our collective reputation. Now, we are the laughingstock of the circle. Although the individuals were expelled, they still needed to regain their honor. All high-end supercars in the capital looked to Wei Dixing for guidance. Find it for me. I want that Panamera located. Even if it means turning the entire capital upside down. If you can't find it, don't even think about returning. With a single command from Wei Dixing, all the supercars in the capital mobilized. Chapter 43. Were luxury cars reduced to bumper cars? At this juncture, Su Xian had also located Lin Zhe. She was quite intrigued by Lin Zhe's audacity to race with the offspring of affluent families. To put it simply, it was akin to a lowly donkey competing against a superior steed. She merely wished to comprehend Lin Zhe's thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Xian remained unaware that Lin Zhe was already privy to her true identity. You've been rather reckless lately, daring to race with others. Even the traffic police have contacted me regarding you. Your notoriety has certainly escalated, Lin Zhe remarked as he poured a cup of tea for Su Xian. Is this matter significant enough for you to come here in person? Have I caused you any inconvenience? Not at all. I simply stopped by to see you, she replied. After exchanging some trivial banter, Lin Zhe, wishing to express his apologies, suggested treating Su Xian to a meal. You choose the place. I still owe you my gratitude for the license plate issue, and I hadn't anticipated causing you more trouble, since it was nearing mealtime. Su Xian agreed to accompany Lin Zhe to the garage. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Dixing's associates had already arrived. Upon spotting Lin Zhe's vehicle, they promptly called Wei Dixing. Young Master Wei, we've located the car and have it cornered. What should we do next? Upon hearing that things were progressing smoothly, Wei Dixing instructed them to remain on site and keep watch. Once Lin Zhe arrived, he ordered Lin Zhe to apologize at the repair shop. Should Lin Zhe refuse, he threatened to turn Lin Zhe's car into a zombie car. This threat was far from idle. With a few vehicles blocking Lin Zhe's, escaping would indeed become exceedingly difficult. Just as the call ended, Lin Zhe and Su Xian appeared. The group exchanged glances, leaning against the car doors while leisurely smoking. Upon noticing several supercars, Lin Zhe realized the presence of his adversaries. With his own vehicle trapped, rather than succumbing to anger, he mockingly inquired, "Are you so unable to bear defeat? Is resorting to such tactics not beneath you?" One of the second-generation wealthy men flicked his cigarette aside and strolled leisurely toward Lin Zhe, delivering Wei Dixing's message. I've conveyed the message. You can decide how to proceed. Either come with us now or leave your car behind. In such a scenario, Lin Zhe undoubtedly could not contend with these individuals. As the saying goes, a relentless barrage would inevitably leave Lin Zhe's car incapacitated. He needed to devise a plan to ensnare Su Xian as well. Brother, can't you see I'm with a friend? Show some courtesy. Let me finish dining with her before we discuss matters at the repair shop. The group, upon noticing Su Xian's attractive appearance, couldn't help but compare her to the women accompanying them, realizing the disparity. However, these individuals excelled at flaunting their bravado in front of women, believing it to be an impressive display. Damn, you've lost face today, and yet you still have the leisure to engage in small talk. Don't you realize the gravity of the situation? If this matter isn't resolved today, you'll be walking to your meal, they warned Lin Zhe, not forgetting to tease Su Xian. Beautiful lady, it seems your meal may be in jeopardy. Perhaps my friends and I should treat you instead? Su Xian had a profound disdain for such wealthy rascals, particularly those lacking any semblance of decorum, who squandered their money without thought. She had no intention of entertaining them. Let's go, I'll take my car. The two individuals turned and approached Su Xian's car. Before they could even get inside, they heard a whistle from the other party. Suddenly, two more vehicles blocked Su Xian's car. I warned them that if they wanted to eat, they would have to walk today, as they could not drive away in this car. If they had the audacity, they could try to ram it. I doubted they could afford the damages. The more arrogant they became, the more it suited Lin Zhe's intentions. However, the time was not ripe yet. Lin Zhe needed to stoke the flames further. Are you even men? If you have a problem, Confront me directly. What does it say about you to bully a girl? Do you really think you have any face left? Can you handle the respect I show you? Seeing Lin Zhe's bravado, the group planned to intimidate him with their status. Stop wasting time. It's clear we have the upper hand today. Do you know what our families do? Even if we beat you, it wouldn't matter. We have nothing to lose. Do you believe that? Their objective achieved, they had successfully ignited their anger. Now, only Su Xian remained. Lin Zhe pulled Su Xian aside and whispered, "These are the privileged youths from affluent families. We cannot afford to offend them. It's better to avoid conflict. If you truly collide with them, the money lost is trivial, but the repercussions could be endless. How many times can you afford to crash into them? Let us leave first, and I will handle this later." Initially, Su Xian had no intention of forcing a way through, but had planned to find someone to resolve the situation. However, after hearing Lin Zhe's words, she felt the other party was being excessively domineering. Throughout her life, Su Xian had never endured such indignities. What was a mere financial compensation? To her, it was hardly a concern. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, and she abandoned Lin Zhe to get into the car. With a roar of the engine, she pressed the accelerator and charged directly at the two vehicles, forcing her way through. Although the car sustained significant damage, at least her dignity was restored. Everyone was taken aback by Su Xian's audacity. "It's just a Bugatti. How dare she?" they exclaimed. "Is she out of her mind? She actually dared to crash through." They hurriedly ran over to assess the damage to their vehicles. Su Xian tossed her head toward Lin Zhe. "Get in the car." Even Lin Zhe was momentarily stunned. Although he had anticipated everything, witnessing it unfold was still shocking. That was an extraordinarily costly acceleration. At that moment, the others regained their senses and rushed towards Su Xian's car. Lin Zhe opened the door and jumped into the passenger seat. Su Xian accelerated out of there, leaving them behind, infuriated as they hurled their phones at her car. "Damn it, you got away fast." They then reported the incident to Wei Dishing. "Hey Wei Xiao, things have escalated. This person has some connections, and he came with a woman who, without hesitation, crashed into our car. What should we do?" This group of second-generation heirs, often bored, sought excitement. It had been a long time since Wei Dishing felt such exhilaration. "Interesting. Let us play along with them. It won't just end with an apology. Your cars have sustained damage, haven't they? Do not waste time. Crash that Panamera for me. The bigger the commotion, the better. Remember, do not drive the car away. After the collision, block that Panamera completely." These individuals are not concerned that Lin Zhe will report to the police. Rather, they fear he might not. Given their connections, even if the police were involved, the outcome would likely be merely a settlement for damages. In their view, subduing Lin Zhe is far more tangible than any compensation. Chapter 44. The distinction between ordinary people and the poor, however. Lin Zhe is oblivious to the fate that awaits his newly purchased vehicle. He merely finds Su Xian's earlier actions to be impressively audacious. How fortunate it is to possess wealth. It truly allows one to act freely. A vehicle with a severely deformed front in traversing the streets undoubtedly becomes the most striking sight in the area. Su Xian cannot help but smile at the thought of what just transpired. Who would have imagined that one day, my car would garner such attention? It is not just about the car being damaged. Even if it remained unscathed, with Su Xian's beauty and the car's value, it would still attract considerable admiration. A beautiful woman with an exquisite car. What man wouldn't want to take a second glance? Yet, Lin Zhe has no time for such musings. He is more concerned about whether they will still eat. Where should they head next? Should they dine first, or? Surely, they must also find a replacement vehicle for the journey. Su Xian leads Lin Zhe to an office building near Guamao. The car then enters an underground parking garage, winding through several turns before finally stopping at a parking space on the second basement level. Lin Zhe is utterly astonished before even stepping out of the car. It is simply extravagant beyond belief. He knew Su Xian was wealthy, but never anticipated the extent of her affluence. This area is filled with luxury vehicles. Even a Mercedes GTR seems lackluster in comparison. Here, one finds Bugattis, Lincolns, Maybachs. Everything is represented, ranging from several million to tens of millions in value. Lin Zhe is now witnessing the lifestyle of the elite. It's more breathtaking than an auto show. In disbelief, he shakes his head vigorously to assure himself that this is not a dream, and then hesitantly inquires, "Are all these cars yours?" Su Xian does not directly answer his question. Instead, she approaches a limited edition Ferrari Enzo. "Let us go eat," she declares. A truly exclusive edition. Fortunately, Lin Zhe has recently been researching such vehicles online, which prevents him from appearing intimidated in Su Xin's presence. It's much more convenient in the capital. You can acquire any car you desire. Back in Yanbei, this car wouldn't even function. The roads are riddled with potholes. The practical choices there are Land Rovers and Hummers. Su Xin agrees with Lin Zhe's remarks. I rarely drive this car, since purchasing it. It has mostly remained in the garage, with less than 1,000 kilometers on it. It's simply too eye-catching. Moreover, Su Xin has no intention of letting the matter rest. Since they wish to play games, she will indulge them. If they weren't so arrogant, I wouldn't even be inclined to return. First, let us grab a bite to eat. After the meal, I'll take you to witness a spectacle. Along the way, Su Xin makes a few phone calls. Eventually, the car stops beneath the overpass in Baiziwan, where a three-wheeled cart sells boxed meals by the roadside. Su Xin lowers the car window and orders 2 servings of boxed meals. This action truly left Lin Zhe somewhat perplexed. He had initially presumed that someone of Su Xin's stature frequented only upscale establishments, yet here she was, partaking in a boxed meal. Moreover, it was the kind priced at merely 12 yuan for 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. To his astonishment, she chose to eat such a meal. Su Xin, however, perceived nothing amiss. After all, regardless of the price, the boxed meal was still purchased with money, and there was no shame in that. What was wrong with eating a boxed meal? In her view, it surpassed certain afternoon teas in terms of quality. And she couldn't fathom why some believed a woman's elegance could be gauged by the standard of her afternoon tea. Suddenly, Su Xin pondered a question. Why are you not the least bit curious about me? Don't you have any questions to ask? Here, she indicated her usual low profile, having risen to prominence momentarily. She wondered why Lin Zhe was not at all astonished. The truth was, Lin Zhe was already aware of Su Xin's identity, hence his lack of surprise. Nevertheless, he still found the situation rather unexpected. However, he could not voice such thoughts. When dealing with people of their caliber, one must not express every inner sentiment aloud. Lin Zhe took a few bites of rice, momentarily silencing himself while his mind raced to formulate a suitable response. If Su Xin discovered that he had long known her identity, she would surely suspect he had approached her with ulterior motives. Once he swallowed the food, Lin Zhe replied in a remarkably calm tone, "What is there to be surprised about? With your villa, those bags, and that car? It is evident you are the offspring of a wealthy family. Surely, you do not believe those possessions could belong to an ordinary individual? Indeed, the wealthy possess a markedly different understanding of poverty." Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Xin was taken aback. Were those items genuinely that expensive? The Bugatti was merely over $1 million. Couldn't the villa be rented? Just like that? Lin Zhe took a deep breath to steady his emotions. If the common folk were to hear such remarks, they would undoubtedly harbor resentment. It appears you truly lack a grasp of monetary value. Allow me to illustrate. The average salary of a common person hovers around 3,000, amounting to roughly 30,000 annually, and over 10 years, that totals 300,000. To afford that car, one might need 30 years, and that is under the condition of abstaining from all expenses. Su Xin was aware of this reality. Yet she was uncertain about who constituted the average person. Oh, now that you mention it, I understand. I had thought you were referring to the impoverished. It turns out they are the average individuals. But how do the impoverished live? When it came to the impoverished, Lin Zhe was well acquainted. Before opening his store, he had been a bona fide impoverished individual, without a home, without land, solely reliant on his own efforts to ensure his family was fed, devoid of a girlfriend. Let alone the courage to contemplate marriage, struggling through life without even managing to save enough for a down payment on a house in a fifth-tier city. After hearing Lin Zhe's account, Su Xin suddenly comprehended. Gazing at her boxed meal, she remarked, "It seems I have been overly ostentatious." Lin Zhe shook his head in disagreement. "Not entirely. Your choice to eat a boxed meal here is quite grounded. It's just that your car." Before he could finish, he received a call from the security of the affluent neighborhood. "Mr. Lin, your vehicle has been damaged quite severely. Do you require assistance in reporting this incident to the authorities?" It was only then that Lin Zhe recalled his car was still parked in the underground garage. He was taken aback by the audacity of those individuals who resorted to such blatant retaliation against his vehicle. "No need. I shall settle this privately later," he replied. "What has transpired?" Su Xin inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Zhe recounted the events, and Su Xin's appetite dissipated in an instant. "I was just about to confront them. I had no idea they would be so brazen. In that case, I shall also make a bold statement today. Didn't I mention taking you to the theater? Let us depart at once." Su Xian merely placed a phone call, and within half an hour, the luxury cars Lin Zhe had seen in the underground garage arrived in droves. After alighting from her vehicle, Su Xian exchanged a few words with one of the individuals before leading the convoy towards the old palace. They seemed to enjoy causing traffic jams. Today, we shall return the favor. Chapter 45. The confrontation of wealth at the old palace. It is often said that the impoverished should not contend with the affluent, nor should the common folk challenge the powerful. The backgrounds of these individuals are formidable, each one embodying a sense of arrogance. Now, Su Xian had clashed with them, igniting a struggle between wealth and authority. At that moment, Wei Dixing was taking photographs of his prized possession, a newly acquired Ferrari Enzo. He had long anticipated this moment. Though they were all second-generation heirs, these individuals lacked stature, typically trailing in Wei Dixing's wake. As such, his words wielded considerable influence within this circle. A few second-generation heirs circled the Ferrari Enzo, flattering Wei Dixing. You have truly elevated our status, young Master Wei. Acquiring an Enzo is a remarkable achievement. This is only the second one in the capital. What does that signify? There are only a handful of these globally, and now one resides within our circle. Driving it will undoubtedly turn heads. Even professional racers will yield the road to us. Listening to their praises, a smile crept onto Wei Dixing's lips. Who owns the first Enzo? One of the second-generation heirs queried. I'm not sure. It's probably not someone from our circle since we rarely encounter it on the road. Regardless, it doesn't matter whose it is. Once we drive it, we shall be the first. Suddenly, the sound of revving engines echoed from outside. The group paused momentarily, astonished. Why does that engine sound so much like young Master Wei's? Having spent considerable time around cars, they could discern the model merely by its sound, a skill honed through familiarity. At that moment, a mechanic rushed in, visibly flustered. This is bad, young Master Wei. An Enzo has arrived outside, identical to yours. Upon hearing this, expressions of bewilderment filled the faces of the group. What the hell? Young Master Wei's car just arrived in the capital today. How could they possibly know about it? Have we been under surveillance all along? It seems the newcomers are not here with good intentions. Our car hasn't even hit the road yet, and they're already at our doorstep, clearly attempting to intimidate us. What of it? Even if it is the capital's first Enzo, what does that matter? With our numerous vehicles here, we could easily block it, ensuring it never leaves in its lifetime. Listening to the banter of the second-generation heirs, the mechanic thought it wise for them to venture outside and assess the situation. Perhaps, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they would reconsider their bravado. Gentlemen, there is not just one Enzo present. I advise you to step outside and take a look. Although he may appear to be merely a mechanic, he has encountered every luxury vehicle imaginable in his line of work. The fact that even a mechanic is taken aback signifies that the caliber of this gathering is no less formidable than that of Mr. Westbrook's crew. As Westbrook strides towards the entrance, the moment he stands at the threshold, his eyes widen in astonishment. My goodness! Seeing Wade dumbfounded, the others follow suit and emerge. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they come to understand what true opulence entails. The luxurious cars have completely obstructed the passage of the repair shop, and notably, all the drivers are attired in identical uniforms, clearly indicating they are workers. Each individual is impeccably dressed in professional attire, standing in unison before their vehicles, motionless. If it were not for their arrival, Wade and his companions might have mistaken this for a film set. At this moment, a man and a woman descend from the Enzo. Sharp-eyed observers immediately recognize Lin Zhe. No way. Isn't that the one who drives the Panamera? Wade, upon hearing this, is taken aback. Are you sure? Absolutely. And that woman too. She is the one who crashed her Bugatti into my car. I would recognize her even if she were reduced to ashes. In that instant, Wade feels a pang of regret for his impulsiveness. Had he known the opposing faction was so formidable, he would not have dispatched someone to ram the Panamera. Although both sides are evenly matched, one undeniable fact remains. Wade's team is cobbled together, while Su Xian's team belongs solely to her. In this regard, Wade is utterly outclassed. Who crashed into the Panamera? Upon hearing Wade's inquiry, the perpetrator of the collision suddenly feels anxious. What do you mean, Westbrook? Are you suggesting we take the fall for this? Wade contemplates this notion. Should the situation escalate beyond control, he would inevitably have to hand over these individuals. In Wade's realm, there exists but one rule. Any action that tarnishes the reputation of the team necessitates expulsion. Such a breach would not only bring shame upon the team, but also on himself. Yet, at this moment, Wade has no time to dwell on such matters. He must confront Lin Zhe and Su Xian. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhe and Su Xian approach. To mask his inner turmoil, Wade stands tall and composed. Feigning ignorance. May I inquire as to your intentions? Coming to my territory to claim a share seems rather oppressive, does it not? Claim a share? Su Xian responds incredulously. In her eyes, it hardly seems warranted. These affluent second-generation individuals may believe that claiming a share is the quickest way to enhance their renown, yet for Su Xian, it holds no significance. Do you think I require a share? I have come today seeking justice. I have heard tales of your audacity, and I merely wish to witness the extent of your bravado. Throughout the encounter, it is Su Xian who engages in dialogue, while Lin Zhe leisurely stands beside her, hands in pockets, uttering not a word. His presence speaks volumes, more eloquently than any superfluous chatter. Wade realizes he has indeed struck a hard wall. However, as the leader of this group, he must muster the resolve to withstand the pressure, despite his trepidation. Justice? Do we even know each other? As Wei Dushing began to resort to unscrupulous tactics, Lin Zhe could no longer remain composed. Do you know each other? He inquired. You lost the match. And I refrained from commenting. Yet, you sent someone to obstruct my vehicle, and now I am oblivious to the state in which my car lies. Do you truly know each other? Analyzing Lin Zhe's words reveals his assertion that Wei Dushing and his associates are incapable of handling defeat. Su Xian, observing their attempts at evasion, grew weary of their prattle and directly expressed her thoughts. I don't wish to engage in trivialities with you. I am here to inform you that my car will be parked here for a year. Since you enjoy blocking others' vehicles, I intend to let you experience that sensation for yourselves. After all, I seldom drive. Parking in the garage is no different from this. With that, she turned to leave. However, there were always a few reckless individuals who continued to act arrogant even in such circumstances. Dare to park here? I will dare to crash into it. Su Xian found this declaration rather amusing. Well, my cars are not worth much. Collectively, they amount to merely a few hundred million. If you wish to crash into them, I welcome it as a means of liquidation. Seeing that Su Xian was unfazed, all eyes turned to Wei Dushing. He, too, felt like an ant on a hot pan. Having only just returned, he found himself trapped. Had he known, he would not have sent his car back so soon. Typically, these individuals were the most troublesome, yet now, faced with a serious situation, they stood bewildered. Wei Dushing thought to himself, don't look at me. As Wei Dushing remained silent, others began to boast about their backgrounds. Do you know what our family does? You should inquire. Who in the city dares to challenge us? The words of those beneath him overwhelmed Wei Dushing. While it was true that his family held positions of authority, it was the first time he had encountered such ostentatious boasting among them. It seemed that not every child of a powerful family was wise. If this incident were to be publicized, it would be a minor embarrassment for them. But dragging their parents into it would be troublesome. Wei Dushing had no desire to involve his parents, who already disapproved of his passion for cars. If they learned of such a significant mishap, he would never hear the end of it. For such a trivial matter, it was unnecessary to bring his parents into the fray. Be quiet. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Dushing reprimanded those below him, preparing to reason with Su Xian. He realized that these individuals showed her great respect, clearly indicating that she was their leader. Miss, this is a conflict between my subordinates and yours. Would it not be inappropriate for us to intervene? Wei Dushing mistakenly assumed Lin Zhe to be one of Su Xian's subordinates. By framing the situation as a mere altercation among the lower ranks, he sought to preserve his own dignity, implying that it was not Su Xian's concern and urging her not to get involved. Su Xian, however, pointed at the individuals behind Wei Dushing and replied, They blocked my car. Do you think I should remain passive? There is one matter I must clarify. Lin Zhe is not my subordinate. We are friends. This morning, I intended to dine with him, but your people obstructed his vehicle. If that were not enough, they also blocked mine. Is this not a bit excessive? Oh, such a thing occurred? Wei Dushing turned to his associates, his face contorted with anger. Have you blocked the young lady's car? How many times have I instructed you to act discreetly? Have you ever heeded my words? You seem eager to flaunt your family's reputation. And now look where that has led you. Into a predicament, I see. After reprimanding his subordinates, Wei Dushing managed to find a way out. He assured Su Xian that it was all a misunderstanding. I apologize. With so many in the convoy, there are always a few who, under the guise of our group, stir up trouble. I have clarified the sequence of events, but rest assured, I will not cover for anyone and will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Very well. Whenever you offer your explanation, I shall arrange for the vehicles to be moved. There is no rush. Take your time, even if it takes 3 or 2 years. With a gesture, Su Xian led everyone onto a bus. To be fair, Su Xian's considerations were quite thorough. Watching Su Xian and her companions depart, Wei Dexing seized one of his subordinates' Heir and dragged him into the factory. What the hell? I instructed you to block the Panamera, and yet you chose to obstruct a Bugatti? Now, what do you suggest we do? The subordinate felt wronged. Wei Xiao, I had no inkling of the Bugatti's prowess. Had she been driving a Enzo, I wouldn't have dared to block even the Panamera. Observing Wei Dexing's fury, others stepped forward to advocate for the man. Don't let your anger escalate. Otherwise, I could call home and have the traffic police tow these vehicles away. Hearing this suggestion, Wei Dexing grew even more incensed. Is this a game to you? Can you not afford to lose? If this becomes public knowledge, how will I maintain my standing? Contacting the police? How could you even think of that? Then what shall we do? We cannot simply submit, can we? Submission is not an option for Wei Dexing. The best course of action is to have his subordinates concede. It is not entirely out of the question. If we yield, we could draw them into our circle. After all, this is ultimately our own affair, and it would silence outside voices. If we cannot overpower them, joining forces is the wisest choice throughout history. What choice do we have against such formidable opponents? Just as Wei Dexing finished speaking, new concerns arose among the group. If Su Xian were to join, who would take the lead? In terms of strength, Su Xian far surpassed Wei Dexing. Should they allow her to play a subordinate role, she would likely refuse. Wei Dexing had already anticipated this. He was certain Su Xian would not join. He only needed to bring Lin Zhe into the fold. Do not impose your reasoning onto the affluent. If they wish to flaunt their wealth, it is beyond our concern. Have you ever seen someone with an Enzo choose to drive an Augustus? That is what we call discretion, unlike your lot, who drive a shabby vehicle and fear being unnoticed, revving the engine at every traffic light. The group found themselves speechless in response. However, I find myself in agreement with Wei Dexing's analysis. The recent events were captured by Alice's ex-boyfriend, who subsequently shared them on social media. In the face of undeniable strength, any embellishments are rendered trivial. Due to Su Xian's typically reserved demeanor, the public is more familiar with Lin Zhe. Alice and Wu Ichi also took to social media to comment. The coal tycoon outshone the bureaucratic offspring in this contest of wealth. Wu Ichi even referred to Su Xian as Lin Zhe's girlfriend, perceiving her as merely a gold digger. It is no wonder she looked down upon him. Only someone of Lin Zhe's caliber could win Su Xian's favor. Upon seeing this, Ma Lixia lamented with deep regret, never daring to dream of such a scene. She once believed that had she not broken up with Lin Zhe, she would be the woman standing beside him instead of Su Xian. Even the Tian sisters mistakenly thought Su Xian was Lin Zhe's new girlfriend. With Su Xian's looks and demeanor, the sisters felt eclipsed. Fortunately, Tian Yun saw through the facade. From the outset, she never hoped for a future with Lin Zhe, valuing only the past rather than eternity. Tian Wan, on the other hand, found it hard to accept. The old adage holds true, a man does not remain faithful unless secured. Initially, she thought ousting Ma Lixia would secure her victory, but it seems she had overestimated her position. To be with Lin Zhe, one must possess exceptional skills. Otherwise, how could one compete? That said, Lin Zhe truly shone in this instance, and the outcome was satisfying to behold. After the news spread, Wei Dexing received a call from a friend. Wait, what is going on? The internet is abuzz, claiming you fell today, bested by a coal tycoon. Surely, that cannot be true? Wei Dexing had already dispatched someone to investigate Su Xian's background. What coal tycoon? That woman is the daughter of the Su group. Can you refrain from spreading baseless rumors? This is an internal matter for our circle. What do you mean by fell? Don't be ridiculous. The man in question is a coal heir from Yinbei. And surely you know what he does. Wei Dexing pondered this. Anyone who could associate with Su Xian must possess considerable stature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a defeat. Yet, in light of his friend's inquiries, Wade sought to salvage some dignity. Of course, I am aware he is a coal heir, but this is the capital. Losing to Su Xian is not disgraceful. Having said that, he ended the call. Upon realizing that the entire capital circle was aware of the incident, Wade felt utterly despondent. Who on earth leaked this? It spread faster than wildfire. Now, to include Lin Zhe in their circle, some form of compensation was necessary. After a moment's hesitation, Wade decided to purchase an identical vehicle for Lin Zhe. However, as soon as this idea was voiced, his subordinates dissuaded him. Does a rich heir truly care for such trifles? Even we find ourselves lacking in certain aspects. I believe it would be wise to express our sincerity by gifting him a luxury sports car. However, let us be clear, this is not a compensation, but rather a gesture of goodwill, a present to celebrate his joining our team. This approach not only resolves the matter, but also preserves our dignity in front of outsiders. Upon hearing this suggestion from his subordinate, Wei Cheng found it quite agreeable. Sometimes, the importance of face outweighs financial considerations. You are indeed a talent. Let us proceed as you suggested. I have recently acquired an Enzo, so I shall gift him my previous Lamborghini, which has barely been driven for 5,000 kilometers. For those who indulge in supercars, their vehicles are akin to treasures. They rarely drive them except within the city limits, and even for trips out of town. They prefer to fly and transport their cars separately. The mileage holds significant value for them. Let us inquire about this second-generation coal tycoon and personally engage him in conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe has returned to the China World Trade Center with Su Xian to facilitate Lin Zhe's mobility. Su Xian kindly offered him the opportunity to select a car to use temporarily, with the understanding that he would return it once he acquires his own vehicle. However, Lin Zhe declined her generous offer. It's best to leave it be. I am not accustomed to your car, and besides, you have so many parked at Jiugong. I'll take the subway back to the store. If you need anything, just give me a call. Would you like me to drive you to the subway station? Su Xian felt an unexpected reluctance to see Lin Zhe depart. Although she had managed the day's events, Lin Zhe had shown no fear in the face of those influential figures who hold considerable sway in the capital. Apart from affluent individuals like Su Xian, few possess the capability to command respect from them. Many would flatter Su Xian, regardless of the topic, but Lin Zhe's demeanor, which oscillated between respectful and assertive, struck Su Xian as refreshingly sincere, in stark contrast to the insincerity of those around her. Lin Zhe merely waved his hand and departed the China World Trade Center with grace. Upon returning to his shop, business remained as thriving as ever, drawing envy from neighboring establishments. Two shop owners stood beside a trash bin, casually snacking on sunflower seeds while chatting. I can't believe it. Same shop, same brand. Yet the previous owner couldn't keep it afloat, and now it flourishes under his management. How is that possible? You wouldn't understand. If you were a second-generation coal tycoon, your business would thrive as well. His connections are unparalleled, and we cannot compete. While he claims to run his own business, it is clear that he benefits from familial ties. The circle he moves in is one we could never penetrate. As they envied Lin Zhe's background, they noticed him stepping out of the elevator. Shoo, he is back. One quickly warned the other to watch their words. Yet, the second seemed quite displeased. What do you mean, Shoo? Are we not allowed to speak? As Lin Zhe approached, the individual instantly altered his demeanor. Ah, Boss Lin has returned. Your business truly thrives. Do share your secrets of management with us, so we might learn a thing or two. In these times, running a business is more challenging than a brothel's upkeep. It feels as though we are on the brink of losing everything. Very well, let us converse when time permits. Lin Zhe politely responded, then turned and entered his establishment. Ha! The man spat disdainfully into a nearby trash bin, mimicking Lin Zhe's earlier tone. Let us converse, he echoed mockingly. You've only been in business a few days. Why would I want to engage with you? A bystander shook his head in resignation, witnessing the duplicity of human nature. Let us not behave in such a manner. We see each other often, and one never knows when we might require each other's assistance. It would be unwise to let such animosity be observed. Curse it. Does he truly dare to vandalize my shop? Just as the words left his mouth, a group of individuals approached. Heavens! Could they genuinely be here to cause trouble? Deluding yourself. Just look at their attire. Each person is adorned in high-end brands. If they were indeed intent on destruction, you would be better off reveling in the chaos. The arrivals were none other than Wei Dushing, who, upon learning of Lin Zhe's luxury store in rich city, rushed over to present him with a vehicle and requested his friends to support Lin Zhe's business. Such is the simplicity of forging friendships among the affluent. Not only do they elevate each other as status, but they also allow past grievances to fade into oblivion like chalk on a blackboard. Upon entering Lin Zhe's store, it was evident that these individuals were not there to make purchases. The owners of the neighboring establishments suspected they might be seeking trouble. See that? Despite his thriving business, he must have entangled himself with unsavory characters, and now they have come to confront him. This will surely be entertaining. You should go investigate while I inform everyone else. Good fortune should always be shared. As Wei Dushing entered the store, he found Lin Zhe preparing tea. Without waiting for an invitation, he seated himself across from Lin Zhe. Brother, you appear quite leisurely. How is it that at such a young age, you indulge in tea? Are you contemplating an early retirement? Wei Disheng's sudden visit caught Lin Zhe by surprise. Although he had brought several companions, it seemed they were not there to instigate trouble. If I were truly retired, I would not be in the shop, but rather enjoying a game of chess in the park, basking in the sun and replenishing my calcium. What wind has blown you in my direction? Though the earlier commotion had become common knowledge, no hint of animosity could be discerned in their exchange. They conversed as if longtime friends. Even Wei Disheng found this unexpected. He had anticipated some degree of antagonism from Lin Zhe. Yet not a word was spoken about past grievances. This alone inspired a measure of respect in Wei Disheng for Lin Zhe. Had the roles been reversed, he was certain that his associates would seize the opportunity to belittle the opponent, seeking to elevate their own sense of superiority. Lin Zhe's demeanor, however, led Wei Disheng to regard him as a person of considerable stature. Brother, there are few in the entire capital who command my admiration, and you are among them. Your perspective is unmatched. My companions cannot hope to compare. With that, he slid a set of keys for a Lamborghini across the table to Lin Zhe. Let bygones be bygones. From this moment forth, we are brothers. This vehicle is a token of my goodwill. Henceforth, you shall serve as the second in command of our team. The essence of our camaraderie lies not merely in enjoyment, but in the ability to connect meaningfully. I find myself regretting not having met you sooner. Wei Disheng, having grown up in such a family, navigates the intricacies of human relationships with unparalleled finesse. His words are both generous and appropriate, devoid of any semblance of subservience. Though he offers no explicit apologies, each phrase conveys a sense of contrition. While Lin Zhe may not share Wei Disheng's background, he understands a fundamental truth: not everyone is at odds with one another. Unless there is a profound grievance, it is often unnecessary to sever ties completely. Moreover, Wade comes with sincerity. Given that my brother holds me in such high regard, would it not be ungracious to decline? I appreciate your forthrightness. Shall we enjoy an evening together? Wade's invitation to have some fun carries a dual meaning. Having bestowed the vehicle, he implies the need to relocate the others, for it is certainly understood that a gathering would involve driving. Lin Zhe comprehends this implication well. Very well. I shall call Su Xian and have her team move the cars. Recognizing Lin Zhe's understanding, Wade continued, there is no rush on that front. However, since today's events have involved Miss Su, it would be courteous to invite her along. After all, as the saying goes, one must be acquainted before they can be considered friends. Lin Zhe, aware that Su Xian's car had narrowly escaped severe damage, pondered her likely disposition. Fortunately, he grasped that Su Xian, having regained her dignity, would prefer not to escalate matters with someone like Wade. Given that she had played a significant role in resolving today's issues, both emotionally and logically, he ought to reach out to her. This would ensure she knows the matter has been settled. I'll call her now. As the call connected, an immediate hush fell over the room. The stakes involved everyone's reputation, and all were eager to discern Su Xian's stance. Hello? What is up? Oh, Wei Disheng is here and wants to know if you're free to join us for an outing this evening. In just a few words, Su Xian comprehended that the situation had been resolved satisfactorily, allowing for such cordiality. You know I'm not fond of these gatherings. They can be rather raucous. However, since I have been invited, I will join, if only for your sake. This remark undoubtedly elevated Lin Zhe's standing in the eyes of others. Believing her words to be widely heard, Su Xian spoke with intention. Indeed, upon her conclusion, a smile spread across Wei Disheng's face. After all, she is Miss Su. Her stature is distinct. I trust all have heard my earlier words. From this day forth, Lin Zhe shall serve as our team's second in command. Let us look out for one another moving forward. Understood, the collective response echoed in unison. Wei Disheng stood, circling Lin Zhe's establishment, before addressing the group once more. Since we are all on the same side, let us not come empty-handed. Buy whatever catches your fancy, whether it's for your girlfriend or family. Consider it a gesture of support for a brother. Initially, Lin Zhe merely sought to integrate into this circle, but he unexpectedly reaped numerous benefits. Indeed, the wealthier the circle, the easier it is to accumulate wealth. Thank you, brothers, for your patronage. For those who have shown interest, everything is half price. As brothers, we must uphold our standards. Thus, Lin Zhe cannot fall short. Even at half price, he stands to earn a 20% profit. If he maintains good relations with this group, can he fear a lack of business in the future? With such generosity, We shall not hold back. Upon hearing of the excitement next door, several neighboring shops rushed over, only to witness a frenzy of purchasing. Is this what you call excitement? Indeed, it is rather lively, but should such commotion occur again, do not involve me. It is quite distressing to watch. While Lin Zhe's shop bustles with activity, the others remain desolate. Such a stark contrast would unsettle anyone. Just from this group's shopping spree, they expended over 500,000, allowing Lin Zhe to earn a profit of 100,000, albeit with tears. As these patrons were not particularly interested in his merchandise, their purchases were merely to support Lin Zhe's business. As they believed he did not rely on this for a living, their outings were simply acts of courtesy. Wei Dexing found himself unable to select a desirable item and turned to Lin Zhe, saying, "Brother, you are the second in command of our team. I know you don't depend on this business for your income, but the merchandise here is rather subpar. Why not open a high-end store in Samleton?" Lin Zhe wished he could, but setting up a shop would require a substantial investment. Just the rent alone would be burdensome. I still have my sights set on Taiku Li, yet my pockets are empty. Opening a store there necessitates tens of millions, high-end items, like a watch worth several million. Where would I source such stock? Lin Zhe spoke the truth, yet Wei Dexing mistook it for jest. Setting aside Lin Zhe's background as a second-generation coal magnate, merely conversing with Su Xin would easily involve 1 or 2 million. At least, that is how Wei Dexing perceived it. Brother, stop lamenting about being poor. If you lack funds, then we might as well cease to exist. The sentiment remained. When there are many, wisdom is never in short supply. At that moment, a voice of wisdom emerged. Wei Xiao, you do not understand. No matter how wealthy one's family is, the money is still theirs. Asking for funds often lacks resolve. And moreover, what we believe to be acceptable, the older generation may not agree with. Lin Zhe's words resonate with us all. This statement garnered consensus among the group. Wei Xiao nodded in agreement, but ultimately focused on a person named Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, your entire family works in banking. If Lin Zhe were to secure a loan without informing his family, how much could he possibly borrow? Zhang Yu brushed his bangs aside, casting a wry smile in Lin Zhe's direction. Let us consider how much Lin Zhe requires. Tens of millions pose no issue, provided that the legal entity of this establishment is Lin Zhe. When the time comes, I shall enlist someone to conduct an inflated appraisal. It is merely a matter of our word, is it not? Upon hearing Zhang Yu's response, Wei Dexing cast a knowing glance at Lin Zhe. What do you think, my friend? Our efficiency is commendable, is it not? As long as you are eager to proceed, we shall leverage all connections to pave the way for you. Chapter 49. The nightclub scene. Different circles indeed exhibit varying levels of operational efficiency. This revelation astonished Lin Zhe, who had initially contemplated expanding his business after amassing wealth. However, it now appeared unnecessary to wait for the future. Yet, Lin Zhe restrained his exuberance. I simply wish to occupy myself. I dread the thought of idleness. I did not anticipate such support from my brothers. Perhaps I shall give it a try? Zhang Yu assured him, pledging to shoulder all responsibilities. As for the shop in Sanlitun, Wei Dexing vowed to devise a solution. I believe we should make an appearance at Gongdi tonight and simultaneously inspect the establishments. Just indicate which one has caught your eye, and I will handle the rest. Wei Dexing, finding an all-male gathering unappealing, called forth a few women. That evening, Su Xin had all the cars removed, leaving only her Enzo for Lin Zhe to chauffeur her. While the Enzo was indeed impressive, Lin Zhe found it lacking in personal significance. He preferred to drive his own Lamborghini. Reluctantly yielding to Wei Dexing's insistence, he allowed 2 Enzos to grace the vicinity of Gongdi, not for any other reason than to dispel rumors. With both vehicles present, the incident at the repair shop would likely be dismissed as an internal matter within Wei Dexing's circle. The area surrounding Gongdi was rife with luxury cars, bustling with activity akin to a car show every evening. Typically, it was the offspring of affluent families frequenting this locale. Wei Dexing, disdainful of mingling with such individuals, seldom ventured to Gongdi. A group of wealthy heirs leaned against the hoods of their cars, exchanging stories from the morning's events. Did you hear? There was quite the spectacle at Jiugong this morning. Wei Dexing was cornered by a coal second-generation heir, and his newly acquired Enzo was trapped inside. I heard about that. The offspring of these elite families usually look down upon us. This time, however, we managed to regain some face. Yet, it was noted that the coal heir's grandfather was also from an elite family, indicating that it was ultimately a matter confined to their own circle, unrelated to them. The group continued their idle chatter. In any case, Wei Dexing's discontent was the source of their greatest amusement. In the world of car enthusiasts, There existed a distinct hierarchy. Suddenly, all eyes turned toward the street corner of Gongdi. Look, an Enzo. No, wait, two of them. What's going on at Gongdi today? So many cars. Upon hearing the name Enzo, the wealthy heirs glanced toward the street, witnessing a procession of over 20 supercars approaching in an orderly fashion, ultimately parking alongside their own vehicles. Isn't that Wei Desheng? What brings him here? They recognized Wei Desheng, but while they had never encountered Lin Zhe, they surmised that he must be in one of the other cars. Is that Lin Zhe, the second-generation coal magnate? Indeed, the first Enzo in the capital belongs to him. Each car has a beautiful woman seated in the passenger seat, and none stands out more than Su Xian. Compared to those internet celebrity faces, Su Xian is undoubtedly a crane among a flock of chickens. From her attire to her overall presentation, she is the undeniable focal point of the crowd. A group disembarked and made their way toward the wealthy heirs. The leader, Li Yi, greeted Wei Desheng and his companions with a perfunctory nod. Wait, what brings you to the workers' stadium today? Wei Desheng tightened his belt, not bothering to meet Li Yi's gaze. Do I need your permission to have fun? His words left Li Yi flushed with embarrassment. Although both are second-generation wealthy, the disparity between Li Yi and Su Xian is glaring. Someone like Li Yi cannot afford to offend Wei Desheng. While he may not be able to retaliate, he cannot lose face. To Li Yi, Wei Desheng and his entourage merely bully others with their status, lacking genuine wealth. In an effort to regain his dignity, he sought to create a scene. The most popular nightclubs in the capital are located at the workers' stadium. Regardless of one's identity, if one is willing to spend, the owners are eager to accommodate. Upon seeing Wei Desheng and his companions enter a club called Rolling Stone, Li Yi quickly instructed his friends, gather everyone. If they dare to flaunt their wealth at the workers' stadium, let them understand that this place is not for those lacking means. Indeed, the descendants of the elite are perceived as impoverished by this group of wealthy heirs. This perception is also why Wei Desheng seldom frequents the workers' stadium. With limited pocket money, his presence lacks grandeur. One of the wealthy heirs voiced concern. I've heard that the coal heir is quite formidable. What if they demand a show from us today? We might not be able to contend with them. Li Yi dismissed the worry. Nonsense. Tell the brothers, today we will engage in a war of attrition. Swiping cards one by one. We must secure the spectacle, or else we won't be able to mix in the workers' stadium anymore. As Wei Desheng entered, he tipped the security guards 500 each. Keep an eye on our cars and ensure that no one careless scratches them while taking photos. The guards accepted the money with smiles. Rest assured, not even a dog within a 500-meter radius will dare approach. Your cars will remain unblemished. Before Lin Zhe and his group could enter, Li Yi approached and directly tipped each guard 1,000, not for any other reason than to overshadow Wei Desheng. Furthermore, he did this in front of Wade, effectively slapping him in the face. Lin Zhe observed this spectacle, feeling that the lives of the wealthy are truly exhausting. This was not merely a night out, it was a display of presence. Fortunately, Wei Desheng remained rational and did not engage Li Yi at the entrance. He turned and entered the venue. At that moment, the true contest between the two groups commenced. The security personnel knew they were in for a significant event and hurriedly notified the manager via radio. Hello, manager, I've received the update. Young Masterly has entered, and it seems he's gearing up with another group. Tonight promises to be quite the spectacle. Please prepare the arrangements for young Masterly. Just from the literal meaning, it's evident that Li Yi is a frequent patron of this vicinity. Everyone here is familiar with him, perhaps due to Wei Desheng's infrequent visits. The staff in the venue are noticeably unacquainted with him. As the crowd entered, the manager immediately approached with a cheerful demeanor. Young Masterly is here. Let's give him a warm welcome. The waitstaff formed two lines, holding glowing signs to present a grand welcome for Li Yi. The manager even reserved the most prominent booth for him. Young Masterly, your booth is ready. What beverages shall we indulge in tonight? Li Yi cast a glance at Wei Desheng, thinking to himself that he was rather unimpressive. This scene lacked any grandeur. Lin Zhe sensed that tonight was going to be extraordinary and whispered to Su Xian, "Oh no, we shouldn't have come today. The atmosphere is charged for a showdown." Chapter 50. Louis XIII begins. Shenlong takes a back seat. Although Su Xian seldom frequented such places, she was aware of the intricacies involved. Typically, she would remain silent, but since they were out together, it was not just Wei Desheng's face at stake. If recognized by acquaintances, the Su family could not afford such embarrassment. I can't intervene directly, but we must maintain our presence. You know what to do, she instructed. Pulling a card from her bag and handing it to Lin Zhe. It was the legendary black gold card. starting with a credit limit of 5 million. To Su Xin, money was merely a sequence of numbers. If she were to demand the arrangements, she would undoubtedly gain notoriety. However, if she sought fame, she wouldn't have waited until now. Thus, she entrusted Lin Zhe to uphold their dignity. Lin Zhe was more than willing to spend money. Su Xin's desire to remain inconspicuous stemmed from her genuine wealth. Fearing unwanted attention, Lin Zhe, lacking substantial funds, found fame advantageous. With the black gold card in hand, Lin Zhe no longer felt the need to be discreet. What is this? They clearly underestimate me. I want that spot. We have enough people, and we can reserve the nearby booths for ourselves. Lin Zhe's sudden assertiveness surprised even Wei Dishing. Once Lin Zhe made his move, he could certainly compete with Li Yi for prominence. Yet, Wei Dishing was concerned that Lin Zhe might not have sufficient funds and quietly inquired, "Brother, is it absolutely necessary to make this investment today? It's not a trivial sum. If you wish to stake your claim, we can pool together to take on these fellows." Why pool together for this? We're out for enjoyment. We can't let others overshadow us. Tell the brothers to drink freely tonight. With Lin Zhe's declaration, Wei Dishing was nearly leaping with excitement. He had been waiting for this day in dreams. "Brother, if we win tonight, the Gongdi will be our gathering place from now on." While Li Yi and his group can play on, Lin Zhe's actions astonished not only Wei Dishing, but also Li Yi and the manager. Li Yi had not anticipated that Lin Zhe would dare to challenge him. It appeared that one must be bold to cross the river. Having just gained prominence with Wei Dishing in the morning, he was now seeking it at Gongdi in the evening. Though uncertainty lingered in his heart, Li Yi resolved to engage in a contest. In contrast to Wei Dishing, he dared not confront Lin Zhe even with a single word. Should he provoke Lin Zhe, there would be no room for retreat in the future. The manager was undoubtedly the most delighted. It had been ages since he witnessed such a scene. For someone in his position, the more patrons like this who frequented the establishment, the more the business would soar. Yet, the manager faced a dilemma. There was but one prime seating option, and deciding whom to grant it posed a challenge. This esteemed guest, young Master Li, is a regular of ours. He always occupies that spot. Shall I offer you an alternative? Alternative? Are we short of cash or short of business? Thankfully, Su Xin had spoken up. They could not afford to lose in the initial round. Seeing Lin Zhe's unwillingness to concede, the manager could only instruct the staff to clear the largest booth on the second floor. "Young Master Li, as a valued customer, might I trouble you to accept a slight inconvenience? True prowess is indifferent to seating arrangements. Rest assured, we will ensure the ambience suits you." Had it merely been Wei Dishing, Li would not have bestowed him such courtesy, as he relished in suppressing Wei Dishing through such trivial matters. However, with Lin Zhe in attendance today, Li was not well acquainted with his situation and sought to avoid escalating tensions. He intended to gauge Lin Zhe's capabilities. Should Lin Zhe prove himself formidable, Li would gracefully concede, but if Lin Zhe faltered, he could easily dismiss both Lin Zhe and Wei Dishing together. "Brother, I have not encountered you before. As a newcomer, I can yield my position to you, but do not let me down later." Upon hearing Li Yi's declaration, the manager hastily arranged for both parties to be seated. Moments ago, the two factions had been at odds outside, each eager to witness the unfolding drama. A throng surged in, with some even wishing to live-stream the impending events, certain it would provide ample fodder for tales to be recounted for a lifetime. "Who is that fellow? I've never seen him before, yet he dares to challenge Li Yi. He must possess some strength. Haven't you checked social media? You don't recognize him, nor do you know his companion? That's Wei Dishing, part of the reckless crowd racing on the third ring road, who has always been at odds with Li Yi. Today, we shall see what unfolds." While the name Wei Dishing was known to all who ventured out, Lin Zhe remained a stranger, his name unheard. Who is he? Why the hype? Not quite sure. I hear he is a second-generation coal tycoon, with a grandfather who held a position in the courtyard. Otherwise, he wouldn't be mingling with Wei Dishing. The manager personally approached Lin Zhe with the drink menu. "Sir, what would you like to drink? Shall we start with 2 bottles of Remy Martin at each table?" It was Lin Zhe's first visit to such an establishment, especially one with such exorbitant prices. He had not been raised in ignorance. Having seen the grandeur of life, particularly with Su Xin present, he felt compelled to showcase his presence. "What Remy Martin? We use Lafite for mouthwash. Let us begin with 2 bottles of Louis XIII at each table." Starting with Louis XIII? In all my years in this business, I have never seen anyone open with such a bombshell. If they commenced with Louis XIII, how could they later present the Ace of Spades package? Yet, as long as the customer ordered, the manager had to comply. the outcome of the contest mattered not. What was paramount was the profit to be gained. Who has ever witnessed a streamer care about who occupies the top of the leaderboard? Very well, let us make the arrangements. On the second floor, upon seeing Lin Zhe already ordering drinks, Li decided it was time to indulge as well. With a larger group at their table, they were determined to match whatever Lin Zhe ordered. Regardless of the quantity, they would follow suit. If they couldn't finish it, they would simply save it for later. Maintaining their dignity was paramount. How about we start with 5 sets of the Divine Dragon drinks to warm up? After considering the suggestion from a companion, Li resolved to heed it. However, before he could place an order, he noticed that Lin Zhe's table had already commenced the festivities. Goodness! All the servers in the venue formed an orderly line, brandishing glowing signs as they paraded around the space. In the center, a dozen servers held aloft several bottles of Louis XIII, with Lin Zhe's name and the ordered drinks emblazoned on the signs. The spotlight was firmly on Lin Zhe's booth. The DJ, in an effort to elevate the atmosphere, played music befitting the grandeur of the occasion and introduced Lin Zhe to the crowd. The caliber of the drinks set a different tone for the event. While many attendees had seen similar spectacles before, they were accustomed to the Divine Dragon drinks as a starter. They had never witnessed an opening with Louis XIII. Today was indeed a departure from the ordinary. Li had anticipated yet another routine introduction, but with such a lavish beginning, tens of thousands had already been spent. He could hardly fathom what was to come next. With a sigh of relief, Li simply hoped that Lin Zhe would not have the stamina to maintain this momentum. With such a grand opening, the Divine Dragon drinks he had prepared were no longer an option. Chapter 51. The entire venue's expenses covered by young Master Lin. What on earth? This young man is unfathomably bold, spending tens of thousands right from the start. How could they possibly continue? As Li spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd, hoping they would be generous in their contributions. With his means, he could barely manage the first round. Should Lin Zhe decide to order 2 more rounds, he would find himself without funds. Though they were all second-generation wealthy, their monthly allowances were finite. Even among this group, it was unrealistic to expect them to frequent the venue with ostentation every day. Yet, given their presence today, maintaining face was of utmost importance. Brotherly, let us go with his standard. Otherwise, we'll lose face with so many watching us, one suggested. Let us pool together. A few rounds should not pose a problem. I believe this wealthy second-generation fellow will likely run out of steam after such a bold opening. With his companion's encouragement, Li snapped his fingers at the server. According to his standard, bring me a set. The scene that the venue had eagerly anticipated unfolded before them, with such considerable expenditure right from the outset. The manager could hardly contain his glee. He had been fretting over the month's performance metrics, but with these 2 patrons present, the goal was nearly achieved. The more significant the occasion, the more cautious the manager became. He quickly convened a meeting with all the servers. Listen up. These 2 groups must be treated exceptionally well. Ensure the visuals are captivating. Inform the DJ to give a grand introduction for both. If we deliver on this, we all stand to benefit, and the drink commissions will be shared among you. As Li's extravagant display commenced, the attention of everyone in the venue was once again drawn to the second floor. Li confidently approached the railing on the second floor, raising his glass in a toast to Lin Zhe from a distance, signifying that these matters were trivial. Wei Dishing, noticing Li's demeanor, cursed under his breath, exclaiming, "Damn. He thinks he's a big shot now. Look at him flaunting himself. It seems this kid is determined to win today. We brothers cannot let Lin Zhe bear the brunt alone. The next round shall be ours." As he spoke, he gestured for the waiter to come over, but was halted by Lin Zhe. "We haven't even finished this drink. Ordering more would be a waste. Let's first observe what the opponent has in store." Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Wei Dishing assumed Lin Zhe was merely referencing the initial move, clearly reminiscent of Cheng Yaojin's 3 strikes. "Brother, if you're in trouble, just say so. When we come out to have fun, maintaining face is paramount. We can cover a round, and even if we lose, we shouldn't falter in the first round, right?" In truth, Lin Zhe found this exchange rather meaningless. A slap from me, a kick from you. Though both sides may have their moments, in the end, people only remember the ferocity displayed by both parties. As for who wins or loses, that could easily fade from memory. After all, in such exchanges, once a few rounds are played, the onlookers will only perceive the spectacle. If there is to be a fight, it should be decisive, overwhelming the opponent in one go. No need to rush. Let the bullets fly for a while, he advised. From a distance, the manager observed as Wei Dashing attempted to summon the waiter, only to see Lin Zhe restrain him. A lucrative opportunity slipped away, leaving the manager perplexed. Had they not intended to call the waiter? Why the sudden silence? Could it be mere bluster without substance? The manager struggled to comprehend the situation, and the waiter was equally baffled. However, concerning their own interests, the waiter relayed what he had heard from the security personnel. This group was unfamiliar and had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, but according to the security at the entrance, their vehicles were far more luxurious than those of young Master Li, with 2 Enzo models present alone. Li Yi was attentively observing Lin Zhe's every move. Judging from Wei Dixing's earlier gesture to summon the waiter, Li Yi surmised that Lin Zhe was running out of steam. Damn. It's evident he's just throwing out the same old moves. I saw Wei Dixing gearing up to act. It's likely that the second-generation coal tycoon is short on cash, seizing the moment to strike him down if they were to repeat such a standard. I doubt they could keep up. The others, upon hearing this, found Li Yi's analysis quite astute. It was utterly absurd, daring to challenge us at the Workers' Stadium. If they truly had the capability, they would not have languished in the old palace for these past years. To confront us was clearly a self-inflicted humiliation. With that, he called the waiter over again. Based on this standard, bring me another set. As the scene on the second floor replayed, the audience erupted in excitement. They anticipated a particularly lively evening, but never expected it to be this raucous. Damn. It seems we've hit the jackpot tonight. I bet Romani Kani will be served soon. What is Romani Kani? You don't know? It's the priciest wine here. Over 2 million a bottle. Come on, who doesn't know that most nightclub wines are fake? Spending 2 million on a bottle of wine. That would be sheer folly. The first to lose his composure was, predictably, Wei Dixing. As the scene on the second floor unfolded, it became evident that they were outclassed. The audience's attention was riveted on Lin Zhe, eager to witness how he would confront Li Yi. Wei Dixing, feeling the pressure of pride, urged Lin Zhe to devise a strategy. Brother, why don't we take a round first? Let us see what their next move is before we respond. Yet, if they were to take a round, Lin Zhe would have already gone, leaving no opportunity for Li Yi. Lin Zhe then whispered a few words to Chaoyang, who nodded repeatedly, seemingly in agreement with his plan. Due to Lin Zhe's hushed tones, Wei Dixing could discern nothing, remaining oblivious to Lin Zhe's intentions. Soon, Lin Zhe summoned a waiter and gave a few quiet instructions. The waiter then turned and departed. Before long, the familiar scene of the renowned dragon set emerged, a development that took everyone by surprise. How could they transition from a Louis XIII opening to a dragon set? Wei Dixing felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the floor. Even Li Yi on the second floor found amusement in the situation. What did I say? This is like Cheng Yaojin's 3 axes. This kid clearly doesn't know how to play. Now, with the dragon set, what can he compare with us brothers? Laughter erupted among the crowd, with even the audience feeling that Lin Zhe had lost his momentum. They expected a grand spectacle, only to witness a mere fizzled performance. However, in an unexpected twist, the dragon set did not arrive at Lin Zhe's table, but instead approached the DJ. The waiter whispered a few words, and the DJ's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He then trembled as he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's expenses are entirely on young Master Lin, with each table receiving a dragon set. Let us hear some cheers. The venue erupted into a frenzy of whistles and screams. Such a scene had only been witnessed on television, and now it was unfolding in reality. Chapter 52. If you can't beat them, join them initially. Everyone had simply come to observe and enjoy the atmosphere, never anticipating such a delightful turn of events. Having often seen others indulge in the dragon set, they were now able to savor its essence themselves. Young Master Lin is magnificent. Young Master Lin is formidable. Minutes passed, yet the cheers continued unabated. To commemorate this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, the manager decided to create a short video of the event. In future openings, this video would be shown to inform customers of the presence of a wealthy patron, enticing them to visit, especially with young Master Lin and the beautiful women by his side, ensuring they received ample camera time to showcase the allure of their establishment. The manager truly understood the art of business. By regularly airing such videos, he aimed to signal to attractive women that a wealthy patron awaited them, should they be sufficiently alluring, while simultaneously informing male customers that beautiful women frequented the venue, inviting them to come and see for themselves. Of course, if they had the right presence, the beautiful women would also be inclined to sit by them. Apart from Lin Zhe and Chaoyang, everyone else was left astonished by Lin Zhe's audacious move. The cost of providing a dragon set for each table must have been astronomical. A set priced at 50,000, with 100 tables in the venue, amounts to nearly 5 million. Such a grand gesture, since the inception of entertainment establishments at the Workers' Stadium, is indeed unprecedented. Wei Sheng, despite his worldly experience, was utterly astonished by Lin Zhe's recent maneuver. His lifelong aspiration had been to vanquish Li Yi at the Workers' Stadium at least once. Little did he expect Lin Zhe to execute such a thorough annihilation. My goodness, brothers, someone slapped me to confirm that I am not dreaming. To ascertain whether one is dreaming, one could simply slap oneself. Why impose it on another? No one has ever dared to speak to Wei Sheng in such a manner. At this moment, the members of the convoy had tacitly acknowledged Lin Zhe as their leader. These affluent individuals ultimately bowed to capital. Their previous arrogance was confined to their own realm. Such a scene was beyond their wildest imaginations. The crowd raised their glasses, toasting to Lin Zhe. Brother Lin, today we have truly witnessed something spectacular. This is sheer dominance. Henceforth, it won't just be the Workers' Stadium, the entire capital will recognize our existence. Lin Zhe reciprocated the toast with a glass raised high. He then turned to Su Xian and softly remarked, Miss Su, I apologize for the expense. For Su Xian, the 5 million spent was well worth it. Not only did it command respect, but it also introduced her to numerous second-generation officials. The 5 million spent today could potentially yield 5 billion in the future. Individuals of Su Xian's background inherently possess a discerning eye for investment. It's fortunate you thought of this. You have certainly made a name for yourself in the capital. Now, there is hardly anyone who doesn't recognize you. That can be attributed to the opportunity you afforded me. The two exchanged smiles and clinked their glasses together. Although Wei Sheng had technically emerged victorious, he felt no joy. All the spotlight was singularly focused on Lin Zhe, who among the crowd knew who Wei Sheng was. Those who did regarded him merely as Lin Zhe's second-in-command, while others might mistakenly think he was Lin Zhe's subordinate. Observing his companions fawning over Lin Zhe, Wei Sheng's heart sank. Alas, I feel as though I have been supplanted. No one cared about Wei Sheng's feelings at that moment. All attention was solely on Lin Zhe. Having followed Wei Sheng for so long, he had never encountered such a scenario. He had even refrained from being arrogant at the Workers' Stadium. Now, with Lin Zhe leading the group, they had regained their dignity. This signified that they could firmly establish themselves at the Workers' Stadium in the future. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Li Yi and his entourage languished on the sofa, speechless, like a heap of mud. They had not anticipated such a thorough defeat, which signified the end of their era at the Workers' Stadium. One affluent second generation looked disdainfully at the table laden with Louis XIII, wishing to shatter every bottle. Damn it, it's over. We won't even have a foothold at the Workers' Stadium from now on. Everyone understood the implications of his words. In terms of background, they cannot compete with the likes of Wei Dexing. The only thing that had preserved their reputation was the arena of the Workers' Stadium. Now, even that veil of modesty has been torn away by Lin Zhe. Li Yi let out a long sigh, striking his own head in frustration. Wei Dexing himself had succumbed to Lin Zhe, yet here I am, foolishly expecting to gain some face from him. Am I not a complete fool? Fortunately, this group of wealthy second-generation individuals shares a decent rapport and is aware of the circumstances. Although we lost today, the blame does not lie with Li Yi. Li Yi, don't be too hard on yourself. Our defeat is not unjust. During that last round, we simply could not muster the resources. They could afford to spend lavishly for a spectacle, while we were destined to lose from the very beginning. To them, Lin Zhe had clearly come prepared, while they were caught off guard and were no match for him. This sentiment is merely an effort to save face. They may be affluent, but that wealth is derived from their parents' hard work. Even if Lin Zhe had given them time to prepare, they would never be able to treat the entire venue to luxurious drinks. However, Su Xian is different. He manages the family's business, granting him financial freedom, a privilege they could never hope to match. Adhering to the principle of if you cannot defeat them, join them, Li Yi deemed it necessary to approach Lin Zhe for a drink. Thankfully, he had not spoken too harshly at the outset. Otherwise, he would have left himself no room for redemption. Everyone, follow me down to toast Lin Zhe. Upon hearing this, the others immediately grasped his intention. Brilliant. How did I not think of that? Just like the heroes of Liangshan, who greet each other with camaraderie. If we cannot win, let us call him Brother Lin. By lowering our stance, we can also demonstrate our sincerity. As he spoke, Li Yi ceased to hesitate. Having already lost face, he was no longer concerned about appearances. For the sake of future interactions at the workers' stadium, he promptly led everyone downstairs. Initially, the crowd had forgotten about this group on the second floor. But upon seeing Li Yi descend with his entourage, they assumed he was going to confront Lin Zhe. This action startled not only the patrons, but even the manager. Oh no, this could spell trouble. Quick, ensure the security protects young Master Lin. If anything were to happen to him in our establishment, who would dare to patronize us again? At the manager's command, several security personnel rushed over. Seeing the security mobilize, everyone present assumed Li Yi was seeking conflict. Is there going to be a spectacle? Chapter 53. What on earth is this woman-esque game? Of course, Lin Zhe's group also noticed Li Yi approaching. Zhang Yu and Wei Dixing quickly alerted their companions. Everyone, stop drinking. They're coming over to stir up trouble. Hearing this, everyone stood up. True to his leadership, Wei Dixing did not retreat, but instead moved forward to confront the situation. Li Yi, what is the matter? The manager, sensing the tension, quickly positioned himself between the two parties. Pardon me, gentlemen. Let us discuss this calmly and consider it a favor for me. Before these individuals, the manager's face resembled that of a mere doormat, leaving no room for dignity. The two men chose to disregard the manager entirely, with Li Yi even overlooking Wei Dixing. This does not concern you, he stated, striding directly to Lin Zhe's side, raising the bottle in his hand. Brother Lin, shall we share a drink? Upon realizing that Li Yi was not there to cause trouble, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had he known this would be the case, he would not have intruded, as the atmosphere had become quite awkward. Those unaware of the situation might have assumed a fight was imminent. This sentiment was shared by all present, including Wei Dixing, who felt fortunate for having restrained his impulses moments earlier. Lin Zhe was not a wealthy man. His current status was merely a facade constructed by others. To amass wealth, one must cultivate a network of connections. You can simply call me Lin Zhe. The brother part can be omitted, he quipped, inviting Wei Dixing over as well. Wade, come join us for a drink. We often cross paths, and it is essential that we support one another in business endeavors. Although Wei Dixing held a certain disdain for Li Yi and his companions, he still respected Lin Zhe's standing. Moreover, Lin Zhe's approach was indeed commendable, and his earlier remarks had earned Wei Dixing's genuine admiration. Since they all hailed from the same city and harbored no deep-seated animosities, there was truly no need for matters to escalate to this extent. Wei Dixing was not a petty individual. He filled his glass and raised it alongside the other two. They toasted and drank heartily. Having achieved his objective, Li Yi sought to solidify a rapport with Lin Zhe, knowing that flattery would be the most effective approach. Lin Zhe, I must commend you. Your vision is truly exceptional. Today's affair has been handled with great finesse. Lin Zhe shrugged and smiled, responding, my brothers have shown me kindness. As a newcomer, I will rely on your support in the future. Such is the nature of camaraderie among men. There is nothing that a single drink cannot resolve, and if there is, then 2 drinks will suffice. Observing Lin Zhe's expansive mindset, Wei Dixing could not afford to appear small-minded. He refilled their glasses and addressed Li Yi. Let us put the past behind us. We all erred in our own ways. Ultimately, it was pride that led us astray. You do not hold grudges, do you? In truth, Li Yi had long wished to reconcile with Wei Dixing, and this occasion presented the perfect opportunity to clear the air. Let bygones be bygones. We are all men here, and there is no need for lingering grievances. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. From a tense confrontation to brotherly camaraderie, Su Xin observed in bewilderment. The dynamics of the male world eluded her comprehension. If women were to quarrel, they would be inclined to expose each other's private lives. Lin Zhe's actions perplexed even Su Xin. In her mind, the offspring of coal tycoons were not expected to behave in such a manner. To reconcile 2 of the capital's most notorious scions was an achievement few could claim. Out of curiosity regarding Lin Zhe, Su Xin leaned against his shoulder, inquiring, what manner of enigma are you? Everyone in the capital knows of their discord, yet you managed to bring them together. This incident took Lin Zhe by surprise. He had originally intended merely to enjoy a leisurely outing and take a look at some shops, making this turn of events entirely unexpected. It seems that when fortune favors a person, it is beyond one's ability to resist. I was unaware of their relationship, but as the saying goes, having more friends opens more paths, which is certainly preferable to accumulating enemies. Besides, I did not come to the capital to forge rivalries. I merely wished to get by. A beautiful woman will find kindness bestowed upon her from all corners of the world, while a wealthy man will have the world revolving around him. Wei Dixing knew that Li Yi often frequented the area around the workers' stadium, so he thought to enlist Li Yi's help in keeping an eye on shop opportunities for Lin Zhe. Young Master Li, you are quite familiar with this area. Are there any shops available for rent nearby? Lin Zhe inquired, as he desired to establish a business. Li Yi was indeed the right person to ask. He knew every attractive woman working in the vicinity. There is one, just a moment, he replied, beckoning to a beautiful lady on the second floor. This lady, known as Zai Hunyu, wished to relinquish her shop and was currently looking to transfer it. Zai Hunyu? Lin Zhe thought he had misheard. Who would have such a name? Could it be a homophone? It appeared that Zai Hunyu was quite well known, as even Wei Dixing had heard of her. Could she be the one rumored to have outlived 3 husbands? Indeed, it was she. The shop was left to her by her deceased ex-husband, and now she sought to liquidate it. As they spoke, Zai Hunyu approached them. Li Yi introduced everyone. True to her name, Zai Hunyu was not only beautiful, but also exuded an alluring charm. It seems there are no misnamed individuals, only misnamed nicknames. Any man fortunate enough to marry such a woman would not hold back, for as the saying goes, beauty is a double-edged sword, and Zai Hunyu could extract one's very essence. It was no wonder she had lost 3 husbands. Isn't your shop up for transfer? Lin Zhe inquired. Young Master Lin is interested in starting a business. Perhaps you two could discuss it. Even if the deal doesn't materialize, there's virtue in conversation. While other women might cling to men, Zai Hunyu displayed a distinct aloofness towards Li Yi, a man of privilege. I am here merely for leisure today. I do not wish to discuss business. You know how promises made at the table often hold no weight. If you wish to negotiate, come to my shop tomorrow morning, she replied, handing Lin Zhe a business card. Excuse me. With that, she turned and ascended to the second floor. Throughout the encounter, Lin Zhe had remained silent, and the meeting concluded swiftly. Observing Lin Zhe in contemplation, Li Yi patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What do you think?" "Quite enchanting, isn't she? Alas, she does not seek companionship with those of our age. Regardless of wealth or influence, we could only be friends. Any romantic notions are futile. Initially, I thought she was merely toying with our desires, but I later realized it was not the case." Wei Dixing had long been aware of Zai Hunyu's reputation. Yet this was his first encounter with her in person. Logically, he had encountered countless women, but upon seeing Zai Hunyu, he found himself utterly captivated. What indeed was her allure? Chapter 54. A lie requires countless lies to conceal having experienced much. Li Yi immediately discerned Wei Dixing's intentions. After all, Li Yi himself had been curious about the allure of the enchanting Yueying. Yet, she had resolutely denied him the opportunity. What sort of path does one tread? Allow me to elucidate. She has been married thrice, with each husband meeting an untimely demise, leaving her with 3 inheritances, all from men well past 60. At our age, death seems a distant concern. Her pursuits are evidently aimed at securing wealth. Such hearsay may appear exaggerated, yet one must consider that no smoke arises without fire. One husband's demise could be deemed an accident. However, the deaths of 3 cannot be dismissed so easily. Upon hearing Li Yi's assessment of the captivating Yueying, Wei Dixing displayed a look of regret. Not even you, young Master Li, can sway her? Swindle, a term referring to monetary persuasion. Speaking of which, it brings tears to Li Yi's eyes. How should I articulate this? I have indeed attempted to woo her. She graciously accepted every gift I offered, yet explicitly stated that if I harbored ulterior motives, I should reclaim the gifts. If our intentions were merely platonic, she would keep them. Having presented gifts, one cannot simply take them back, can one? A woman of such disposition, if encountered alone by Lin Zhe, would likely be mistaken for a gold digger, perhaps even a kindred spirit. However, since the misunderstanding with Su Xian, Lin Zhe has learned not to judge by appearances. Surviving in the capital city is no small feat, and thriving therein implies a certain level of acumen. If Yueying were indeed a gold digger, she would be the epitome of her kind. In contrast to Wei Dixing, Lin Zhe found himself more intrigued by the true name of the enchanting Yueying. What is her actual name? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Yi could only shake his head in resignation. He truly did not know. Having inquired before, she merely stated that her name was but a code, pleasant to the ear, and even a name as trivial as Tom, Dick, or Harry would suffice. Wei Dixing, upon hearing this, seized the business card from Lin Zhe's hand, eager to discover the name inscribed upon it, only to find that it too bore the moniker of Yueying. Could it be that this woman is indeed called by such a name? Who can say? However, she possesses the advantage of attending free gatherings, and with her beauty, she certainly brings prestige. Today, I had specifically called her to enhance our gathering's allure. 3 men deliberated over 1 woman for an extended period. Su Xian gazed at them with disdain. Is it that the only topic of discussion among you men is women? Only then did Lin Zhe recall Su Xian's presence beside them. Realizing he had neglected her, he quickly offered words of comfort. How could that be? We were merely following the flow of conversation. Besides, we have a beautiful lady at our table. Why would we dwell on anything else? As he spoke, Lin Zhe felt a certain sentiment arise within him. Although Su Xian was undeniably beautiful, she seemed more suited to the role of a friend. Such a girl, born with a golden key in hand, was far beyond the reach of any man. Wei Xing shared this sentiment, believing Su Xian to be best admired from a distance. I must contest your assertion, Lin Zhe remarked. Though Miss Su is indeed a beauty, she is not someone we ought to covet. Our private lives are far too chaotic. Miss Su emerges untainted from the mire, and it is a blessing she does not disdain our friendship. In Su Xian's perspective, the essence of friendship lies in the ability to converse effortlessly. There is no need to scrutinize one's family background, as young Master Wang aptly stated. I never concern myself with a friend's wealth, for I possess more than they do. The thought processes of women and men invariably diverge. Su Xian, having heard Wei Dixing's remarks, could only perceive a chaotic personal life. Curiously, she inquired of Lin Zhe, how tumultuous is your private life? Enlighten me. Lin Zhe promptly deflected the inquiry onto Wei Dixing, asserting, it's fine for you to claim your life is chaotic, but do not implicate me. I have only just arrived in the capital. Su Xian chuckled, covering her mouth, amused by Lin Zhe's flustered demeanor. Indeed, Lin Zhe's private life was quite disordered, yet he would never admit to it. Even if caught in the act of infidelity, he could still justify himself as a bachelor, crafting a perfect excuse. However, in Su Xian's presence, he felt compelled to maintain his persona. Having indulged late into the night, and with all having consumed alcohol, the group decided to secure rooms at a nearby hotel, ostensibly to extend the night. This was merely a pretext, as these individuals often accompanied beautiful women, ensuring that even without alcohol, a hotel stay was inevitable. As everyone bid farewell, holding the waists of lovely companions, only Su Xian and Lin Zhe remained. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. With everyone else preoccupied, Lin Zhe found himself alone, needing to usher Su Xian away. So, are you taking a taxi? Or shall someone come to fetch you? Although Su Xian projected an air of seriousness, she was well aware of the intentions of those who had departed. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's inquiry, she retorted, What's this? Am I hindering your plans? You're alone too, aren't you? Who is accompanying you to the hotel? Why rush me away? Had these words been uttered by another woman, Lin Zhe might have interpreted them as a subtle suggestion. Yet, coming from Su Xian, he felt no such inclination. What do you mean? I'm not sending you away. It's rather late, and I'm merely expressing concern. I wouldn't want you to return home to scoldings. Su Xian lived alone and often felt a tinge of loneliness. After finally venturing out for some amusement, she certainly did not wish to return home prematurely. Sleep would elude her, so she suggested, why not accompany me for a late-night snack? All right, shall we walk? Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Zhe felt indebted to Su Xian for the evening's enjoyment, making it impossible to decline her invitation. As a gentle breeze swept by, Lin Zhe felt as though he had been living in a dream, indulging in a life akin to that of the affluent. He had once believed himself quite capable, having earned some money through his intellect, yet he soon realized it was merely a fraction of the expenditures that the wealthy incurred in nightlife. Su Xian's lifestyle was a realm he scarcely dared to imagine. Miss Su, I presume you're not intending to dine at a roadside stall for your late-night snack? I'm easygoing. Since you are treating, I have no particular preferences. Su Xian's motives extended beyond mere sustenance. She simply wished to spend more time with Lin Zhe, driven not by affection but by sheer curiosity. Especially after having witnessed the enigmatic allure of the alluring beauty earlier, Su Xian felt Lin Zhe was equally inscrutable. May I inquire more about you? As friends, I find myself quite unfamiliar with you. While others have already retreated to their hotels, you still accompany me for a late-night meal. I am curious, if you do not have a girlfriend, what harm is there in enjoying a night out? This is precisely what Lin Zhe fears the most. A single lie requires countless others to support it, when one becomes too entrenched in deceit. Even the deceiver risks losing track of their own fabrications. This is why Lin Zhe refrains from boasting, lest he forgets the tall tales he has spun and inadvertently reveals the truth. Instead, he prefers to guide others towards speculation, thereby preserving a hint of mystery. Yet, Su Xian perceives this very mystery in Lin Zhe, prompting her desire to learn more about him. Chapter 55. Su Xian inebriated beyond measure. In the presence of a young lady of such stature as Su Xian, Lin Zhe's claims of being a second-generation coal tycoon lose all significance. With someone like Su Xian, he can only wrap his emotions in a facade. They settled at a barbecue stall, where after a few bottles of beer, Lin Zhe seemed to embody the spirit of a film festival's leading man. He fabricated a tale of unrequited love for a girl, asserting that even if his parents disapproved, he would choose to be with her, only for fate to cruelly intervene as she succumbed to a terminal illness, ultimately leaving him behind. As he recounted this sorrowful narrative, his demeanor shifted to one of profound sadness, with tears welling in his eyes, valiantly stifling his grief. "Have you any idea how I have endured these past 5 years?" he lamented. "I suddenly feel that everything I have done is devoid of meaning. The beautiful life I once envisioned has dissipated like a fleeting dream, and I find myself abruptly awakened from it." In the dim lighting, Lin Zhe appeared utterly haggard, as if burdened by memories he wished to bury forever. The atmosphere, the setting, the expressions, and the story all coalesced into a poignant moment. Su Xian offered him a tissue, saying, "I apologize. I had no idea you carried such experiences." It feels like a scene from a film, perhaps because stories often stem from life itself. The hardships are behind us now. Facing the future is what constitutes true living. I am not adept at consolation. I sincerely apologize. Su Xian held an unwavering belief in Lin Zhe's past. As the saying goes, anything can be fabricated, but tears are undeniably real. Having been raised in such a privileged environment, Su Xian was blissfully unaware of the malice that can reside within people's hearts. Although she graduated from a prestigious university abroad, her education imparted little beyond mere knowledge. In contrast, Lin Zhe emerged from the University of Life, a graduate whose stories and performances could rival those of leading actors. "I feel embarrassed for having shared this. I must have amused you," he said, aware that his narrative perfectly aligned with the persona he had cultivated. It is no wonder Lin Zhe diverged from the archetype of typical wealthy heirs. "In truth, I envy her," he confessed. "At least someone loves her dearly, unlike me, for whom everything has been meticulously orchestrated by my family, from education to career, like a puppet manipulated by unseen hands, or the lead character in a video game. Though I may have completed the levels, it feels entirely disconnected from my true self." Lin Zhe's tale resonated with Su Xian, echoing her own sense of helplessness. Comparing herself to a character in a game seemed an apt metaphor for her plight, though it was the protagonist who achieved victory. The true prowess lay with the one wielding the controller. It is surprising to discover that someone of Su Xian's stature harbors her own afflictions. Most critically, she lacks even a confidant to share her burdens. She has spent her life enveloped in the adoration of the masses, surrounded by so-called friends who are merely the byproducts of her parents' collaborations. Lin Zhe, adept at weaving tales, has little interest in hearing them. The essence of stories is often a blend of reality and fiction. Their significance is fleeting, whether one chooses to listen or not. Thus, he deftly diverted the conversation, opting to leave behind the dismal topics. "Let us drink to the moment, for tomorrow's worries are for tomorrow," he declared. Su Xian had intended to share her narrative, only to be interrupted by Lin Zhe's antics. The emotions she had carefully cultivated dissipated in an instant. "Come on, my friend. At least allow me to finish my thought. You are utterly ruining the ambience," she exclaimed, her words slipping into her southern dialect in her urgency. Lin Zhe, however, feigned an air of maturity. Joy should be expressed, while sorrow should be cast to the winds. With a few drinks, let all troubles be damned. His buoyant disposition was something Su Xian greatly admired. Indeed, a man who has faced the specter of life and death possesses a maturity far surpassing that of those pampered scions reared in greenhouses. "Well said, cheers." In the lively atmosphere of the night, having already indulged in several drinks, the two continued to imbibe. By the end, both were thoroughly inebriated. Su Xian transformed into a version of herself she had never dared to envision, leaning on Lin Zhe's shoulder and letting out a belch. "Brother, I swear I'm not drunk. Do you believe me?" "Absolutely, I believe you. This is just the beginning." To onlookers, the two appeared as nothing short of drunken fools. Observing their attire, bystanders couldn't help but think they had misjudged the wealthy. It seemed even affluent individuals could succumb to such folly when intoxicated. In an effort to prove her sobriety, Su Xian insisted on walking a straight line. Watch closely. I will traverse from here to there in a perfectly straight line. I assure you I am not intoxicated. But as she spoke, she promptly vomited, splattering her clothes and bag. Given that she was out with Lin Zhe, it was imperative to ensure her safe return home. Lin Zhe exerted considerable effort to escort Su Xian back to her villa. Fortunately, the entrance was equipped with facial recognition technology, allowing for a smooth entry. Upon crossing the threshold, Lin Zhe immediately removed Su Xian's clothing. Regardless of whether it could withstand a wash, he tossed it all into the washing machine and used a warm towel to cleanse her body. In that moment, Su Xian found herself devoid of any privacy before Lin Zhe. Every inch of her was laid bare to his gaze. After covering her with a blanket, he retreated from the bedroom. Descending to the living room, Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, pondering the notion that even the Monkey King, having captivated the 7 fairies, could not simply depart without consequence. After all, everyone had indulged. He could always claim amnesia come morning. Yet, the thought of jeopardizing their friendship for a fleeting thrill gnawed at him. Caught in this internal conflict, Lin Zhe absent-mindedly tore petals from a nearby vase, grappling with the question of whether to proceed or withdraw, to act or to refrain. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xian had already opened her eyes in the bedroom, a blissful smile gracing her lips. It turned out that she was not truly intoxicated. Her vomiting was merely an act, a facade of drunkenness. She feigned inebriation to ascertain whether Lin Zhe was as principled as he appeared. Lacking genuine friends, she felt compelled to test the character of the one she had encountered. Had Lin Zhe exhibited any inappropriate behavior, she would have politely asked him to leave. The saying holds true: when a woman does not wish to be inebriated, no amount of alcohol can affect her. Yet when she desires to be intoxicated, even half a glass of beer suffices. Before long, Lin Zhe began to realize the truth. Given Su Xian's upbringing, it was implausible for her to be utterly inebriated. If she had been in a situation requiring heavy drinking, there would undoubtedly be someone accompanying her to ensure her safe return home. Could this girl truly be pretending? With this thought, Lin Zhe dismissed his earlier concerns. Since she chose to play a role, he would indulge her performance. Logically, Lin Zhe should have gone home at that moment. However, he remained. Pouring a glass of water and entering Su Xian's bedroom. Observing her slumbering form, he deliberately made noise, eager to discern whether she was indeed feigning sleep. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's entrance, Su Xian felt a pang of surprise. She thought to herself, you couldn't resist, could you? Yet, contrary to her expectations, Lin Zhe did not engage in any inappropriate behavior. He simply placed a glass of water by her bedside. If she didn't wish to drink, then why should she? Such an act seemed unbecoming of a refined young lady. He even tenderly tucked her blanket around her, embodying the quintessential warm-hearted man. Lin Zhe, who had only ever played the role of a cad, found no distinction between the two personas. After all, both were merely performances. The only difference lay in the duration of their masquerade. Warm-hearted men maintained their facade for a lifetime, while cads wore it for a fleeting moment. As the lyrics suggest, no matter what role you play, I will adapt. Lin Zhe lacked experience in this regard, but he recalled the joy he felt when Ma Lixia was kind to him. A happiness so profound that even after their breakup, he still longed to share a meal with her. With such a fine mentor, he could easily learn the craft anew. Throughout the night, Lin Zhe entered the room several times, each time adjusting her blanket and replacing the cold water with warm, providing Su Xian with a sense of security. Unbeknownst to her, dawn had arrived. Su Xian was unaware of when she had fallen asleep. Remembering that there was a man in her home, she donned her pajamas and descended the stairs to check if Lin Zhe was still present. To her surprise, she discovered him busily engaged in the kitchen. It is often said that a man's silhouette while cooking is the most handsome, and in that moment, Su Xian wholeheartedly agreed. Having someone to care for you when intoxicated and waking up to a meal was a luxury she had never known. I didn't expect you could cook, she remarked. Lin Zhe turned to her, hastily pausing his tasks, and served her a bowl of hangover soup. You've awakened. You must be hungry. Drink some soup first. The meal will be ready shortly. As she gazed into the bowl of spicy and sour soup, she took a sip, finding it sufficiently appetizing, although the flavor was average. At that moment, taste was of little consequence. Before long, Lin Zhe returned with 2 dishes. A dish of pine nut corn, a plate of fresh mushroom tofu, accompanied by a bowl of mixed sauce noodles. Yesterday, you expelled quite a bit. and your stomach has long been empty, a bowl of noodles will soothe it. Free from chili or similar spices, best enjoyed while hot. Indeed, emulating Ma Lixia's approach proves effective. Su Xian never anticipated that Lin Zhe could be so attentive to detail. The sense of happiness she felt was beyond words. Please, join me for a meal. Su Xian thought of inviting Lin Zhe to sit down, her mind brimming with questions for him. However, Lin Zhe showed no inclination to stay. Instead, he prepared to leave. I want to eat. I hardly slept last night, fearing you might choke on your own vomit. I must go to Sanlitun to check on the shop. I promised to come in the morning, and now it's already noon. Enjoy your meal, goodbye. This left Su Xian with a sense of finality, akin to a fleeting moment of departure, cloaked in humility. She felt a twinge of guilt, and quickly rose to see Lin Zhe off. I apologize for nearly delaying your important matters for my sake, without even having a meal together. In interactions between men and women, sometimes one must not be overly earnest. The events of the previous night, coupled with Lin Zhe's demeanor, had elevated his image in Su Xian's heart to an almost flawless status. Yet, she understood that perfection is often an illusion. Lin Zhe was aware of this truth as well. After all, how could a person be devoid of flaws? As he left, he lightened the mood with a jest. I didn't come in vain. Last night was quite the visual feast. Everything I should and shouldn't have seen was laid before me, like Zhu Beiji tasting the ginseng fruit, regrettably not savoring it in detail. To have desires is human. To control them is character. Life must intersperse with a touch of irreverence. It is what brings the warmth of humanity. Without waiting for Su Xian's response, Lin Zhe turned and departed, leaving her with only his retreating figure. Back inside, as she savored the meal Lin Zhe had prepared, Su Xian found herself smiling unconsciously. Perhaps she perceived Lin Zhe as a more genuine individual, especially when contrasted with Li Yi and Wei Dixing, making Lin Zhe appear considerably superior. In a clothing store in Sanlitun, Lin Zhe was discussing the transfer of ownership with Zai Hunyu. The shop was under a 5-year contract signed by Zai Hunyu. With an annual rent exceeding 3 million, less than 4 years remained on the lease. Zai Hunyu directly calculated the terms for Lin Zhe as 3 years. In such a prime location, simply securing the shop was commendable, and the waiver of over half a year's rent left Lin Zhe somewhat incredulous. Sister Yu, we don't seem that close for you to offer me such a substantial benefit. It makes me uneasy. Zai Hunyu, without reservation, disclosed her reasoning to Lin Zhe. You know, this shop is an inheritance I acquired. My husband's children never received their share, and will certainly not let this go easily. They are bound to create trouble, or else this prime location would have been transferred long ago. This was information Lin Zhe would have remained unaware of, had Zai Hunyu not shared it. Once the contract was signed, all subsequent matters would no longer concern her. However, Zai Hunyu was cautious of Lin Zhe's background. Hence she chose to lay all potential troubles bare from the outset. This is the situation. If you agree, we can proceed with the contract. For Zai Hunyu, this predicament was indeed troublesome. If it escalated, it could tarnish her reputation. Stepmother and children squabbling over inheritance is certainly not a pleasant tale to tell. However, for Lin Zhe, it was hardly an issue. As long as the soulful jade possessed the will, even the King of Heaven would be of no consequence. These matters were trivial, yet I can only provide you with a partial deposit for now. The remaining funds will be settled in a month, if that suits you. No problem. Your straightforwardness pleases me as well. May our business flourish. That very afternoon, Soulful Jade dispatched individuals to clear the store. Lin Zhe needed to undertake renovations, relying entirely on Zhang Yu for financial support. It is often said that having connections in the court simplifies matters. When Lin Zhe approached the bank for a loan, he was treated with the utmost VIP standards throughout the process. Even the funds were expedited, arriving in Lin Zhe's account within a week, contrary to his initial expectation of over a month. Although he had opened a store in Sanlitun, he did not close the one in Fuqing, as it was also an asset, and the business there was thriving. He had to leave himself a safety net. However, this time, the grand opening ceremony had to be more extravagant, unlike the last occasion. The circle had changed, and the acquaintances were different. Thus, a more flamboyant display was warranted. Having previously made a significant impression at the nightclub, it was only natural for Lin Zhe to aim for an even grander spectacle for his own store's inauguration. To create a buzz, he would have to rely on the second-generation wealthy. Thus, Lin Zhe opened his contacts. Wei Xiao, I'm set to open the Sanlitun location at the end of the month. Let South have the brothers drive their cars over to make a statement. The louder the better. Should I inform Li Yi as well? This was a task he wouldn't entrust to another. That would imply a lack of respect for Li Yi. Lin Zhe declined Wei Dishing's kind offer, opting to notify Li Yi personally. Chapter 57. Evil requires evil to be tempered. Lin Zhe had informed all his friends, and gazing at his enterprise, he reflected on how he had become a debtor. As the saying goes, too many lice do not bite. At worst, he could return to being a nobody. If he were to incur debts in the trillions, the banks would surely drag him back from the depths of despair when he wished for his own demise. Just as Lin Zhe pondered the peculiarities of the world, a man and a woman approached him. "We're not open yet. Please come back at the end of the month." To his surprise, the two were the stepchildren of Soulful Jade, and they were not there to make a purchase, but rather to stir trouble. "Where is Chaoyang?" Realizing they were not seeking him, Lin Zhe could surmise the general purpose of their visit. They were likely there regarding the lease of the store. "I am the owner of this establishment. If you have matters to discuss, address them with me." The two wasted no time and directly stated their intent. "This store belongs to our father. Although he has passed, we children have inheritance rights. Without our consent, who permitted you to operate a business here?" It was at this moment that Lin Zhe learned that Soulful Jade's original name was Chaoyang, a fitting homophonic revelation. What astonished Lin Zhe was that the stepchildren were older than Chaoyang, yet they were still required to refer to her as mother. Indeed, wealth could reverse the natural order. However, such family affairs were of no concern to Lin Zhe. "I have no interest in your domestic matters. Whoever holds the contract is who I will pay. This establishment is mine now. Feel free to report wherever you wish. I am busy and cannot indulge you further." The two individuals appeared to be engaging in a display of unscrupulousness. Had they been capable of winning a lawsuit, they would not have come here. The woman suddenly reclined in front of the doorway, attempting to obstruct Lin Zhe's work. I shall remain here today. Let us see what you can do about it. If you have the audacity, step over me and let us see if I can extort you," she asserted. It is often said that the residents of the capital possess high moral standards, embodying civility and courtesy. Witnessing this firsthand today, however, proved that the tales often fall short of reality. Lin Zhe, unaccustomed to such a scene of tantrums and theatrics, hastily began recording with his phone. "Oh dear. Are you attempting to extort someone? You merely lie there, claiming exhaustion and a desire to rest." The renovation workers, merely fulfilling their duties, were reluctant to provoke any trouble in such a tumultuous situation. The throngs of onlookers quickly amassed outside, eager to witness the spectacle. Those who frequently conduct business in this area were well aware of the shop's troubled history and admired Lin Zhe's audacity in acquiring it. The previous proprietress had been notoriously unscrupulous, driving her business to the brink of collapse before passing it on to this unfortunate soul, who evidently failed to inquire about its circumstances beforehand, an oversight that was well-deserved. "Do you understand nothing? Do you know who that is? Just days ago, he spent 5 million at the Rolling Stones, covering the entire tab," one bystander remarked. No wonder. We've merely been hearing tales, unaware that he was right among us. You must admit, he exudes an air of affluence." The surrounding crowd's discourse did not escape the notice of the two. To spend 5 million in a nightlife venue surely indicates he is not lacking in funds. It seems they have indeed chosen the right person to target today. Exchanging knowing glances, the man adopted the role of the sympathetic character. With an expression of feigned grievance, he addressed Lin Zhe. "Brother, this matter does not truly involve you. My sister and I are not here to confront you. We are, in fact, the rightful heirs to this establishment. Our father was diagnosed with cancer, and shortly thereafter, he remarried. To add insult to injury, he executed a will that bequeathed all his assets to that woman. If this were to happen to you, would you be able to bear it? It appears that Chaoyang is not a harbinger of misfortune, but rather, she married a dying man. However, the fact that a dying individual could be compelled to draft such a will speaks volumes about Chaoyang's capabilities. Yet, Lin Zhe remained steadfast in his indifference, asserting that the affairs of others were not his concern. "I do not have a father afflicted with cancer, so I cannot empathize with your plight. My apologies." The man's intent in sharing this was merely to elicit financial cooperation from Lin Zhe. "I understand this does not concern you, but without compensation, my sister and I will disrupt your business continuously, resulting in losses for you. Either summon Chaoyang or provide us with 4 million, and we shall consider this matter settled." 4 million? Lin Zhe thought to himself, that is quite a bold demand. Earning money seems easier for them than for Lin Zhe. Having already clarified matters with Chaoyang, he found it difficult to justify further negotiations. with so many spectators at the entrance. If Lin Zhe were to settle by paying them off, how could he continue to navigate the social landscape of Sanlitun? The only way to handle such individuals is to confront them with greater resolve. Not to mention 4 million. He did not possess even 400. Since you enjoy lying around so much, why not continue? Then you can just lie there, thinking you can fool me. I will save my money to buy you a grave, but I will not give you a single cent. If you want to lie down, go ahead. To be frank, calling the police would be futile. It's evident that the two siblings have been lying around for quite some time, which forced Chaoyang to transfer her shop. At that moment, the neighbor quietly remarked to Lin Zhe, "Young Master Lin, you must find a way to resolve this quickly. The rent here is exorbitant, and we cannot afford any delays. Indeed, calling the police is pointless. They merely mediate and do not take any real action against such individuals." Hadn't Alice also acted shamelessly before? She was subdued by Tianyun's brother, Xiaolong. Sometimes, it takes a villain to deal with another. Engaging in a serious confrontation with them would only diminish Lin Zhe's stature. Therefore, he decided to call Tianyun and recounted the situation. Upon learning that Lin Zhe wished for Xiaolong to intervene, Tianyun readily agreed, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. "You really haven't contacted me for a while. I thought you'd forgotten about me. How could I? I've just been busy with preparations for the new shop. My mind is nearly exploding with tasks. Women, after all, prefer to be wooed by wealthy suitors, while those with less fortune are wooed with money." With just a few words, Lin Zhe managed to lift Tianyun's spirits. "I will have my brother come over immediately, don't worry." Little did they know, Tianlong had long wished to meet Lin Zhe. Ever since the last time he purchased a columbarium and Lin Zhe treated everyone at the Rolling Stones venue, Tianlong had been eager to make his acquaintance, yet had not found the opportunity. Meanwhile, Tianlong was boasting to his friends, "You all know young Master Lin treated everyone at the Rolling Stones, right? He is a friend of my sister. We have met before at a beauty salon. I'll introduce you all someday." Those who mingle in the streets often embellish their stories. Naturally, his friends were skeptical. If Tianlong truly knew Lin Zhe, he wouldn't still be mingling with us on the streets. They dismissed his claims. And Tianlong fervently defended himself. "I knew you wouldn't believe me. Let me put it this way. All the columbariums for my relatives were arranged by young Master Lin. Who else could do such a thing for you?" Chapter 58. Just wait and see if I don't give you a beating. As the saying goes, hearing is deceiving, but seeing is believing. Despite Tianlong's assertions being true, the others still remained unconvinced. IVE even purchased property from the Su group. "Does that mean I know Boss Su Fufa as well?" They laughed. Everyone took it as a joke. Tianlong's persistence wore him out. Yet he had no recourse against their disbelief. Just then, he received a call from Tianyun. After learning the details, he nearly leaped with excitement. "Sister? You are truly my dear sister. I'm coming over right away." After hanging up, Tianlong's demeanor became considerably more assertive. "You all thought I was just boasting, didn't you? Just in time. Young Master Lin has run into some trouble, and I will take you all to meet him, so you can open your eyes to the world beyond your well." Little did Lin Zhe know that someone would take pride in knowing him. Though Tianlong may stray from the path of propriety, he nonetheless bears the surname Tian, and his intellect remains sufficiently sharp. Today, it is imperative that this matter does not trouble young Master Lin. Any fallout must be attributed solely to me, keeping him insulated, for he is a man of honorable business. Those of us who navigate these streets are well versed in such unspoken rules. Rest assured, my brothers do not require your guidance. Upon arriving at Sanlitun, Tianlong found Lin Zhe's establishment surrounded by a throng of people. He first dispatched someone to procure 2 cups of hot coffee, then squeezed into the crowd, feigning interest in the commotion. It is said that those who are accustomed to the streets possess unique methods for instigating trouble. A push from behind caused Tianlong's coffee to cascade onto a woman's head, scalding her significantly. Fortunately, it was merely hot coffee. Had it been boiling water, the consequences would have been dire. Anyone subjected to such an indignity would naturally bristle with resentment. The woman leapt to her feet, seizing Tianlong by the collar, demanding an explanation. "Are you blind? Can't you see there are people here?" Tianlong maintained his innocence, asserting that it was the crowd's push that caused the spill. Yet, she insisted he maintain decorum, warning him not to provoke her further. The audacity of the woman, scalded yet defiant, was matched by her brother, who stood before Tianlong, brimming with bravado. "Is this still the capital? Has the law ceased to exist? You scald someone and yet act so brazenly. Mark my words, this isn't over." Unfortunately for him, he had miscalculated. Tianlong was not one to tolerate insolence. In a swift motion, Tianlong delivered a resounding slap. What more do you seek? The suddenness of his action left the man momentarily stunned. In broad daylight, beneath the emperor's gaze, who dared to raise a hand? By what right do you strike? The woman's demeanor shifted to one of alarm, retreating several paces in disbelief. Yet, Tianlong pressed on, delivering 2 sharp slaps to her as well. The sound echoed, leaving even the onlookers feeling the sting vicariously. Good heavens, he is not holding back. This is painful to watch. Whispers emerged among the crowd, speculating whether this man was summoned by Lin Zhe. A companion of Tianlong, upon hearing the murmurs, gently tapped a bystander on the shoulder. Brother, one may indulge in a hearty meal, but one must tread carefully with words. Do not invite unnecessary trouble upon yourself. At this point, the situation was clear to all. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe remained unfazed, leisurely smoking a cigarette. My friends, your personal vendettas are of no concern to me. Resolve your disputes elsewhere and refrain from causing a disturbance in my establishment, he stated. No sooner had he spoken than Tianlong's entourage began to clear a path through the crowd. Enough of this spectacle. Seizing the man by the hair, Tianlong dragged him out as one would a mangy dog. Come, let us find a more suitable venue for our discussion. Brother, you've misunderstood. The man protested. Misunderstood? You dare speak back? Tianlong's resolve was unwavering, ready to deliver another slap should he dare respond. At this moment, the siblings recognized that Tianlong had indeed come for them, and he was not alone. The group that arrived together were all adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos. Some had ink that stretched from their necks nearly to their faces, each exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Anyone witnessing such a scene would immediately grasp the gravity of the situation. These individuals were clearly seasoned in the underworld. They spoke no words upon approach, resorting straightaway to violence. Attempting to reason with them would be akin to courting trouble. Crossing paths with such people was a perilous affair. They treated incarceration as casually as one treats a night at an inn. After enduring several slaps, Tianlong proceeded to sift through the identification cards of the 2 men. Oh, so you live here. Better call the police and claim I assaulted you. Once I'm locked up, there'll be plenty of company for you, he threatened. Charges for slapping were minor at worst, usually just detention. However, if Tianlong were truly imprisoned, daily visits from troublemakers would plague his family, yet none of this would be his responsibility. Surviving in this world was not merely about strength, but about sheer audacity. Tianlong's brazen conduct instantly silenced the siblings. Brother, you jest. This is no matter for the authorities. If there's no trouble, we'll be on our way. We acknowledge our mistake, they pleaded. Yet Tianlong was not finished. Calmly, he addressed them once more, recognizing your fault and correcting it suffices. My brothers often have nothing to do, if ever you're unavailable. We can help pick up your children from school. We are friends, don't hesitate to call on us. This blatant threat extinguished any remaining defiance. Their usual arrogance was rooted in Chaoyang's inability to restrain them, but Tianlong was a man who specialized in managing such siblings. Not only did they fail to gain any advantage, but they also suffered a beating. No need to trouble my brothers further. Truly, we know we were wrong. Seeing their genuine contrition, Tianlong finally let them go. Don't let me see you 2 in Sanlitun again. Now get lost. Local shopkeepers were astounded that these 2, who even vexed Chaoyang, were so effortlessly subdued by Lin Zhe. It seemed that, in this world, being honest was not always advantageous. After the siblings departed, Tianlong greeted Lin Zhe. Master Lin, all settled? If all is well, my brothers and I will take our leave. Another time, do us the honor of joining us for a few drinks. Having resolved the matter for Lin Zhe, Tianlong skillfully invited him to share a convivial moment, subtly elevating Lin Zhe's stature. Lin Zhe, graciously accepting, replied, Much obliged, Brother Long. There's no time like the present. Let us share a few drinks shortly. The 2 paid no heed to the onlookers' gazes. Having assaulted someone in broad daylight, they no longer concealed their actions. It was a clear message to all. Anyone seeking trouble was only inviting misery upon themselves. It was hardly surprising that Lin Zhe, who could spend millions in a nightclub in a single evening and knew several figures from the underworld, commanded such respect. Are you not hindered in your business? Perhaps another day would be better, Tianlong inquired thoughtfully. Having already established a rapport with Lin Zhe, there was no rush to deepen their acquaintance. Tianlong was determined to leave an indelible positive impression. Though he was a man of the streets, accustomed to swaggering through Jinsong, he now found himself adopting a more courteous demeanor in Lin Zhe's presence. Individuals like Tianlong will undoubtedly be of use in due course. Lin Zhe intends to seize this opportunity to forge alliances. Without further ado, let us indulge in a few drinks before the official opening. Given our location in Sanlitun, we must certainly visit the Rolling Stones. Following the previous encounter, even without driving this time, the security staff welcomed Lin Zhe with evident enthusiasm. Young Master Lin, here for a good time? From the moment he entered until he was seated, Lin Zhe was greeted by numerous individuals. Not only the waitstaff, but also other patrons took pride in their acquaintance with Lin Zhe. Even those unfamiliar with him received his courteous responses. The manager provided unwavering assistance throughout. Young Master Lin, I believe we should bring out your reserved wines from your last visit. I shall also present you with some appetizers and fruits. Does that arrangement suit you? Tianlong and his companions observed the entire exchange. Although they were accustomed to mingling in such circles and often expected preferential treatment, their experiences rarely compared to Lin Zhe's, where not only was the service impeccable, but various individuals also showed him respect. This truly allowed Tianlong to indulge, releasing the grievances he had previously felt. Do you see this? This is what we call status. The life of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. In Sanlitun, such scenes are rare. There are hardly a few in the entire capital. I told you I know young Master Lin, yet you refused to believe me. The others nodded vigorously, no longer challenging Tianlong's claims. Instead, they urged him to introduce them to Lin Zhe. Brother Long, in a moment, raise a glass, and let us introduce ourselves. Knowing someone like young Master Lin will surely bring us future opportunities, we shall depend on him. Soon, the waiter brought over the drinks. My goodness, is that Louis XIII? That must cost tens of thousands. Do not hesitate, enjoy the moment. Do not appear inexperienced, and ensure young Master Lin's glass is filled. Tianlong's companions poured a drink for Lin Zhe. Young Master Lin, today we are fortunate to share in your glory and enjoy this Louis XIII. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to call Brother Long. We shall never refuse. Nonsense. As the saying goes, at home one relies on their parents, and out in the world, one relies on friends. We are entirely dependent on the care of our brothers. In the eyes of these individuals, Lin Zhe was distinctly different from the stereotypical affluent second-generation heirs. While others of his kind often sought recognition, boasting in their actions and words, Lin Zhe exuded warmth and approachability. Had it not been for witnessing his previous status and the Louis XIII on the table, it would have been difficult to imagine that Lin Zhe was indeed the one who had settled the entire bill that day. One among them quietly inquired of Tianlong, Brother Long, why does young Master Lin show no airs? We thought he would be aloof, yet he is so amiable. Today, Lin Zhe had granted Tianlong ample face, allowing him to stand tall before his companions. Of course, just look at who brought you here. Otherwise, would you have the chance to enjoy Louis XIII? Moreover, with his status, once a person reaches a certain height, they become free from desires. That is the hallmark of a truly successful individual. As the group continued their lively conversation, Chaoyang hurriedly entered. Upon discovering Lin Zhe's presence, I hastened to approach him. He appeared as though he had just emerged from a skirmish. Although his face bore makeup, a distinct bruise was still evident. Did my stepson and stepdaughter trouble you? Meanwhile, Tianlong and his companions were oblivious to the circumstances, sensing it was their moment to shine. Without waiting for Lin Zhe's response, Tianlong leaped forward. So it was your children who caused the ruckus. Are you here to defend them? Realizing Tianlong's misunderstanding, Lin Zhe quickly subdued him. Brother Long, do not misconstrue. This is not your concern, merely a matter among friends. Chaoyang, disregarding any dispute with Tianlong, recounted the events. It turned out the two rascals had tried to exploit Lin Zhe, and upon failing, sought refuge at Chaoyang's residence, venting their frustrations upon her. With their shop lost, they set their sights on her home, coercing Chaoyang to vacate. They threatened her with unrest should she refuse to comply. An argument ensued, escalating to physical confrontation, with Chaoyang clearly at a disadvantage. After hearing this, Lin Zhe found it peculiar. Sister Xiao, what do you mean by sharing this with me? It is not my place to interfere in your family matters, and we hardly know each other well enough for me to involve myself in such affairs. Aware of Lin Zhe's capabilities, Chaoyang sought his assistance in purchasing her property. You misunderstand. My intention is simply to see if you might be interested. Given the circumstances, I believe you are the only one in the capital who could buy this house without fear of disturbances. Chaoyang was forthright. The market price for a property in Jiulong Mountain was 120 $100,000 per square meter, yet she was willing to sell to Lin Zhe for only $100,000. The total area of the apartment was 92 square meters, amounting to $2 million, a substantial discount of nearly $2 million. Of course, if Chaoyang were not in a hurry to sell, she could easily command $10 million without issue. Perhaps the incessant annoyances had driven her to seek an escape from her plight. Thus far, Lin Zhe had secured business for his vehicle but lacked a place to settle. Initially, he hesitated to buy due to financial constraints, but with a recent loan, he now possessed some disposable income. While this price was indeed fair, he recognized that Chaoyang's stepchildren were not to be underestimated. Thanks to his friends, he had avoided a significant hassle today. How about this? I will take it for $9 million. If that works for you, I can provide a deposit. However, Lin Zhe was not a resident of the capital and lacked the necessary social security. Acquiring property was not merely a matter of wealth. It required navigating connections, possibly involving Wei Dusheng and his associates to see if social security could be arranged. This house was originally Chaoyang's marital home, recently renovated and now devalued, rendering the improvements virtually worthless. Yet for Chaoyang, it mattered little, as it was effectively a free transaction. She agreed to Lin Zhe's offer. $9 million it is. But I will need cash. That is agreeable. With Chaoyang's charm and allure, any man would take notice. Tian Long, a known libertine, was also tempted by thoughts of her and discreetly inquired of Lin Zhe. Master Lin, what sort of woman is she? Could you perhaps introduce her to me? Chapter 60. The Art of Deception, the Game of Strategy. Tian Long found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to distinguish between the major and minor players. Lin Zhe hadn't even had a taste. How could it possibly be his turn? Brother Long truly possessed remarkable courage, daring to pursue a woman who had 3 altars dedicated to her former husbands in her home. If you doubt the consequences, feel free to test your luck. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the crowd was puzzled but deemed it inappropriate to speak further. Tian Long's desires swiftly waned, and his intellect regained its foothold. Alas, it is indeed said that desire is akin to a razor-sharp blade, and it appears this adage holds true. Lin Zhe, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, resolved to focus on more pressing matters. After a brief discussion with Wei Dusheng over the phone, the latter assured him that these were mere trifles. In fact, in a couple of years, he could even secure Lin Zhe a residence permit for the capital. It was simply a matter of a points system to these individuals. It was remarkably straightforward. Meanwhile, Su Xian sat on the sofa, lost in thought while clutching her phone. Ever since Lin Zhe's last departure, she had felt a profound emptiness within her. Whenever her phone buzzed, she would eagerly check it, hoping it was a message from Lin Zhe. Upon realizing it was not, a wave of disappointment washed over her, leaving her in a state of enchantment. She yearned to call Lin Zhe, but was at a loss for words. A true embodiment of contradiction. Su Xian cherished the feeling of being with Lin Zhe, so carefree and untroubled. The key was that Lin Zhe was considerate and upright. Such good men were becoming increasingly rare. Ultimately, unable to resist any longer, Su Xian found Lin Zhe's number and dialed it. As she waited, a sense of unease crept in. She wondered if Lin Zhe was busy, but soon she composed herself, silently reassuring herself. What am I so anxious about? I'll simply say I want to grab a meal together. Surely he wouldn't turn me down. She rehearsed her lines in her mind repeatedly. However, Lin Zhe did not answer the call. Disheartened, she set her phone down and decided to visit Lin Zhe's shop. In truth, Lin Zhe was deliberately ignoring her call. One of the strategies in the art of war is to lure the enemy in, and in the realm of romance, the first to act often loses. The one who invests genuine feelings typically ends up with nothing. After the call automatically ended, Lin Zhe leisurely stepped outside and returned her call. The phone rang once, and Su Xian eagerly picked up. Hello? Her voice carried a hint of excitement. However, this small action caught Lin Zhe's attention. He feigned busyness as he responded. What is the matter? I'm in the midst of renovations and quite occupied. What can I do for you? His words effectively dismantled the carefully prepared lines Su Xian had crafted. After stammering for a while, she finally said, Oh, it's nothing really. I just wanted to see what you've been busy with lately. I was thinking we could have a meal together, but I didn't realize you were so swamped. A meal, you say? Very well, pick a place, and I shall come to fetch you shortly. To my surprise, Lin Zhe agreed when I initially thought he would refuse. As he made the call, Su Xian's emotions mirrored the exhilarating highs and lows of a roller coaster. Unsure of where to go, she suggested that he choose a destination. All right, wait for me. I'll hang up for now. A man must convey an impression of busyness to a woman, never allowing her to perceive him as idly languishing each day. After ending the call, Lin Zhe returned to Rolling Stone to indulge in some drinks. In truth, he found himself in a rather difficult position. Dating a wealthy heiress like Su Xian made him feel rather inadequate. To take her to a lavish venue would only highlight his financial constraints, yet the modest funds he possessed were insufficient for her extravagant tastes. Furthermore, he needed to reserve that money for inventory purchases, leaving him with only a meager amount to spend. The reason for his agreement with Su Xian was primarily because he had no intention of actually meeting her, the so-called beauty of distance. The longer their relationship remained at arm's length, the more advantageous it was for Lin Zhe. He had learned these tactics from women who sought to gain. Fishing, after all, requires merely the presence of bait. If one fills the fish with food, there is no longer a reason to bite. Su Xian also felt the pressure. Previously, she wore whatever she pleased. Now, she found herself at a loss. No outfit seemed appropriate, as she yearned to present her most beautiful self to Lin Zhe. She sifted through her wardrobe, dismissing options as either too garish or too plain. After a considerable amount of time, Su Xian finally settled on a more neutral outfit. She applied a stunning makeup look and sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting Lin Zhe, her smile more radiant than ever. It had been several days since they last met, and today she resolved to take the initiative. Once they had a few drinks, she intended to draw closer to Lin Zhe, thinking it improbable that he would send her home without any further engagement, unless he lacked the qualities of a man. As the seconds ticked by, Lin Zhe still did not appear. Frustrated, Su Xian called him once more. Hello, where are you? Oh, I haven't set off yet. I'm tied up with something here and can't say when I'll be free. Shall we reschedule? The moment Su Xian heard this, her mind was in turmoil. Had all her anxious deliberation been in vain? If you can't make it, that's fine. I'll wait for you. We can talk later. All right, I'll hang up now. It is often said that men face challenges when asking women out. Yet today the roles had entirely reversed. Lin Zhe felt somewhat magnanimous, at least not claiming he was on his way. He reflected on his previous attempts to ask girls out, always contingent on their willingness. Even when they were agreeable, there was often a tedious back and forth. They might be in the midst of getting ready, claiming they were leaving, yet they had not even departed. In essence, it was all about the chase. At this juncture, some might retort, "Author, that's 3 words." To which the author would respond, "You deserve to be ensnared. I speak of matters far more trivial." Meanwhile, Lin Zhe opened a food delivery app and ordered a meal to Su Xian's address. When the delivery arrived, Su Xian was utterly taken aback. "I didn't order any takeout." The delivery person was merely responsible for the delivery, indifferent to the identity of the one who placed the order. Pondering in her heart, Su Xian mused how fortunate it was that beautiful girls attracted admirers, even receiving takeout during mealtime. At that moment, Lin Zhe's call came through. "I'm truly sorry, but I simply don't have time today. I've ordered you some takeout. Consider it my treat. We can reschedule for another day. I'll hang up now." Lin Zhe's succinct words left Su Xian feeling as if her heart had plummeted into an abyss. However, she understood, men often prioritize their careers. Fortunately, the takeout was from Lin Zhe, and not wanting to waste it, Su Xian retreated to her room to consume the meal, all the while grumbling about Lin Zhe's actions. Is he really that busy? Doesn't he even have time to eat? Yet, she couldn't deny that the takeout was quite delectable. Chapter 61. The opening scene. 1. Since Lin Zhe was preoccupied, Su Xian resolved to take the initiative. Why not seek out Lin Zhe herself? In a lifetime, there are few things one truly loves, and even fewer people one holds dear. Why should she diminish her own worth? In truth, Su Xian had no clear understanding of what it meant to be fond of someone. She was unaware of her current state of emotions. The poor hesitate to pursue, while the wealthy grow indifferent. Under such circumstances, Su Xian had yet to experience a romantic relationship. Suddenly, the entrance of someone like Lin Zhe had thoroughly disrupted her rhythm. If this feeling was not affection, then what could it possibly be? Yet, for several consecutive days, Su Xian did not catch a glimpse of Lin Zhe. Nonetheless, he would occasionally call to maintain their friendship. It was akin to fishing. One must cast the line every so often. Lin Zhe was indeed skilled at reeling in his catch. It was not until the day of the opening at Samleton that Su Xian finally saw him. On the drive to Samleton, she had already formulated a plan for how to communicate with Lin Zhe to bolster Lin Zhe's reputation. Su Xian had once again summoned all the luxury cars at her disposal. She thought to herself that with the shop fully renovated, Lin Zhe would surely have ample time in the future. Sanlitun had never lacked luxury vehicles. Even if all the affluent cars in the capital were summoned, Lin Zhe would still be the first. The fleet of vehicles from the Wade Xing team, the Li Yi team, and Su Xian's own luxury cars stretched out like a dragon, extending for several kilometers. The spectacle was so grand that it drew the attention of everyone nearby. Goodness, is this an opening ceremony? It's more extravagant than a car exhibition, utterly impressive. I've never seen so many luxury cars in my life. If I had such resources, I'd spend my days courting women and traveling across the country, ensuring every village had a mother-in-law. These wealthy individuals certainly know how to squander their fortunes. As the cars parked along the roadside, they attracted a crowd of onlookers in the pedestrian street. The sheer number of floral arrangements sent by these visitors filled several shops around Lin Zhe's. To avoid disturbing his neighbors, Lin Zhe took the initiative to greet each one with cigarettes and alcohol. I apologize for the floral arrangements cluttering your space today. It's the opening of my little shop. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. I've instructed them not to block the entrance, just for today. I hope for your understanding. Lin Zhe's proactive approach endeared him to several local business owners, who found him genuinely amiable. Even if a few were reluctant, they dared not show it. The scene from that day, when Tianlong struck someone, remains vividly etched in my memory. Those who ventured to Sanlitun for shopping felt they had made the right decision. Not only were there an abundance of luxury cars, but also a plethora of beautiful women. Setting aside the acquaintances of Lin Zhe, even the second-generation elites who came to support him had their passenger seats occupied. For this group of affluent youngsters, such a spectacle was unprecedented. They simply had to bring their favorite girls to witness this grandeur. One of the second-generation elites, embracing his girlfriend, boasted, "Did you see that? Only Lin Zhe could gather such a crowd in the capital. I previously thought Wei Duxing had a strong appeal, but Lin Zhe's presence eclipses him entirely." The girls, lacking comprehension of their nuances, merely found the spectacle impressive and felt compelled to flaunt it on social media. Take a picture of me, but don't include any other girls. What caption should I use? These young women were undoubtedly living advertisements for Lin Zhe. Such girls are well-connected, love to show off. And seizing this rare opportunity, they were eager to shine. They wished to become the center of attention on social media. Those present were either wealthy or influential, a gathering of young heirs from various fields. Individuals like Wu Yiqi found themselves without a chance to speak. He had hoped to become acquainted with Lin Zhe, but was taken aback by the sheer number of attendees. Lin Zhe was preoccupied with hosting guests, leaving Wu Yiqi too shy to approach. Furthermore, the girl by his side was not particularly striking, forcing Wu Yiqi to sulk in a corner. Indeed, Master Lin, such a scene is rarely witnessed in many years. Just look at those coming to congratulate him. Each one is a luxury car or a beautiful woman, and of no low caliber. If I were 20 years younger, I would wish to mingle in their circle and behold the quality of those beauties. Simply astonishing. The girl beside him, a spirited young woman, displayed an expression of disdain upon hearing this. What, you mean to say my quality is lacking? Recently, Alice had been with Wu Yiqi, no longer enduring the days of barely making ends meet. Though she had donned a new outfit, the spirit of the spirited young woman remained unmistakably evident. Wu Yiqi pondered how Alice could dare to pose such a question, reflecting, "Are you not aware of your own standing? As the saying goes, no harm without comparison." Previously, Wu Yiqi had thought Alice was not overly objectionable. Yet, confronted with so many beauties today, she paled in comparison. Wu Yiqi found himself increasingly dissatisfied. Pointing at Alice with disdain, "You merely got lucky to cross paths with me. Against those wealthy second-generation elites, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying their shoes. How dare you shamelessly ask? The beauty of those women is far superior to yours, and look at you, dressed in finery, yet lacking the essence of a true prince. Those high-end garments on you resemble mere replicas." Though his words were cutting, they rang true. Wu Yiqi had even invited Ma Lixia today, hoping to share a few drinks with Lin Zhe, considering their previous shared meals made them somewhat familiar. However, given the current circumstances, things did not seem promising. Wu Yiqi lit a cigarette and mockingly addressed Ma Lixia beside him. "You mentioned dining together, yet look at this situation. Today we can't even get a seat at the main table. You should remember, you were once Lin Gongzi's girlfriend. Why couldn't you let the dust settle for a moment? Otherwise, how would you be spending today?" The mention of this subject made Ma Lixia feel regret. Unfortunately, Wu Yiqi had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics, consistently pouring salt on Ma Lixia's wounds. In her perspective, it wasn't her superficiality that caused Lin Zhe to abandon her, but rather the unfortunate encounter between her and Wu Ichi. How could you even say that? You should have left right after finishing your business that day instead of insisting on staying overnight at my place. If he hadn't stumbled upon us, would I be in this predicament now? To Ma Lixiao, Lin Zhe's decision to seek her out that day indicated that he still harbored feelings for her. Alice, upon hearing this, scrutinized Ma Lixiao and suddenly conceived a new idea. If Lin Gongzi could be interested in Ma Jia, it suggests his taste is rather questionable. Perhaps I could employ the allure of beauty to my advantage? While this remark didn't deeply wound Ma Lixiao, it was laced with strong insult. Being overshadowed by others was one thing, but now to be mocked by a younger woman was intolerable for her. Chapter 62. Grand Opening Scene. 2. You think you can use your beauty to captivate him? Rest assured, even if every woman on earth vanished, Lin Zhe would never settle for scraps. How can you be so childish at your age? Today was Lin Zhe's grand opening. Otherwise, Ma Lixiao's retorts would have been far more vulgar. As a true northeastern woman, Ma Lixiao could hurl insults for half an hour without repetition. Alice, emboldened by Wu Ichi's support, naturally dismissed Ma Lixiao, her former superior. If you dare insult me, I will certainly retaliate. Scraps? Who exactly are you referring to? You are the one who is trash, your entire family is trash, and you, old woman, have the audacity to speak to me like this? Old woman? One had to admit that Alice had a knack for pinpointing vulnerabilities when she insulted others, which was indeed a weakness for Ma Lixiao. While she was a bit older, it was hardly appropriate to call her old. You think you're being gracious? Sure, I'm an old woman, but at least I've never resorted to abortion. Unlike you, who, despite your numerous connections, doesn't even know who the father is. Wu Ichi, I'm warning you, if Alice ever claims she is pregnant, you'd better insist on a paternity test. There's a saying that one should strike the body, not the face, an insult without revealing deep-seated flaws. Ma Lixiao's words pierced Alice's heart like needles. The two women exchanged barbs like shrewish harpies, each cursing the other's ancestors. Meanwhile, Wu Ichi stood aside, reveling in the spectacle. Do you think I'm foolish? I've merely been entertaining myself out of boredom lately. You can't possibly think I genuinely fancy someone like her? I'd rather pursue the remnants of Lin Zhe than waste my time on what's left of Alice. Just look at the quality. I wouldn't even mind the leftovers Lin Zhe has discarded. Just as Alice was about to unleash her fury, Wu Ichi pushed her aside. Go play elsewhere. Don't mention me. Just find a place to enjoy your milk tea. His dismissal of Alice stemmed from the sight of his goddess, Su Xian. Hastily tidying up his attire, he made his way towards Su Xian. Su Xian, why didn't you notice me? Up until now, Wu Ichi remained oblivious to Su Xian's true identity, presuming that someone like her was merely accompanying Lin Zhe for amusement. Likely bored by now and seeking to take advantage of any opportunity. The moment he beheld Su Xian's mode of transport, Wu Ichi incredulously rubbed his eyes. Goodness, young Master Lin truly spares no expense. He has even bestowed upon you a Ferrari? Upon hearing this, Ma Lixiao mistakenly assumed that Su Xian was Lin Zhe's current girlfriend. And the thought that Lin Zhe had gifted her a luxury vehicle was more painful to her than death itself. Ma Lixiao felt that her life was effectively over, destined to endure a lifetime of regret. Su Xian's primary intention for today was to visit Lin Zhe, leaving no time for Wu Ichi's trivial banter. After a polite acknowledgement, she proceeded toward Lin Zhe. Observing this, Wu Ichi hurriedly followed suit. Just moments ago, he had fretted over how to position himself beside Lin Zhe, but now, with Su Xian leading the way, he could not let this opportunity slip away. He had to stand next to Lin Zhe, allowing others to perceive him as a close acquaintance of the illustrious gentleman. Young Master Lin, congratulations on your prosperous ventures. In such a short span, you've opened another establishment. Treating your side business with the seriousness of a career, truly, you are the first of your kind. Oh, Mr. Wu, your presence here truly elevates this humble establishment. I am overwhelmed with guests and unable to attend to everyone adequately. Please forgive any shortcomings. Lin Zhe replied graciously. This was Lin Zhe's nature, regardless of wealth. He treated those who supported him with utmost respect. To put it bluntly, Lin Zhe was likely the least affluent among them. Devoid of any grounds to look down upon others, Wu Ichi had not anticipated Lin Zhe's cordiality. He had expected mere pleasantries. Since Lin Zhe was being accommodating, Wu Ichi too could not afford to appear ungracious. We are all friends here. Such formalities are unnecessary. You carry on with your duties. I shall assist in welcoming the guests. Wu Ichi excelled in socializing, and today's gathering was tailor-made for him. Not only could he help Lin Zhe entertain the guests, but he could also familiarize himself with them. Sanlitun was not the main battleground. Everyone was merely here to make an appearance. The real highlight would be at Guomao's Tianyuan family feast later. The Tianyuan grain house was the venue of choice for its upscale ambience. Hence Lin Zhe had arranged for lunch to be hosted there. Each table was set at the highest standard of 888 yuan, effectively reserving the entire establishment. The Tian sisters were bustling with fervor, with Tian Yun personally overseeing the kitchen, directing the entire operation. Today, my friend has reserved the venue. The attendees are all of respectable stature. Ensure that you showcase our finest skills. First, do not tarnish my friend's reputation. Second, we must captivate these guests' palates, leaving them eager for a second visit. In Tian Yun's eyes, this was a splendid opportunity for Lin Zhe to promote their restaurant. Aside from weddings, they had never hosted an event of such magnitude, and today's guests were far more challenging to accommodate. Tian Long was also present, assisting Tian Yun with errands. Sister, all the beverages are prepared. I have entrusted them to our second sister, who is currently arranging them on the tables. Ordinarily, Tian Long never lent a hand to Tian Yun, but today, as if the sun had risen from the west, he did. Tian Yun felt a twinge of suspicion. You never get up at this hour. What has gotten into you today? She wondered. I can sleep whenever I like, but with Master Lin's grand opening, how could I possibly not come? While there are many upscale hotels, he chose our humble establishment, clearly showing support for our family. We must ensure the event is conducted with utmost dignity, mustn't we? Upon hearing Tian Long's words, Tian Yun seemed to comprehend. Previously, Tian Long's reluctance stemmed from the meager benefits they could offer him. Helping out at the restaurant barely ensured a livelihood. But associating with Lin Zhe was a different matter altogether. At the very least, it guaranteed visibility wherever he went. Inform your second sister to notify the kitchen to prepare the dishes. I'll arrange for a few extra hands from other restaurants to assist. We must guarantee this banquet is flawless. At that moment, Tian Long realized one crucial detail remained unattended. Sister, I heard the luxury cars have already clogged the streets. Our restaurant's parking spaces won't suffice. What if I rent out the neighboring parking lot for the entire afternoon? Even Tian Yun hadn't considered this. She had been so focused on ensuring the guests dined well and received impeccable service that she overlooked the most fundamental issue. Very well, hurry up and secure it. Otherwise, the parking lot will be full and we'll have to restrict entry, allowing only exits. Whatever the cost, pay it without bargaining. It's far better to settle this matter properly. Rest assured, I'll park our vehicles in the lot as well, reserving the spots in front of the restaurant for those top-tier luxury cars. Once those cars line up at our doorstep, they will undoubtedly become the most dazzling spectacle in Guomao, far more effective than any advertisement. Lin Zhe's visit to Rolling Stone had ignited the venue's popularity. Tian Long was confident that after Lin Zhe's appearance, the Tianyuan family banquet would also flourish. As noon approached, luxury cars arrived one after another. Tian Long, accompanied by his comrades, assumed the role of traffic controllers at the restaurant's entrance. Brothers, park in the adjacent lot. There are plenty of spaces inside. One luxurious vehicle after another rolled in, creating a breathtaking scene. To the untrained eye, it might have appeared to be a lavish wedding. Yet there were no wedding symbols or balloons adorning the cars. Who would have imagined such a grand spectacle was merely for a store opening? Wu Yiqi was the first to arrive at the restaurant entrance. Upon seeing Tian Wan, he promptly assisted in greeting the guests. You focus on your tasks. Leave the comings and goings at the door to me. They had previously met at Donglashan, so they were somewhat acquainted. Tian Wan couldn't fathom why Wu Yiqi, a business owner himself, was taking on such a subordinate role. Initially uneasy, she soon relaxed upon witnessing Wu Yiqi's natural ease and decided to leave the entrance duties to him. This is in your hands. I'll check inside. All the key personnel had gathered at Tianyuan family banquet, leaving only a few sales assistants to watch the Sanlitun store. Meanwhile, some had already set their sights on Lin Zhe's establishment. Jean Fanfan, accompanied by a group, stood not far away, pointing and whispering about Lin Zhe's store. See that new place? Just to be clear, I instructed you to cause trouble, not to smash anything. Don't escalate the situation. One of the individuals with a small mustache leisurely smoked a cigarette, confidently affirming, rest assured, we have never faltered in our endeavors, and this is not our first time. With Yang Shui's connections, you need not worry should anything go awry. The group before him exuded an aura of unreliability. Had it not been for the previous humiliation endured at Lin Zhe's establishment, Jean Fanfan would not have risked venturing there to stir trouble. Just as Jean Fanfan continued to doubt their capabilities, the mustached man interjected, "Let us make one thing clear. Once the task is completed, not a single coin shall be withheld from me, lest you provoke my wrath." The premature discussion of payment further solidified Jean Fanfan's apprehensions. Hastily, she pulled Yang Shui aside and whispered, "Are these people trustworthy? I have an unsettling feeling that this will end poorly. Please do not lead me astray. If this does not go well, we could both find ourselves in dire straits." Historically, Yang Shui had disdained Jean Fanfan's demeanor, which always seemed to hover above others, inviting scrutiny regardless of her actions. When things went smoothly, she received no commendation, yet when they faltered, Jean Fanfan would be quick to place the blame upon her. Yang Shui could no longer tolerate the incessant prattle. "I think it best to abandon this plan. These individuals are formidable, and they would not show up merely out of respect for you. What kind of man would toil for a mere 300 yuan? Receiving only 300 from each person and then facing your skepticism about their competence is hardly fair." Yet, having come this far, Jean Fanfan felt compelled to take action, convincing herself that since Yang Shui had summoned them, she could simply throw Yang Shui under the bus if things went awry. Moreover, she need not reveal herself in the process. Surely, nothing disastrous could unfold. They merely needed to expedite their efforts, ensuring that business was minimally affected, and above all, they must not damage any property, for those items were of high value and irreplaceable. Ultimately, it still stemmed from a lack of faith in her own abilities. Yang Shui reluctantly divulged the reputation of these individuals. "Rest easy, they possess a sense of professional ethics. In our hometown, they have a certain standing. Have you heard of the Qibin 13 protectors?" Qibin. Jean Fanfan recognized the name not at all, let alone the 13 protectors. However, she surmised that they could not be particularly fearsome if they were willing to engage in trouble for a mere 300 yuan. Observing Jean Fanfan's bewildered expression, Yang Shui realized that she must remind her of her origins in the capital. "Oh, Qibin is a district in our Huqing city. These individuals fled here to the capital to escape trouble back home. Despite their low fees, they can execute the most formidable tasks." Jean Fanfan, having no desire to dwell on this further, urged Yang Shui to hasten their actions. It must be noted that Jean Fanfan exhibited a degree of cleverness. She only chose to bring the group over after Lin Zhe and his associates had departed. Had she arrived earlier, the sight of such a contingent would have surely terrified them. With Yang Shui's nod of affirmation, the mustached man promptly led his comrades toward Lin Zhe's establishment. "Brothers," he declared, "that young lady did not regard us with the seriousness we deserve. Let us put forth our utmost effort and demonstrate our strength to her." Several individuals responded in unison to the man with the small mustache, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of Lin Zhe's store. The man with the mustache positioned himself at the door and called out into the shop. "I ask, is there anyone who can breathe? If so, step forward." Upon hearing commotion outside, the manager promptly approached. Noticing these individuals were dressed ordinarily and did not appear to be genuine shoppers, he reminded himself that in sales, one must never judge by appearances. The manager courteously invited them inside, saying, "Good day, gentlemen. Please come in and have a look at what we offer. Whether you choose to buy or not is of no concern. Browsing costs nothing." Though intended as polite conversation, the group was indeed there to stir trouble and seized upon the phrase about not spending money. "Hey, how do you speak? Can you even communicate properly? What do you mean by browsing costs nothing? Are you implying that my brothers cannot afford your wares?" The man with the mustache spoke arrogantly, his nostrils flaring, nearly spitting in the manager's face. Although he worked in a service-oriented environment, the manager, accustomed to catering to an upscale clientele, was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. "I apologize, sir. That was not my intention. I have matters to attend to in my shop. Please feel free to look around." With that, he attempted to turn back inside. However, the man with the mustache became incensed, kicking over a floral arrangement at the entrance. "Do not walk away. We have unresolved matters. I will not let this go." He then shouted to the crowd on the street, "Everyone, come over and witness this. I came here to purchase something. Yet this shopkeeper looks down on me, claiming I cannot afford anything. What do you all think of such behavior?" The pedestrian street, already bustling, became even more animated with the commotion. Nearby shopkeepers emerged to see what was happening. Was it truly possible that someone had the audacity to cause a scene on the very first day of opening? The earlier ruckus was not lost on anyone. A single drop of saliva from each of them could drown the instigators. As the crowd swelled, the man with the mustache intensified his performance. "Look at this establishment. They do not regard us as worthy. They presume that we, the less fortunate, cannot afford their merchandise, which is why they speak so disdainfully to us. This is a place we must avoid. The manager, taken aback by the unfolding situation, quickly stepped forward to clarify. Everyone, do not listen to him. Our store is equipped with surveillance cameras, and everything I said has been recorded. It is certainly not as he portrays. Yet, at such a moment, explanations served only as a cover-up. The onlookers were more interested in the spectacle than discerning right from wrong, fearing for their manager's well-being. The other sales associates hastily contacted Lin Zhe. Hello, boss, there are troublemakers here. You need to return and see for yourself. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was busy attending to customers. But upon hearing of the disturbance, he realized it had been premeditated. Please ensure your safety. Do not engage with them. I will return immediately. After ending the call, Lin Zhe hurried out. Su Xian immediately sensed something was amiss and quickly followed. What is happening? Oh, it's nothing serious. You should return to attend to the customers. I will be back shortly. Lin Zhe walked to the door and waved at Tianlong brother Long. Bring your men and follow me. At that moment, Su Xian became increasingly convinced that something was amiss in the store. Otherwise, there would be no reason to summon Tianlong. Without a second thought, she followed him. After all, she had developed a certain fondness for Lin Zhe and did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Why are you following me? Lin Zhe was not keen on being distracted by Su Xian during such an important matter. Yet, Su Xian insisted on accompanying him. There are so many customers inside. If you leave them and return to the store, what will they think? Just then, Tianlong and his men arrived, jogging over. What is going on? There is a disturbance at the store entrance. Come with me to take a look. As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, Wu Yiqi, who was in charge of the reception at the door, eagerly volunteered. Oh dear, young Master Lin, do you really need to handle such a trivial matter personally? Let me go check it out for you. You should return to the guests. Don't worry, I can manage it. For Wu Yiqi, today was undoubtedly an opportunity. He had to make a good impression. His future success depended on how he performed today. Even Tianlong encouraged Lin Zhe to return to the restaurant to entertain the guests, assuring him they could handle the situation. Many had noticed Lin Zhe's hurried exit. Several acquaintances had followed him out. Wei Dixing and Li Yi were the leaders of two different teams, and it was only natural for them to appear first at such an event. What is the matter? Why the rush? The guests who had just taken their seats saw the leaders blocking the entrance and turned their attention toward them. Before Lin Zhe could speak, Wu Yiqi took the initiative to explain. Oh, it's nothing serious. Young Master Lin left behind something very important at the store, and I'm just going to retrieve it for him. You all can go back to drinking. I'll be right back. Having navigated through so many years of experience, Wu Yiqi possessed the insight to handle this situation adeptly. Although everyone present was there to support Lin Zhe, there might be some who were envious, secretly wishing for him to encounter trouble. At such a moment, it was imperative to prevent them from witnessing any embarrassment. With a clever remark, Wu Yiqi managed to extricate Lin Zhe from the predicament. As he spoke, he gently nudged Lin Zhe back inside. Su Xian seized the opportunity to link her arm with Lin Zhe's and returned to the restaurant. By the time Lin Zhe turned back again, both Wu Yiqi and Tianlong had vanished from sight. As Su Xian walked in with Lin Zhe, everyone noticed. Su Xian's background was well known. It was common knowledge that her family was wealthy. Their intimate gesture clearly indicated they were together. Regardless of the time, there would always be gossipers. I told you, Lin Zhe's family is not simple. A man who can be with Su Xian must have a family background that rivals the Su family. Since getting to know Lin Zhe, everyone only knew him as the son of a coal magnate. Yet, he had never spoken of his family affairs. There was no mention of the Lin surname on the list of the wealthy, especially not from Yanbei. Could it be? If his family were on par with the Su family, how substantial would their business have to be? In such a small place like Yanbei, is it truly possible to amass such wealth from coal mining? Have you ever heard of invisible billionaires? Do not underestimate those coal barons, despite their infrequent appearances. Their modesty is deliberate. The coal business invariably harbors its shadows, with certain matters best left unspoken. The wealth displayed on television, often attributed to illustrious figures, frequently belongs to others, while debts soar into the trillions. Individuals like Lin Zhe possess not only debt-free households, but also assets securely held abroad. This is the essence of true economics. Do you comprehend? Indeed, this observation holds merit. Coal magnates rarely resort to loans or engage in financial leverage. However, their assertions often border on the esoteric. To put it plainly, preconceived notions prevail. They assume that Su Xian, being affluent, could never lower herself. Consider this. If Su Xian were to wear a counterfeit watch, she might be oblivious to its inauthenticity. Yet in the eyes of the public, it would undeniably be genuine. Her status precludes the possibility of sporting a fake, and thus, no one bothers to verify authenticity. In this realm of ambiguity, few engage in meticulous scrutiny. Yet, when some witness the closeness between Su Xian and Lin Zhe, discontent brews within. From the outset, Tianwen has stood by Lin Zhe, sabotaging Ma Lixiao's prospects, only to have the opportunity snatched away by Tianyun. Now, not only has she yet to devise a means to oust Tianyun, but Su Xian has also entered the fray, youthful, alluring, and affluent. In comparison to Su Xian, Tianwen is acutely aware that she lacks even the qualification for comparison. What are you daydreaming about? Observing Tianwen's distraction, Tianyun approached and gently tapped her shoulder. In that moment, Tianwen appeared as a sorrowful child, burdened by over 100 pounds of weight. Sister, look at those two. Is this not tantamount to an official announcement? Had it been Ma Lixia, I might have had a sliver of hope, but now, there is none at all. We are not even in the same league. Fortunately, Tianyun had perceived the reality from the beginning. Thus her inner turmoil was not as pronounced as Tianwen's. We are fundamentally different from them. Lin Zhe possesses a certain charm, but remember this, sister. Liking someone does not necessarily mean being together. Take Lin Zhe as an example. With his stature, he will inevitably attract admirers. If you were to be with him, you would be perpetually plagued by jealousy. Tianwen grasped the reasoning, yet felt a profound sense of frustration. Sister, I understand what you're saying, but I can't shake off this feeling of being betrayed. Upon hearing this, Tianyun thought to herself, you feel betrayed? I am the one who has been completely betrayed, and by my own sister, no less. As the saying goes, one must navigate life with clarity. How could you possibly feel betrayed? You must recognize that your entanglement with Lin Zhe was merely a fleeting whim. He and Su Xian are the true couple. If betrayal exists, it is you who has wronged Su Xian, not the other way around. Considering matters from a different perspective alters the outcome entirely. Tianyun, a firm believer in the Taoist principle of following one's desires, viewed things with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing Tianyun's words, Tianwen began to realize the truth in them. Chapter 65. Receiving gifts from Patek Philippe. Dare to compete with me for a man. Watch as I render her utterly forsaken. As Tianwen uttered this, she nearly ground her back teeth to dust. From now on, whenever Lin Zhe is caught, feel free to use him to the fullest. After all, he does not belong to us. Even if he gets damaged, there is no need to repair him ourselves. It is akin to driving someone else's car, relying on them to refuel it. So if the vehicle breaks down, so be it, as long as we enjoy the ride. Who cares if the car can withstand it? On another note, Wu Yiqi had already arrived at Sanlitun. Observing Tianlong's fierce demeanor, Wu Yiqi repeatedly urged him to restrain his impulses. Brother, please do not act rashly later. Such a fine day must not be marred by trouble for young Master Lin. If there are issues, let us address them after today. Although Tianlong was hot-headed, he was capable of listening. He understood the significance of the day, but feared the other party might take advantage of their patience. The outcome depended on whether the others had come prepared. If anyone dared to upset young Master Lin today, he would ensure they felt the consequences. Outside the shop, a few men with small mustaches blocked the entrance, incessantly bad-mouthing the establishment. They formed a human barricade, deterring potential customers who, seeing the commotion, preferred to visit other shops instead. This severely impacted Lin Zhe's business. What are you doing? Tianlong approached, glaring angrily at the mustachioed men and scolding them. Seeing someone step forward to defend the shop, the mustachioed men were not willing to back down and retorted sharply. Hey, whose zipper is undone? Letting you all hang out? What we do here is none of your business. Their accent revealed they were outsiders, which instantly infuriated Tianlong. He had expected formidable adversaries, but found only these few scoundrels. You talk a big game. If you have the guts, let us settle this elsewhere. Don't disrupt people's business. Saying this, he was about to seize one of them. As tensions escalated, Wu Yiqi quickly intervened, pulling the two groups apart. Brothers, don't lose your temper. Let us talk this through calmly. Since it's almost mealtime, why don't we find somewhere to eat first? If we have offended you in any way, let us know. If there are faults, we will correct them, and if not, we will strive to improve. There is no need for such hostility. In truth, the mustachioed men were somewhat anxious. They had been promised 300 yuan to cause trouble, but were not informed that the opposition would come in such numbers and appear so formidable. However, since their opponents were so aggressive, they could not simply back down. Wu Ichi's invitation to dine together offered the mustachioed men a gracious way out. A face-saving opportunity they were wise to accept. All right, you're quite reasonable. I'm willing to listen to you. But let me be clear, this is not out of fear, it's out of respect. You're getting lively now, huh? Tian Long rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them, but Wu Ichi held him back. Enough. I'll take these brothers to eat. You return to Tianyuan to assist. We'll coordinate by phone later. At that moment, Tian Long understood Wu Ichi's strategy, to pacify the adversaries first and then find a chance to deal with them decisively. Why bother looking for a place? Let us just go back and eat together, he agreed. Nearby, Jin Fanfan, upon seeing Wu Ichi, feared being recognized. Hastily, he pulled Yang Shui into a nearby milk tea shop. The person you're after seems to be turning against us. One tea they betray us when the time comes. Rest assured, one maintains a sense of professional integrity. After all, nothing of great consequence has transpired, has it? Today, Lin Zhe has endured quite the ordeal, resulting in the loss of numerous business opportunities. Surely, he has vented all his frustrations by now. To be frank, the 300 yuan is indeed a legitimate fee for services rendered. However, the reputation of the Qibin 13 Guardians has become rather trivialized. Jin Fanfan proudly raised her noble Aizenjoro head. To think one could take advantage of me without recompense. Dream on. Regardless of who it may be, everyone must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. The family banquet was bustling with life, a vibrant gathering where everyone celebrated together. Guests eagerly raised their glasses in front of Lin Zhe, offering their congratulations. Each person presented him with a red envelope, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin, may you prosper and your business flourish. This is but a small token of our esteem." Judging by the thickness of these envelopes, there must be at least 100 bills within. Moreover, each envelope appeared to be similar, suggesting that this group had conspired together. With this grand opening, Lin Zhe found himself benefiting once more. "Oh dear, what are you doing? You are far too generous. We are all brothers here. No need for such formalities. It is merely a gesture for good fortune. Please accept it. We cannot take these back with us," they insisted. With so many envelopes, Lin Zhe had no place to store them. Tianwen had to summon someone to bring a table where they could place all the envelopes, ensuring they were watched over. It must be noted that Su Xin was particularly generous, presenting Lin Zhe with a luxurious watch from her bag. "I noticed you seldom wear a watch, so I chose this one for you. Do you like it?" Observant eyes immediately recognized the watch's considerable value, undoubtedly worth no less than a high-end sports car. Goodness, a Patek Philippe? Su Xin truly knows how to make an impression. All eyes turned to Su Xin in awe. Though Lin Zhe had recently broadened his knowledge, he had never delved into the realm of such elite luxury items. Were he to purchase it himself, he would never dare to spend that amount. Frankly, seeing the watch stirred genuine discomfort within him. "I work in luxury goods, yet I have no desire to wear such things. Why go to such lengths?" At that moment, Tianwen too realized that she and Lin Zhe were indeed worlds apart. A mere watch worth millions was something she could never hope to attain. "Sister, before meeting Lin Zhe, I thought we were doing well financially, but ever since, I feel as though we have become impoverished. Indeed, without comparison, one does not realize the extent of their circumstances." Tian Yun, being well versed in such matters, acknowledged Tianwen's sentiments upon witnessing Su Xian's generosity. "Compared to them, we are indeed poor. With such spending, it is evident that when Lin Zhe assisted us in purchasing the niche property, he surely contributed his own funds. He simply values loyalty and has never mentioned it. Yes, the world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. Perhaps we should also be generous today and settle for Lin Zhe at cost price." This consideration was also mindful of Tian Yun's reputation. Otherwise, Tian Yun would have been inclined to offer Lin Zhe a complimentary meal. However, Tian Yun felt this approach was inappropriate. After all, he has helped us immensely, and we seldom have the opportunity to return the favor. I suggest we let today's meal slide. With over 50 tables, it is not a significant expense, merely around 200,000. Instead of discounting, it would be better to let it go and repay his kindness from before. Tianwen had no objections. However, she was quite displeased that friends and relatives solicited her assistance, only to have to repay those debts of gratitude in the end. She turned and instructed the front desk to waive all bills for the day. To her astonishment, the response from the front desk was unexpected. The account had already been settled. Young Master Lin had charged 500,000, stating it was a matter of balancing the accounts. What was going on? When did this happen? Tianwen had been monitoring the foyer the entire time and had not noticed that Lin Zhe had already taken care of the bill. In fact, Lin Zhe had anticipated that the Tian sisters would seek to negotiate a discount. Although he lacked wealth, he did not wish to be entangled in such trivial gains. It was better to settle things in advance, as it would avoid any unpleasantness later, especially with so many witnesses present. It would not reflect well to haggle over a small sum at the end. At that moment, Tianyun regarded Lin Zhe with renewed respect. No wonder he was successful in business. His execution was impeccable. It was fair and square. If he gathered all the cash, they could present Lin Zhe with a token of appreciation. The store's revenue for these few days amounted to several 100,000. Tianwen opened the safe and withdrew all the cash inside. She wondered if it would suffice, but there was only this much. Tianyun felt it was inappropriate. They should offer a rounded sum. After a quick count, they found there were over 600,000. Let us make it 60, we'll each take 30. Although it paled in comparison to Su Xian's offerings, it was still a respectable amount. With so much cash that couldn't possibly fit into a red envelope, Tianyun found 2 red wine boxes to contain the money. As they approached the foyer, they overheard Li Yi conversing with Lin Zhe. The dishes from Yanbei have their own unique flavor, young Master Lin. You certainly have an eye for selecting venues. This establishment may not appear large, yet it offers delightful cuisine. It's owned by friends. Do come again if you enjoy the food. After this, Lin Zhe spotted the Tian sisters and waved them over, introducing them to the group. Allow me to formally introduce these 2 ladies, the proprietors of this establishment, Sister Tian and Sister Tian. They have several branches in the capital, so I encourage everyone to visit often. Of course, where else would we dine? After all, this is our own family's establishment. We shall certainly return frequently. Tianyun eagerly interjected. We appreciate everyone's support in advance. Rest assured, we will ensure a delightful experience for all our patrons. What kind of experience could a restaurant offer? Typically, it merely involved complimentary appetizers and nuts, followed by a bit of fruit, and perhaps a discount at the end. Nevertheless, this group of second-generation elites placed little importance on such matters. As long as they were acquainted with the owners, that was sufficient. Subsequently, Tianyun handed the 2 bags of money to Lin Zhe. Since it's your grand opening, and my sister and I have been busy in the shop, we didn't have time to purchase a gift for you. Please accept this small token of our sincerity. With so many people present, if Lin Zhe were to refuse, would he not also have to reject the gestures of others? A quick glance revealed the amount was significant. Unexpectedly, after spending 500,000 on the meal, they had managed to reclaim 600,000. They had effectively profited by 100,000. It seemed such occasions should be organized more frequently. Lin Zhe finally understood why affluent families celebrated their dogs' birthdays. It seemed there were indeed rewards to be reaped. Then I must express my gratitude to both of you. Dear sisters, aside from Su Xian, the others contributed 10,000 each. The Tian sisters pooled together 600,000, leaving Li Yi and Wei Dishing at a loss. As representatives of their respective groups, 10,000 was simply insufficient for them. Offering luxury gifts was a dilemma. Anything too extravagant was beyond their means, while cheaper options lacked significance, especially since Lin Zhe specialized in such transactions. With the pressure from the Tian sisters, Wei Dishing found himself in a rather awkward position. He silently lamented. Had he known he should not have presented that Lamborghini so early, now he faced the predicament of being unable to match expectations. Caught between the desire to offer more and the inability to do so, Li Yi, on the other hand, was relatively unbothered. Being a wealthy second-generation heir with hundreds of thousands readily available, though not in cash. Thus, he opted to transfer 300,000 to Lin Zhe. My brother, I have sent you my regards. The current banking system is quite cumbersome. To withdraw cash requires an appointment, so a transfer it must be. With Li Yi making his move, all eyes turned to Wei Dishing, eager to see what he would present. However, Wei Dishing had a limited budget and lacked sufficient funds. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he felt like an ant on a hot pan. He contemplated reaching out to Li Yi for assistance, but feared being the subject of ridicule for eternity. Lin Zhe, perceptive as ever, recognized Wei Dishing's discomfort. It was the perfect moment to foster goodwill. He embraced Wei Dishing, declaring, "Brother, how could I ever repay the gifts from you and Su Xian? She gifted me a watch of considerable value, and you presented me with a Lamborghini. Such extravagant gifts are truly overwhelming. At this revelation, Li Yi was momentarily stunned. When did Wei Dexing gift Lin Zhe a car? He had heard nothing of it before. In truth, it was the very car Wei Dexing had compensated Lin Zhe for. Lin Zhe had always been seen with Su Exine, naturally driving her Enzo. Aside from Wei Dexing's entourage, no one else was privy to this information. At last, Wei Dexing's dignity was preserved. In that moment, Wei Dexing was nearly moved to tears, genuinely believing Lin Zhe was a person worth befriending. With so many witnesses present, he felt compelled to echo Lin Zhe's words. We are brothers. Such formalities are unnecessary. Who here is unaware of our close relationship? Although Li Yi and his group were puzzled, Wei Dexing's associates were acutely aware of the situation. It was clear that Lin Zhe had salvaged Wei Dexing's reputation. The crowd was left in admiration of Lin Zhe's actions, discussing among themselves. Master Lin's perspective is truly remarkable, reframing the compensation as a gift, thus preserving Wei Xiao's dignity. This exemplified the nuances of social etiquette. Otherwise, Wei Xiao would have found himself in a most embarrassing situation. He had only prepared 50,000 for the occasion, only to be outdone by Li Yi's generosity. Ultimately, one could not compare with the business acumen of the affluent. They had the courage to spend lavishly, unlike those of them who had to consider the repercussions of their actions. If only their leader were as bold as Master Lin. Reflecting on that day at Rolling Stone still stirred excitement within him, leaving him uncertain of when he might again encounter such a scene. It is preposterous. Such a scene surely requires substantial expenditure. Moreover, how could Li Yunlong be expected to engage in conflict in Ping'an County every day? One ought to be content. Were it not for young Master Lin, we might still be languishing in the old palace, let alone daring to venture into Sanlitun. The crowd nodded in agreement. And at that moment, Lin Zhe's status among his brothers had eclipsed even that of Wei Dexing. Just then, Wu Yiqi returned with Tianlong, accompanied by the so-called 13 guardians of Qibin. Before entering, the man with the mustache was puzzled. Noticing the modest size of the establishment contrasted by the luxury cars parked outside, he presumed the cuisine must be exquisite to warrant such an array of high-end vehicles. Upon entering, what astonished him further was the cash piled high on the table, nearly forming a small mountain. Having never encountered such a sum, he hastily inquired of Wu Yiqi, "What is all this money for?" Wu Yiqi displayed a peculiar smile as he casually closed the restaurant door. "Weren't you just causing a ruckus at that establishment? This is the opening banquet of that very place." Chapter 67. It is sufficient to speak of righteousness. Damn, is this not akin to stepping into a den of wolves? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man with the mustache immediately sought to exit, only to be blocked by Tianlong and his men at the threshold. "Haven't we yet dined? Where do you think you're going?" Upon closer inspection, the gazes of everyone in the restaurant converged upon him. Feeling the weight of their attention, he nervously swallowed hard. How about I treat you another day? I just remembered my mother is giving birth today, so I must take my leave." Tianlong showed no leniency, swiftly delivering 2 resounding slaps. "Damn it, you dare to act ungratefully?" The other 13 guardians of Qibin attempted to intervene, but were quickly subdued by Tianlong's crew. Seeing this unfold, Lin Zhe inquired about the situation. Upon learning that these individuals were the ones causing trouble, before he could voice his thoughts, several patrons stood up. "What is this? Aren't we in the capital? How dare anyone cause such a disturbance? Let us see what is going on." Some brandished beer bottles, others seized chairs, their demeanor suggesting they were prepared for a confrontation. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had encircled the 13 guardians of Qibin. Observing this, the man with the mustache regretted taking on this job. For a mere 300 yuan, he might pay a hefty price. With so many people, a single misstep could lead to disaster. The crowd began to push him forward. "So, you thought it wise to disrupt Lin Zhe's gathering, didn't you? Tired of living? Sun Zhai, today you are fortunate. Our brothers may not have much, but we do have plenty of money. Don't worry about your medical expenses. I've got you covered." The man with the mustache was already terrified, and hearing the comments around him only intensified his dread as he envisioned his grim fate. A wise man knows when to yield. In such circumstances, one must not stand firm. He opted to lie down on the floor. "Bro, how about we call the police?" This was the best solution he could conceive. After all, inciting trouble might lead to mere detention, whereas falling into the hands of these men could result in hospitalization. Weighing the consequences, he was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. Call the police? Such a paltry sum you offer, truly. If we do not teach you a lesson today, you might think us easy prey. With that, The crowd prepared to strike. The man with the little mustache closed his eyes, anxiously awaiting the storm's arrival. Fortunately, Lin Zhe intervened before chaos ensued. Surely, there must be more to this. No one seeks trouble without reason. It would be futile to deal with them without uncovering the puppet master behind this act. So who sent you here? Expecting a beating. The man with the mustache was relieved to find it was merely a false alarm. As someone who has navigated the underworld, he understood the importance of rules. Yet, none would admit to being directed by another. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. There was no one directing me. I merely went to purchase goods. But your staff treated me with disdain, causing this misunderstanding. I have recognized my error. Please, grant me mercy and let me depart. A misunderstanding, you say? My brothers excel in misunderstandings. Let us indulge in one today. With a crooked smile, Lin Zhe approached the table where the red envelopes lay and stuffed two into the mustache man's arms. The latter was utterly bewildered. What was the meaning of this? There was no need to resort to physical confrontation with someone of such lowly status, especially when one possesses connections. It is often said that those who dwell in darkness are ruthless, but when those who operate in the light turn to darkness, the underlings have no place. Lin Zhe, with a smile, addressed the man with the mustache, enunciating each word. Theft, caught in the act. This amount could lead to several years of imprisonment. With so many witnesses and evidence, if you don't hire a competent lawyer, I fear you may be doomed. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, not just the man with the mustache, but every individual present found the situation absurd. Who would have thought it could escalate in such a manner? It was more satisfying than simply beating them. Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd. My uncle is with the 4th squad. I'll call him right now and have these miscreants taken in to boost his performance. The mere utterance of those words sent the man with the mustache scrambling to discard the money he held. I didn't take anything. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Had he claimed innocence earlier, Lin Zhe might have had no recourse, but now it was too late. Lin Zhe picked up the money from the ground and waved it before the mustache man. Your fingerprints are all over this. Who do you think the police will believe? Me or you? It was blatantly a setup, yet the man with the mustache was still reluctant to concede. But your fingerprints are on it too. With such a lack of intelligence, he dared to engage in this world. Lin Zhe felt a sense of pity for him. Fool. This money was always mine. Principles are meant to be spoken of, mere words sufficing. Indeed, the man with the mustache had already spoken of principles. But when weighed against personal gain, they amount to naught. He promptly sold out Jean Fanfan. I concede, I admit it. Miss Jean paid each of us 300 yuan to stir up trouble in the store. 300? The crowd could hardly believe their ears. A mere 300 yuan could compel these individuals to take such risks. The world of the impoverished was beyond their comprehension, and for some, it was hardly enough for a casual meal. Li Yi, with his status, could understand even less. Are you still not telling the truth? 300 yuan? Who do you think you're fooling? Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Zhe gently patted Li Yi's arm, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Now that they had discerned the mastermind behind the troubles, there was no need to dwell on the amount spent to hire them. My brothers, he addressed the gathering. You all have seen that they came to instigate trouble with us. They do not regard us with any seriousness. What do you propose we do? Lin Zhe deliberately united everyone present under one banner. The affront to him was not merely a slight against Lin Zhe, but a collective humiliation for all. Curiosity piqued regarding Jean Fanfan's identity. Many wondered how she had remained previously unheard of. Brother Lin, what sort of woman is she? How dare she challenge us? Let us engage her in a game. She is said to be a descendant of the Aizenjoro clan, currently serving as a director at a fraudulent company in Baiziwan. Lin Zhe explained. Before he could finish, someone stepped forward, eager to take on the task. Damn, I thought she was something special. Claiming to be a descendant of the Qing dynasty. My ancestors overthrew that dynasty. Leave this to me. With a single phone call, I can raid her hideout. Observing the backgrounds of those present made Xiao Huzi uneasy. He felt fortunate not to have acted recklessly, as the thought of the consequences sent shivers down his spine. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable in this contentious place, Xiao Huzi wished to depart swiftly. I've said all that needs to be said. May we leave now? Lin Zhe was baffled by the existence of such naivety in a world where one would expect streetwise individuals. You may leave, but first, you must assist in cleaning the restaurant and washing the dishes. Chapter 68. Plastic Sisterhood. A public dispute. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's demand, Xiao Huzi felt overwhelmed. He had yet to eat lunch and was already ravenous, lacking the energy for labor. The chaos surrounding them was disheartening, and the thought of cleaning was daunting. Moreover, as someone who had ventured into the underworld, the repercussions of this incident could jeopardize his reputation. Brother, could you extend me some leniency? You are magnanimous. Please do not stoop to the level of someone like me. Let us go free. Lin Zhe, discerning their financial constraints, refrained from dragging them to his establishment for an extravagant expenditure. Reluctant to clean? Surely this is preferable to being taken to jail? Upon hearing this, Xiaohuzi ceased his protests and promptly rallied his companions to begin the task. Get moving. Are you waiting to be carted off to jail? Perhaps it was their hunger that compelled them. During the cleanup, they could not resist sampling the delectable food laid out before them. Watching his subordinates indulge, Xiaohuzi felt a deep sense of despair. For heaven's sake, could you not behave like this? Is there no sense of shame? Consuming leftovers? What are you thinking? One of his underlings presented a piece of radish cake to Xiaohuzi. Brother, this tastes delightful. The spread looks lavish, some dishes I've never even seen before. You should try it. Xiaohuzi, unfortunate in his circumstances, had fought in Huqing, where they received a mere 100 yuan each from their boss before being ordered to flee. Arriving in the capital, he had subsisted on scraps and hardly remembered the last time he had enjoyed a meal with 4 dishes. Had it not been for dire financial straits, I would not have accepted this meager 300 yuan order. At this point, I can no longer afford to be concerned about appearances. Upon receiving the radish cake, I indulged in it eagerly. The flavor is quite delightful. And this as well. I shall have more. But do not merely focus on eating. Let us multitask. There is fish on that table. Save some for me. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was not idle. He produced a red envelope and handed it to Tianyun. Sister, please distribute this among the staff. Everyone has worked hard. Though the sum is modest, it should bring some cheer. The wait staff, exhausted from their labor, suddenly found renewed vigor upon witnessing Lin Zhe's generosity. To Tianyun, regardless of Lin Zhe's actions, they seemed entirely reasonable. A tip of 10,000 would be quite fitting for someone of Lin Zhe's stature. Allow me to express our gratitude on their behalf, she announced to all the employees. Now, do not hesitate to thank Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The waitstaff responded in unison, as if trained. Their expressions of gratitude more synchronized than a military chant. It appears that with sufficient funds, nothing is beyond reach. In the restaurant industry, one earns a meager salary each month, and whether one works hard or slacks off, the outcome remains the same. Lin Zhe's intention was to ensure the staff understood that whenever he graced their establishment, their efforts would not go unrewarded. Moreover, in front of so many witnesses, Lin Zhe could portray himself as the benevolent benefactor. Next, it was time to settle accounts with Jean Fanfan. Lin Zhe dialed her number. Hello, Jean Gidge. I extend my greetings to you. Receiving an unexpected call from Lin Zhe left Jean Fanfan feeling uneasy, her heart racing. Yet she feigned composure. Oh, Mr. Lin, you are far too courteous. I could never presume to accept such honor. Presume to accept? You dare to send someone to disrupt my gathering. What else would you not dare to do? Lin Zhe cut straight to the point, without indulging in pleasantries. Realizing Lin Zhe was aware of her actions, Jean Fanfan assumed her scheme had been exposed. Nevertheless, she stubbornly maintained her bravado, believing Lin Zhe lacked substantial evidence. One may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak recklessly. How could I possibly disrupt your gathering? Besides, I am not capable of such actions. Lin Zhe was acutely aware that had she possessed the means, she would not have resorted to hiring someone for a mere 300 yuan. Furthermore, his call was not intended for a debate. I merely wish to inform you that I am prepared to engage in a little game with you, to see how many rounds you can withstand against me. Now that I am ready to strike, be sure to hold your ground. Do not let me finish you off in a single round. Lin Zhe's tone suggested he was not jesting, yet Jean Fanfan attempted to continue her defense. Everything must be substantiated by evidence. We cannot simply take words at face value, can we? She resorted to the typical tactics employed by women in such situations. When one dismisses the facts, what is left to discuss? Evidence. I am not a police officer. You should consider your own well-being. After hanging up, Jean Fanfan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had thought she had regained some composure, only to find it was a colossal farce. She directed all her frustrations toward Yang Shui. What sort of people are you associating with? How could you so swiftly betray me, all the while proclaiming your sense of righteousness? Now, Lin Zhe is seeking to create trouble for us. What should we do about this? Upon realizing that the matter had been exposed, Yang Shui immediately distanced herself from Jean Fanfan. Oh, do not involve me in this. I know nothing. How could I have known you wanted me to find someone? I thought you were moving. We are merely colleagues, and if it comes to it, I can always resign. However, regarding Lin Zhe, you must not implicate me. It is often said that the friendships among women are as fragile as plastic. Jean Fanfan was taken aback by Yang Shue's sudden change of heart. How can you say this does not concern you? We are in this together. Do you think you can extricate yourself? For Yang Shui, offending Jean Fanfan merely meant losing a job, but crossing Lin Zhe would cost her her youth. In the prime of her life, she had no desire to toil away at a sewing machine. Mr. Lin, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I believe it is best if we do not remain in contact, as if we have never met. Do not go. Jean Fanfan exclaimed as she reached to grasp Yang Shue's arm, only to be violently shaken off. I warn you not to touch me, or I shall have no qualms about being unkind. I have tolerated you for far too long. Previously, Yang Shui had been like clay in Jean Fanfan's hands, easily molded to her whims. Now, with newfound assertiveness, Yang Shui's fortitude was intolerable to Jean Fanfan. With Lin Zhe soon to confront her, Jean Fanfan resolved to retaliate fiercely. You wretched being. If you hadn't opened the car door, I would have long since entered high society. You allowed Lin Zhe to take advantage of me. And now I shall retaliate. With that, Jean Fanfan clawed at Yang Shui's face. A woman's visage is her most prized possession. Such an attack was tantamount to disfigurement. Yang Shui was not one to be trifled with, and swiftly retaliated. In the midst of the street, the two women clawed at each other, neither gaining the upper hand. Yang Shui even began to tear at Jean Fanfan's clothing. With a loud rip, Jean Fanfan's strap was torn asunder, revealing her undergarments. This spectacle immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Why are they tearing clothes? Shouldn't they be undressing each other instead? The two women were fierce in their struggle. Their appearances still somewhat appealing, prompting suggestions to capture the moment for social media. In this dog-eat-dog scenario, neither was willing to concede. As their manicures were ruined in the fray, they continued to grapple with one another. Just as Lin Zhe returned to the entrance of the store, he observed the two embroiled in their skirmish. He had planned to seek them out in Baiziwan, but fate had delivered them to him here, saving him the trouble. Hey! Upon hearing a greeting, both women turned to see Lin Zhe standing a short distance away, flanked by a group of companions, a smile adorning his face. Jean Fanfan quickly adjusted her strap, attempting to conceal her exposed undergarments. Young Master Lin, please allow me to explain. It was Yang Shui who instigated this, and the idea was hers. Yang Shui hurriedly interjected, You are speaking nonsense. You merely asked me to find someone without disclosing the nature of your request. Had I known you were up to such unscrupulous antics, I would never have assisted you. At this point, the two individuals still found time to bicker. Lin Zhe, weary of their trivialities, was particularly concerned since Su Exine was nearby. Should these two women reveal the events of that day, his carefully crafted persona would be in jeopardy. It was imperative to diminish their worth to nothing, denying them any opportunity to speak. It is often said that a woman's heart can be the most venomous. These two were indeed heartless, engaging in deceitful schemes and swindling the elderly, and now they were turning against each other, even attacking their own kind. Although I chose to overlook their disruption in my establishment, their exploitation of the elderly was utterly reprehensible. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly grasped the truth, directing accusatory gestures towards the two. With such beauty, it was astounding that they resorted to fraud, particularly targeting the vulnerable elderly. A collective outrage began to swell, leading to a cacophony of insults that escalated into physical altercations, albeit merely shoving. If the two were merely facing condemnation at that moment, they were soon to encounter the wrath of the masses. Behind Lin Zhe stood a group of second-generation elites, adept at inciting chaos. In this lawful society, while verbal condemnation was permissible, physical violence was best avoided. The law does not penalize the multitude. Striking them would be futile, and once the altercation concluded, they could potentially find themselves rewarded for their valor in confronting these criminals. Yet, in such an atmosphere, it was inevitable that some individuals would become overly zealous. Among the crowd were also relatives of victims, not necessarily defrauded by Jean Fanfan and her accomplice, but still holding them accountable in this moment. Beat them. These scammers are despicable. They wiped out my mother's retirement savings. The first punch was thrown, and soon others followed in swift succession, each hit more ferocious than the last. The fists fell like rain, accompanied by lamentations. You vile con artists, even my elderly father was not spared. Not only did you strip him of his funds, but you also coerced him into taking out loans. What depravity will you not stoop to? Jean Fanfan and her accomplice were quickly engulfed by the crowd. Fortunately, the onlookers were hesitant to inflict serious harm. Their blows were merely a flurry of kicks and punches, or else the two would have surely faced dire consequences. Yang Shui lay on the ground, her hands tightly shielding her head, enduring the blows. Since the day she met Lin Zhe, misfortune had plagued her. During her employment under him, she had failed to achieve any success, and after leaving, she was dragged back to a rental house for yet another confrontation. She had hoped to sever ties permanently, yet fate had conspired to reunite them on the 4th floor of the affluent city, resulting in both a financial loss and a near brush with death. At that moment, Yang Shui fervently wished for a passerby to call the authorities. She would rather face imprisonment than endure such a beating. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. One's strength can never rival that of the collective. Ultimately, she attributed all her misfortunes to Jin Fanfan. Thankfully, the police arrived promptly, dispersing the crowd and sparing Yang Shui and her companion from further suffering. They were finally afforded a moment to catch their breath. Although Yang Shui was nearly speechless from the beating, she still mustered the strength to complain. Jin Fanfan. Jin Fanfan. Why did you provoke Lin Zhe? The primary reason was to minimize losses. Had Jin Fanfan suffered such a setback before, she would never have dared to antagonize Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe had not even resorted to physical violence. Just a few simple words inflicted such suffering upon the two, just when they thought salvation was at hand. About to be taken away by the police, Lin Zhe delivered a final, stinging remark. Comrades, they were perpetrating fraud at Desheng Tower. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, lest the public's indignation remain unaddressed. Lin Zhe's conduct left the police somewhat perplexed. Do you know each other? They inquired. Certainly, Lin Zhe replied. Today marks the opening of my store, and these two even brought trouble here. However, I am a kind and gentle person, so I shall not pursue legal action against them for this incident. But as for the fraud, such offenses must be punished without leniency. The officers, being experienced themselves, immediately grasped the situation. Evidently, Lin Zhe was wielding others' hands to do his bidding, benefiting from their misfortune while feigning innocence. Fortunately, the information Lin Zhe provided was valuable, leaving the police with little choice but to escort Jin Fanfan and her companion away from the scene. If the allegations Lin Zhe made were substantiated, the two faced a minimum sentence of 5 years, and if the amount involved was substantial, they might not see freedom again until well past their prime. Throughout, Su Xian remained by Lin Zhe's side, perceiving his actions as cunning and calculating. Initially, upon hearing of the disturbance, Su Xian had worried Lin Zhe might act impulsively. But it soon became clear that such concerns were unfounded. Had she known he was so shrewd, she would have spared herself much anxiety. Lin Zhe found the notion difficult to respond to. It was evident that Su Xian harbored feelings for him, but regrettably, Lin Zhe was not the heir to a coal fortune. Otherwise, he would have certainly claimed her. Rationality must prevail over desire when dealing with Su Xian. A fleeting liaison might be simple, but once consummated, it would invite a multitude of complications. Having spent considerable time together, Lin Zhe inevitably risked exposing his true nature. His current association with this group of wealthy second-generation elites was solely due to Su Xian's influence. Should his identity be uncovered, these individuals would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine him. After all, if Lin Zhe's background became known within this circle, both Wei Desheng and Li Yi would find their own reputations irreparably damaged. Most critically, Lin Zhe was burdened with loans amounting to tens of millions, so he needed to devise a way to generate income swiftly. In his current social milieu, Lin Zhe believed earning money remained relatively effortless. One day, when he truly became a coal magnate, he would no longer need to weave lies to sustain his facade. What are you thinking about? Noticing Lin Zhe's distraction, Su Xian gently shook his arm. Only then did Lin Zhe regain his composure. Nothing much, just lost in thought, he replied. Su Xian refrained from probing further, understanding that some matters were best left unspoken. Pressing for answers might only invite deception. It was better to silently stand by his side. Conversely, those who relentlessly sought the truth often only brought themselves misery. Lin Zhe sensed that Su Xian wished to speak, but given the many onlookers, she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud. As a tender-hearted gentleman, Lin Zhe felt compelled to grant Su Xian an opportunity to speak, while also expressing his own thoughts. Shall we dine privately this evening? There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Su Xian, taken aback, gazed at Lin Zhe in astonishment. Today? Don't you need to entertain your guests? For Su Xian, it was evident that Lin Zhe's establishment was opening today, with numerous friends coming to offer their congratulations. Logically, One would assume that Lin Zhe would still be occupied with arrangements for the evening. This sentiment was shared by all. Everyone believed there would be grand festivities. At the very least, a visit to a bar to celebrate. Otherwise, it would not align with Lin Zhe's persona. That night, Lin Gongzi had treated the entire gathering. And reflecting on it now, it seemed quite picturesque. However, the expenses had been covered by Su Xian then, whereas today, it would be drawn from Lin Zhe's own pocket. Lin Zhe was not exactly a scion of wealth. He could not afford such extravagance. The meager amount he had collected at noon needed to be reserved for his own use. What kind of family was he running, spending extravagantly at nightclubs daily? The underlying reason for Lin Zhe's invitation to Su Xian this evening was, to put it plainly, to evade the burden of the bill. Yet, he required a plausible excuse. My apologies, everyone. I have been exceedingly busy these past few days, and I scarcely had time to dine with Su Xian. You all know I've been preoccupied with matters at the shop. At last, I have completed my tasks and wish to have a private conversation with Su Xian. I hope you will understand. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the crowd found no fault with his reasoning. In fact, they perceived him as a romantic soul. Oh, it's no big deal. Your important matters take precedence. We shall engage in our own activities. We eagerly await the delightful news of your sweet engagement with Su Xian. Wade Sheng remarked, patting Lin Zhe on the shoulder, giving him a knowing glance. Everyone assumed Lin Zhe and Su Xian were a couple, at least. That was how it appeared to them. After all, why would Lin Zhe choose to dine with Su Xian on such a significant occasion, if not for that reason? Su Xian shared this belief, feeling a touch of warmth in her heart, thinking Lin Zhe had intentionally sidelined his friends to spend time with her. After bidding farewell to the group, Su Xian softly murmured, I truly feel sorry for making you leave your friends for me. I feel a bit guilty. Lin Zhe thought to himself, please do not feel guilty, or it will cost me dearly. Although he harbored such thoughts, he could not voice them. It's nothing. They will understand. I cannot be with them all the time, can I? Otherwise, they will end up reveling at a hotel, and I would be left alone. Speaking of which, Su Xian recalled that night when she pretended to be inebriated. It seemed to resonate with the truth. Likewise, Su Xian did not wish to divulge the details of her feigned intoxication to Lin Zhe, instead intentionally inquiring, that night, were you the one who helped me out of my clothes? At that moment, Lin Zhe found himself perplexed by the workings of a woman's mind. Why suddenly bring up past events? It was evident that this question was merely a pretext. Lin Zhe could not discern Su Xian's true intentions. So he chose to play along. Is there perhaps a third party involved? Both were adept at feigning ignorance while being fully aware. Su Xian then posed her true inquiry. On that day, did you not entertain any other thoughts? Or did you take advantage of my inebriation to act? Such inquiries were merely trivial for Lin Zhe. He abruptly applied the brakes, halting the car by the roadside. Due to inertia, Su Xian nearly bumped her head. Lin Zhe, donning a serious facade, responded, you may question my intentions, but you cannot doubt my character. Yes, I concede you are beautiful, but I assure you, I am not the type to exploit someone in distress. Furthermore, I am not so desperate. Your words are an affront to me. Seeing Lin Zhe's earnest demeanor, Su Xian mistakenly thought he was angry. That's not what I meant. I merely wish to understand your true thoughts. A mature man often exudes melancholy. And Lin Zhe now epitomized this sentiment. He opened the car window, lit a cigarette, and after a deep inhale, he slowly articulated, I am no saint. It is disingenuous to claim I felt nothing when a beautiful woman lay before me. That evening, your inebriation consumed my thoughts, and my only concern was ensuring your safety. I entered your room several times, fearing you might choke on your own vomit. Su Xian was already aware of this. She had intended to inquire about it the following day, but Lin Zhe had prepared a meal and departed, leaving her to ponder in confusion. Ultimately, she confessed the truth. I am aware of all this, and each time you entered my room, you brought me a cup of warm water and tucked me in. In truth, I was not drunk. I merely wished to ascertain whether you and your companions were cut from the same cloth. Upon hearing Su Xian's revelation, Lin Zhe silently thanked his stars for having controlled himself that day. Otherwise, the outcome could have been disastrous. Su Xian spoke honestly. Yet Lin Zhe could not reciprocate and had to feign surprise. What? You were pretending? My goodness, you truly are something else. You staggered and vomited as if it were genuine. It's a pity you're not pursuing an acting career. I foolishly cared for you all night. And this is how you repay me? Su Xian turned to him, gazing earnestly. Are you upset? Lin Zhe let out a long sigh, his expression one of resigned discomfort. Not upset, merely feeling a bit unsettled. Seizing the moment while Lin Zhe was distracted, Su Xian planted a kiss on his cheek. She herself had not anticipated being so forward. Does that feel better? She continued to explain, I sense you are different from them. Yet I feared it might be an act, which is why I sought to test you. However, you have not disappointed me. At that moment, Lin Zhe's mind raced, contemplating how a wealthy individual might respond in such a scenario. Countless scenes and dialogues flickered through his mind like frames of a film. Finally, he coolly uttered 2 words, childish. Those 2 words were spoken with a smile, conveying to Su Xian that he was dissatisfied with her antics, but chose not to hold it against her. Su Xian grasped his meaning and, joyfully, inquired, does this mean we are officially together from this moment onward? Lin Zhe had long desired to be together. Who wouldn't want a wealthy and beautiful woman? Unfortunately, Lin Zhe's identity did not align with his current situation. Once the lies were unveiled, it would ultimately remain a fleeting dream. Was it truly so crucial to be together? Besides, my career is just beginning. I must focus my thoughts on work, setting aside personal affections for the time being. Moreover, I tend to be someone who warms up slowly. Slow to warm up? Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. She had only heard of women being slow to warm up, but had never encountered a man who was. Aren't men typically driven by their lower instincts? Lin Zhe may not have mastered much, but he had indeed learned some practical tactics from fickle women. He was explicitly conveying his interest while asserting that they could not yet be together. Love, much like flying a kite, requires one to occasionally loosen the string. Noticing the flicker of disappointment in Su Xian's eyes, Lin Zhe quickly altered his tone. Was being together truly that significant? As long as we hold each other in our hearts, isn't that sufficient? Perhaps you could wait for me a few years until my career flourishes, and then we can be together openly. It is often said that once a woman falls for someone, her intelligence diminishes. And even a lady like Su Xian was no exception. She even believed her judgment was sound, being attracted to a man with such ambition. Well, what more could she say? The 2 of them found a clay pot restaurant that evening, enjoying a day filled with laughter and conversation. As they savored the lamb in the pot, Su Xian reminisced about the day Lin Zhe had cooked for her at home. By the way, when can you make me a bowl of fried sauce noodles again? They were simply delicious. Perhaps tomorrow morning? It wasn't merely a desire for fried sauce noodles. Inviting Lin Zhe for breakfast was essentially a ploy to spend the night together. How could Lin Zhe not decipher her little intentions? All right, I'll come to your place to make them tomorrow morning, though it seems I might not be able to enter your house. That's fine. You can stay at my place for now. I'll register your fingerprint and facial recognition, making it convenient for you in the future. Outside the clay pot restaurant, a jeep contained 4 individuals. The man in the driver's seat, appearing frail, pointed at Lin Zhe's car and remarked, that car is impressive. Anyone who drives it must be wealthy. He will be the one. Let's see who gets into that car. He's in for a bad time. The others followed his gaze, acknowledging Lin Zhe's vehicle as indeed commendable, and quickly echoed his sentiments. Shall we stick to the usual plan? Once the money is in hand, we bury him. The slender man, named Heir, was likely in his 40s. Typically, those with such names have numerous siblings, and with uneducated parents, they simply named them sequentially. Though he appeared delicate, the fierce glint in his eyes betrayed a hidden ferocity, indicating he was not to be trifled with. As the cigarette butts littered the ground, the owner of the car still did not emerge. Heir gritted his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, damn it, this bastard has kept us waiting for so long. Once we catch him, make sure to beat him to a pulp. Suddenly, someone in the back seat pointed at Lin Zhe and declared, he's coming out. Following the direction of his finger, Heir indeed discovered that Lin Zhe was making his way towards the Lamborghini, accompanied by Su Xian. As Lin Zhe had just finished his meal and intended to escort Su Xian home, 4 individuals suddenly emerged before him, claiming to be police officers. Greetings. We are from the 4th Division. Your vehicle is implicated in a criminal case. Please accompany us for an inquiry. They displayed their badges as they spoke. Initially, Lin Zhe suspected that this was a consequence of some unresolved issues instigated by Wei Dishing, which had inadvertently landed him in trouble. However, upon noticing one of the individuals brandishing a revolver at his waist, Lin Zhe sensed that the situation was amiss. It was unusual for officers to carry such firearms. It was evident that they were targeting him specifically. He could only hope that their intentions were monetary and that no one would be harmed. To avoid provoking the assailants, Lin Zhe feigned compliance. Very well, cooperating with law enforcement is a duty of every citizen. I will accompany you, but my friend need not join us, correct? Lin Zhe was evidently trying to safeguard Su Xian. Better for one to escape than for both to face peril. Should the assailants demand a ransom, Lin Zhe could still contact Su Xian for assistance in gathering funds. Even Heir had not anticipated how smoothly the situation would unfold. Their objective was clearly financial. One hostage sufficed, and there was no need to abduct two individuals. Thus, they had no objections to Lin Zhe's request. No problem, then let us proceed to the vehicle. Unaware of the circumstances, Su Xian attempted to reason with them as they prepared to take Lin Zhe away. You all, before she could finish her sentence. Lin Zhe shot her a warning glance. What concern is it of yours? Begone. Stop clinging to me day after day. We were merely having some fun, and yet you seem to have entangled yourself with me. Do not presume I am unaware of your trivial matters with Wei Xiao. Just go find him. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Xian realized that something was amiss. Their relationship was trivial, and Lin Zhe's sudden change in demeanor was surely a signal of some sort. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Su Xian instinctively took a few steps back, while Heir and the others also felt Lin Zhe's words were excessive. Fearing that he was signaling something further, they contemplated whether to take Su Xian as well. Suddenly, Lin Zhe addressed Heir directly. Officer, do not regard me with such a gaze. Is it a crime to engage with women? To be frank, we are not without connections. If you take me in, it will not take an hour for you to release me. It was upon hearing this that Heir confirmed Lin Zhe's previous statements were not veiled hints. Such words could only come from a privileged youth, one who was accustomed to bullying others with inherited influence. Heir held a particular fondness for individuals like Lin Zhe, as there would be no pangs of guilt when it came time to execute their plans. Perhaps Heir was fully immersed in his role, as he pointed a finger at Lin Zhe and reprimanded him. We shall not wrong an innocent person, nor shall we unjustly accuse a guilty one. If you have committed a crime, regardless of your connections or stature, we shall ensure that justice is served. With that, two individuals restrained Lin Zhe and escorted him into a vehicle. At that moment, Lin Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief. He had managed to protect Su Xian. He could only hope that she understood his intentions. His earlier mention of Wei Xiao was a clear signal for Su Xian to seek out Wei Dixing. Although Su Xian was initially confused, she quickly gathered her wits after Lin Zhe was taken away and hurriedly dialed Wei Dixing. Hello, Lin Zhe is in trouble. A few individuals claiming to be from the 4th Division just took him, stating that the car you provided is linked to a case. Are they truly from the 4th Division? Wei Dixing responded, as he had connections within that unit. If they were indeed from the 4th Division, it would simplify matters, allowing for a clearer understanding of the situation. Upon receiving Su Xian's confirmation, Wei Dixing immediately set out to verify the information. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was not faring any better in the vehicle. One of the captors had a firm grip on his head, preventing him from discerning their destination. Lin Zhe was acutely aware of his abduction. In such circumstances, the less he spoke, the safer he would be. He dared not inquire further about their intentions. The vehicle sped along the road, and Heir, feeling bored, attempted to engage Lin Zhe in conversation to extract information. When it came time for ransom, they certainly could not afford to undervalue him. Brother, where do you usually make your fortune? Was that girl your girlfriend? She's quite attractive, but I must say, your circle seems rather chaotic. Understanding the underlying motive, Lin Zhe realized that to safeguard his life, he must inflate his worth. The larger the claims he made, the more valuable he would become, thus enhancing his safety. We can't really say we struck it rich. My family has 2 coal mines in Yanbei, and I manage a small business in the capital. The bandits, having never encountered such a significant figure, were taken aback by Lin Zhe's status. One of the robbers nearly exclaimed in astonishment, Heir, we hit the jackpot. This gentleman is a veritable cash cow. Just as Heir was about to extract more information, one of his men disrupted the conversation, prompting Heir to slap the robber on the head in frustration. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. If Lin Zhe had harbored any flicker of hope at the outset, he was now fully aware of the gravity of his situation. He was undeniably being kidnapped. At that moment, Heir dropped the pretense, grinning as he addressed Lin Zhe. Apologies, brother, but we are not the police. How about you take a guess at what we truly are? If you get it right, I'll treat you to an apple. With his head still held down, Lin Zhe was compelled to converse with Heir. Nevertheless, he exhibited an unusual excitement. Not the police. So, you are robbers? That means I'm being kidnapped? If that is the case, how wonderful. Lin Zhe's response left the bandits in bewilderment, especially Heir, who had never witnessed someone so exhilarated by their abduction. He hastily turned to his subordinates and inquired, You didn't strike his head, did you? The group shook their heads in response. This fellow has been quite cooperative from the start. We didn't lay a finger on him, even if we wanted to. He never afforded us the opportunity. Confirming that Lin Zhe was not dazed from a beating, Heir found this situation rather intriguing. It's odd, in the past, when others heard we were robbers, they would be terrified to the point of wetting themselves. Why aren't you afraid? In truth, Lin Zhe was petrified. Yet he understood that the more fear he displayed, the more the captors would employ their methods against him, compelling him to comply, rather than succumb to their tactics. Lin Zhe decided to take the initiative. I couldn't be happier. You have no idea. I've dreamt my entire life of being kidnapped, and today my wish has finally come true. Lin Zhe's strategy was to remain inscrutable to his captors. One of the robbers even felt Lin Zhe's forehead to ensure he wasn't feverish before asking Heir. This guy isn't sick, so why is he talking nonsense? As the saying goes, if one walks too long on dark paths, they will inevitably encounter ghosts. Heir believed they had indeed encountered one today. He had thought that being a kidnapper would be tedious, yet he found it surprisingly entertaining. Curiosity piqued. He asked Lin Zhe, "Brother, are you out of your mind? Why do you so eagerly anticipate your own kidnapping? It's exhilarating. Do you have guns? Is it like in the movies, where once the ransom is paid, the victim is disposed of?" At that moment, Heir began to understand. Lin Zhe was clearly someone who had indulged too much, seeking out thrills due to boredom, a classic case of a wealthy fool, relying on ancestral fortune. However, Heir felt he could not answer Lin Zhe's questions honestly. Instead, he chose to offer him some reassurance. As long as your family is willing to pay the ransom, we guarantee you won't be harmed. But if they contact the police, you will be doomed. Brother, could you spare a cigarette? I have a favor to ask. Please keep me here a few more days. I want to see who truly cares about me. Rest assured, I understand the rules of the underworld and will cooperate fully. Heir was taken aback. He had never encountered a hostage who voluntarily requested to be kept longer. It left him at a loss for how to respond. They say robbers rarely follow the script, but he'd never seen a hostage deviate from the norm. Heir helplessly scratched his head, unsure of what to say. In the past, upon revealing his identity, hostages would struggle, leading to a thorough beating until they were sufficiently frightened to call their families for ransom. Now, with Lin Zhe's unexpected antics, the strategies he commonly employed suddenly felt ineffective. Brother, could you at least pretend to be a bit scared? Show some respect for our profession. We are kidnappers after all. Your behavior is making me feel unprofessional. How can you make such demands? Upon hearing Heir words, Lin Zhe realized he had completely bewildered the robber. He decided to continue his charade until he thoroughly unsettled them, thereby creating an opportunity for his own survival. My dear brother, I have already shown great respect for your profession. In this line of work, my cooperation should be regarded as a form of respect, would it not? If you doubt this, I suggest you consult your comrades regarding my regard for you. Heir then turned to his companions, who appeared to concur with Lin Zhe's assertion. Brother Heir, I find his words quite reasonable. Despite having kidnapped many, none have cooperated with us as he has. I believe this reflects respect. At this juncture, Heir was no longer inclined to dwell on trivial matters. His primary concern was the ransom and the profit it would yield. First, on behalf of my brothers, I extend my gratitude for your cooperation. Now, may I inquire how much your family is willing to pay for your release? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhe began to speak extravagantly. When young Master Li was kidnapped in Hong Kong, the ransom was set at 1.6 billion. I certainly cannot accept any sum lower than that. Let us double it to 3.2 billion. Of course, if you deem this amount insufficient, feel free to increase it. However, I must insist that it cannot be lower than what I have stated. Otherwise, even if my family pays the ransom, I shall not be leaving. 3.2 billion? What a staggering figure. The kidnappers were momentarily taken aback. There were only two possible scenarios. Either Lin Zhe was genuinely wealthy, or he was utterly deranged. Such a vast sum was unheard of among kidnappers. They had never encountered anything approaching that amount. 3.2 billion? I have never even burned such an amount for my grandfather. Even Heir found 3.2 billion a tad excessive. After all, even a stack of white paper could be exchanged for a considerable sum. This figure was not merely a whim of Lin Zhe's. If he had mentioned a few hundred million, Su Xian would have quickly gathered that amount. Once the money was paid, Lin Zhe's demise would be imminent. Only a substantial sum could temporarily safeguard his life. Naturally, the kidnappers were not fools. They could not take Lin Zhe's words at face value and needed to verify his identity promptly. You had better be truthful, or your fate will be dire. The last person to deceive us has yet to see his 7th day after passing. The vehicle arrived at a secluded courtyard, and Lin Zhe was forcibly escorted out. He was subsequently confined in a small dark room. Initially, he could see nothing due to his unfamiliarity with the surroundings. Once he acclimated, he sought a place to sit. After some exploration, he discovered that the room was quite small, likely a storage shed of some sort. Before long, he stumbled upon a pull cord and yanked it with force, illuminating the small space. However, what greeted his eyes was the lifeless body of someone who had recently died. The eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets, unmistakably the result of strangulation, with the entire face rendered ashen. Upon witnessing this sight, Lin Zhe nearly cried out. It became Lin Zhe was causing a ruckus, much to the annoyance of the kidnappers. One of them, exasperated, picked up a stick, intending to teach Lin Zhe a lesson. Did he think this was a five-star hotel? A person like him could be easily subdued. Let me show him who's in charge. However, Heir quickly restrained his subordinate, urging him not to act impulsively. Hadn't they noticed that this gentleman was different from the previous captives? If what he claimed were true, they would never have to worry again after this heist. They could enjoy a life of luxury abroad. Why bother with a confrontation? Everyone understood the rationale, yet money in hand was what truly mattered. Moreover, Lin Zhe's incessant shouting was irksome to everyone. Should they simply allow him to continue his raucous behavior? At that moment, Heir had formed a plan. If he merely desired a change of scenery, then they would oblige him. As long as he was willing to pay, they would treat him like royalty. After all, he was destined to meet his end eventually, so why not let him enjoy a few more days of happiness? Very well, let him revel a bit longer. Soon, Baiziwan received news that the fourth team had not captured anyone. The only conclusion was that Lin Zhe had indeed been kidnapped. All they could do now was wait. And it seemed Lin Zhe had discerned that those individuals were not police officers. Upon learning all of this, Chaoyang was at a loss for words. Clearly, Lin Zhe could have protected himself. If he had disclosed Chaoyang's identity, she would have been the one taken away. Lin Zhe's actions amounted to safeguarding Chaoyang. He had been captured for her sake, and regardless of the ransom demanded, she was determined to secure Lin Zhe's release. In fact, Baiziwan had not only gathered such information, but had also deciphered the kidnappers' modus operandi and identities. It was not merely a matter of wealth ensuring one's safety. Chaoyang, don't be too optimistic. From what I understand, this group has a history of kidnappings, and they have never released anyone after receiving a ransom. The police have already designated them as the #1 wanted criminals and are actively pursuing them. Upon hearing that Lin Zhe's situation was dire, Chaoyang's mind was instantly overwhelmed. In her heart, Lin Zhe was a heroic figure, destined to soar on colorful clouds to marry her. She could not allow him to perish. The more critical the moment, the more she felt the need to remain composed. To ensure Lin Zhe's survival, she needed to attract public attention. The higher the awareness, the greater the hope for Lin Zhe's life. That very day, Chaoyang reached out to several friends at television stations, recounting the details of the kidnapping. The incident quickly garnered significant public interest. The heiress of the Su family had been kidnapped, and the mysterious Cole's second generation from Yanbei willingly became a hostage to rescue her. Once the news broke, it inadvertently solidified Lin Zhe's reputation as a Cole's second generation. With someone of Chaoyang's stature highlighting the situation, no one doubted Lin Zhe's identity. The entire capital was made aware of the event. My goodness, even a Cole's second generation has been kidnapped. The last time, those people had kidnapped the brother of a crime lord and still demanded a ransom without releasing him. It seemed this time, the Cole's second generation was also in grave danger. In the past, I often envied the wealthy. However, I now realize that being without money may be preferable, as it spares one from the incessant attention of others. If I could experience a few days in the life of the affluent, I might even welcome the prospect of abduction. The trouble is, the kidnappers do not find me appealing. The individual who was kidnapped appears to be the one who footed the bill for the entire venue at the Workers' Stadium. I was present at that event, where each table had a bottle of Louis XIII. As soon as I uttered these words, someone retorted sharply, "Can't you refrain from boasting for once?" They had a complete set of exquisite treasures at each table, while you were merely enjoying Louis XIII. Unable to comprehend the situation, and yet you dare to claim you were there? The kidnappers, too, had seen the news coverage. Previously, Heir had cast doubts on Lin Zhe's wealth, but upon witnessing the grandeur of the Xie family heir, he was utterly taken aback. To this day, they have yet to ascertain Lin Zhe's true identity. However, they have become well aware of Chaoyang's status. How careless of us. We should have captured that woman that day. After all, She is the daughter of the Su family. Fortunately, the kidnappers are prone to flights of fancy, believing that capturing Lin Zhe would still be a worthwhile endeavor. Bao, don't regret this, they said. Didn't the news report that this gentleman is the boyfriend of the heiress? If he can court her, he must possess considerable means. Why not bring him here for a chat? Bao was unafraid of notoriety. As long as he could secure the ransom, nothing else mattered. He understood the implications of Su Xin's actions. It was merely a strategy to exert pressure on the police in the capital to expedite the investigation. Did they truly believe this would guarantee the young man's survival? No one escapes alive from my grasp. Bring him forth. Thus, Lin Zhe was presented before the kidnappers. Bao, with an insincere smile, offered him a cigarette and inquired, "Brother, what does your family do? We just brought you back, and now there's such a significant news story unfolding. Kindly provide me with your family's contact information, so I can inform them to prepare the ransom. As I assume you wouldn't want us to resort to violence, would you?" Upon hearing Bao's words, Lin Zhe believed that the police had already begun their operations. The only way to ensure his survival was to delay matters. However, if he refused to cooperate, he feared that the kidnappers might resort to brutal measures, subjecting him to physical suffering. Yet, observing the demeanor of these kidnappers, it was evident that their brutality far exceeded their intellect. "Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to divulge my family's circumstances. Rather, I fear the revelation may frighten you. I'm feeling somewhat peckish. Would you mind procuring me some crispy, non-greasy roast duck? I would like the country-style banquet, and please remind the server to include the buckwheat noodles and vinegar. And it must be prepared by the second boss's wife herself." Bao thought to himself, "You certainly have discerning tastes, even in such dire circumstances. Brother, you may have the roast duck, but you must cooperate with us. The entire city is aware of your abduction, and thus far, we haven't received a single cent. We can't be expected to cover your meal expenses, can we?" Lin Zhe, unfazed, simply removed the Patek Philippe from his wrist. "Behold your pitiful, destitute appearances, tying me up yet fearing a lack of funds? Take this watch to the second-hand market in Samleton. It will fetch at least several million. What could possibly be lacking? Several million? It's merely a watch. Last time, when we kidnapped the younger brother of the Black Boss, we demanded only 2 million. Now, a single watch is worth millions?" The kidnappers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe the truth of this claim. "Bao, is this watch truly worth millions?" Although Bao was their leader, he had never dealt with such matters and examined the watch with a puzzled expression. "Damn it, my wife ran away over a mere 20,000 yuan, yet you claim this watch is worth millions? Heaven is truly unjust. But how am I supposed to trust you?" Fortunately, Lin Zhe carried only this one valuable item, so there was no concern about verification. Any luxury store could appraise its worth. But the one I mentioned offers higher returns without any formalities. If you doubt me, why not inquire yourself? Judging by Lin Zhe's demeanor, he did not appear deceitful. So Bao resolved to personally verify the claim in the city. "Fine, I'll trust you this once. If this watch truly is worth 2 million, I shall buy you roast duck, and you may request whatever you wish during this time." Lin Zhe prepared for 2 contingencies. One store was his own. The other belonged to the Tian family. He requested crispy, non-greasy roast duck without accompanying oat noodles, insisted on vinegar, and asked Tian when to personally oversee the cooking, hoping she would understand the subtlety. As for the watch, he hoped the store personnel would recognize its value. For now, Lin Zhe's strategy was to stall and negotiate with the kidnappers, buying time for the police. After Bao left, 2 kidnappers remained, watching Lin Zhe. Seeing them drinking and boasting, Lin Zhe casually engaged them in conversation. "Brothers, could you pour me a glass of too? I'll repay you with fine wine someday." The 2 men glanced at Lin Zhe with disdain and replied scornfully, "You want a drink? This little bottle isn't enough even for us brothers. You'll just have to watch." Their essay saying, "Quench thirst by gazing at plums." They appeared uneducated, perhaps less literate than Lin Zhe, yet ironically employed an idiom. With time on his hands, Lin Zhe decided to keep talking, hoping to glean useful information. "It's only a bottle of cheap too. Look at how stingy you are. Recently, some fellow spent over 5 million yuan in a single night at a bar in Gongti. Even if you're thirsting, you can't be satisfied with too." The kidnappers, intrigued by the lavish world of the wealthy, found their too suddenly less appealing upon hearing about millions spent in one night. 5 million? What kind of liquor is that? How is it different from too? Sensing their interest, Lin Zhe deliberately teased them. "Ah, the type of liquor isn't important. What matters is the feeling of spending money. Let me ask you, do you have a favorite drink and a favorite woman? It was truly a misfortune born of ignorance. The two men utterly failed to grasp Lin Zhe's intentions, mistakenly believing he was about to boast arrogantly. The most expensive wine I have ever tasted cost just over 100 yuan, yet it was exquisite, never left me with a headache. As for women, I am fond of widow Lu from our village. Her ample curves suggest she would bear sons, and those bosoms appear abundantly nourishing. Speaking thus, the kidnapper swallowed hard. From his expression, it was clear that widow Lu held no regard for him. Lin Zhe deliberately exposed the kidnapper's shortcomings. Never had a chance, right? Damn. Just by looking at you, I can tell she is not interested. Let me put it plainly. Any woman a real man desires would eagerly throw herself into his arms. Once, I even managed to find 7 at once. Do you understand what that feels like? At that moment, the two kidnappers' carnal desires were fully ignited by Lin Zhe's words, their faces flushed with lust as they implored him to recount the details. Brother, your worldly experience is vast. Could you please elaborate? We're just broke fellows. Otherwise, we'd be living the high life like you. Lin Zhe then cunningly shifted the conversation to the deceased. No way, that dead man in the little shack looked wealthy. Didn't you manage to get anything from him? Upon hearing this, the two kidnappers revealed their grievances. Don't even mention it. Heir Bao demanded 2 million. Each of us got barely over 100,000. What can you do with so little? My family is building a house, and after sending money home, I barely have anything left. The other's plight was similar, albeit even more pitiful. I like a girl. Just buying a handbag on the 4th floor in Fuqing cost over 50,000 yuan. The money we earn with our lives is barely enough for 2 of her bags. I tell you, people in the capital have hearts of stone, daring to charge 50,000 for a lousy bag. One day, I swear I'll kidnap that shop owner and give him a proper lesson. Hearing this, Lin Zhe surmised he might know the girl. He wished to see her photo. Brother, a woman who can carry such a bag must be stunning. Show me her picture. I'll analyze it for you. I've seen all kinds of women. I can tell at a glance whether she truly loves you. This struck a chord with the kidnapper. After spending so much on his girlfriend, all he sought was genuine affection. He readily retrieved the photo from his phone. All right, show me. Help me analyze it. The moment Lin Zhe saw the image, his suspicions were confirmed. Chapter 75. Do your best, leave the rest to fate. Isn't this Chaoyang? The woman Lin Zhe had once dealt with, the woman who had been rescued and later collaborated with him, turns out to be quite formidable, even daring to rescue kidnappers. Clearly, she was playing with fire, but since the kidnappers knew Chaoyang, Lin Zhe found himself an additional lifeline. Damn, you're quite the charmer. This girl looks like someone who knows how to live a good life. If you marry her, your ancestors' graves will surely smoke with pride. Chaoyang had always given the kidnappers a hard time, and all their kidnapping profits had been lost to her. Now, hearing Lin Zhe praise her as a woman who knows how to live, the kidnappers looked at Lin Zhe with utter disdain. I had thought you were truly perceptive. Yet I find you are not. Is this what one calls living wisely? The money you spend in a single day surpasses what my family spends in an entire year. In response to the kidnapper's words, Lin Zhe expressed his disapproval, borrowing a phrase from Chaoyang at that time. This is a quintessential mindset of the impoverished. Do you understand why some people can afford handbags worth tens of thousands while you resort to kidnapping? The kidnapper shook his head, pondering if there was truly any argument to be made. Realizing the kidnapper was beginning to comprehend, Lin Zhe continued. Do you know why my family is wealthy? Allow me to share a secret to success. Money is meant to be spent, not hoarded. If you can spend tens of thousands on a handbag when you have no money, imagine how effortlessly you could handle billions in the future. This is what we call a culture of bold investment. Regardless of what you say, my girlfriend echoes the same sentiment. Do you truly believe that the ability to spend money equates to earning it? Unbeknownst to him, the kidnapper gradually began to accept Lin Zhe's perspective. Although he did not fully understand, his eagerness to learn was undeniable. Of course, the kidnapper possessed some worldly wisdom and quickly offered Lin Zhe a cigarette. Please, enlighten us further. How does spending money lead to earning it? I consider myself adept at spending, yet I fail to earn, which is why I have resorted to this line of work. Lin Zhe had previously worked in a fraudulent company, and given his current status, deceiving a kidnapper was as effortless as child's play. After scrutinizing the kidnapper's appearance, Lin Zhe disdainfully shook his head. I presume you squander your funds at nightclubs? Look at your pitiful appearance. How can you claim to be a spender? Even amidst Lin Zhe's ridicule, the kidnapper remained unperturbed, maintaining a humble demeanor. Don't wealthy individuals also spend money on women? Why is it unacceptable in our case? Another kidnapper, captivated by the conversation, urged Lin Zhe to elaborate. Before Lin Zhe could finish his cigarette, they promptly offered him another. Brother, please teach us how to spend wisely. We assure you, your time here will be comfortable. The reasoning is rather simple. Lin Zhe used their attire as an analogy. You must be wearing discounted goods from Shidan, particularly you. With a suit paired with sneakers, what were you thinking? Now observe what I wear. A Patek Philippe watch, limited edition collaborative sneakers, a Pierre Cardin belt. And even my underwear is from Louis Vuitton. With this ensemble, who wouldn't regard me with admiration? To speak modestly, I have never spent a dime to win over women. They lavish me instead. The two men wholeheartedly believed this, aware that women seldom discuss finances with the affluent. However, this only holds true if they are not wealthy themselves. We understand the principle, but we lack your background. Perhaps if we were in your position, you might not fare better than us. One wonders how they would react upon discovering Lin Zhe's true identity. Lin Zhe could not afford to waste time. He needed the kidnapper and Chun Yanan to meet swiftly. Words alone are insufficient. We must put them into practice. Call your girlfriend now and invite her to meet. I will teach you how to win her heart. In the minds of the kidnappers, Lin Zhe was destined to meet his demise. Thus, there were no secrets to be kept in his presence. Let it be settled then, Lin Zhe declared, as long as it ensures my girlfriend's unwavering devotion to me. I shall bring you back 2 exquisite bottles of wine. He produced a membership card for a renowned dining establishment from his bag. With this card, take your girlfriend here for a meal. Indulge to your heart's content. It is a supreme VIP card with no spending limit. The establishment recognizes only the card, not the individual. Do not say, I did not assist you. Order the most extravagant dishes. Have you ever dined on a meal worth hundreds of thousands? This card has a limit of 50,000, a gift from Tianyun to Lin Zhe. Once the spending threshold is breached, the bill will undoubtedly raise suspicions in Tianwen. Moreover, Tianwen is acquainted with Chun Yanan. Should she suspect that Lin Zhe has been abducted, she could easily track down the kidnappers through Chun Yanan. The kidnappers held no suspicion regarding the card, merely pondering how a lavish meal could secure a girlfriend's steadfast love. Surely, after such an extravagant feast, it would be illogical for her not to oppose him. Forget it. My girlfriend would certainly say that instead of such an extravagant meal, I should have bought her a handbag. Does your girlfriend know what you do? Lin Zhe inquired, to which the kidnapper could only shake his head in resignation. In our line of work, how could I ever divulge my profession? I told her I am a contractor, but I have no idea how to maintain that facade. Every question posed by Lin Zhe was laden with intent. Seizing the opportunity presented by the kidnapper's admission, Lin Zhe suggested, it is simple. Tell her you are currently undertaking a contract for the Jingguang Railway project, and that you are taking her out to celebrate. Once I hand over the ransom, you will at least acquire several million. By then, when you have wealth, she will have no cause to doubt your profession. At that moment, the kidnapper was thoroughly persuaded by Lin Zhe's words. Indeed, I shall soon be a wealthy man. What harm is there in spending a few thousand on a meal? I too shall don a Patek Philippe and wear LV underwear. Seeing the kidnapper's resolve, Lin Zhe quickly assented, precisely. You are indeed a clever individual, quick to grasp the essence. As mealtime approached, the kidnapper hurried off to rendezvous with Chun Yanan, leaving one of his accomplices to watch over Lin Zhe. Having done all that was within his power, Lin Zhe felt that if salvation did not come now, it could only mean that fate was playing a cruel jest upon him. Meanwhile, Heir had arrived at Lin Zhe's shop, intent on selling a Patek Philippe watch. The staff were aware that this particular timepiece was a gift from Su Xian and that Lin Zhe had been kidnapped. The sudden appearance of the watch raised immediate suspicions in the shop owner. Good day, sir. Do you have the receipt and packaging for this watch? Heir, already feeling apprehensive, began to glance around nervously. When asked about the receipt, he hastily shook his head, indicating its absence. Is it not true that you can still buy it back without a receipt? One of Heir subordinates boldly inquired, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, the shop owner was quick to react. It is as follows. The presence of an invoice allows for a higher sale price, whereas the absence of one results in a lesser amount. If you are certain about selling, I can issue the invoice immediately, but you must collect the payment tomorrow. As the value of this watch is exceedingly high, and our store cannot dispense such a sum in cash at once. Despite the manager's reasonable explanation, Heir abruptly reclaimed the watch. I'm not selling it anymore, he declared, turning on his heel and striding towards the exit. His sudden action left his subordinates bewildered. Brother Heir, why are you not selling? They said they don't need an invoice. It's just a matter of receiving a bit less money. Even if you were selling gold, they wouldn't offer us market price without an invoice, would they? Faced with his subordinate's inquiry, Bao could not be bothered to explain. Once outside, he hurriedly entered the car. The manager promptly informed Su Xin of the situation via phone. Hello, is this Miss Su? Two individuals just came to sell the watch you gifted the boss, but suddenly one of them backed out. What should we do about this? After finally receiving news about Lin Zhe, Su Xin nearly broke down in tears. However, crying was futile at this juncture. She needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the individuals involved. Do we have surveillance footage? Can you check if we can clearly capture their appearances? I'll bring the police over. Please prepare the footage in advance. The surveillance had indeed recorded the event, but Bao was not foolish. He had entered wearing sunglasses, specifically oversized ones that obscured half of his face. It was only after the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance that Bao stopped it by the roadside. Damn it. I was careless, blinded by money. We can't keep this car. We must get out quickly. Upon exiting the store, Bao's subordinates were puzzled by his actions. They could have made money, yet Bao had turned away, and now they were about to abandon the car, leaving them utterly confused. Brother Bao, what is going on? Have we been exposed? Bao was filled with regret for having trusted Lin Zhe and coming to the designated location to sell the watch. You fool. This watch is so valuable. How many can afford it? If the staff recognize it, they will know exactly who it belongs to. The more precious the item, the harder it is to sell. To be safe, we should head back. Even with Bao's clear reasoning, his subordinates remained skeptical of his concerns. Oh, you're just being overly cautious. The person is still in our hands. Does he have the audacity to deceive us? Unless he wishes to meet his end. Each individual held their own opinions, and Bao could not impose his thoughts on his subordinates. However, he firmly believed that Lin Zhe was exceptionally astute. How could someone who had the audacity to let Su Xin go before them possibly cooperate with them so easily? Bao was convinced that this entire situation had been a trap from the outset. Damn it, regardless of whether it's true or false. We must devise a strategy upon our return. As long as he is left with a breath, it matters not if he is maimed. After all, he is destined to die eventually. The kidnappers revered Bao as their leader and never dared to contradict him. Yet, they genuinely felt pity for Lin Zhe. With such favorable circumstances, at an age meant for enjoyment, he was about to meet his demise, unable to savor even the last remnants of earthly pleasures. According to Bao's usual methods, he would undoubtedly begin by severing Lin Zhe's ears. Then, he would cut off 2 of Lin Zhe's fingers. At that moment, Lin Zhe would surely comply out of fear. Once Lin Zhe's family paid the ransom, Bao would unhesitatingly dispose of Lin Zhe. They would leave the corpse to decay slowly in a small room. Bao was overly complacent, believing Lin Zhe was sufficiently compliant, which is why he had refrained from employing harsher measures. In retrospect, it was evident that he had fallen into Lin Zhe's trap. At this moment, Bao was filled with an overwhelming desire to return and eliminate Lin Zhe immediately. Meanwhile, Su Xin arrived at the store, and the police were efficient in their actions. They promptly dispatched personnel to review the nearby surveillance footage. Although Bao was wearing sunglasses, Su Xin immediately recognized him as the person who had kidnapped Lin Zhe that night. It was indeed him who had taken Lin Zhe away. Are you certain? The police inquired. Absolutely. Moreover, that watch was a gift I gave to Lin Zhe. They must have come here at his behest to sell it. Upon hearing Su Xion's words, the police felt a sense of admiration for Lin Zhe. It was remarkable that he could remain so composed even after being abducted. Such a demeanor was truly unprecedented. However, the police had their own concerns. Given that the kidnappers had left in haste, it was likely they had sensed something amiss. If that were the case, Lin Zhe would be in grave danger. The police immediately made a decision. They would investigate the suspect's vehicle, tracking it through every intersection it had passed. Without having clearly seen Bao's face, they nonetheless managed to identify his vehicle through the surrounding surveillance footage, capturing clear images at every intersection. The police quickly devised a capture plan, with the captain of the 4th Squad personally overseeing the case. Ultimately, they discovered that the vehicle had entered the streets of Chaoyang Park and had not exited since. The captain immediately grasped the kidnappers' intent. They were attempting to change vehicles. He ordered checkpoints to be established at the entrances to Chaoyang Park, ensuring that the kidnappers could not escape. To prevent the kidnappers from acting out of desperation, they temporarily disabled mobile signals near the park. At that moment, Bao remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He attempted to steal a vehicle, but soon found himself caught in traffic. Based on his experience, he deduced that police were conducting checks ahead. This is bad. We can't escape now. The police are acting too swiftly, he thought, hurriedly calling back to instruct his accomplices to prepare. He ordered them to call every 10 minutes. And if they failed to receive a call, they were to execute Lin Zhe. His subordinates, unaccustomed to such a tense situation, trembled as they held their phones. After finally unlocking the screen, they realized there was no signal. Brother Heir, this is bad. The phone has no signal. Damn it. At that moment, Heir Bao's resolve only intensified. The issue lay with that watch. They think they can catch me? Not a chance. Let's head into the park. The police swiftly located the suspect vehicle and, upon discovering it was unoccupied, realized the kidnappers had entered the park. They notified the SWAT team to conduct a thorough search of Chaoyang Park, while simultaneously evacuating the crowds to ensure public safety. Heir Bao found himself trapped within the park. Although it was expansive, his capture was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Chen Yanan had followed the kidnappers to the Tianyuan family banquet. Two individuals ordered a lavish feast. Unaware of the impending events, the kidnapper, adopting an ostentatious demeanor, barked orders at the waiter. "Ah, I implore you to bring forth your finest wine. Such exquisite dishes deserve nothing less than the most expensive libation," he insisted. In Chapter 77, the rural family feast capture, Chen Yanan, accustomed to the antics of this young man, who usually complained about purchasing items, was taken aback by his sudden generosity. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. As a woman of the streets, Chen Yanan could easily discern that he was engaged in dubious dealings. However, she had never contemplated a relationship with him and was disinterested in probing further into his affairs. As long as he was willing to spend on her, she cared little about his profession. Yet, his extravagant display troubled her, for the funds he squandered were ultimately her own. "Have you lost your senses?" she remarked. "You find satisfaction in this cheap liquor, yet desire the finest wine? In the end, you'll likely regurgitate it all. You need to learn how to live. Your behavior leaves me feeling quite insecure." The kidnapper, upon hearing this, smirked disdainfully and leaned closer to Chen Yanan, draping an arm over her shoulder. "Oh, is that what it is? Your notion of security is merely money, is it not? Let me enlighten you. I recently secured a substantial project. Do not be deceived by my current appearance. I shall soon possess a fortune in the billions," he boasted. While he spoke with conviction, Chen Yanan had heard such grandiose promises before. She placed her faith only in what her eyes could perceive, pondering that after this meal, he might be reduced to eating instant noodles for quite some time. How can you be intoxicated before even tasting the drink? I must inform you, this meal does not come cheap. If you cannot settle the bill, I refuse to be humiliated here. This was the true sentiment of Chen Yanan. Meanwhile, the kidnapper believed this would be his moment of glory. He withdrew a card from his pocket, brandishing it before Chen Yanan. "Look down upon whom. Behold, this is a super prestige VIP card. I could dine here every day without concern for the bill. Are you worried about settling it? Allow me to take care of it first." With that, he summoned the waiter and handed over the card. Time to settle the account. Witnessing his extravagant display, Chen Yanan swiftly altered her demeanor. "Darling, I merely wish to convey that wealth should not be squandered so frivolously. We are to marry in the future, and it is said that a woman who saves money for you truly loves you. Let us refrain from such extravagance next time, shall we?" Her sudden transformation left the kidnapper in awe of Lin Zhe, for Chen Yanan had never been so subservient before. Indeed, money held a certain power. When the waiter approached to settle the bill, he discovered that the card's balance was insufficient. Given that such cards were typically reserved for esteemed clients, the waiter dared not make a unilateral decision and instead called for Tianyuan. "Dear sister, the customer lacks sufficient funds. Should we waive the charge or request cash payment? Is that even a possibility?" Typically, Tianyuan would communicate with customers before their card balance was exhausted, encouraging them to recharge in advance. Moreover, she was acquainted with all holders of such cards, curious about who could squander such an extravagant sum on a single meal. Tianyuan's mind went blank upon seeing the name on the card. Lin Zhe? The news of Lin Zhe's kidnapping had spread throughout the capital, so how could he suddenly appear here? Fortunately, Tianyuan reacted swiftly and chose to alert the authorities without delay. Afterward, she discreetly ventured into the private room to ascertain the situation. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Chen Yanan, she quietly informed the police of the development. Initially, the 4th Division was engaged in a task at Chaoyang Park when they received the call from the dispatch center. The captain was perplexed by the simultaneous presence of two groups in possession of Lin Zhe's belongings and hoped that these occurrences were not mere coincidences. Either Lin Zhe was exceptionally clever, or the kidnappers were remarkably foolish. Under the pressure of public opinion, the captain was determined to resolve the case swiftly and rescue Lin Zhe at the earliest opportunity, making sure not to overlook any information pertaining to him. Thus, he delegated the situation at Chaoyang Park to the special police while he and his team proceeded to the Tianyuan family banquet. To keep the kidnappers calm, Tian instructed the waiter to settle the bill and prepare a few platters of fruit to be sent into the private room. Just then, the officers from the 4th Division arrived. Upon learning the details, the captain selected a young subordinate to don a waiter's uniform and deliver the fruit, while also gathering intelligence about the situation inside. As the detective entered with the fruit, his trained gaze instinctively focused on the man's lower back, assessing whether he was armed. It was evident that the kidnapper had a noticeable bulge at his waist, leading the detective to conclude that he was indeed carrying a weapon. Thinking quickly, the detective addressed the man. "Good evening, sir. As a distinguished member of our establishment, and considering your expenditure tonight, we have prepared a special performance just for you. Would you care to enjoy it?" At that moment, the kidnapper was completely oblivious, lost in the euphoria of spending, convinced that wealth was a boon, even elevating a simple meal with entertainment. Why waste words? If you have something to offer, bring it forth. Do you think I am short on money or on excitement? Chen Yanin secretly scorned such behavior, disapproving of the display of wealth. Internally frustrated, she maintained a facade of admiration for the kidnapper. "Darling, you truly have flair. It's my first time witnessing a performance in a restaurant. I just wonder what kind of show it is." The detective smiled slightly, assuring her that she would soon find out, promising a delightful surprise. He then exited the private room to report back to the captain. Inside, there was a man and a woman. The man was armed. Yet it remained uncertain if the woman was an accomplice. However, it was clear that the two shared a romantic relationship. Upon hearing this, Tian promptly stepped forward to clarify. "I know that woman. She is a gold digger who has frequented Lin Zhe's establishment. It's likely that this kidnapping is related to her. Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be. If an arrest were to be made within the private room, it would undoubtedly minimize casualties." The only uncertainty was whether Chen Yanin was also armed. After hearing Tian Wen's explanation, the captain decided to detain both individuals without further delay. As the performance approached, the team planned to maneuver behind the captors, aiming to subdue them immediately and disarm them. Once the division of tasks was clearly delineated, the captain personally led the team inside. "Good day, sir. I am the proprietor of this establishment. May I present the performance prepared for you both?" The captors, initially expecting an impressive show, were somewhat deflated upon seeing a troop of burly officers enter. As the lively tune of Little Apple began to play, the officers commenced their dance, reminiscent of a routine they had performed during last year's celebration. Unexpectedly, the same choreography was employed today. Each officer infused the dance with their own flair, resulting in a somewhat chaotic yet amusing display that elicited hearty laughter from the captors. Suddenly, taking advantage of the distraction, an officer seized the moment to lock his arms around one of the captors' necks, swiftly taking control. Another officer promptly searched the captor for weapons. Simultaneously, Chen Yanin found herself restrained as well. The captain, lacking time for pleasantries, demanded, "Where are the hostages?" The captor, recovering from his initial shock, realized he was in dire straits and felt compelled to protect Lin Zhe. "Who? I don't know what you're talking about." However, Tian Wen, more anxious than the captain, brandished Lin Zhe's membership card and inquired, "Where is the person who gave you this card?" At that moment, the captor understood that the issue stemmed from the membership card, and recognizing Lin Zhe's involvement, he hesitated to divulge any information. "I found the card," he retorted defiantly. Seeing the captor's refusal to cooperate, the captain resignedly gestured towards him. "Very well, you are a man of your word, but if you remain silent, I possess alternative means to uncover the truth." Meanwhile, Chen Yanin remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that her boyfriend had landed in trouble, prompting her to distance herself from him. "Officer, this has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. We merely had a meal together as ordinary friends." The captor, initially unfazed by the police's presence, erupted with fury upon hearing her words. He felt as though his entire belief system had crumbled. The money he had sacrificed his life for had been spent on Chen Yanin, only to be reduced to the status of ordinary friends. The despair he felt was profound, leading him to believe he would never love again. "Chen Yanin, how could you dismiss me so easily? I spent everything on you, and now you say this?" Regardless of the captor's anguished cries, Chen Yanin viewed him as worthless, feeling no need to engage in further conflict. The captain, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly ordered that Chen Yanin be taken away, leaving the captor alone in the private room. I thought you were someone of significance, only to be outmaneuvered by a woman. History has shown that those who play the fool rarely meet a favorable end. Wouldn't it be more gratifying to spend the money earned through sacrifice on one's family? With a mix of empathy and reason, the captain aimed to ascertain Lin Zhe's whereabouts swiftly and execute the rescue, subtly extracting information from the captor. If my assumptions are correct, after securing the ransom, you shall undoubtedly squander it on her. Am I right? In due time, while you languish in prison, she shall revel in her freedom. Is such a course of action truly worthwhile? The folly of infatuation is indeed formidable at this moment. The kidnapper is wholly unconcerned with his own fate, fixated solely on Chen Yanin's perception of him. The mere act of indulging one's affections seems sufficient to him. I am acutely aware that all my efforts merely serve to gratify myself. I recognize she harbors no affection for me. Yet, I am convinced that one day, upon my triumph, she shall be irrevocably devoted to me. Such thoughts reveal the depth of the kidnapper's delusion. A person who can deceive even themselves can undoubtedly be deemed ruthless, especially in matters of the heart, something most cannot fathom. Meanwhile, Tianwen was not idle. She collaborated with the police to inquire about Chen Yanin. Upon learning that Lin Zhe had been abducted, Chen Yanin comprehended the perilous nature of the situation. Each moment of delay rendered Lin Zhe more vulnerable. Aware of Chen Yanin's reliance on Lin Zhe, Tianwen provided her with a strategic analysis of the environment. By cooperating with the police to ascertain Lin Zhe's whereabouts, you shall incur no detriment. This will also demonstrate your lack of association with the kidnapper. You wouldn't wish for any harm to befall Lin Zhe, would you? The fact that your boyfriend is the one who has abducted him necessitates that someone must believe in your innocence. Given the current circumstances, the outlook was indeed unfavorable for Chen Yanin. Yet, upon realizing the identity of the kidnapper, her courage to confront him waned. Truly, this has nothing to do with me. What recourse do I possess if he refuses to confess? He would relish the chance to end my life. Based on Tianwen's understanding of the dynamics of transactional relationships, a woman capable of compelling a man to spend willingly on her could just as easily incite him to sacrifice himself. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of evoking a small semblance of emotion. He loves you so deeply, he will believe whatever you say. The rest is your expertise. Hasten to rescue Lin Zhe for the benefit of all. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yanin resolved to take matters into her own hands. Officer, I am willing to cooperate, but you must ensure my safety. Rest assured, he is already under our control and poses no threat to you. With the police as assurance, Chen Yanin prepared to showcase her skills, deliberately disheveling her hair. As she re-entered the private room, her demeanor appeared markedly despondent. A stark contrast to her earlier self at the dining table, her eyes ablaze with animosity towards the kidnapper. Officer, a person like him deserves to be executed 100 times over. You must show him no mercy. Had I known he was a kidnapper, I would never have borne his child. Initially, the police feared Chen Yanin might provoke the kidnapper, until they heard her final words. Even the officers were taken aback by her adeptness. Her expression and delivery suggested that one might mistake her for a trained professional. Indeed, any actor with formal training would likely feel inadequate in comparison. As anticipated, upon hearing Chen Yanin's declaration, the kidnapper was once again moved. It became evident that her feelings were not devoid of affection, but rather a disdain for his chosen profession, which led her to deny their relationship. In that moment, Chen Yanin, resembling a wilted flower, was on the verge of emotional collapse. How should I explain to my child about their origins? It would be unthinkable to disclose that their father is a kidnapper. If I cannot find peace within myself, how can I expect my child to bear the weight of such a truth? They would forever be subjected to the scornful gazes of others, unable to hold their head high. In this moment, the kidnapper felt an unexpected sense of legacy, contemplating a final act of virtue for the sake of the child. I can share this with you, but I have one stipulation. The matters concerning the mother and child must remain confidential. After receiving consent from the authorities, the kidnapper recounted the entire situation. We have confined the victim in a village in Zisanki, with 4 of us involved. Erbao and another have gone out, leaving only one to watch over Boss Lin. Time is of the essence, and the captain hastily departed for Zisanki. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was engaged in a casual drink and banter with another kidnapper. Though his hands were bound, it did not hinder their revelry. The kidnapper raised 2 glasses and a toast, personally feeding Lin Zhe a sip. "Brother, let us drink. It seems we have a bond of late acquaintance. Alas, had our circumstances been different, we could have toasted to our heroes." The captain, observing from a vantage point with binoculars, was taken aback by the scene. Had Lin Zhe not been restrained, he would scarcely believe he was a hostage. In Chapter 79, I reiterate, I am not a second-generation coal baron. This individual is indeed extraordinary. To have the kidnapper serve him wine is beyond comprehension. The officer nearby quickly grabbed the binoculars from the captain to witness the unfolding drama. The sight before him elicited a mere 3 words. What a talent! Faced with this situation, the captain resolved to rescue Lin Zhe first. However, the method of rescue posed a dilemma. If they were to forcefully breach the door, the kidnapper might act rashly, endangering Lin Zhe. The safest approach would be to eliminate the kidnapper on the spot. The issue was that they had only brought a team of 4, lacking specialized tactical officers and snipers. Suddenly, the captain conceived a more ingenious plan. With only 1 kidnapper inside, creating a disturbance outside would surely draw him out, allowing for a live capture. Thus, the captain, accompanied by the most agile officer, stealthily entered the courtyard. "I will approach to subdue him, and you seize his weapon." Inside, the kidnapper was obliviously seeking advice from Lin Zhe on courting women, unaware of the unfolding events outside. "Boss Lin, you've been with so many women? Which age group is the most exhilarating?" This inquiry struck at the heart of Lin Zhe's expertise. Is that even a question? Clearly, women around 35 possessed the most allure. Lin Zhe elaborated on finer details to substantiate his claim. His tone, coupled with a cheeky expression, captivated the kidnapper entirely. The kidnapper's anticipation was palpable, barely containing his excitement. "You wealthy folks certainly know how to enjoy life. I always thought younger girls were the way to go. But after hearing your perspective, I must explore that age group myself." Just then, a noise echoed from the courtyard. The kidnapper was in high spirits when he was suddenly disturbed, cursing under his breath as he made his way outside. "Damn it! Is it another wild cat that has come in? If I catch you, I'll surely stew you." As he stepped out, he was swiftly tackled by the captain lurking by the wall. Another officer hurried to assist. Once the kidnapper was subdued, other police officers burst through the door. Their first action was to untie Lin Zhe. "Don't be afraid. We are the police, and we are here to rescue you. You are safe now." Upon uttering these words, the officer felt they were somewhat superfluous, as Lin Zhe displayed no signs of fear whatsoever. After being freed, Lin Zhe first flexed his wrists, then poured himself a drink, tilting his head back to down it in one go. Refreshing. That very night, the 2 criminals hiding in Chaoyang Park were also apprehended by the police. A swarm of reporters rushed to the 4th Brigade to cover the story. Lin Zhe was still cooperating with the police, giving his account. Upon hearing Lin Zhe recount the entire ordeal, the officers were impressed by his cleverness. "Weren't you scared at all?" Lin Zhe recalled the dead bodies in the small room and felt a twinge of fear, yet he did not voice it. Instead, he boasted about his composure. "What good would fear do? We need to find a way to send out signals. If I had really paid the ransom, I would have been close to death." At that moment, the captain entered holding a Patek Philippe watch. "This is your watch, I presume? It is now returned to its rightful owner. But the funds in your account have already been depleted by the kidnappers. We cannot recover that. Being alive is fortunate enough." Lin Zhe shrugged off the matter of the few tens of thousands. Compared to those who paid millions in ransom only to lose their lives, he considered himself fortunate. However, the captain harbored a doubt. He intended to notify Lin Zhe's family at the time of the incident, but no one around seemed to know anything about Lin Zhe's background. They eventually traced his household registration through his business license, discovering that he was not, in fact, a second-generation coal tycoon. "They say you are a coal second generation. Is it true?" Rumors in the underworld are often unreliable. The captain only believed in facts. If Lin Zhe were to confess to being a coal second generation now, an investigation would ensue. To the captain's surprise, Lin Zhe outright denied it. "Nonsense about being a coal second generation. I don't even know which father spread such rumors. I am indeed from Yanbei, but my family has no mines. I am just a small individual business owner, and I have no idea who pinned that label on me." Indeed, it was true. His identity had been fabricated by others. Yet, one must wonder, such a commotion could not have arisen without reason. A mere individual could not afford a watch worth millions. It appeared there were substantial profits in his line of work. Lin Zhe understood the captain's probing, but with no guilt to hide, he felt no fear. Instead, he flaunted his connections. A gift from a friend. What can I say? My circle is filled with wealthy individuals. Even if I wanted to be broke, I couldn't. You need not assume I am deceiving you. The first shop I opened was funded by selling urns, and the second was financed through a mortgage on the first. You can verify this. The watch and the sports car were gifts from friends on the opening day of my shop. Anyone present that day can attest to it. Lin Zhe's words left the captain at a loss for words. It felt as though Lin Zhe had discovered a loophole in the law. Yet everything he had done appeared entirely legal and compliant. Moreover, those around him were not well acquainted with his family background, indicating that Lin Zhe did not flaunt his status as the son of a coal magnate for deceitful purposes. I was merely inquiring. There's no need to be so anxious, he stated. Since the conversation had progressed to this point, Lin Zhe felt compelled to make a solemn declaration. It's all right. There are plenty of rumor-mongers out there. I even know someone who claims to be a princess of the Qing dynasty. Identity is often bestowed by others. However, I must clarify that I am not the son of a coal tycoon. The rumors should cease at this point. With a calm demeanor, Lin Zhe clarified the matter in front of the police, ensuring that if further rumors circulated, they would not concern him. He had only confessed to being a coal magnate's son in front of Ma Lixia. All other claims were mere hearsay, and he had never confirmed them. Moreover, having repaid Ma Lixia's money, he had no reason to worry about such baseless gossip. With Lin Zhe's statement, the captain found no grounds to continue the discussion and could only suggest that he return home to rest. No sooner had Lin Zhe exited the precinct than he was surrounded by a throng of reporters. Mr. Lin, we've heard about your recent kidnapping. You executed a textbook self-rescue. May I ask if your calm demeanor in outsmarting the captors is a result of your upbringing? Mr. Lin, I have another question. It is said that you are the son of a coal magnate from Yanbei. Did this kidnapping significantly impact your family's business? Chapter 80. The Enchanting Jade of the Welfare Institute. It seems that what one contemplates often comes to fruition. Clarifying in front of reporters felt far more substantial than doing so in front of the police. Given Lin Zhe's current status, there was no need for him to bear the title of a coal magnate's son. This title would only invite complications. This was a perfect opportunity for clarification. Self-rescue is an exaggeration. I owe much to the police comrades. Here, I wish to declare to society that I am merely a small entrepreneur, not a coal magnate's son. I simply wish to conduct my business diligently. However, the more Lin Zhe insisted on this narrative, the less credible it appeared to others. Who would believe that a small entrepreneur could be kidnapped? At that moment, reporters began to speculate. Mr. Lin, is your reluctance to acknowledge your identity as a coal magnate's son rooted in a fear of encountering such incidents again? Such a nonsensical question left Lin Zhe disinclined to respond. Was it truly so difficult to clarify? Even Lin Zhe's friends, upon hearing the news, felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Especially Li Yi, who, being a wealthy heir himself, found Lin Zhe's kidnapping to be quite enlightening. I must learn from Lin Zhe. I should be more discreet when going out, lest I find myself kidnapped one day. The friends who often played together with Li Yi thought he was being overly paranoid. Brotherly, surely it can't be that serious. How many kidnappers could there possibly be? Better safe than sorry. It's too late to worry once something happens. Li Yi pondered from Lin Zhe's perspective. Had he been the one kidnapped, he would have lacked Lin Zhe's cunning. Exercise caution in all matters. Such prudence is never amiss. Just observe Lin Zhe to comprehend the truth. Once bitten by a snake, one fears even the rope of the well for a decade. Now, he dares not even acknowledge his identity, revealing the depths of his fear at that moment. This sentiment was immediately echoed by his companions. Indeed, to claim he is not a second-generation coal magnate is merely a ruse to deceive outsiders. Had I not witnessed him cover the entire bill myself, I might have been swayed as well. This skepticism is not limited to Lin Zhe's circle. Even the bewildered onlookers share the same view, believing that Lin Zhe's clarification stems from a fear of renewed attention from kidnappers. How ironic it is that he has only now chosen to remain discreet. Where was this caution before? Such affluent individuals deserve the reckoning of these desperate rogues, and the results are evident. Following this ordeal, the young man will undoubtedly adopt a more subdued demeanor. Su Xian had been waiting at the entrance of the 4th Division, and upon seeing Lin Zhe emerge, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She rushed forward to embrace him. You frightened me. I thought I would never see you again. Such a reaction is entirely understandable. Others may not grasp it, but to Su Xian, Lin Zhe is nothing short of a hero. At the very least, when faced with danger, he chose to confront it alone rather than abandon her. Su Xian believed that had Lin Zhe revealed her identity at that moment, the kidnappers would have surely chosen her as their target. Lin Zhe gently wiped her tears with his thumb. "Oh dear, why do you act like a child? I am right here, standing before you, and there are so many onlookers, no more tears." Their intimate gestures rendered Lin Zhe's background as a Heir irrelevant at that moment. One thing was certain. Lin Zhe was undoubtedly the prospective son-in-law of Su Fufa. This reality surpassed any fabricated persona, and it held up under scrutiny. The more it was so, the more curious others became about Lin Zhe's true identity. Where there is curiosity, there are those eager to satisfy it, and those who sought answers were the individuals surrounding Lin Zhe. Wu Yiqi, observing the scenes on television, regretted his youthful folly of once perceiving the daughter of the Su family as merely a gold digger. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from boasting among friends. "Let me tell you, Lin Zhe and Su Xian owe their current status to me. I was the one who brought them together." To the onlookers, Wu Yiqi was merely a small-time entrepreneur, hardly someone who could be acquainted with a figure like Su Xian. "Go on, keep boasting. Why don't you claim the moon is your doing as well?" Seeing their skepticism, Wu Yiqi hurriedly retrieved a photo from his phone. "Take a look at this. On the day Lin Zhe opened his shop, I was right there. Do you see the spot where the photograph was taken? This proximity speaks volumes about our relationship. If you don't believe me, ask Alice. We've dined with Lin Zhe several times." The evidence was irrefutable, compelling everyone to relent. Coupled with Alice's embellishments, there was no room for doubt. The only lingering curiosity was regarding Lin Zhe's true identity. "Wu, since you are so familiar with Lin Zhe, what exactly does he do? To be Su Xian's boyfriend, he must possess remarkable qualities. Is he truly a second-generation Heir?" Wu Yiqi feigned mystery, glancing around before responding in a hushed tone. "I may confide in you, but this matter must cease here and not be divulged further. Lin Zhe is not merely a scion of a coal mining family. His ancestors were also armed soldiers, genuine descendants of a prestigious official compound. Merely being a Heir already stirred much speculation and ambiguity among people. Now, with the added distinction of being from such a compound, the curiosity of many has deepened. How could you possibly know of an identity that Lin Zhe himself refuses to acknowledge?" At this moment, Wu Yiqi became the focal point of the entire gathering. Every gaze at the dining table fixed upon him like beams from a spotlight. Wu Yiqi smiled bashfully and confessed, "You might find it amusing. But Lin Zhe and I have shared the same woman. Though Lin Zhe denies it, when we dine together, he often speaks of matters within the compound. Otherwise, how could Wei Dushing and his group be on such familiar terms with Lin Zhe? Surely, you've heard of the recent incident at Jiugong?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded thoughtfully. With Alice adding embellishments, Lin Zhe's lineage was effectively confirmed. As news of Lin Zhe's abduction spread, his shop became a popular destination for social media check-ins, and business flourished immensely. Many entrepreneurs sought to establish connections with Lin Zhe, hopeful for future collaborations. If blame were to be assigned, it would be to the wildly exaggerated rumors. Soon, Lin Zhe's social insurance contributions were backdated, signaling it was time to settle the remaining payment with Chaoyang. This meant Lin Zhe now owned property in the capital city. After transferring the funds, only one final procedure remained. Chaoyang's personal signature was required for the sales contract to take effect. At that moment, Chaoyang was volunteering at a social welfare institution and was somewhat indisposed, so Lin Zhe was instructed to deliver the contract on her behalf. Everyone knew Chaoyang as a relentless money seeker, so when Lin Zhe heard she was helping at a welfare center, he thought he must have misheard. Was she perhaps trying to atone for past misdeeds by performing good deeds and accumulating virtue? Upon arriving at the welfare center, Lin Zhe saw Chaoyang's face adorned with an innocent smile, utterly devoid of any guile. Perhaps only in such a place could Chaoyang truly smile so joyfully. Chapter 81. Chaoyang, the great philanthropist mom. "I want to drink this," a little girl said, holding out a bottle of yogurt to Chaoyang. Chaoyang opened it with a gentle and kind expression. Had one not known better, they might assume Chaoyang had abandoned her own child at the welfare center. Suddenly, two more children ran over, calling out mom as well. At that moment, Chaoyang spotted Lin Zhe and beckoned him over for a private conversation. Approaching her, Lin Zhe asked the question weighing on his mind. "Are all these your children?" In a manner of speaking, she replied. These children were all under Chaoyang's sponsorship, and she was the largest benefactor of the welfare center. With some money in hand, she covered the expenses of the institution. No wonder she was always chasing after money. So many mouths depended on her generosity. For Chaoyang, earning money through hustling was the slowest method. The swiftest way was inheriting a fortune. The reason those elderly gentlemen chose to bequeath their fortunes to Chaoyang may very well be their admiration for her character. In their final moments, Chaoyang accompanied them on their last journey, ensuring that their legacies would be utilized to their fullest potential, thus performing a commendable act of kindness. At this juncture, Lin Zhe perceived that Chaoyang's approach was distinct from that of Chen Yanan. Her methods were, at the very least, considerably more refined. After signing the contract, Chaoyang handed the keys of the house to Lin Zhe, declaring that it would now belong to him, complete with brand new furniture that could be replaced if not to his liking. Perhaps due to her professional instincts, Chaoyang inquired whether Lin Zhe would be interested in donating a portion to the Welfare Institute. Unfortunately, Lin Zhe found himself short of funds. Otherwise, he would have considered a contribution. Perhaps I should refrain. I'm the one hoping for donations myself. However, treating the children to a meal is certainly feasible. If you don't mind, I would like to invite everyone to a feast at the Tianyuan family banquet today. The Welfare Institute housed nearly 50 children, and the logistics of transportation worried Chaoyang. For Lin Zhe, however, this posed no challenge. He promptly called Su Xian, requesting a bus to be dispatched, while also asking Tian when to prepare a table of children's meals, specifically instructing her to avoid any spicy dishes. Chaoyang had always perceived Lin Zhe as a debauched youth, but now she discovered a surprisingly meticulous side to him. At least he could provide the children with a better meal, so she set about gathering them. Children, today Uncle Lin Zhe is treating you to a grand feast. Let us express our gratitude to him. The children, upon hearing this, erupted in joyous exclamations, together thanking Lin Zhe. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Su Xian, curious about the bus, learned of Lin Zhe's intention to treat the children from the Welfare Institute and felt that merely a meal was insufficient. She proposed taking the little ones to the Happy Valley amusement park afterward. Without hesitation, she arranged for dozens of children's tickets. Had Su Xian not been so busy with work, she would have eagerly accompanied Lin Zhe, as Lin Zhe had only recently been rescued. Some media outlets still sought to capitalize on his newfound fame, dispatching paparazzi to follow him. Initially, the paparazzi were intrigued by Lin Zhe's visit to the Welfare Institute, but once they spotted him leaving with a throng of children, they realized they had stumbled upon a significant story. Tomorrow's headlines would certainly feature this. Kidnapped mystery heir performs charitable deed at Welfare Institute. A piece ripe for sensationalism. The fellow paparazzi agreed that it would undoubtedly attract attention. Given Lin Zhe's recent popularity, even stories about him engaging in mundane activities would garner interest. As the vehicle arrived at the Tianyuan family banquet, the paparazzi followed suit. The restaurant, benefiting from Lin Zhe's presence, was bustling with business, boasting an astonishing table turnover rate. Tian and her sister felt overwhelmed by the demand. Upon seeing Lin Zhe arrive with a group, Tian hurried to greet him. I'm grateful you called ahead. Otherwise, we truly would have been out of space. Not just here, but other establishments are also fully booked. Sometimes, a surge in business can be quite a headache, as we clearly lack sufficient staff. Lin Zhe entrusted the children to the waitstaff and engaged in casual conversation with Tian. What a trivial matter it is. If one truly empathizes with the hardships of employees, a modest increase in bonuses would suffice. After all, these individuals come to the capital primarily for financial gain. When the remuneration is adequate, all else falls into place. This is precisely the sentiment of Tian, yet the question of how much to allocate remains. Offering too generous a sum might lead employees to become complacent, while a meager increase could foster discontent. To put it bluntly, workers are notoriously difficult to please. Furthermore, the service industry is characterized by high turnover. Regardless of how Tian manages the situation, retaining staff proves elusive. She finds herself somewhat envious of Lin Zhe's employees, who seemingly never resign. Might you impart your wisdom upon me? Why is it that your employees remain steadfast? But can they truly be compared? Lin Zhe's employees earn immediate cash. As soon as there are patrons, they receive their payments that very day. Who wouldn't desire a daily influx of cash as pocket money, along with a salary on the designated payday? The circumstances are vastly different. His staff earn a fixed salary, and to put it plainly, whether they work or not, their income remains unchanged. Were I in their position, I too would seek a more leisurely environment. How significant can the meager commissions on drinks be? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's perspective, Tian realized he possessed a solution. She eagerly sought his advice. Lin Zhe suggested that Tian would consider offering employees a share in the business, even if it were merely a fraction, 1,000th or 1/10,000th. This would instill a sense of hope within the employees. After a year of service, they would receive the shares, with increments after 2 years. The vision must first be outlined. When profits materialize, the distributed amounts would be minimal. Should losses occur, the issue of dividends would be moot. After all, isn't every server laboring? In other establishments, a year of service yields the same stagnant salary, whereas in Tian Wen's establishment, a year of service could lead to equity. It's evident which option is preferable. After absorbing Lin Zhe's counsel, Tian Wen found it entirely feasible. Yet, her curiosity piqued regarding Lin Zhe's sudden inclination to invite children from the orphanage for a meal. What prompted such a gesture? Did he feel burdened by past misdeeds and wish to perform acts of kindness to atone? Is there nothing more to say? Look how delightful these children are. Investing in their well-being is far more meaningful than any abstract charitable act. Tian Wen was taken aback by this unexpected benevolence from Lin Zhe. Very well. Such acts of kindness should not fall solely upon your shoulders. I shall cover all expenses today, allowing me to contribute to the children's welfare as well. Initially, Lin Zhe intended to make a modest gesture, but it appeared he wouldn't need to spend a single cent. It seems that in future charitable endeavors, he would vie for the opportunity to participate. He could gain a favorable reputation while others bore the financial burden, an exhilarating prospect indeed. In that moment, Lin Zhe noticed 2 furtive paparazzi attempting to capture candid shots of him. He approached them directly. I say, gentlemen, if you wish to take photographs, do so openly. I am Lin Zhe. I am neither a public figure nor engaged in any disreputable activities, so there is no need for secrecy. If you wish to capture something, simply inform me, and I shall cooperate. Chapter 82. Do not disregard even the smallest acts of kindness following the kidnapping incident. The paparazzi mistakenly assumed Lin Zhe was apprehensive about exposure, only to be pleasantly surprised by his generosity. Fortunately, the paparazzi were adept at communication, offering repeated apologies to Lin Zhe. Our sincerest apologies, Mr. Lin. We thought you would be averse to media attention. Lin Zhe not only permitted their photography, but also took it upon himself to treat them to a meal. No worries, just take the pictures generously. Tian Wen, please arrange some food for these 2 gentlemen, on my behalf. The children affectionately called him uncle with each bite, their warmth palpable. Upon learning of their imminent visit to the amusement park, the children's joy soared. The saying milk is the mother of all was vividly illustrated here. One little one sweetly asked Lin Zhe, Uncle Lin, could you be our father? Then we could enjoy delicious food frequently. If Lin Zhe hadn't been aware of the circumstances, he might have thought this was something someone had taught the child. However, he was quite willing to play the role of a temporary father. After all, with Chaoyangu's beauty, Lin Zhe was intrigued by the prospect. You want me to be your father? Do you know who a father sleeps with at night? If you answer correctly, I'll reward you with a drink. With mommy, the child replied without hesitation. Chaoyangu not only felt no embarrassment, but rather beamed with delight. She could see right through Lin Zhe's little intentions. What kind of wealthy second generation had she not encountered? The key was whether they were willing to spend on her. Mentioning such things in front of the children made it clear that being their father came at a high cost. Could he really support so many kids? In that moment, Lin Zhe finally understood. It turned out that some people were indeed accustomed to a gilded lifestyle. To develop something with Chaoyang, one must invest significantly. For Lin Zhe, it was already a victory not to let her take advantage of him. How could he possibly contribute more? In fact, in the first round of their subtle game, Lin Zhe had already lost. At the very least, Chaoyang had enjoyed a meal courtesy of him alongside the children, while he gained nothing in return. This clearly indicated that Chaoyang's cunning surpassed Lin Zhe's. Fortunately, 2 paparazzi were tailing them, so Lin Zhe did not emerge entirely empty-handed. At least he garnered some fame. Nevertheless, the meal was quite enjoyable, with Tian Wen serving fruits and dishes aimed at ensuring the children were well fed. After the meal, Lin Zhe planned to leave first, allowing Chaoyang and the others to take the bus to the amusement park. Suddenly, the children expressed interest in Lin Zhe's car. Uncle Lin, can we ride in your car to the amusement park? Your car is so cool. With so many children, Lin Zhe was the only one with a vehicle. Chaoyang felt it was somewhat unfair to Lin Zhe. All right, everyone, Uncle Lin's car can't fit so many of us. Let us save it for another day. Shall we? Upon hearing Chaoyang's words, the children's faces fell. With the reporters around, Lin Zhe decided to indulge them boldly. Is it such a big deal? You all want to ride in Uncle's car? Today, I shall grant your wish. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyu was puzzled by Lin Zhe's intentions. Was he really going to take each child one by one? Lin Zhe then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Wei Xiao, have the brothers bring the car to Tianyuan family banquet. Let us do something meaningful. In less than half an hour, Wei Xiao and Li Yi arrived with the car. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Xiao Hongyu nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Lin Zhe would orchestrate such a grand affair for something so trivial. It was merely a casual remark from the child. Why take it so seriously? She mused. Yet, despite her words, her heart brimmed with joy. An array of luxury vehicles was parked nearby, causing passers-by to halt in their tracks. Each car contained only one child in the passenger seat, leading onlookers to assume it was a gathering of some prestigious academy. Tianwen stood at the entrance, sharing her sentiments with a server. The last time I witnessed such a spectacle was during Lin Zhe's store opening. I thought such a scene would be rare, yet here we are again not long after. The server nodded in agreement. Indeed, this adds prestige to our establishment. Even the grandest dining halls in the capital cannot boast such a sight. However, another server's comment swiftly captured Tianwen's attention. If Lin Zhe is our boss, wouldn't the clientele we serve also be of a higher caliber? Though seemingly casual, Tianwen began to formulate a plan. How could they not capitalize on having a benefactor like Lin Zhe? Perhaps offering him a stake in the business would suffice. Setting aside other considerations, simply bringing in Lin Zhe's circle of friends would elevate their establishment. While these individuals had previously supported them, the standard of Tianyuan's family banquet was far too modest. Their recent surge in business was undoubtedly due to Lin Zhe's influence. If they were to open a more upscale restaurant, they could certainly retain Lin Zhe's friends. With this thought in mind, Tianwen turned to make a phone call, determined to discuss the matter thoroughly with Tianyuan. The crowd outside the restaurant grew increasingly dense, with everyone capturing the moment on their phones. Even paparazzi, unaccustomed to such a scene, rushed forward to interview Lin Zhe. Mr. Lin, did you summon these luxury sports cars merely to fulfill the children's desire to ride in one? Lin Zhe, presenting a poised demeanor, responded to the cameras. I believe it is a misconception to view it in such a light. There are no trivial matters concerning children, especially as they are orphans. We ought to show greater concern for this segment of society. It requires little effort on our part. We should not dismiss small acts of kindness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongyu instantly grasped Lin Zhe's intentions. It seemed that treating the children to a meal was also a means to establish his persona. Truly, he seized every opportunity. In fact, Xiao Hongyu was equally determined to make the most of this moment. It was essential to promote the welfare institution. Should they attract a philanthropist, it would undoubtedly benefit their cause. She promptly positioned herself beside Lin Zhe. On behalf of the institution, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Lin. He is a remarkably compassionate individual, and the children feel a strong affinity towards him. As a social welfare institution, we greatly require the support of kind-hearted individuals like Mr. Lin. The children's affection for Lin Zhe was evident. Truthfully, it was Lin Zhe's generosity that had endeared him to them. After all, a single meal was enough to win over these little ones, who were still learning the nuances of kindness and morality. The paparazzi felt fortunate to have captured this moment. Having initially intended only to document Lin Zhe's post-abduction routine, but were pleasantly surprised by the unfolding scene. They knew they could craft an enticing narrative that would surely make headlines. The saying goes, one cannot speak ill of those who feed them. Just moments ago, Lin Zhe had hosted them, and now was the perfect moment to craft his public image. Mr. Lin, do you often engage in philanthropy and charity? Lin Zhe shook his head in denial. I never partake in charity nor donate funds, for I am unsure where such money ultimately ends up. However, I am willing to do things like this because I can witness the children's happiness with my own eyes. Chapter 83. Reaping one's own rewards with minimal expense. Lin Zhe gained the reputation of a philanthropist. Even Xiao Hongyu thought Lin Zhe was quite adept at playing the game. A single meal and a few dozen tickets to Happy Valley sufficed to perform charity. It seemed philanthropy could be so inexpensive. Although Xiao Hongyu suffered no loss, she still felt somewhat exploited by Lin Zhe, though she could not articulate precisely how. Of course, Lin Zhe did not forget to subtly advertise his own shop. Honestly, I do not understand the true meaning of charity. In my dictionary, these two words never had significance. I merely wish to offer a modest contribution to the children. Fortunately, with two shops supporting me, this small sum is negligible. Naturally, if my stores perform well, I will certainly continue such acts regularly. Perhaps spending time with Wei Dushing and others had made Lin Zhe's speech somewhat more formal. One might have even thought he had donated a fortune to the welfare home. Coupled with the paparazzi's praise, Lin Zhe truly profited from this. The next day, a program on a prominent television station in the capital broadcast news about Lin Zhe hosting the welfare home children for a meal, including scenes of him playing with the children at Happy Valley. They even coined a phrase for his deeds: do not neglect to do good, however small. The people of the capital, fond of casual chatter, found Lin Zhe's brand of charity to be the most genuine. See, this is real charity. At least the children's bellies are filled. Donating money to institutions is often just for show. Who knows if the funds end up elsewhere? You must be talking about Mimi, right? Otherwise, she has a generous godfather who only flaunts his lavish lifestyle daily, showing off food, drinks, and bags, seemingly with nothing else to do. Don't say the Heir has a proper worldview. Wherever he goes, he splurges. Let us support him once in a while. His shop is in Sanlitun after all. That counts as our contribution to society. The next morning, a crowd gathered outside the Sanlitun shop. Everyone wished to see Lin Zhe in person and, within their means, make purchases. Many times, certain things rely entirely on momentum. As soon as news broke of Lin Zhe's kidnapping, reports of his charitable acts emerged without any trace of pretense. Had Lin Zhe made a grand donation of millions, people might have deemed him unreliable. Even if he had donated money, they would have considered it a way to atone for past misdeeds. This modest act, costing little, felt the most sincere. Upon arriving at Sanlitun, Lin Zhe saw the crowd gathered at the shop's entrance and thought, yesterday's effect was quite good. The impact is already evident. The last time Sanlitun witnessed such a scene was during the launch of the 4th generation of the fruit machine. Owning one was a matter of pride. The entire Sanlitun was in disarray. Although the scene today was not as grand as on other occasions, Lin Zhe felt content. The store manager stood at the entrance, maintaining order, fearful of a stampede. Everyone formed an orderly queue, striving to embody civility. Despite this, some individuals still pushed their way forward. Lin Zhe attempted to join the crowd to lend a hand inside the store, but found himself unable to penetrate the throng. In fact, someone even yanked him out. What are you doing? Cutting in line, are you? Go to the back. No, I work here. This is my store. Lin Zhe fervently explained, bewildered as to why he could not access his own establishment. At such moments, words proved futile. Due to his sunglasses, he was not easily recognizable, rendering his attempts at cutting ineffective. You could at least make your lies more believable. Why not just admit you are Lin Zhe? Even if the king himself were to arrive, you would still need to wait in line. Suddenly, the individual recognized Lin Zhe's features. Hey, aren't you Lin Zhe? Finally acknowledged. Lin Zhe pressed forward again. Yes, that's me. May I enter? He had hoped this time would be different, but once again, the person shoved him back. No way. I told you, even if the king himself came, he would have to queue. What is a boss like you want to join the ruckus for? Go cool off somewhere else. Even being recognized did not grant him entry. Lin Zhe decided it was not worth the trouble. Let them jostle. He would rather find a place to enjoy a drink. He turned and headed to a nearby cafe. To his surprise, the cafe was also teeming with patrons. All these people, reluctant to jostle, had come to the cafe for refreshments, waiting for the crowd to thin before returning to the store. Most tables were shared by strangers, for people were crammed at one. Lin Zhe found a seat by the window, where 3 individuals were already seated. Among them, a punk had witnessed Lin Zhe being pushed out of the crowd. Spotting Lin Zhe at the same table, he instantly struck up a conversation. Brother, you just tried to cut in line and got shoved out, right? Let me tell you, there's no need to rush. You can buy things just as easily when the crowd thins. Even if the store runs out of stock, the owner can procure what you desire. You might just have to wait a few days. Did Lin Zhe not know he possessed such influence? Before he could respond, another person chimed in. What is this store owner's background? He seems quite formidable. Upon hearing this question, the punk eagerly began to enlighten the inquirer. What? You don't know Lin Zhe? Clearly, you don't frequent Sanlitun. Rolling Stone spends millions in a single night. Even the notorious kidnapper Heir can't handle him. The only hostages to emerge alive from Heir clutches are those with family fortunes exceeding 100 billion. How could you ask such a question? This information was widely known, though each person had heard different versions. The individual was indeed unfamiliar with these details, merely relying on hearsay. Before arriving, he had already encountered several different accounts, and the punk had just shared yet another variant, leaving him utterly confounded. Lin Zhe has already admitted in front of the media that he is not a rich second-generation heir. Besides, he only spent 5 million at Rolling Stone that day. How did it turn into tens of millions in your account? Just by listening to that person speak, one can tell that Sha Mate's knowledge is merely hearsay. To assert the authenticity of his version, Sha Mate pretended to be mysterious, saying, "You wouldn't understand. If you had been kidnapped even once, even if you are a rich second-generation heir, you would be terrified." Lin Zhe's actions are a display of wit. He does not want to attract the attention of kidnappers. As for who mentioned the 5 million, I was there with Lin Zhe. We sat together. So how could I not know how much was spent? It was cash at the time, and the trunks of those numerous sports cars were filled with cash, which I helped carry out. He spoke with such conviction that had it not been for the engine of Lin Zhe's car being in the back, Lin Zhe might have genuinely believed his words. Where would a supercar even have a trunk? Chapter 84. My name is Lin Zhe, not Lin Zhe. Clearly, those around them believed him. Even the people at other tables pulled their chairs over to eavesdrop. No way. Since you know Lin Zhe, why are you waiting in line? Just go in directly. I see you don't know him at all. Upon hearing this, Sha Mate became anxious. What do you know? Given the current situation, even Lin Zhe himself wouldn't be able to enter. And as for not knowing Lin Zhe, let me tell you, I know even the tiniest details about him. Our relationship is as solid as iron. The crowd was merely enjoying the gossip. The truth was irrelevant, as the key was to have a topic to discuss upon returning to their circles. After all, Lin Zhe has been the talk of the town lately. Coupled with Sha Mate's continuous chatter, everyone thought that at the very least, Sha Mate must have met Lin Zhe. Otherwise, how could he know so much? Ordinary people could not fabricate such a tale. The audience, captivated, urged Sha Mate to continue. Don't stop. Tell us more. We love listening. Yes. It's frustrating to hear only half the story. How did you two meet? Sha Mate deliberately picked up his empty coffee cup, exclaiming, I'm parched. How come the coffee is gone? Look, the cup is empty. Upon hearing this, someone quickly understood Sha Mate's intention. No problem, I'll get you a cup. And with that, Sha Mate became the center of attention, like a star surrounded by admirers. Lin Zhe quietly observed him, surprised that mentioning himself could earn him a coffee. Soon, coffee was brought over, and Sha Mate took a sip. As for how we met, that's quite a lengthy tale. Let me tell you this. Even Lin Zhe treats me with utmost respect. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. Only Lin Zhe remained silent throughout. Sha Mate mistakenly thought Lin Zhe doubted his words and addressed him directly. Brother, do you know Su Exine, the daughter of the chairman of Su Group? She is now Lin Zhe's girlfriend, and I was the one who introduced them. You all call him Lin Zhe, but I still refer to him as Lin Zhe. Suddenly, Sha Mate stared at Lin Zhe in astonishment. There was an inexplicable familiarity about Lin Zhe that eluded recognition. With a sharp intake of breath, Sha Mate brushed aside the hair veiling his left eye and scrutinized Lin Zhe intently. Brother, why do you seem so familiar? What shall I call you? At that moment, Lin Zhe removed his sunglasses. I am Lin Zhe. From now on, do not use my story to swindle coffee. And as for the name Lin Zhe, I am not a eunuch. Why bestow upon me such a moniker? Time appeared to stand still. Sha Mate gaped, at a loss for words. Who would have thought that a boast could summon the very person it concerned? The odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. It was a voice from the crowd that shattered the awkward silence. Indeed, it is Lin Zhe, just as he appears on television. I failed to recognize him with those sunglasses on. This nonconformist had really put his foot in it. He had boasted so convincingly that he couldn't even recognize the real deal sitting before him. Damn it, does that mean I bought coffee for nothing? If there had been a hole in the ground, Sha Mate would have gladly burrowed into it. The embarrassment was palpable, and leaving was not an option. A throng surrounded him, eager to hear the story, making it nearly impossible to rise. Remaining seated was equally mortifying, especially with the genuine article in front of him, leaving him utterly speechless. Fortunately, Sha Mate's bangs were long enough to shield his eyes, allowing him to lower his head onto the table to evade the awkwardness. Seizing the moment, Lin Zhe ordered a coffee for everyone present. Regardless of whether they had come to support him, their convergence here today was serendipitous. As the saying goes, a chance encounter after a century of fate is truly 1,000 years of destiny. Sharing a cup of coffee together is a token of my appreciation. In the future, I will rely on your continued support in business. Lin Zhe's words resonated deeply. The crowd realized that Lin Zhe was not your typical wealthy heir. His demeanor was refreshingly approachable. The affable Lin Zhe exuded a sense of grace and charm that was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. After several rounds of pleasantries, Lin Zhe decided to take his leave. At that moment, the crowd turned their attention back to Sha Mate. Look at you, with that hairstyle resembling a bird's nest. As if you've been blasted by a cannon. Why can't you muster a single honest word? As Lin Zhe reached the door, he paused at the remark. He turned to the crowd and said, "There is one truth I did not lie about. Even if I have arrived, I cannot enter the store." With that, he exited. The crowd encircled Sha Mate tightly. Some of the more forceful characters urged him to continue boasting. "Aren't you the one who can talk big? Today, your coffee is on us. You won't leave until it's all gone. Boss, bring us a dozen of your cheapest, most dreadful coffees." The owner was perplexed. He had never heard of coffee being sold by the dozen, especially the worst kind. Yet, given the circumstances, he dared not voice his concerns. He quickly instructed the waiter to bring out 12 cups of the most affordable coffee available. A cup of coffee rested upon the table as a young man tapped the shoulder of a person adorned in a chamate style. "Aren't you parched? Didn't you want to have some coffee? Then drink up. If I don't tire you out today, I might as well share your surname," he jested. Lin Zhe had even offered to assist at the shop, but he couldn't even step inside. Remaining here was rather dull. It was better to return to Fuqing for some tea. Coincidentally, Chen Yanin was present as well, accompanied by a man who clearly had come to deliver money to Lin Zhe. At such a moment, Lin Zhe had to feign ignorance, resigning himself to sitting on the sofa and brewing tea. Chen Yanin deliberated for a long time before addressing the man. "Darling, how about this one? I think it complements my outfit quite well." The man appeared to be a connoisseur, standing silently the entire time. Even when Chen Yanin sought his opinion, he merely replied indifferently, "Asking me is futile. I know nothing about these things. If you think it's worth it, then buy it." Implicitly, he refused to foot the bill for Chen Yanin. It seemed Chen Yanin had been brought out before matters were fully discussed. Given Lin Zhe's current business and popularity, he no longer needed to rely on Chen Yanin for sustenance. If exposed, Lin Zhe's hard work would be utterly squandered. Moreover, Chen Yanin's blatant profiteering was undoubtedly detrimental to the shop. Once this transaction concluded, Lin Zhe intended to confront her and advise her to seek livelihood elsewhere. However, judging by the present circumstances, this deal was unlikely to succeed. Chen Yanin discerned the young man's underlying implication. He had no intention of paying. "Then what do you mean?" she inquired, determined to clarify the matter. Fortunately, since it was Lin Zhe's establishment and she had an arrangement with him, if the young man refused to pay, she could forego the sale. Yet, having spent several days conversing with this young man, Chen Yanin felt compelled to secure some commission, lest she feel remiss. Seeing no initiative from the other party, she took the initiative herself, reasoning that if he truly had no interest, they would avoid wasting each other's time. Having laid her cards on the table, the young man finally revealed his stance. "I have no interest. You are the one buying such an expensive item. Asking me is pointless. After all, it's your money. If you like it, then that's sufficient. Is there an issue with what I said?" he retorted. "So I invited you out to accompany me shopping, and you don't even intend to show a bit of sincerity?" Initially, Chen Yanin had been subtle, but now she was brazenly demanding. Her demeanor was unbecoming. The young man was on the verge of losing patience. "Damn it, this is our first meeting, and you expect me to demonstrate sincerity? I express my sincerity to your mother. Do you truly take me for a fool? Accompanying you on a shopping trip is already a gesture of goodwill. You should be grateful I didn't ask for money," he snapped. As tensions escalated and an argument seemed imminent, Lin Zhe, wary of the impact on business, hastily pulled the young man aside. "Brother, there's no need to say more. We both understand. Now get back to what you were doing." In doing so, Lin Zhe afforded the young man a chance to extricate himself. After the young man departed, Lin Zhe summoned Chen Yanin outside and informed her that she should no longer bring customers here. As for the reasons, he found it unnecessary to elaborate. Chen Yanin once believed that Lin Zhe had discovered a superior team and looked down upon her solitary endeavors. "Boss Lin, you cannot dismiss my abilities based on a single failure. Success is never guaranteed, and one must inevitably encounter setbacks," she implored. Lin Zhe replied, "You misunderstand. I do not doubt your capabilities. However, I believe this approach is not sustainable. Engaging in such activities is fraught with the risk of exposure. I shall no longer partake in this. One must have aspirations and cannot spend a lifetime in such disreputable pursuits." During this period, Lin Zhe also gained clarity. Upon entering a new circle, he understood the necessity of severing ties with the old one. Given Lin Zhe's stature, maintaining an aura of mystery was paramount. With the boss having articulated his stance, Chen Yanin felt compelled to refrain from further argument. In the office of Tianyuan Family Feast, Tian Wen shared her thoughts with Tian Yun, expressing her desire to open a more upscale establishment. A fellow entrepreneur, Lu Jie, had been pursuing Tianwen for quite some time and happened to have a suitable location available. Tianwen intended to leverage her charm to secure this space. Sister, I assure you this venture will thrive. Lin Zhe has been searching for over 6 months, and just as he paid a deposit, his partner encountered difficulties. Now he finds himself in a precarious position, lacking sufficient funds to operate independently and struggling to find new partners. Acquiring this location from him would undoubtedly be profitable. Tianwen was familiar with the location Tianwen mentioned. Situated near the Renmin University subway station in Haidian district, it boasted excellent transportation and commercial prospects. However, such a prime location also demanded substantial investment. To open this establishment, one would need at least 20 to 30 million, and that was a conservative estimate from Tianwen. For her, the risk was far too great. Investments in the restaurant industry primarily go into renovations, and if business falters, funds could vanish without a trace. I think we should hold off on this. Our current businesses are doing well, and there is no need to take such a risk. Tianwen had her sights set on Lin Zhe's connections. What woman would not desire a more refined existence? One cannot merely compete with Malaysia for a lifetime, can they? Sister, why have you lost your ambition? With Lin Zhe in our corner, our business will surely prosper. Tianwen had pondered this matter as well. Relying solely on one person to elevate the business was less secure than depending on oneself. It was not that Tianwen lacked faith in Lin Zhe. Rather, her age necessitated careful consideration of various factors. Do you think Lin Zhe is someone you can rely on? Even a married couple may struggle to align their efforts. You are becoming quite reckless. I believe Lin Zhe is a decent person. It would be far better to cultivate that relationship than to rely on anyone else. Perhaps you should consider marrying and settling down. Spending more time with Lin Zhe makes me worry you might lose your way. The thought processes of women can often seem perplexing. Tianwen's intentions were genuinely for Tianwen's benefit, yet in Tianwen's eyes, Tianwen merely wished for her to marry soon, allowing her to enjoy Lin Zhe's company alone. If he is such a great person, why not pursue him? I enjoy being with Lin Zhe, even without titles or recognition. It is the feeling of being with him that I cherish. Lin Zhe does not even compare. Anyone from Lin Zhe's circle surpasses him. Lin Zhe appears somewhat simple-minded, yet Tianwen perceives this as merely a superficial facade. Despite his seemingly honest demeanor, he often reveals a cunning nature. In the realm of commerce, sincerity is a rare trait. Those who are truly honest have long since faced ruin. However, no matter how much Tianwen implored, her words fell on deaf ears as Tianwen remained unmoved. With no other recourse, Tianwen proposed to venture independently. The earth continues to rotate regardless of any individual's presence. She firmly believed that without Tianwen, she could still thrive. She intended to leverage her assets and withdraw her shares in Tianwen, which she believed would suffice. Tianwen, initially thinking that Tianwen was merely speaking out of frustration, did not grasp the gravity of her intent. Once the shares were relinquished, Tianwen would have no fallback. Ultimately, it was still Tianwen who would bear the burden of Tianwen's decisions. Furthermore, Tianwen was unable to muster the funds required to buy back Tianwen's shares at that moment. After a lengthy argument, Tianwen concluded that Tianwen had recently become rather irrational and decided to summon Lin Zhe for counsel. Upon learning of the situation over the phone, Lin Zhe considered it an opportune moment. Who wouldn't desire to earn a little extra? He felt compelled to intervene, though not to persuade Tianwen, but rather to sway Tianwen. Regarding the proposition of granting Lin Zhe shares, while legally sound, it posed a problem due to Lin Zhe's reputation. To avoid complications, he opted to invest a modest amount instead, seeking a method to secure significant shares with minimal expenditure. The negotiation strategy would depend on the sisters' disposition. Upon his arrival, Lin Zhe observed the two sisters ignoring one another, each wearing a scowl. Recognizing the tension, he quickly sought to mediate. What is this? Are the sisters quarreling? Surely, any issues should be addressed openly. They had been in a cold standoff since their phone call. Only when Lin Zhe spoke did Tianwen engage with his words. She expressed her frustration, likening Tianwen's mindset to a restrictive foot-binding cloth from days gone by. What does that even mean? For whom am I enduring this? She retorted. And once again, the argument reignited. Chapter 86. A turn of events. Suddenly shifting the narrative. Lin Zhe's intent in coming was to facilitate a profitable venture, not to bear witness to their disputes. Shall I let you continue arguing until you've exhausted yourselves, and then I can step in? Neither Tianwen nor Tianwen dared to defy him in that moment. With a single remark from Lin Zhe, They obediently fell silent, though their expressions remained frosty. At this juncture, Lin Zhe began to formulate a plan. Since Tianwen was resolute in her ambitions, it was unnecessary to consider her feelings. Instead, he needed to placate Tianyun. Dear sister, I must say a word or two to you. You know your elder sister well. She would never wish you harm. Lin Zhe asserted his position, aligning himself with Tianyun. Seizing the opportunity, Tianyun responded, Did you hear that? Look at Lin Zhe. Though young, he possesses great insight. With your temperament, how do you expect to conduct substantial business? No successful entrepreneur is as impulsive as you. Lin Zhe may be younger, yet he exhibits far more finesse. If you wish to succeed in business, you must first temper your character. With Lin Zhe present, Tianwen felt disinclined to counter Tianyun's remarks any further. The words intended for Tianyun were merely conveyed to Lin Zhe. My decision was not a whim. One's thoughts must evolve or risk obsolescence. Have you observed the current operational model of Changdan? They are no longer merely Changdan, but rather Kaobak, featuring live performances. Traditional industries that fail to adapt are doomed to perish. I am merely seeking a pathway for myself in advance. What fault lies therein? Regardless of how reasonable Tianwen's arguments may seem, Lin Zhe cannot side with her. Nor can he dismiss her suggestions entirely. Otherwise, future endeavors may become untenable. It is imperative to escalate the discord between the two sisters. Even now, you remain oblivious to your misstep. You believe Kaobak signifies reform, which is utterly misguided. It is akin to afternoon tea. It may appear sophisticated, yet in reality, it is nothing of the sort. The essence of Chan remains best captured at street stalls. I know the elder sister well. She is not the obstinate relic you portray. How has she become so unseemly in your words? It seems both sisters are too close to perceive the truth. An outsider would immediately recognize that Lin Zhe is not here to mediate. There is no mediation to be found. It is evident he perceives the stakes as insufficiently high. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe's approach proved effective. Tianyun, who considers herself not only youthful in appearance but also in spirit, could not abide being labeled an antiquated relic. Although the words originated from Lin Zhe's mouth, Tianyun directed her ire towards Tianwen. Am I truly an old relic? If it were not for my so-called antiquity, could our family have reached this point? My brother is a source of worry, and my sister fails to understand me, as if all my efforts are solely for my own benefit. You both act as if you are merely bystanders, while I manage all affairs, large and small. Do you expect me to revel in leisure, while I am compelled to endure the stench of cooking oil in the shop? Very well then, since you are fatigued, I have no desire to burden you further. From this day forward, let us each pursue our own paths. Neither party was willing to concede. Their words flowed like a barrage from a machine gun. Lin Zhe allowed their exchanges to wash over him, waiting patiently for the moment when their quarrel would reach its zenith. Soon, silence fell between them. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Zhe rose to pour them both a glass of water. When women quarrel, I find myself unable to interject. Calm down and drink some water. As he handed the water to Tianwen, he still spoke from Tianyun's perspective. If your sister opposes your endeavors, then perhaps you should refrain from pursuing them. Furthermore, profits are never guaranteed in business. It is truly not worth jeopardizing relationships over such trivial matters. Indeed, Tianyun fell into his trap, believing Lin Zhe to be her ally, akin to the arrival of reinforcements, and launched another attack on Tianwen. You heard Lin Zhe's stance, did you not? He does not advocate for this venture. You fail to recognize your own limitations, yet you call me an old relic. Today, I shall embrace democracy. Let us cast votes to decide. If Lin Zhe concurs, I will absolutely not stand in your way. Before Tianwen could respond, Lin Zhe interjected. The elder sister is quite reasonable. Ordinarily, I would refrain from involvement, as this pertains to your familial matters. However, since I have been mentioned, I shall speak candidly. I believe this business is viable. This declaration undoubtedly took Tianyun by surprise. Thinking she might have misheard, she quickly cupped her ears. No. How could you? Why not? Lin Zhe interrupted Tianyun. Including Tianwen, none anticipated that Lin Zhe would reverse his stance. However, given Tianwen's understanding of Lin Zhe, even the most unexpected actions from him were, in essence, within reason. Lin Zhe was never one to adhere to conventional patterns. Despite this familiarity, Lin Zhe's recent behavior still misled Tianwen into believing that he and Tianyun were aligned. It was only at that moment that Tianwen discerned Lin Zhe's true allegiance lay with her. Deciding to remain silent, she allowed Lin Zhe to express himself freely. Now it was Tianyun's turn to feel unsettled. She had never witnessed such a rapid change of heart. No, your personality is far too unstable. Just a moment ago, you were on my side, and now you've switched to hers. Surely, you two must have conspired. Tianyun felt ensnared by Lin Zhe's scheme, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate her claims. Lin Zhe, however, asserted that his character was quite stable, and he need not necessarily side with anyone. Dear sister, you are misunderstanding me. My critique of Tianyun stems from her being upset over such trivial matters. However, her intentions are commendable, and I cannot dismiss them, can I? Besides, wasn't it you who sought my opinion? Tianyun felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. She had foolishly dragged Lin Zhe into this. And now it seemed she had shot herself in the foot. The words had already escaped her lips, and with Lin Zhe feeling capable, Tianyun was curious to hear his thoughts. All right then, since you believe you can contribute, share your insights. After all, this is not a trifling sum. I cannot gamble my life as fortune based merely on Tianyun's impulsiveness. In truth, Lin Zhe's perspective was quite straightforward. With established connections and networks, money was no longer solely an individual's pursuit. Ultimately, one's energy is finite, and Lin Zhe could not manage everything alone. Expanding into another industry was undoubtedly beneficial for him. Moreover, the Tian sisters were already competent managers, and Lin Zhe felt assured about their expertise. It was akin to having them work for him. Even a fool could appreciate the logic in that. Although Lin Zhe contemplated this, he could not articulate it in such direct terms. He needed to frame his words in a manner that would resonate positively with Tianyun. To be frank, I am a novice in the culinary industry, yet I understand one principle. Business thrives on seizing opportunities. With a chance presenting itself, why not take advantage of it? Otherwise, what is the point of cultivating so many friendships?